Chapter 1. Navajo Language. The sky was pitch black, the lights flickered, the overpass was busy, and the traffic flowed like a dragon. Hao Meng stared blankly out the window. He didn't know when it started, but the vast sky seemed within reach, always shrouded in oppressive dark clouds. Not to mention sunny days, even rain, snow, and frost were rarely seen, only a haze that never dissipated. He looked at the complex English translation of the novel 100 Years of Solitude in his hands. He couldn't understand it. After 9 years of compulsory education, he recognized the 26 English letters, but he couldn't identify them all, let alone combine them. The book was casually bought downstairs. Wasting this money was not to pose as a cultured person, but because he encountered something difficult to understand. The young man took a watch out of his pocket. That IT had 2 straps and a square screen in the middle that IT wouldn't light up. Hao Meng couldn't find a battery or charging port either. The young man put on the watch, and a fleeting prickling sensation passed through his mind. The incomprehensible script before his eyes suddenly transformed into familiar Chinese characters. Many years later, Colonel Aureliano Buenda would remember that distant afternoon when his father took him to discover ice. Hao Meng's brows furrowed tightly. He took off the watch. Again, it was a jumble of connected English letters. Since he found this watch, he had astonishingly discovered that as long as he held the watch, he could actually understand and hear various texts and languages. At the same time, the words he spoke would automatically be translated into the native language or dialect of the person he was conversing with. Even foreign friends were amazed at his pure accent. Incredible. While Hao Meng was frowning in thought, the door opened and a beautiful woman called out brightly, "Hao Meng, it's time to eat." Her name was Xiao-yin. They were childhood friends. Hao Meng was 3 years older than her. When Xiao-yin was 8, her family went on a trip but had an accident, and only she miraculously survived. Hao Meng's parents saw she was alone and took care of her, and after they grew up, they settled in the city. Today, Xiao-yin was wearing a high-neck white knitted sweater and wide-leg trousers, looking clean and elegant. The loose clothing outlined her graceful curves, and the heavy scenery at her chest was captivating. She picked up a piece of fish for Hao Meng and carefully said, "Hao Meng, the company wants to arrange for me to go abroad on a business trip tomorrow, probably for about a month." Xiao-yin gently smoothed Hao Meng's furrowed brow and said softly, "With expenses for food, oil, salt, water, electricity, and rent, having more income is always good. Besides, I've graduated from university for half a year now. Do you really plan to have me become a housewife so early?" Hao Meng hesitated. The conflicts among countries on Earth had escalated, and many small and medium-sized nations had even sealed their borders for security. Many foreign trades have been halted, making it extremely difficult to obtain a visa now. Xiao-yin propped her chin up, looking aggrieved. "I don't want to be your canary kept in a cage. I want to go out and explore." Hao Meng glanced at her. The woman complained softly, "It's all your fault. In the past, although I had an empty body, I at least had a rich soul. Now, the body is often full, but the soul has become much emptier." Hao Meng rolled his eyes and helplessly said, all right, just be careful when you're out. Call me if something happens." The woman, achieving her goal, immediately broke into a smile. A night passed in the blink of an eye. Hao Meng took Xiao-yin to the airport and turned to leave. Today was the weekend, and Hao Meng drove aimlessly around the city to relax. In recent years, technology had become increasingly advanced, with busy traffic and towering skyscrapers. The most noticeable were the giant coal furnaces seen everywhere. The obsession with electricity generation in the country had reached a pathological level. According to relevant sources, the current power supply scale was so large that only 1/10 was needed to meet the demands of the entire city. Where did the remaining massive electricity go? Rumors swirled, and speculation continued, with various explanations. Hao Meng didn't care about this. By noon, lost in thought, he inadvertently saw a huge sign at the top of a roadside office building. Revitalization Translation Agency. Hao Meng stopped the car and took out the watch from his pocket. Why not give it a try? Hao Meng thought. Having found a watch that could translate various languages, it would be a waste to let it sit idle. How can one not earn money? Since childhood, Hao Meng had a grand dream.To earn a small goal from a big boss in this lifetime, and then in this era of the god of wealth controlling marriage, to marry 6 wives. As for why 6, that was of course to take 1 day off each week. That he used to think it was a paradise, but later realized it was a coffin scene besides. Even a plowing ox needs to rest, right? He immediately took the watch and got out of the car, heading straight to the top floor, following the directions from the receptionist to the interview room. There were 7 or 8 people standing outside, all seemingly there for interviews. Looking through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, many people were conducting oral and written tests inside, at the end of which sat a well-dressed woman with glasses who was probably the beautiful editor-in-chief, Chu Xiao, mentioned by the receptionist. Hao Meng listened for his number, and when it was his turn, he quickly walked into the room. The woman glanced at him and then continued to read her manuscript. Have a seat. Which school did you graduate from? What languages do you know? What level of certification do you have? Hao Meng was stunned. Not good. In his moment of excitement, he forgot to prepare answers to these basic questions. I graduated from Dajiang Vocational and Technical School in a city, and I know English, French, and Russian. Before Hao Meng could finish, the woman frowned slightly. A vocational school graduate? She scrutinized the young man before her and asked, "Do you have any certificates? What level?" The young man was suddenly speechless. What level? In his life, he had only heard people mention the mysterious CET-4 and CET-6. He didn't even know what they meant. The surrounding candidates cast curious glances that a person applying for a translation job couldn't even name the levels of certification, and he graduated from that well-known so-called university in a city. Editor-in-chief Chu shook her head and said lightly, "Sorry, please prepare the relevant materials and resume before coming back." Hao Meng tried to organize suitable words, explaining, "I can indeed translate many texts. How about you pick a text sample for me? Let me give it a try." Laughter erupted around him, and everyone found it amusing. What kind of translator lets others choose a language sample? Is he a computer reading machine, proficient in all languages in the world? The woman pushed her glasses up and said coldly, "Sir, we only hire people with relevant work experience. Please leave and don't waste everyone's time." Hao Meng felt extremely embarrassed. Seeing the woman's increasingly displeased expression, he could only get up to leave, thinking that when he looked for the next translation company, he needed to prepare these most basic interview knowledge first, or maybe go get a certificate first. The other candidates couldn't help but giggle. Goodness, not only did he not understand anything, but he also had a mysterious confidence, listing a string of languages. Why not show a certificate then? And he even dared to say he would let others choose translation samples. A chubby man slammed the manuscript on the table. "Chu Xiao, quick, think of a way. See if we can find someone who knows Navajo." The beautiful editor-in-chief was taken aback and suspiciously said, "Navajo, the language that is said to be so complex that the military of the beautiful country used it as a code during the Pacific War, right? The language from the Naden language family?" A man appeared at the door, half of his body showing, and quietly explained, "There's no way around it. I didn't want to take it, but that foreigner offered too much." The fat man grabbed a notebook nearby and threw it at him, cursing loudly in the local dialect. Everyone on the floor fell silent for a moment, then continued with their work as if nothing had happened. Hiding nearby, Hao Meng listened to the familiar roar of curses and couldn't help but marvel at the fat man's extensive vocabulary. Finally, the fat man let the man go and turned to him, gritting his teeth. "Raise the price. 500 for 1,000 words. No, 1,000 for 1,000. If that doesn't work, 2,000. We absolutely cannot ruin our reputation. I'll do my best." Chu Xiao looked troubled that it was said that only 170,000 people in the world spoke this language. Where could she find someone in such a short time? Chu Xiao scanned the many recruiters in the room and, with a perfunctory attitude toward her boss, casually asked, "Is there anyone who speaks Navajo? 2,000 for 1,000 words, no interview, direct hire." The people in the room exchanged glances. Navajo, a language they hadn't even heard of. However, Hao Meng, who had just stepped out the door, suddenly brightened up. 2,000 for 1,000 words. He quickly turned back and walked up. Somewhat irritated, Chu Xiao saw him and finally snapped, "Why are you still here? Do you want me to call security?" Hao Meng simply said in a deep voice, "I'll give it a try. You?" The delicate-looking editor-in-chief scoffed. Navajo from the Naden family had less than 200,000 speakers worldwide. Among them, those who also spoke Chinese were even fewer. This outsider, who didn't even understand the rules, dared to come and speak boldly. Was he here to make trouble? Chu Xiao immediately thought about picking up the phone to notify the security downstairs. Suddenly, a large hand pressed down on the landline phone in front of her. Chu Xiao was furious. This clueless kid, continuously causing trouble. Did he really think she was easy to deal with? Then she saw the young man pick up the manuscript and take out an ordinary watch from his pocket. The tea that moment. The complex text on the manuscript in front of Hao Meng became slightly blurred, then transformed into clear and comprehensible Chinese. As he put on the watch, the young man smoothly said, Introduction, Navajo, a language of the Naden language family, specifically the Athabascaniac language group, spoken in the southwestern region of the beautiful country, is geographically or linguistically part of the Naden family, mainly used in Alaska and the northwest of Canada. Translation requirements. The entire text must be accurate. Regional Ownership Authorization Agreement. This agreement is made by Party A, referred to as the Guten Clan Ames Son, and Party B, the A City Shangzhou Group Company, Limited, referred to as Party B, on December 7, 2099, in A City. This agreement consists of the following parts. Point 1. Cover page signature page. Point 2. Basic terms. Point 3. Attachment 1. The young man cleared his throat. As he stopped, the room fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Hao Meng looked up. He saw that Chu Xiaoxiao's angry expression had frozen, and the fat man next to her was also in a daze. The many applicants who had planned to watch a good show were now as still as stone. The entire room was silent. After an unknown amount of time, a suppressed voice finally broke the silence among the crowd. My God. This guy can really speak Navajo? Chapter 2. I haven't heard this language in thousands of years. The room was silent. Hao Meng was startled. Whatever you think will happen. The fat man's mouth stretched wide, thinking about milk, and Mom shows up thinking about family, and the kid's uncle comes. Sit, sit, sit. The fat man eagerly moved a stool and pressed Hao Meng to sit down. He then turned to the door, his expression changing, and roared, Old son, are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? Are your eyes in your butt? Can't you see our ancestor has arrived? Get tea and fruits. The dazed man outside jolted awake and shouted, Coming, coming, right away. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoxiao quickly compared the manuscript with the translation, her eyes growing more shocked. Not a single word was wrong. This obscure language is extremely difficult to understand. Even a slight change in punctuation can lead to entirely different meanings. Even experts specializing in this field would need to refer to the appropriate dictionaries to confirm each term. Yet this kid, whom she had thought was causing trouble, was speaking fluently, as if he were reading Chinese normally. What a surprise! Who is this kid? He can recite Navajo so smoothly. Thinking about her earlier dismissive attitude, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned red, but she couldn't really blame herself after all. Who would expect someone applying for a translation job without a certificate and without knowing anything? The fat man enthusiastically patted Hao Meng on the shoulder. Brother, are you Xiaoxiao's classmate? Relative? Or boyfriend? Boss? Chu Xiaoxiao was embarrassed and hurriedly said, He's here for the interview. Ah. The fat man looked completely confused. Interview? Hao Meng nodded and said, Yes, I'm here to apply for a part-time translation position. After a moment of hesitation, Hao Meng said honestly, But I don't have the relevant certificates or work experience. Seeing this, Chu Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat. She immediately wanted to explain and remedy the situation. Someone who could easily recite Navajo was nearly impossible to find. Bang! The fat man slapped the table again, startling Hao Meng. Hao Meng looked bewildered. The many applicants present were also stunned, each one dumbfounded. The deputy editor-in-chief? Could it be played like this? Hao Meng couldn't help but marvel at the fat man's wealth. 2,000 for 1,000 words. This contract had tens of thousands of words. Just this job could equal 2 months of his income. No problem, Hao Meng said seriously. I will complete the translation within the time limit. The fat man's large hand patted Hao Meng's shoulder. Good. Very good. I like young people like the deputy editor-in-chief. Full of vigor. Dare to take action. The fat man kept praising. No wonder you're my deputy editor-in-chief. Your work enthusiasm is so high. Full of fighting spirit. Excellent. Let's go. Where do you live? I'll give you a ride. No need. Hao Meng waved his hand. I drove here myself. At that moment, the man came over with fresh fruit. The two stared at each other. The fat man slapped old son on the back of his head. With your little ability, you'll never catch up with 4 dishes in this lifetime. The fat man took a big bite of apple and praised. No wonder you're my deputy editor-in-chief, so young and already driving a Mercedes. Chu Xiaoxiao sighed while looking at him, resting her forehead in her hand. What are you looking at me for? The fat man asked, puzzled. Moments later, everyone heard a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, followed by the fat man rolling and scrambling towards the stairs. Deputy Editor-in-Chief. Wait for me. What's your name? Leave a contact number. Don't run so fast. Damn it. Chu Xiao Xiao. What use do I have for you? The fat guy is Chu Jinxing, the boss of Jinxing Translation Agency, and the chief editor, Chu Xiao Xiao, is someone from his village. Lao Sun is his business manager, and now he has become the deputy chief editor of Jinxing Translation Agency, although it is a nominal position without real power. Hao Meng began to type rapidly on the computer while comparing the manuscript. He reads 10 lines at a glance, typing like the wind. Generally, such obscure texts need to be translated and confirmed one by one against corresponding dictionaries, otherwise, mistakes can easily occur. Therefore, the prices for such translations are quite high, and it is also very difficult to find translators. But Hao Meng had no such concerns. In his eyes, these difficult words all turned into familiar Chinese. It felt like he was just entering text. From dusk until deep night, after 6 hours, Hao Meng completed a full 26,000-word contract by hand. This is almost the translation volume of a professional in a month. Hao Meng fell asleep immediately. 3 days later. The translated manuscript, including punctuation, was completely proofread. The young man was about to send it directly, but then thought better of it and decided to hold on to it for a bit. A month was the deadline, and completing it in just a few days was too astonishing. It would be better to hold it for another week or two before sending it. The only thing that made Hao Meng a bit worried was that he often felt a sudden prickling sensation in his head while translating with the watch on, whether it was due to fatigue or something else. But this feeling passed quickly, and Hao Meng didn't pay much attention to it. 2 weeks later, Hao Meng sent the document to Chu Jinxing via email. Half an hour later, his phone buzzed, and he received a bank deposit notification. 52,000 yuan. Hao Meng stared blankly at his phone until a call came in from Chu Jinxing. Brother. How brother? My deputy chief, editor Hao. Chu Jinxing laughed wildly. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. You translated it in just 2 weeks. I just sent it to the customer, and they almost blew up my phone. The time given by the customer was a month. Hao Meng had directly shortened it by half. Special language translations are the hardest to find. They are also the most time-consuming. The customer had set a month deadline, but even they had little hope, just trying to apply pressure, which is why they said a month. But now, half a month. Hao Meng didn't pay much attention to Chu Jinxing's endless chatter. He leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. This amount of money is not small. He earned 2 months' salary in just 3 days. Even for him, it was a considerable income. That night, Hao Meng tossed and turned, unable to sleep for a long time. From that day on, he continued to work at the company during the day, and after work, he would check with the translation agency to pick up some manuscripts. A month later, Hao Meng's manuscript fees had reached over 70,000 yuan. His translation speed, accuracy, and a variety of languages had gradually made him a legend in this circle. To avoid headhunters and HR who might come after him, Hao Meng even had to temporarily move into a high-end community arranged by Chu Jinxing. Another night, Hao Meng had just finished a call with Xiao Yin. Hao Meng didn't bring up the watch. They chatted casually for a while, and the beautiful woman on the screen had just taken a shower, wearing a thin, lace black sleepwear that barely covered her body, intentionally or unintentionally teasing the young man. Under normal circumstances, Hao Meng might have impulsively booked a flight, but now, with thoughts of the watch on his mind, he quickly hung up. On the other end of the line, the well-dressed Xiao Yin looked slightly surprised, then furrowed her delicate brows. It was already 11 at night, and Hao Meng chose to continue translating a Russian document. She asked if he could translate Basque. This was his caution that if he could translate any language without effort, anyone would suspect something was off, right? Even so, he was still a rising star in this field, a hotshot translator. Out of cigarettes. Hao Meng habitually checked his pocket, put on his coat, and walked outside. 10 minutes later, Hao Meng stood in the convenience store downstairs. The usual male staff member wasn't there today. It was a young woman wearing a baseball cap. Hao Meng picked up some snacks and a Coke, went to the checkout, and took out his phone to browse the headlines to pass the time. The news itself didn't catch Hao Meng's attention, but many comments below made him scroll for a while. This is the 6th major accident in City A this year. Freaking explosion. That's the 16th building next to me. In the middle of the night, there was suddenly a very strange scream from the building. It wasn't a human sound at all. Then suddenly a group of people came to seal off the community, and then there was an explosion. Bro, are you really that bold to speak the truth? Aren't you afraid of being investigated? Wow, it's only been 3 minutes, and this account has been suspended. Comments deleted. What did that person say? Can someone from D Big tell me? I just got here and didn't see it. Isn't anyone paying attention to the thermal power plant? I heard the government is working on the latest nuclear weapons underground. Otherwise, how could there be such terrifying power generation? But then again, things have been unsettled in recent years, and with more incidents happening, various strange rumors followed, becoming more and more ridiculous. The two people in front had already left, and when it was Hao Meng's turn, he closed the headlines. He had always been indifferent to such things, but after recently experiencing the watch incident, his perspective had subtly changed. I'll take a pack of Black Label Likun. Just as Hao Meng was about to open his phone to scan the QR code, his finger froze. He was still wearing the watch on his right hand. He forgot to take it off. Oh no. The words he had just said turned back into obscure dialect. As long as he wore the watch, all kinds of text in front of him would automatically become Chinese. And when speaking with others, it would also automatically convert into their native language. He shrugged slightly. Just as he was about to use a habitual excuse to muddle through, he looked up and saw the young cashier's horrified expression. Her lips trembled, her pupils constricted, and her eyes were red. She stared fixedly at the person in front of her. Hao Meng jolted. What's going on? Didn't I just speak to you in your mother tongue? Why are you so scared? Then, the young cashier spoke a sentence in the same language. Hao Meng, wearing the watch, instantly understood. He was shocked, and his mind exploded. I haven't heard anyone speak this language for thousands of years. Chapter 3. The eccentric, thrilling. Incredibly thrilling. Hao Meng's snacks fell from his hands, and he struggled to swallow, staring blankly at the young clerk. A few thousand years? The atmosphere was silent, a dead quiet. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and suddenly Hao Meng squatted down, unfastening his watch strap, while picking up the scattered cola and snacks. He quickly stood up, looking puzzled, and asked, "Hello? What did you just say?" The clerk was frozen in place. She quickly spoke another sentence in the same language, but this time, Hao Meng truly couldn't understand. "Miss, are you okay?" Hao Meng furrowed his brows tightly. "Could you please check me out and also give me a pack of Black Label cigarettes?" The young clerk, still not giving up, excitedly spoke louder. "Miss," Hao Meng said seriously, "I can't understand your dialect. Please communicate in Mandarin. And can you help me check out?" The light in the young woman's eyes froze. She stared blankly at the person in front of her. Hao Meng was almost suffocating with anxiety, but he still pretended to be impatient on the surface, saying, "You're really strange. Are you selling it or not? If not, then forget it." The young man put down what he was holding and turned to leave. Just as he was about to reach the door, a clear voice gently called out, "Sir, that's 385 yuan. Would you like to pay with a scan or cash?" Hao Meng turned his head and saw the woman with her head down, packing the bags. Her expression not visible. Hao Meng opened his phone and scanned it, then quickly walked outside with the bag. Throughout the process, there was no sound behind him. At the cashier, a young woman stared at him with a complex expression that was hard to describe. Hao Meng's heart trembled, not daring to linger, quickly entering the community. Back in his room, he was restless and uneasy, only calming down a bit after taking a shower. He locked both the entrance door and the room door, then grabbed a baseball bat and placed it beside his bed. Even so, he still tossed and turned, unable to sleep. That shocking phrase echoed in his mind, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. I haven't heard anyone speak such a language for thousands of years. Is this something a human can say? In other words, is that young clerk even human? It was already past midnight, and the streets were empty. A man in black clothing and a black hat walked slowly into the convenience store at the entrance of the community. Behind the counter, a woman rested her elbows on the table, her fingers tangled in her hair, silent. The man spoke in a hoarse voice, "Luo Yin, you are the last member of the Jumon tribe in this world. You should know this better than anyone." The woman did not look up, and he heard her speaking in the Jumon mother tongue. The man said firmly, "You heard wrong. No one else speaks the Jumon language but you." The atmosphere was tense and silent. The man sighed and said, "Luo Yin, the higher-up sent you to District 3 for recuperation. You can't always be so on edge. Your obsession is too deep. It will ruin you." He took out a black flip phone and pushed it in front of the woman. "This is all the information about that person you wanted. The screen displayed a photo of Hao Meng, detailing his life from birth to school, work, friends, and family. Vividly and appallingly. The man continued, I know you're worried. The data shows he's been acting a bit strange lately. I'll check on him personally. Luo Yin replied softly. Thank you for your trouble. The man walked towards the community, not through the main gate, but leaped over the wall, effortlessly jumping over a 2-meter-high iron fence. In the cold night breeze, he moved like a black line, darting across the outer wall as balcony and air conditioning units, almost instantaneously reaching the 26th floor. Landing steadily on the balcony, the man extended his fingers, thin and wrinkled, as strange flame-like air currents danced at his fingertips. With a flick, in the bedroom behind the curtains, the young man, still tossing and turning, suddenly froze, an uncontrollable wave of drowsiness overtaking him, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. The man approached Hao Meng, the air currents swirling around the young man's body like snakes, inching closer. Even the man did not notice a faint current silently entering the young man's wristwatch, the black screen lighting up briefly before extinguishing. His expression grew serious. The man opened his phone and dialed a number. His brain domain width had reached at least 20 development, on the edge of awakening as a mental anomaly. A mental anomaly? On the other end of the line, Luo Yin did not receive the expected answer and felt somewhat disappointed, but quickly furrowed her brows in surprise. The brain domain width could also be understood as brain utilization. The human brain is wonderfully complex. Ordinary people's brain utilization is only 1 to 3, while those with an IQ over 200 can reach 5 to 10. In documented history, even the most intelligent physicist of modern times only managed a 12 utilization. And a 20 utilization? A genius by normal standards. He must have begun to awaken his brain domain with a month ago and discovered he could quickly learn and master various languages. The man provided an explanation. When he encountered you tonight, his mental anomaly energy overflowed, and you happened to be in a daze, unprepared, influenced by him, mistakenly believing he spoke the Jumon mother tongue. A very reasonable explanation. There was absolutely nothing wrong with it. Luo Yan's fantasies shattered, and she hung up the phone. The man pulled out another red phone, speaking as he walked. I, the Midnight Search Officer, Sheng Ling, Coordinates District 9, have discovered a suspected anomaly awakener. Please coordinate with local departments to place him on the observation list. Over. The bedroom returned to silence. Half an hour later, the sleeping Hao Meng slowly woke up. Hao Meng rubbed his heavy forehead. Had he fallen asleep? What time is it? His phone displayed 1:46 a.m. Hao Meng sat up, picked up his watch, and suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. A month. A full month. The screen that had been black was now lit up. There was even a video playing on it. The bedroom. The man in black. Did this happen while he had been unconscious just now? The young man's hands and feet were icy cold as he watched the short 5-minute video in terror. The dialogue and actions were incredibly clear. The video ended, and the screen went dark. Hao Meng immediately went to touch, press, and fiddle with it, but the watch showed no response. The young man stood there, an indescribable fear gripping his heart like a large hand. He vaguely sensed that he seemed to have come into contact with something he shouldn't have. Su Den Li, bang bang bang. A sudden urgent knocking sounded from outside. It grew louder and louder. Hao Meng was startled and instinctively walked towards the living room. However, in just a few seconds, the knocking sound became extremely frantic, as if someone was smashing it with a heavy hammer. Hao Meng stopped in his tracks, staring blankly at the door. It wasn't a hammer. It was a fist. On the heavy, purple copper front door, one fist print after another appeared, pushing inward. His body was covered in goosebumps, and a chill shot up from his soles to the top of his head. This power, it was absolutely not something a human could possess. What on earth was banging on the door? Chapter 4. In the human world, there are evil spirits and strange beings. As Hao Meng stood there, terrified and hesitant, the burdened front door crashed down, taking a chunk of the cement wall with it. The young man looked at the people who appeared at the door. A squad of fully armed security personnel, holding submachine guns, with riot gear on their bulletproof vests, cautiously surrounded the area. There were also 2 men standing at the door. One was a man in a black suit, and the other was a short figure cloaked in black robes. The scene became instantly clear, with all the dark gun muzzles pointing at the pale-faced young man. Hao Meng struggled to raise his hands. It was the only thing he could do now. The short figure in the black robe pressed down with one hand, causing the riot police at the entrance to lower their guns and scatter, securing the perimeter. As the figure in the black robe removed the hood, it turned out to be the face of a girl who looked only about 16 or 17 years old. She casually bent down and tossed the door outside, as if it were a piece of foam board. But the heavy thud when it hit the ground reminded Hao Meng that it was a copper door weighing 300 to 500 pounds. Hao Meng's eyelids twitched. It was only now that he finally realized how small the fist imprint on the door was, and it was clearly left by this girl. She was the one who smashed open this front door. The girl also took out a red document. The cover was a deep, pitch black, like a burning black flame, and coldly said, Supernatural Research Institution, Polar Night Organization, Qingwan. Without needing an introduction, Hao Meng recognized the frequently seen Mayor Li Hao from television and the internet. As for the latter, it was completely unheard of. Hao Meng forced a smile, saying, and no. It's fine. Worried about him? This is going to scare him to death. It would be better if they just used a bomb to demolish it. Hao Meng would at most think it was a terrorist attack. But now, a delicate little girl actually smashed his door and half a wall with just a few punches. Seeing the girl approach, Hao Meng instinctively stepped back, pressing himself against the wall, his heart trembling. Monster. This girl is a monster. This is no longer something that can be explained by extraordinary strength. This is entirely a monster. Humans always have an innate fear when faced with the unknown. The pretty girl stopped halfway, crossing her arms and leaning against the wall, while Li Hao moved a couple of stools for himself and Hao Meng to sit on. Li Hao, with a kind expression, slowly said, Don't worry, we mean no harm this time. Hao Meng immediately took off his watch and threw it onto the nearby table, as if it were scalding hot, and explained in a panic. I don't know anything. I found this watch a month ago. Then I realized I could understand and hear various languages. He was just an ordinary person. In his entire life, he had never even been to the Public Security Bureau. How could he have seen such a scene? With a group of armed riot police showing up at his door, and all sorts of strange things. Li Hao was taken aback, then looked at the girl. The girl furrowed her delicate brows and picked up the watch to examine it closely. Then, Hao Meng was horrified to discover that energy, identical to that of the black-clad person in the video, also appeared at her fingertips, but it was cyan. The cyan energy surrounded the watch. A minute later, the girl shook her head at Li Hao, indicating there was nothing unusual, just an ordinary watch. Li Hao turned to Hao Meng and smiled. Mr. Hao, I know you have many questions right now, and I will explain everything to you, but before that, I need you to sign an agreement. Someone immediately stepped forward with a document. Hao Meng took a look. 1999 Extreme Night Event Confidential Document Authorization Agreement 1999. It's now 2099, a full 100 years. Is the legend true? Hao Meng couldn't believe it. Did something inexplicable really happen in 1999? The internet has always speculated about this, with many people talking about it in a mysterious way. There are rumors that aliens descended in 1999. Some say supernatural monsters appeared, and others claim to have seen dragons with their own eyes. There are all sorts of opinions. The contract is very long. Hao Meng didn't look closely and signed directly. At this point, did he still have any right to refuse? A row of riot security personnel stood at the door. Li Hao signaled for the people behind him to put away the agreement, and then took out a silver-white sphere, his expression becoming extremely serious. Mr. Hao, no matter what you hear or see next, please restrain yourself. I beg you. At the same time, the girl narrowed her eyes, and Hao Meng, under her gaze, felt a chill run through his body, as if he were being watched by a lone wolf in the wilderness. He even felt that if he made any sudden movements, the girl's fist, capable of smashing through the door, would mercilessly land on his head. The lights in the room went out, plunging everything into darkness. In the next moment, the sphere emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire room. As the light intertwined, it formed an incredibly realistic 3D virtual projection. Hao Meng had only seen such sci-fi technology in movies, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. A man in a Zhongshan suit appeared, facing away from everyone. He slowly pulled his hands apart in front of him, and a huge object resembling a realistic map appeared in the scene. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly the outline of the Zhousha territory. On the map, There were 3 circles like 3 walls. Above them was a semicircular dome, creating the appearance of a round sky over a square earth. The man's voice was calm. In 1999, the extreme night descended. Monsters ran rampant. Evil spirits wreaked havoc, and the world fell into despair. Countries around the world fell one after another. Territories were lost, and only the Zhoxiao realm remained. The remaining humans built 9 districts to resist the evil spirits. Districts 7, 8, and 9 are the lower 3 districts, constructing a normal human society, strictly prohibiting any information flow regarding extreme night and monsters. The innermost circle lit up. Districts 4, 5, and 6 are the middle 3 districts on guard against any leaks, and accommodating personnel ahead. The second circle lit up next. Districts 1, 2, and 3 are the upper 3 districts, defending against the invasion of monsters and evil entities, guarding humanity's last pure land. The third outer circle enveloped the entire Zhoxiao territory. Then, the camera suddenly zoomed in heavily, arriving at the outer perimeter of the third circle. The light screen displayed a towering, cloud-piercing wall with countless menacing gun barrels mounted on it, featuring various unheard-of weapons. Then, figures leaped down from the towering wall, transforming into white rainbows. Outside the wall was a torrent of terrifying, bizarre monsters, shaking the earth and sky. A wet sound echoed between heaven and earth. At the end of the torrent, a massive shadow rose. This was a living black shadow, somewhat resembling a human, with a body that tapered to a line like the tip of a blade. The monster's body swayed, and through a layer of rippling black water, a pair of cold eyes suddenly met Hao Meng's gaze, penetrating his soul. It suddenly drew closer, floating in the sky. As the midnight darkness dripped down from its form like black blood merging into the air, or like ink dispersing in the sea, the monster elongated its arms, the ends twisting and flattening to form a pair of broad, vicious blades, bending forward along its claws. It grew larger and larger, even overshadowing the rushing tide of beasts, charging straight for the Great Wall. Knowing it was just an image, Hao Meng was still paralyzed with pure fear. The scene suddenly came to a halt. The lights returned. The silver-white sphere reverted to its original state, but Hao Meng's lips trembled. He looked at the sphere, while Li Hao and the girl with the green scroll were staring intently at him. Hao Meng's worldview was shattered into dust at this moment. The world has fallen? Only Zhoxiao remains? The television broadcasts real-time news from around the globe every day, with the beautiful country stirring up trouble again and the cherry blossom country acting strangely. Everything seems normal, but suddenly, someone comes out to tell Hao Meng that the world has actually been destroyed, and those terrifying monsters in the videos. If it were a month ago, Hao Meng would have laughed at these as jokes and considered that man a madman. But now, he has picked up this watch, through which he has gained wealth and the ability to translate any language. Isn't that a joke? If he said this, wouldn't people think he was crazy? Then he heard the astonishing words from a woman named Luo Yan. A man silently entered his bedroom. That man also mentioned the polar night. Then came Li Hao and the girl who could smash through hundreds of pounds of door with her fists. Everything was telling Hao Meng an undeniable fact. The world he lives in harbors secrets and dark schemes he never dared to imagine before. What the man said is very likely true. This world has been turned upside down. There are demons and monsters in the human world. Chapter 5. The Overthrow of the World. Hao Meng's gaze was vacant. He couldn't accept it. This completely overturned all his previous understanding. Li Hao and Qing Wan were both seriously staring at him. It is difficult for an ordinary person to accept this information all at once, especially for a mental anomaly. Once a significant mental fluctuation occurs, it could lead to an uncontrollable disaster. They had to nip this in the bud. After a while, Hao Meng finally exhaled deeply, his hand on the table trembling slightly, and he slowly sat down. Seeing this, Li Hao and Qing Wan exchanged a glance, then relaxed their bodies. Li Hao gestured to the riot police officers behind him, and they all exited the room, leaving only the 3 of them inside. Li Hao sat down opposite Hao Meng, his hands clasped, and said seriously, "Mr. Hao, once again, please forgive our rudeness. The reason we came uninvited is that we learned about the initial awakening of your abilities. And mental anomalies are the most prone to losing control and going berserk, which is why we had to resort to such measures. When anomalies awaken, their bodies undergo various changes, with mental anomalies being the most powerful and troublesome. In cases of large-scale casualties caused by awakened individuals, over 50% are mental anomalies. The stronger the mind, the more likely problems will arise. Li Hao continued, Mr. Hao, I am very glad that you did not lose control or go berserk. During the awakening of such abilities, it can affect normal brain judgment, leading you to unconsciously do extreme and absurd things. I hope you can understand us. Hao Meng was silent. At this moment, he still felt as if he were in a dream. Li Hao pointed to the watch on the table and said in a deep voice, Mr. Hao, there is nothing wrong with the watch. Given the current situation, what you describe as the adventures brought to you by the watch are actually side effects of your initial awakening of mental power. Your brain development has reached a level of 20, making you one of the smartest individuals in the past 20,000 years of human history before the extreme night. Therefore, you can learn various languages at lightning speed, just like a computer. In other words, the abilities of the watch are a product of your imagination. Your true characteristic is the initially awakened mental abnormality. Hao Meng glanced at him. Is it just imagination? Li Hao continued, Mr. Hao, we need you to make a decision. City A is under the jurisdiction of the Lower District 3, where the circulation of information related to the polar night and demons is strictly prohibited. You now possess extraordinary powers, and according to the rules of the polar night, if you wish to continue staying here, you must join the polar night and fall under its supervision. Of course, during this time, you can still live an ordinary life as before. If you do not agree, we can only ask you to leave Lower District 3 and go to Middle District 3, where there are no restrictions, and it is a world completely different from Lower District 3. The life you lived in Lower District 3 is a microcosm of all humanity before the polar night in 1999, and it is the last pure land. Once you leave, it will be the chaotic and disordered era of the apocalypse. You must be mentally prepared. Outside, there will be no constitutional rules. And human life is as worthless as grass, with life and death hinging on a single thought. Hao Meng looked at the man in front of him. I can't leave. Hao Meng shook his head vigorously. I still have my parents in the countryside. I have a girlfriend who needs me to take care of her. I just want to be an ordinary person. Li Hao nodded and said, Okay, I understand what you mean. You are willing to stay in the 3rd district, so you will need to abide by the rules set by the polar night. Someone will explain the specifics to you later. After a pause, Li Hao picked up the documents in front of him and said in a deep voice, There asks one more question. About the girlfriend you mentioned, I'm sorry, but we haven't found any record of you having a girlfriend. Hao Meng was stunned. What does it mean? He doesn't have a girlfriend? No. Hao Meng quickly said, Her name is Xiaoyin. She went abroad on a business trip a month ago. We grew up together. Before he could finish speaking, Hao Meng's heart trembled. Abroad on a business trip? Yes, there's only Zhou Xia left in the whole world. Where else is there abroad? Li Hao frowned and flipped through the documents in his hand again. The man said seriously, Mr. Hao, I need to explain something to you. Our intelligence system far exceeds your imagination. From the moment you were born until now, every detail, every interaction, even a passerby you merely brushed past in these 24 years. We have investigated thoroughly before coming here. I can tell you very clearly, you do not have a girlfriend named Xiaoyin. You have always lived alone. Hao Meng's lips began to tremble. No, living alone? What a joke. Li Hao pushed the documents in his hand towards Hao Meng and said in a low voice, As for the name Xiaoyin, in your network of relationships, she should have been your playmate during childhood. When you were 8, during a family trip, all 3 of you encountered an accident. Her and her parents' bodies have already been cremated. This matter has detailed records and information in the traffic department. Hao Meng stared intently at the documents in front of him, filled with various texts and illustrations. The overturned world and the unheard wonders had already made him start to question life. But now, Li Hao was actually telling him that his childhood friend, his girlfriend, Xiaoyin, didn't exist. As he spoke, Li Hao gave a knowing glance toward Xingwan. The initial stage of awakening extraordinary powers was the most unstable and violent, especially for those with mental abilities. Once there was a significant mental fluctuation, it would result in uncontrollable rampage. This was not the host's own consciousness, but completely spontaneous and uncontrollable. Hao Meng was clearly overwhelmed by various stimuli, his mind on the verge of collapse. The girl slowly clenched her fists, squinting her eyes, waiting with seriousness. The purpose and task of Qingwan's trip was to prevent this from happening. if the worst situation arose. She had to stop Hao Meng on the spot, or even eliminate him. Mr. Hao, Li Hao provided an explanation. This matter should be similar to the nature of your watch. It is all due to your excessively strong mental powers causing delusions. This Qiao Ying was your childhood playmate, and when she died, you were extremely sad and distressed. Under the influence of your latent mental powers, you imagined that this person was still alive and grew up with you until a month ago. Your mental powers reached a boundary point and finally began to awaken, granting you super strong learning abilities, which led to the delusion of the watch. This is the complete truth. Hao Meng, holding his head with both hands, suddenly stood up. Li Hao instantly pointed his toes to the ground, and the chair slid back, the wooden legs actually carving a long trench on the tile floor. The riot police outside almost instantly crouched down, hiding and raising their guns. A green airflow surrounded Qing Wan's fists, and in the blink of an eye, she assumed a fighting stance. Everyone was on high alert, but Hao Meng turned and ran into the room, pulled out his phone, appearing somewhat agitated, and shouted, "No, it's impossible. Qiao Ying absolutely cannot be my delusion. She has been chatting and communicating with me. Look, I can call her right now." Li Hao was slightly surprised. It turned out they had misjudged the situation. He watched as Hao Meng quickly explained, showing the chat records, opening the album to see their photos together, and then dialing the phone. "Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. Please try again later." Hao Meng was suddenly stunned. I might have dialed the wrong number." His voice was trembling. On the phone screen were two big characters, Qiao Ying. "What wrong number? This is a saved contact." The young man wanted to explain in a flurry, but the phone had already slipped from his trembling hand. Li Hao's expression was serious as he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Hao, the photos and chat records may have formed unconsciously through photo editing and switching accounts. As for the call, I'm sorry, it's impossible for you to connect because it doesn't exist at all." He fell to the ground in despair. Imagination? Illusion? Has he been living with a person who doesn't exist for over a decade? He could accept that the watch was fake. The world was already chaotic, and he could bear it. But why? Qiao Ying also didn't he exist? So what has he been doing all these years? In other words, from another perspective, Hao Meng, was just a lunatic, a madman, right? Li Hao was about to go over to comfort him, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the cup on the table, which was actually shaking slightly, hovering 1 centimeter above the table. The man's heart jolted, and his expression changed dramatically. "Ying Huan," Li Hao suddenly yelled at the girl. The girl's pupils constricted sharply. Not just her, everyone present was horrified to discover that everything in the room, the table, wooden stool, refrigerator, television, regardless of size, was actually beginning to rise and float in the air. The girl clenched her silver teeth and immediately rushed towards a young man who had fallen to the ground. That small fist, which could smash through a bronze door, this time struck fiercely towards the young man's head. Chapter 6. It was just a dream. Bang! A large hole about 1 meter in size appeared in the wall beside Hao Menger, and the entire wall was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The huge noise suddenly jolted the dazed young man awake. The white fist of the green-clad figure was just inches away from his head, almost brushing past his ear. All the floating objects in the room fell to the ground with a crash, making a loud clatter. Hao Meng stared blankly at the girl in front of him. Qing Wan was also staring intently at him. She didn't hold back with this punch. It was aimed right at his head, but it missed. There was a strange force that unexpectedly altered the trajectory of her attack. It was this guy's mental anomaly power. Such a powerful anomaly. Li Hao's expression was serious. Making objects float was not surprising, but in an unconscious state, Hao Meng's mental anomaly power could autonomously defend itself, even to the extent of affecting Qing Wan. Who was Qing Wan? An elementary investigator of the Polar Night. Any investigator is a core and top member of the Polar Night organization. In other words, investigators are the elite among the abnormal beings. This newly awakened mental anomaly being, Hao Meng, had a naturally powerful anomaly. The delicate and cute girl spoke words that sent chills down Hao Meng's spine. He looked around at the chaotic scene, feeling lost and afraid. Was all this caused by him? Li Hao stepped forward, his expression grave. "Mr. Hao, this is why we rushed here. When you cannot control this power, you might harm others or even cause large-scale disasters without even realizing it. The man took out a silver-white box from his pocket, and inside was a black suppression ring. Since you choose to continue living in the lower district, you will need to come under the supervision of the Polar Night Organization, Li Hao explained. This is an anomaly suppression ring. Once you wear it, the anomaly power within you will no longer go berserk, and it will also transmit your location information, ensuring that we are always aware of your situation. Can you accept this? It was a form of surveillance. It meant that every move of Hao Meng would be restricted. Hao Meng was silent for a moment, then picked up the ring and put it on. It felt metallic, but once worn, it surprisingly shrank automatically, fitting snugly against his finger without any discomfort. Li Hao said in a deep voice, "Mr. Hao, from now on, you can still live like a normal person, but you must never mention anything related to the Polar Night or reveal your extraordinary powers to outsiders. Otherwise, we will have to take related measures." The young man nodded. Li Hao looked towards the security guard at the door, and one person immediately took out a walkie-talkie to make arrangements. Soon, a group of people came in to clean up the mess in the room, putting the tables, chairs, and beds back in place, clearing away the garbage, and quickly repairing the front door and the collapsed wall. In just half an hour, the room was completely renewed. Li Hao exchanged a glance with Qing Wan, who nodded slightly. "Mr. Hao," Li Hao said, "then we shall part ways here. If you have any other questions, or if you change your mind, you can come to find me anytime." The group left without any hesitation. Hao Meng sat in the brand new living room, lost in thought. Downstairs in the community, 2 riot police vehicles quickly drove away, while Li Hao and Qing Wan walked along the road. Qing Wan showed a faint smile. At this moment, she looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl and said in a delicate voice, "Thank you, brotherly, for your help. I'm just doing this as a favor for someone." Li Hao suddenly showed a bitter smile. He raised his phone towards Qing Wan. A call was coming in. "Are you going to answer?" Looking at the familiar area code, starting with 9999, Qing Wan's expression fell, and she reluctantly took the phone. Once connected, she was immediately bombarded with complaints. "What is going on? You let a mental awakeners roam free? What are you messing around with? Are you listening? Stop acting dead. Leo, are you there? This girl is causing trouble, and you're messing around too?" Qing Wan looked at Li Hao for help. The latter looked up at the sky. Qing Wan whispered, "Uncle Yang, this." The girl frowned. Her face crumpled with tears, both wronged and angry. Just as Li Hao was about to take the phone to mediate, he suddenly caught a glimpse of someone appearing under the dim streetlight of the empty street. The man instantly tensed up. The person had just been 20 meters away under the streetlight, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them. His slender hand took the phone, and his voice was calm. "I am Luo Yin." The insults on the phone paused. "Ahem, it's Miss Luo. Hello, hello." The tone on the phone changed completely, sounding very friendly. Luo Yin calmly said, "Minister Yang, I will handle this according to the procedures. The required achievements for this person in District 3 can be deducted from me. Miss Luo is being too modest. It's all that girl's fault for not saying it sooner. Since it's Miss Luo's intention, then I understand. We won't interfere in this matter any longer." "Thank you, Minister Yang." "You're welcome, Sister Luo Yin." Qing Wan smiled and hugged the woman's arm. Li Hao never expected to see this person, the undying Luo Yin, the most mysterious and special existence within the Extreme Night organization. In 1999, under the Extreme Night, humans and plants and animals underwent mutations, which then developed into awakeners and strange beasts. However, in addition, humans were horrified to discover that many strange things that did not belong to any known concepts appeared on the ground. One type was classified as demon-like, and another as evil, both of which were extremely brutal and dangerous, bringing great threats and disasters to humanity. In this precarious situation, the Extreme Night suddenly established demon slayers and monster hunters, teaching specific methods for restraint and combat. Those who could both exorcise demons and slay monsters were honored as knife bearers. This matter was entirely guided and handled by the person in front of them. The undying Luo Yin was the first knife bearer. The woman gazed towards the tall building in the community. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the walls. Seeing the young man sitting in the living room, "Let us go." The woman walked ahead. According to the information Luo Yin had seen over the years, Hao Meng would go to a city university on weekends to pick someone up, but there would be no one getting in or out. He would also go shopping, dining, and having fun, but always alone, purchasing tickets and utensils for two. He even selected and bought complete sets of women's lingerie in women's clothing stores. His life was filled with various soliloquies, as if someone named Xiao Yin was truly living with him, mentally disturbed, imagining things out of thin air. It turned out to be just a beautiful dream. Inside the house, after everyone had left, the dazed young man suddenly had a glimmer of light in his eyes. He slowly turned his stiff head to look at the watch on the table beside him. The screen lit up again. On it, big characters began to appear one after another. It was as if someone on the other end was typing on a keyboard. The font was bright red, as vivid as if it were dripping blood. Chapter 7. The Legacy of Wei Wu Endures Forever. Hao Meng's pupils began to constrict as he looked at the content on the screen. The blood-red letters on the watch were clearly visible. Everything you have experienced is real. Everything you've been told is a dream. The line between truth and falsehood in this world has become blurred. As the blood-red letters gradually faded, images began to appear on the screen. It was a man sitting at a table, writing on a piece of paper with his back to the camera, the content clearly visible. No matter who you are, if you have found this smartwatch, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Huang Liang. In 1999, the polar night descended, and I learned that the world was facing destruction, that everyone would die. I was given a mysterious dagger. Those killed by the dagger would remain unchanged and be resurrected on another Earth. In another world, I am called the greatest hero. And in this world, I have become the most notorious murderer in history. I was once a good person. Now, I have become a reaper walking between life and death. Special investigator of the polar night, codenamed Savior. Last words. The man finished writing, set down the pen, and stood up. The man remained with his back to Hao Meng and slowly said, "Before the polar night, people did not believe that the current world would appear. After the polar night, people in the lower third do not believe that such a world exists outside. After walking between life and death, I do not believe in the entire world I see. This world, this universe, hides too many secrets. I may never touch the truth, which is why I left this smartwatch. To those who come after, whether you choose to face the demons or turn your back on the truth, I must remind you of these last 3 sentences. Do not try to understand me. Do not mention me anywhere. Huang Liang is dead. The nightmare is about to come." The young man trembled as he held the watch in his hands. What is true and what is false? Is what this watch reveals just his imagination? In the midst of truth and falsehood, which is reality, suddenly, a line of text quickly appeared on the watch's screen. "My master, do not doubt, do not be confused. What you are experiencing now is all real." Hao Meng was taken aback for a moment, then instantly stood up. You. Hao Meng was stuttering while speaking. This time, not only did a line of text appear on the screen, but a neutral mechanical voice also sounded. "I am the watch itself, master. You can understand me as the artificial intelligence created by Huang Liang." He left the settings, and the first person to pick up the watch is my master. Hao Meng was confused. Am I the first? He was even more shocked that the watch could actually talk to him normally. Artificial intelligence? Isn't this something only found in science fiction movies? Well, it makes sense. The world has been destroyed, with strange demons everywhere, so having an artificial intelligence isn't that surprising, right? Hao Meng fronit daitli. No. Could this also be my imagination? He had fantasized about a partner by his side for over a decade. What else was impossible? The watch replied, "Master, you have no imagination. You have always been a normal person. Your psychic ability was granted by me, and the ability to translate various languages is also a function I possess." Hao Meng suddenly remembered that every time he used the watch for translation, he would experience a fleeting sharp pain in his mind. Could it be? This is a truth? Hao Meng became excited, but soon he doused himself with cold water. If it wasn't a figment of his imagination, then why did no one know about Xiao Yin? The watch said, "Just because no one knows doesn't mean she doesn't exist." Hao Meng was puzzled again. What does it mean? The artificial intelligence of the watch paused for a moment before replying. "Master, I cannot provide a specific explanation, but I can confirm one thing. This woman named Xiao Yin truly exists. As for why others cannot find out or know about her, could it be possible?" Hao Meng quickly asked, "What is possible? She might not be human?" The young man was stunned. Not human? A chill ran down his spine, but before he could think too much, the watch quickly said, "Master, my awakening this time benefited from the energy of the intruder who entered your room. But this energy is too little. To ensure basic functionality, I will selectively enter deep sleep. Please rest assured, all future functions will be activated intelligently, and there will be no more misinterpretations like the supermarket lady. I will only awaken autonomously when necessary, and I hope you can find a way to supplement my energy soon. Hao Meng watched helplessly as the screen of the watch gradually dimmed. Hey, wait a minute. Hao Meng saw the screen completely go dark with no more response. It had shut down. Hao Meng had seen that video and knew that the watch had quietly stolen a bit of energy from a man named Sheng Ling. From this, it seemed that the watch was powered by so-called extraordinary energy. But where could he find extraordinary energy? Should he take the watch and go look for Li Hao and that strong girl again? Would he just be seen as a madman? Hao Meng stared blankly at the watch on the table. The only good news was that Xiao Yin might actually exist, but that was just a possibility. Right now, Hao Meng's mind was a mess, tangled and unclear. At this point, he could only take it one step at a time. For 3 whole days, he had been in a daze. On the 4th day, it wasn't the alarm clock that woke him up, but the loud banging on the door. However, after experiencing the chaos with Qing Wan, Hao Meng had developed a certain resilience. Deputy Editor, Brother Hao, are you home? Along with the banging, there was also Chu Jinxing's loud voice like a clanging gong. Hao Meng opened the door. Que Zongxing shouted excitedly, Brother Hao. I've finally found you. I've called you dozens of times, and you didn't answer. I was worried you had been kidnapped. Chu Jinxing's large body squeezed indirectly. Why does this door seem a bit different? Did it get replaced? Was the previous one broken? Hao Meng stepped aside to make way. Boss Chu, is there something you need? Yes, of course there is. Chu Jinxing hurriedly said, do you remember that Navajo language contract? They have come back to us, and the client is very satisfied with the contract. They want to invite you as the on-site translator. What do you think? Hao Meng shook his head and directly refused, saying, sorry, I don't have time. The chubby man's expression froze, and he began to wail, Brother Hao, Master Hao, please do me a favor and save my life. That's the Shangzhou group from City A. If we can get in touch with them, our little translation agency won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. Hao Meng was quietly watching him. Chu Jinxing gritted his teeth and said, how a meeting costs 30,000. I won't take a single cent. I'll give it all to you. The young man frowned slightly. I need to deal with some things recently. I really don't have the time. Chu Jinxing immediately continued, How? I'll take out another 10,000 from my own pocket. The young man hesitated a bit. It's not about the money. Mainly, 50,000. The young man fell into deep thought. Chu Jinxing grabbed Hao Meng's arm and pulled him outside, pointing at a long wheelbase Maybach S600 parked downstairs. Next to the car stood a beautiful woman. Ever since his brain's capacity had awakened, Hao Meng found that his 5 senses had become extremely sharp. Even from such a distance, he could still clearly see her full appearance. She wore black trousers and a pure white shirt, exuding an elegant demeanor. With her long black hair styled high, her figure enchanting and graceful, and her ample chest seemed to want to leap out from her collar. What attracts men about women is primarily their figure. Next comes their face. Hao Meng had seen many women, but few could compare to this one, apart from Xiao Yin. Moreover, Xiao Yin was more about her golden ratio figure and stunning cheeks, while this woman was purely an enchanting beauty. Que Zongxing lamented, Brother Hao. I really can't help it. This lady is the second in command of the Shangzhou group. She's waiting downstairs in person. If I can't take you down today, my little translation agency will be in trouble. Hao Meng glanced at the legendary Tan Shi, one of the business beauties of City A. Que Zongxing nodded repeatedly. That's right. She was previously a jade girl in the entertainment industry, but later married into the Shangzhou group, and now she is a hot figure in the business world. High-ranking and powerful, extremely impressive. The young man turned and walked towards the room. Chu Jinxing panicked. Master Hao, don't be like this. Please save me. Don't be so heartless. Just half a day. The meeting will only last half a day at most. The young man picked up his coat and casually tucked the watch from the table into his pocket. Que Zongxing apparaît sommiestuned. Hao Meng strode out with righteous indignation. Why aren't you leaving quickly? How can we make Lady Tan wait downstairs? What kind of behavior is this towards a lady? Chu Jinxing was stunned, with only one thought left in his mind. Oh no, I lost 20,000 yuan for nothing. The young man had already entered the elevator. In a short distance of just over 10 meters, he was still a step too slow. Wait for the next one. Hao Meng did not intend to block the door. The elevator door slammed shut. The fat man was dumbfounded. Is this something a person can do? He turned his head and gazed longingly at the elegant and voluptuous young woman downstairs. The fat man initially wanted to curse Chow the traitor, but then he thought that he still needed something from him, so he could only let out a reluctant howl. The spirit of Jinan still exists, and the legacy of Wei Wu will last forever. Lord Ming-Da, you have successors. Chapter 8. The Dual Beauties of the Business World. The Young Woman of the Pond. Hao Meng stepped out of the elevator, adjusted his sleeves and collar, and walked confidently towards the beautiful car and woman in the distance. Hello. The young man smiled and said, My name is Hao Meng. Nice to meet you. The beautiful woman had a pair of long, charming peach blossom eyes, and her gaze lingered on the young man's face. Hello, I'm Tan Shi from Shangzhou Group. As he got closer, Hao Meng could clearly feel what was rare in the world. No wonder she could be called one of the beauties of the business world. Tan Shi's appearance was already exceptional, her figure slender and elongated, yet possessing curves that defied logic. The slender branches bore abundant fruit. Amazing. While Hao Meng was observing her, Tan Shi was also sizing up the young man in front of her. Too young. In Tan Shi's impression, those who mastered such obscure languages were usually seasoned scholars who had dedicated many years to their specialization. Even many commonly used international languages could take an ordinary person several years or even decades to study. Take Spanish as an example. Missing a single phonetic mark could ruin an entire sentence. For instance, me papatin 47 ios means my dad is 47 years old, while me paptin 47 ios translates to my potato has 47 farts. Even the world's second largest language is so complicated and difficult, let alone the rarely used Navajo language, which is even treated as a radio code. Therefore, Tan Shi was very surprised to learn that Chu Jinxing had submitted the manuscript in just half a month. Before coming here, she thought that the young man Chu Jinxing mentioned should at least be in his 30s or 40s. But she didn't expect him to be just a young man in his early 20s. As a successful person who navigated the business world and understood people well, Tan Shi knew that it was impolite to ask such a question, but she couldn't help but inquire. May I ask if that Navajo language contract was translated by you alone? Hao Meng was taken aback. They had already arrived at his doorstep, yet they were still asking such a question. It was almost as if they were directly questioning his capabilities. Could a man say he couldn't do it? Especially in front of such a charming and alluring young woman. Thus, Hao Meng nodded firmly. The woman placed her hands on her abdomen, holding her bag, and smiled. Having seen many gloomy, gray-haired old professors, I didn't expect to encounter such a young linguistic talent. Mr. Hao, I ask for your strong assistance today. If you encounter any difficulties or doubts, please feel free to communicate with me. As for compensation, there will surely be generous rewards once the task is accomplished. At that moment, Chu Jinxing finally arrived, placing a large hand on Hao Meng's shoulder, breathless, yet immediately putting on a smile. No problem. Please rest assured, Mrs. Tan, we definitely won't let you down today. Tan Shi opened the car door. Mr. Hao, please. Hao Meng sat in the luxurious, expensive vehicle, with exquisite interior and a pleasant fragrance. Tan Shi then sat down on the other side, and between their seats was a small table adorned with red wine and glasses. The vehicle slowly started, with the dedicated driver in a black suit driving smoothly, his sharp gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings, clearly not an ordinary person. Guzongxing, who was not qualified to accompany them, stood in place waving goodbye. Tan Shi took a folder from her bag and placed it on the table, pushing it in front of Hao Meng, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Hao, we are now heading to the Shangzhou Group building, which is expected to take about half an hour. During this time, I will briefly introduce you to the participants of this meeting and its related purposes. Hao Meng said while picking up the folder, Madam Tan, what do you mean? Related purpose? Hao Meng has translated the entire contract. It's merely a land ownership transaction between the Shangzhou Group and a person from the Aimu Sun Gyutan family, located in a development area of Z City. Simple and straightforward. Is there anything else that needs special attention? Tan Shi's voice was calm and gentle. Mr. Hao, you should know that the Shangzhou Group is a very large enterprise. Even what I've come into contact with is just the tip of the iceberg. The young man's gaze shifted from the folder to the exquisite profile beside him. He vaguely felt that something was off. Sure enough, Tianxi said softly, within the group, the internal connections are complex and intricate. This project was originally handled by the second son of my family's old master, Ling. I, along with him, am a rightful heir of the group. One could say that this project is extremely special and can be considered a stepping stone, determining who will first touch the massive entity hidden beneath the iceberg of the group. Hao Meng spread his hands helplessly and said, Madam Tan, I am just a translator. I fear I cannot be of much help with your family's struggle for succession. However, for this meeting, I will accurately translate every word, as I'm being paid to do so. Tan Shiqing looked at Hao Meng with bright eyes and softly said, That's enough. We will rely on you this time, mister. How? The young man had flipped to the last page of the documents in his hands. Just as he was about to close them, his gaze paused, and his brow gradually furrowed. The last page featured a scene from the land, a desolate mountain range, with some low houses in the distance, belonging to the suburban area. What caught Hao Meng's attention was a worn-out signpost in the upper right corner. North City Road, a very ordinary street name, but Hao Meng's pupils suddenly contracted. At the top of that dilapidated sign was a very inconspicuous symbol, one that would go unnoticed unless looked at closely. Yet Hao Meng was deeply etched with that symbol in his memory, a flame as dark as ink. That's right. Hao Meng widened his eyes and looked at the alluring beauty beside him. Tianxi noticed Hao Meng's unusual behavior and asked curiously, Mr. Hao, what's wrong? Hao Meng stared at Tan Shi for a while, making the latter feel a chill run down her spine. She instinctively grabbed the armrest on one side, furrowing her brow, and repeated, Mr. Hao, you? The young man finally spoke, Mrs. Tan, is there something you haven't told me? The beautiful woman was taken aback. You? Tan Shi felt it was unbelievable. She wanted to argue, but seeing Hao Meng's dark expression, she could only swallow her words and mutter, How did you know? Hao Meng leaned forward and said to the driver in a deep voice, Master, pull over. The driver in black raised his head, but his gaze was directed at Tan Shi through the rear-view mirror. Mr. Hao, Tan Shi hurriedly said, Let me explain. It's because. Hao Meng waved his hand and said, Madam Tan, I just want to earn a little money from you, but it seems you want my life. I can't handle this kind of deal, goodbye. Tan Shi's red lips parted slightly. She hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something but stopping herself, then sighed and said, Mr. Hao, I have indeed kept some things from you, but I was compelled to do so. Today is the meeting day, and I really have no way to find another person who speaks Navajo. The car stopped by the roadside. Hao Meng was quietly watching the beautiful young woman. Tan Shi said, I took over the project 3 months ago. Before looking for the Jinxing translation agency, I had already gathered resources and searched extensively for someone who could speak Navajo. I found a total of 3 people, but the woman glanced at Hao Meng and softly continued. None of the 3 could complete the contract translation. The language is too difficult for them. They could barely manage simple conversational exchanges, but the contract has many detailed clauses and numbers, and they couldn't even be sure if their translations were accurate. So I had to spread the word until you appeared. I finalized the meeting date with the translated contract, and just in case, I plan to bring all 3 of them along. But in this short time, one fell down the stairs and was seriously injured, one suffered from gas poisoning at home, and the last one has gone missing and has not been found to this day. Hao Meng felt a chill run down his back. This, damn it, it's truly a life-threatening situation. Chapter 9, Intent to Kill. How could things be this coincidental? Just after setting the meeting time, all 3 of Tan Shi's translators had unexpected accidents. This clearly indicates that someone is sabotaging. The other party does not want Tan Shi to successfully hold this meeting. Madam Tan, who do you think it could be? Hao Meng swallowed hard. Tan Shi maintained her composure and said directly, Ling, the second son of the Shangzhou group. Ling, this giant in city, it has a long history and deep roots, reaching its peak under the leadership of the renowned Shang Qitu, who has been in power for 55 years and is now 80 years old. If Hao Meng remembers correctly, Tan Shi should be his 16th wife, having married into this top-tier family 5 years ago. There are actually many urban legends in the business world, the truth of which is uncertain. among which the most tantalizing is that she is actually the illegitimate daughter hidden by Shang-Chi, which is why she has taken over so many assets of the Shangzhou Group in just 5 years, allowing her to stand on equal footing with the second son, Ling. At 75 years old, Shang-Chi, who has entered his old age, is much weaker than before and requires constant rest. Even if he married such a stunning beauty, what else could he do besides enjoy her looks? At his age, even if he once was a charismatic figure in the romantic world, he probably can no longer keep up and may even struggle to lift a gun. Danonfe, who debuted in the entertainment industry as a pure and innocent girl and maintained that image until her retirement, still finds herself labeled as the business world's jade girl after marrying into the Shangzhou Group 5 years later. And the reason is precisely this. Hao Meng repeated the name of Ling. This is a clash of titans. How could he provoke such a person? The name Ling carries significant weight in City A. Even someone like Hao Meng, who just wants to earn a little money and live a stable life, has heard of it. With the resources of the Shangzhou Group, he operates in both the underworld and the upper echelons, wielding immense power. Not only is he exceptional in his own right, but he is also backed by his mother Liu Huaxiu's political connections. Liu Yu, the third in command of City A, is his uncle. Wealth can lead to power, and power can generate wealth. Ling entered the Shangzhou Group at the age of 17, and now, nearly 40. He has steadily built his position over the years. During the illness of the old Master Shang, he has effectively been the de facto ruler. 5 years ago, the old master took a new concubine, and soon after, this favored concubine began to rise rapidly. Many initially thought it was just a whim of the old master to please a beauty, but as the ownership of various industries changed hands, countless people were taken aback and sensed an unusual undercurrent. On one side is the traditional heir, and on the other is the new rising successor. Hao Meng was now standing on Tan Shi's side, and to be honest, his legs were a bit shaky. "Madam Tan," Hao Meng said frankly, "I'm just a small person and don't dare to wade into this murky water. I hope you can understand that no amount of money is worth more than a stable life." The beautiful woman placed her hands flat on her knees. It would be a lie to say she wasn't disappointed and angry. After all, she had held a high position for many years and had a prominent status. So it was natural that she wouldn't bow her head to a translator who was so humble. She could only sigh inwardly, wondering if it was truly destined that she couldn't compete with that guy and had to accept defeat this time. However, she was particularly unwilling to give in. The old man had hinted more than once, almost explicitly stating that this cooperation with Aimu's son would determine who the next successor would be. Should she swallow her pride and increase the offer to keep this young man? While Shi was pondering, Hao Meng had already reached out to open the car door, and the cool air rushed into the car, dispersing the warm air from the air conditioning. The young man had one foot on the asphalt road. Shi steeled herself and called out, "Mr. Hao, wait." A deep rumble of the accelerator echoed. From far to near, Shi hadn't noticed anything yet, but the train driver, who also served as a bodyguard, habitually observed the surroundings and detected no abnormalities. However, the young man suddenly paused. The suppressor ring on his hand emitted a faint glow, but some of his mental energy scattered, purely out of instinct. His body instinctively sensed danger. Everything around him came to a halt, and then in all directions, left, right, front, back, within a radius of 500 meters, everything from trees and vehicles to mosquitoes and dust flashed into Hao Meng's mind. 30 meters away at the corner of the road, a 17-meter box truck loaded with goods was speeding toward them, showing no signs of braking on the long downhill road. Or rather, it seemed there was no intention to brake at all. Hao Meng's senses instantly sharpened as he saw the skinny driver, who was still flooring the accelerator. Yes, that's right. He was heading straight for them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, with a loud crash, a massive truck burst out from the flower bed around the corner like a wild beast out of control. 30 meters away, it was almost within reach. The unstoppable truck charged forward at full speed. Oh no! The driver in black finally realized something was wrong and slammed the accelerator, trying to speed away in an attempt to evade. Even with the starting speed of this Maybach, it was too late. The driver and Shi were heavily thrown back against their seats, the tires screeching as they left black marks on the ground. The Maybach surged forward like a waking beast. The distance was just too short. She didn't even know what was happening. Suddenly, a figure lunged towards her, one hand grabbing her seatbelt and the other wrapping around her shoulder. With a fierce tug, the seatbelt, which was supposed to withstand great force, was torn apart. She was pulled toward the other side of the car door. Everything happened too quickly. As the Maybach burned rubber and surged forward, the truck had already arrived. Boom! The three of them didn't have time to escape. The Maybach was struck on the side by the truck, pushing it over 20 meters along the ground. Violently crashing into the tall stone pillar in the middle of the road, the entire car body crumpled beyond recognition, almost flattened. The sound of emergency brakes filled the air. Traffic instantly jammed. People around began to get out of their cars, crowding around the stone pillar. It was too tragic. Were the people in that black car still alive? Who knows? Hurry and call the traffic police and 120. With the car smashed like this, if there are people inside, it would be too terrifying. In front of the car, the curved door was kicked open with force, and the bloody driver in black stumbled out, not even caring about his injuries, just stealing a glance at the fleeing truck driver before immediately turning to the side of the vehicle. Madam? Madam? Upon seeing the nearly closed car body, the driver's heart sank. With the help of onlookers, the spiderweb cracked window was smashed open, revealing everything inside. The first thing that caught their eye was a not-so-broad back. Facing away from the crowd and the left side of the car, one hand propped against the front, with long black hair spilling out in the narrow space in front of him. In the small space sat a stunningly beautiful woman, staring blankly at the man in front of her. If it weren't for Hao Meng pulling her to the other side in time, she would have been sitting right in the center of the truck's impact. Moreover, during the car's lateral push and shift, she could distinctly sense that it was the person in front of her who had grabbed her, preventing her from being thrown out and crushed. In the last moment before the impact, he held the car frame, creating a small safe space for her. Still shaken, she didn't know what to say as her gaze was fixed on the bloodied metal shard embedded in the young man's chest. That piece of metal had pierced through his body. Blood dripped down along the sharp edges. Hao Meng. Tanshi's voice became somewhat hoarse. The young man's expression was devoid of emotion. He couldn't even move. Their positions were exceptionally intimate, almost pressing against each other. But the strange softness at that moment did not evoke any feelings in Hao Meng. In his mind, besides the quickly converging crowd and vehicles around them, as well as the fleeing truck driver, there was also a man in a white suit on an open balcony 300 meters away. He was looking towards this direction with a cold expression. Hao Meng recognized him. His news often appears on television. The second son of a Shangzhou group, Ling. He stood high above, like a deity who dominates everything, coldly looking down at all that his gaze could reach, observing the scene of the car accident with indifference and detachment. That's right, it's him. Hao Meng didn't know why he chose to extend a helping hand to a stranger at the brink of life and death, even to the point of risking his own life. Perhaps it was that innate kindness deep within. He didn't know, and he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Then he saw the fleeing truck driver. He saw Ling. The strange sensation of death, the intense pain from his injuries, the desire to live, the fear of death, the nameless suffering he endured. In the end, all the scenes froze in the cold, indifferent gaze of that man. An inexplicable rage surged through Hao Meng's entire body, filling his mind with fury. That person, the one named Ling. Why? He didn't even know him. Yet, just because he was going to translate for Tanshi, he orchestrated this entire accident. Whether he wanted to kill Tanshi or himself, or both, it didn't matter. The fact was, Hao Meng was about to die. It was his doing. He wanted his life. Anger. Violence. Hao Meng had never been filled with so much negative emotion as he was now. The waves of anger almost threatened to consume him. The suppressor on the young man's finger was flashing wildly. Suppress. The suppressor was struggling to contain the strange power. Even so, on an open balcony at least 500 meters away, the glass table 10 meters from the man in a white suit was trembling slightly. Without the suppressor, that glass table would likely have flown up and smashed down on the man's head, shattering it to pieces. The young man's neck and forehead were bulging with veins. Rationality. Laws and rules. Nonsense. Having experienced the moment of death and still struggling between life and death, Hao Meng had only one thought in his mind. Kill him. At any cost. The intent to kill was overwhelming. Chapter 10. Rage Control on the Rooftop. Ling looked toward the sound. Noticing the glass table not far away was slightly trembling. The next second, the table stopped moving. At the same time, inside the narrow, winding cabin of the Maybach, apart from Hao Meng, Tan Shi, and the people outside only felt a blur in front of their eyes, as if something had flashed past. Yet, in Hao Meng's mental perception, a figure bizarrely appeared, dressed in black with a black hat. It was him, the man who had once appeared in his bedroom and claimed to be Ling. The suppressor instantly calmed. Hao Meng's spiritual power suddenly collapsed, dissipating like smoke. Unable to drive, even a fraction, Ling calmly said, "Learn to control your anger. This is Zone 3. Abide by the rules here, otherwise you will only be expelled. The outside world is a chasm that you cannot face with your current self." The young man clenched his teeth, his hips stiff. The man in black slowly said, "Rules are like chains. While they bind you, they also protect your body. When you break the rules, it's like shedding your armor. Unless you are strong enough to challenge the world with your own strength, you will be torn apart by the chains of others." Hao Meng's chest rose and fell. The man gently patted Hao Meng's shoulder. This was the first and the last time. The man vanished in an instant. Everything returned to normal. The wailing sirens accompanied the rapid arrival of the ambulance, parting the crowd, treating Hao Meng, amidst the noise of the cutting machine and the flying sparks. The metal stubs were severed. Hao Meng lay on the stretcher. In the dazed hand, she crawled out of the vehicle, her hair disheveled, looking somewhat disheveled. Nothing happened. Ling's eyes narrowed dangerously. But it was fine. Although Tan Shi was still alive, the translator she brought was in grave danger, and with the meeting approaching, no matter how capable Tan Shi was, she couldn't find a second helper. Ling walked down the stairs, gradually moving away. On a distant high-rise building, a man in black sat on a narrow, circular railing, 100 meters above the ground, while a young woman beside him hugged her arms, her expression ordinary. "This is interesting," Ling said. "I have never seen an awakened, extraordinary person with such powerful strength, able to break free from the suppression of extraordinary forces. Without a doubt, he already possesses the strength of a rated level. This is an outrageous thing. Mental extraordinary individuals differ from others. The stronger the power exhibited during awakening, the stronger the thought seed within, which determines the upper limit of cultivation." Luo Yin said lightly, "How many years have you lived? How much have you seen?" In response, the usually proud man merely curled his lips. In this regard, who in all of humanity can compare to the person before them? "I heard Minister Yang say that this kid is the one you insisted on keeping in Area 3. Ling changed the topic. "The times are different now. Your identity is becoming increasingly sensitive. If this kid causes trouble here, someone will definitely take the opportunity to hold you accountable. Pulling one thread can unravel the whole tapestry. It will be very troublesome." Luo Yin only gazed at Ling leaving the rooftop. Ling followed her gaze. Just as Ling looked down at Hao Meng and the others, high above, indifferent and cold. The way Luo Yin and Ling looked at him was like viewing ants. Secular power and wealth seemed empty before these two. Ling rubbed his forehead. "Luo Yin, I know what you're thinking, but that kid absolutely cannot have any relation to your Geoman. You are the only remnant of the last civilization. Geoman has disappeared from Earth for tens of millions of years, or even longer. You know this fact better than I do." The woman remained silent. Ling felt particularly helpless. Before the long night, Luo Yin blended in with ordinary people, living like them for thousands of years, known only to a very few top beings among humanity. After the long night descended, she contributed methods to restrain the supernatural and evil, thus gaining an extremely special status among humans, gradually becoming known to more people. Could she possibly be the mastermind behind the scenes? What exactly is the Geoman race? Why did the last civilization disappear? To humanity, is she a blessing or a disaster? And this? The sound of the ambulance faded away. Luo Yin said nothing, turned around, and went downstairs, while Ling shrugged helplessly and jumped down from the railing to follow quickly. At the City First Hospital, a lithe woman sat alone on a corridor bench, her elbows resting on her knees, covering her face in silence. In the distance, A group of bodyguards in black stood guard, vigilant. On the hospital bed inside, a young man with thick bandages wrapped around his shoulder slowly opened his eyes. After the anesthesia, he felt weak all over, struggling to sit up. The movement attracted the attention of the woman outside. Tianxi hurried in, her expression complex. "You're awake." Hao Meng leaned his back against the wall and let out a long breath. "Don't worry, the surgery was very successful," Tianxi said. "The doctor said that your physical condition is very strong, and since the wound didn't injure any vital areas and you were sent to the hospital in time, they estimate that you will be able to recover fully in about 3 months. You'll be observed for 1 day today, and if there are no issues, you could be discharged tomorrow." Hao Meng looked at the woman's exquisite and delicate face, having just survived a life-and-death car accident. Her light makeup could not conceal her haggard appearance. Such a penetrating injury, for an ordinary person, would leave lasting consequences even if they didn't die. Tianxi repeatedly confirmed with the lead surgeon several times, and even the doctor himself found it hard to believe, ultimately attributing it to sheer luck and calling it a miracle. Hao Meng felt a sharp pain in his wound as soon as he spoke. He barely moved his face and lost all expression, slowly asking, "How long has it been?" She glanced at her phone. It had been 4 hours since the car accident. The blazing sun outside was already moving westward. Hao Meng smiled and said, "Lady Tan, you've been here watching over me. Is it really okay not to attend the meeting?" The young woman glanced at him. It was already beyond her expectation that he woke up so quickly. According to the doctor's estimate, the effects of the anesthetic should last until the evening. She sat down on the accompanying bed beside him, her plump body leaning against the wall, and self-mockingly said, "What difference does it make? Watching Imo-sin chatter away, while I feel like a fool not understanding anything." Tianxi sighed. "Well, it seems that fate has determined I won't enjoy any blessings, so I won't fight it. Anyway, the old man can scrape together enough from under his nails to keep me well-fed and clothed for a lifetime." Although Hao Meng had already woken up, Tianxi seemed to no longer have any attachment. Hao Meng watched as she took out a bank card from her bag. "Here are 200,000, of which 50,000 is the translation fee that Xu Jinxing promised you. The remaining 150,000 is compensation. I will cover all your subsequent medical expenses and daily expenses in full." The beautiful young woman hesitated slightly, but sincerely said, "Thank you so much this time. If you need any help in the future, you can come find me." If it weren't for Hao Meng's selfless rescue, it would have been her who died. 200,000 is just a drop in the bucket for Tianxi, but the promise she made is worth its weight in gold. The commercial order of Shangzhou is indeed more powerful than the rumors in the market. As an ordinary citizen, I have finally seen another world, right here in a city. Tianxi stared at him intently. The young woman slightly parted her red lips and apologetically said, "I'm sorry for getting you involved. If you want any compensation, just say it, and I will do my best to meet your needs." Hao Meng explained, "Madam Tan, I'm not complaining to you, just expressing my feelings." She did not understand what he was saying, but that did not prevent her from seeing a surge of strange emotions in the young man's dark eyes. That emotion made she inexplicably feel a chill all over her body. The young man slowly stood up. "Shangling wants me dead," Hao Meng said, "but unfortunately, I survived. This enmity has been formed. Let's start from here. I also want to see another world." The young man's face was getting closer, and she inexplicably felt a sense of suffocation. She involuntarily grabbed the bedsheet with both hands, staring at the rapidly enlarging face. He leaned close to the young woman's delicate ear, and the warm breath stirred up a blush. "Madam Tan, is it still time to go to Shangzhou Group?" She's pupils slowly dilated. "You really will die." She could not betray her conscience and told the truth. "Hao Meng, this car accident has already shown Shangling's determination. He is determined to obtain this deal with Imu-san, and he wants to kill me, too. Not to mention you. Give up. There is no need to risk your life for a moment of anger." As Tianxi's voice fell, a sharp sound of wind breaking echoed. The beautiful young woman, who was still preparing to persuade, stared blankly at the bank card that suddenly shot out from between Hao Meng and then embedded firmly into the opposite white wall. The entire card sunk into the wall. The beautiful young woman's body stiffened. The young man straightened up. He said in a tone that brooked no argument, "Prepare the car. Depart immediately. Destination Shangzhou Group. I'm going to confront that bastard. Chapter 11. Aimu's son, Gu Tana family. Meanwhile, at the top floor of Shangzhou Group, a blond man sat in the conference seat with his hands on a cane, resting his eyes. At the lowest position, Ling, dressed in a white suit, occasionally glanced at his watch with an elderly translator beside him. Silence reigned. 15 minutes later, 1600 hours. Aimu Sin suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Ling looked at the elderly translator beside him. Ling smiled slightly, nodded at the distant Aimu Sun, and conveyed to them, I will present my utmost sincerity to ensure the success of this transaction. The elderly translator recounted it in Navajo. Ling then stood up and walked toward Aimu Sun with the elderly translator. While taking out the prepared translation contract, the elderly translator whispered, Mr. Shang. Their local accent is very strong. Ling paused, narrowing his eyes at him. The elderly translator quickly explained, Mr. Shang, don't worry. It's not a big problem. The relevant work has been fully prepared, and I will definitely be able to complete the translation for this meeting. I might need some pauses during the translation. Ling gradually showed a satisfied smile. As long as he secured the regional ownership agreement, he would be able to truly access the enormous hidden assets under the old man's industry. That would also signify that he, Ling, would finally be crowned and become the emperor of Shangzhou Group. Halfway through the contract pages, Aimu Sin's confidant suddenly leaned in and said a few words. The elderly translator frowned, looking puzzled. Huh? Ling whispered from his nose. The elderly translator became somewhat unsteady and said softly, Mr. Shang, they just seem to say that the contract has officially begun to be signed. Officially signed? Ling gripped the contract paper in his hand, which was almost halfway done. You tell me now that they have just officially signed? The elderly translator hurriedly explained, Mr. Shang, although their accent is very strong, it seems they indeed said that. The elderly translator, who was in his 60s, felt goosebumps all over and trembled as he said, Mr. Shang, I confirm they said it this way. Ling said indifferently, continue. The elderly translator hurriedly continued, but soon he became increasingly anxious, trembling with fear. The two men's accents were already strong. And after this page of the contract, when it came to some keywords, there were also some obscure phrases that made the elderly translator's heart tremble. I can't translate. For example, in Mandarin, the vast land of Zhoxia carries different accents in each region. If people from the 4 regions of the East, West, South, and North gather together, they will know that they are speaking Mandarin, but can only understand the general idea. And the same sentence might need to be confirmed 3 to 5 times to be understood, while accents from remote areas are even harder to discern. The two men's Navajo language was clearly from the latter category. The elderly translator could barely understand what they were saying, but when it came to the detailed verification of contract terms and data, he was sweating profusely. The elderly translator spent more and more time hesitating over each sentence, needing to listen to it repeatedly for dozens of times, while Aimu's son simply leaned back in his chair, arms folded, his expression indifferent as he looked at Ling. Ling still wore a smile, but his fingers tapping on the table increasingly revealed his inner turmoil. An hour passed quietly. Compared to the half hour it took to translate half a contract before, they had only translated 4 pages in this hour. The slow progress did not make Aimu's son show any displeasure. He simply waited calmly, while Ling's expression grew darker. The elderly translator's dry hands holding the paper and pen trembled slightly, finding it increasingly difficult to proceed. Moments later, Ling suddenly smiled and stood up, saying, Mr. Aimu's son, the meeting has been going on for a long time. You take a break for now, and I will prepare some refreshments, and we will discuss again shortly. The elderly translator felt as if he had been granted amnesty and quickly stood up to translate. Aimu's son nodded with a smile, indicating his agreement. Ling smiled as he left, and the elderly translator immediately followed behind him. As soon as they exited the conference room, the smile on the man's face instantly vanished. His face twitched slightly as he stared intently at the elderly translator, making the latter step back in fright. Ling's voice almost squeezed out between his teeth. What are you doing? This elderly translator was someone he had hired for 7 figures. An old scholar whose grandfather had lived in the southwestern part of the beautiful country for nearly 30 years and was proficient in Navajo. Influenced by this, The elderly translator had also studied this language. The elderly translator's voice trembled. Mr. Shang, since the border was closed 100 years ago, we have lost diplomatic contact with the beautiful country. Although I know Navajo, I only learned it as a child with my grandfather, and apart from that, I haven't met a third person who speaks Navajo. Moreover, their accent is really too thick. I truly can't. Shang Ling suddenly slammed his fist against the wall, startling the elderly translator into falling to the ground in panic. The man took 3 deep breaths, the veins on his hands gradually receding, slowly regaining his composure. He also knew that what the elderly translator said was true. Finding a translator for Navajo was too difficult. He Shang Ling, with countless riches and terrifying resources. A year ago, he had released news to gather talented individuals. Yet even so, he still couldn't find a few suitable ones. This elderly translator was the best he could find after much searching. Compared to the 3 that Tianxi found earlier, this elderly translator was far superior. They were merely half-baked. It can even be said that in the field of Navajo, this elderly translator is the second best in Zhoxia. And no one dares to claim the first. When Shang Ling was dealing with those 3 people, he specifically gave them a chance, promising that as long as they could help even a little, he would agree to let them go. The 3 of them begged for mercy, promising to serve him. But once tested, they turned out to be completely useless. They were of no help whatsoever. Shang Ling's eyes reddened, and he grabbed the old scholar by the collar, pressing him against the wall, gritting his teeth. You old fool. I don't care what method you use today. You must get this translation done. Otherwise, don't even think about any reward. Just wait to feed the fish in the Huangpu River. The old translator was filled with fear, his hands and feet trembling. Why, yes, Mr. Shang, I will definitely complete this meeting. Behind the enormous wealth lies peril and life-threatening danger. The old translator deeply regretted why he had foolishly taken this job. Now, one misstep could cost him his life. The man released the old translator, took out a cigar from his pocket, and lit it. The old translator hurriedly got up, straightened his clothes, and desperately tried to calm his breathing and adjust his state of mind. 10 minutes later, the 2 entered the conference room again. Mr. Imo-sen, sorry to keep you waiting, Shang Ling said with a bright smile. Let's continue. The meeting started again. Mr. Imo-sen appeared indifferent, playing with his phone while listening. The progress was as slow as ever. The old translator was sweating all over, his mental defenses collapsing. He couldn't translate. It was impossible to translate. The further it went, the less he understood what Imo-sen and the others were saying. Shang Ling, who had initially maintained a facade, no longer concealed his dark expression this time. The blond man sat with his feet crossed on the table, looking at the 2 with a half-smile. Silence. A full 5 minutes passed. The old translator's face turned pale. His lips moved, but he couldn't understand the meaning of what Imo-sen had said 5 minutes ago. He only understood 3 to 5 words of every sentence. This was not translation at all. The elderly man resignedly closed his eyes. Imo-sen spoke again. The elderly man suddenly opened his eyes, finally hearing a sentence that was not about the contract terms. He instinctively wanted to translate, but when he tried to clarify the content, he froze. Shang Ling was trying hard to suppress his anger in front of Imo-sen. Speak. The old translator trembled and said, Mr. Imo-sen is asking us if this translated contract is really done by us. Shang Ling covered half of his face with one hand and exhaled. Imo-sen continued, and the old translator had to keep translating. Imo-sen said that he decided to come to the meeting because the Shangzhou group provided this translated contract. And had he known this, he wouldn't have even left City Z. Of course, Shang Ling had a draft, which the old translator had worked tirelessly on for 2 months, but compared to the one in front of him, the old translator's draft looked as shabby as trash found on the street. The version that satisfied Imo-sen and prompted him to attend the meeting was translated by that unknown young man. As Imo-sen spoke, he stood up. The old translator was almost in tears. Mr. Shang, they said. They are very disappointed in us, and he will personally contact Mr. Shang. And if the Shangzhou group is like this in the future, he will reconsider all cooperation. The man stood still, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop to freezing point. Imo-sen strode towards the door. The old translator stood in place, at a loss, filled with anxiety. He knew how much effort and money Ling had invested in this meeting, and the more he realized this, the more terrified he became. He believed he had a decent understanding of Navajo and could comprehend 8 or 9 parts of the original contract, but during the actual conversation, he understood how wrong he was. Too many obscure words, too heavy local accents. At this moment, with the meeting failing, he didn't even dare to believe what would happen to him. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed at the door, coming closer. Imo-sen, who was about to leave, brightened his eyes and looked towards the enchanting figure appearing at the door, her posture like a plump koi, captivating and igniting the flames in a man's heart. The blond man smiled and said a string of words. Ling suddenly looked up at the old translator, his expression unusually dark. What did he say? The old translator dared not delay at all and immediately said, he said he has long admired Mrs. Tan, but regarding her absence today, Mr. Imo-sen expressed that he is very sad and confused. However, whether or not a deal can be made, they are still friends. If Mrs. Tan visits City Z in the future, he can treat her. Tan, she didn't even glance at him and directly walked forward. The man watched her approach Imo-sen and spread his hands mockingly. What? Still not giving up? Tan-shi, you look too pathetic like this. Wouldn't it be better to just admit defeat? Tan-shi ignored Ling and calmly said to the blond man, Mr. Imo-sen, please forgive my tardiness. I do not wish to explain the reason, but I still hope you can give me another chance to continue this meeting. Is that okay? Imo-sen looked puzzled. Ling sneered. Tan-shi, have you hit your head? Do you think they can understand Chinese? Forget it. I'll be merciful and lend you my translator. Go. Let our General Tan convey your whimsical dreams to them. The old translator steeled himself to step forward. Ling mocked again. Tan-shi, I must remind you, you still carry the old man's name. If you're thinking of climbing into Imo-sen's bed to facilitate this cooperation, you'd better think it over carefully. Women in business, especially those like Tan-shi, who are beautiful but lack real talent, can only influence the situation through a few things that happen behind the scenes. Ling was not worried about this. Even if Tan-shi shamelessly tried to seduce, it would depend on whether Imo-sen dared to. Did he really think that the reputation of Shang-Chi II, which had dominated the business world for 60 years, was just a name? The beautiful woman remained expressionless, as if she hadn't heard. Just as the old translator was about to prepare to speak, a voice in Navajo came from outside the door. The old translator was stunned. Imo-sen looked astonished, turning to the source of the voice. At that moment, Ling felt as if the blood in his body had stopped flowing entirely. Because even though he didn't understand the language, he clearly understood one fact at that moment. This Navajo language was identical to the tone of Imo-sen and the others. They came from the same root. He turned his head with difficulty. At the door of the conference room stood a young man wrapped in bandages, wearing only a coat, walking in slowly, leisurely fastening the strap of his wristwatch. The beautiful woman finally showed a cold smile, slightly lifting her white neck, looking down at the stunned Ling from a superior position. Ling felt as if he had seen a ghost, his heart churning with shock. How could he be here? Chapter 12. The cage beast breaks free. The young man walked into the room. Ling stared at the young man who should have been lying in a hospital bed, critically injured. No, it's impossible. Ling couldn't believe that this kid could appear here. He had witnessed the moment this kid was carried on a stretcher, with a metal shard still sticking out of him. Such an injury, even if he didn't die, it was impossible for him to be here right now. Emerson couldn't hide his shock and was the first to ask, this complicated Navajo language sounds clearly like Chinese to me. My friend, where did you learn Navajo? Hao Meng answered off topic and said in a deep voice, nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Hao Meng, the translator for Mr. Tan. Musin stroked his stubbled chin, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Interesting, very interesting. Yuza, how long has it been since we've heard an accent from the Gatana clan other than the people of Z City? A confidant named Yuza sighed, Chief, it's been a long, long time. The blond man laughed heartily as he stepped forward and gave Hao Meng a heavy embrace. Brother, no matter where you learn Navajo, you must have some deep connections with my Gatana clan. I'm very glad to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Musin, the chief of the Gatana branch in the Zhoxia territory. Hao Meng, still bearing injuries, winced slightly. Saw thee. Musin noticed something was wrong and released his grip, asking, "What about these injuries?" The young man hesitated for a moment and honestly replied, "It's the reason why Mr. Tan and I were late." AI Musin exchanged glances with his confidant and immediately understood the situation. The underground currents of the Shangzhou group were perilous, and they were all too clear about the dangerous competition among these partners. The blond man grinned and said, "Brother, from what I know, the side you've chosen is a bit dangerous. Why don't you switch to one with a higher chance of winning?" Hao Meng said calmly, "There's no way to change it, nor do I want to." The young man then asked, "Chief, what do you think about the meeting?" On the contrary, the beautiful young woman's delicate face had already broken into a bright smile. Tan Shi quickly walked to the table, sat down, took out the translated contract, and winked at the young man, who sat down next to her. Only then did she hurriedly start discussing along the lines of the contract. Hao Meng, standing by, spoke in Navajo, "Chief, shall we begin?" The first clause of the contract states that the cooperation period starts from. Hao Meng relayed Tan Shi's words, and although AI Musin was listening, he did not show much interest in them. Their conversation gradually went off track. "Hao Meng, do you have ancestors or friends from the Gatana clan?" "No, I can't disclose the specific reason. Please forgive me, Chief." Hao Meng, anyone with eyes can see the situation with the Shangzhou group. Since you've chosen to side with Tan Shi, incidents like today's will definitely not be rare in the future. Don't underestimate the young prince of Shangzhou. It's fine, I'm here for it. Ha ha, you have guts. Hey, brother, tell me honestly, did you help her because you're interested in that girl? If so, I must advise you a bit. She is from the Shangqi too, and that old man is no ordinary person. Although he is quite old now, as long as he is alive, he remains the formidable giant in the business world. Just a slight movement from him can stir up huge waves. Although those of her age are the most attractive and juicy, remember that beauty is a double-edged sword. Well, brother, let's talk about the contract terms first. No problem. Go ahead. Let's just chat. At the end of the long conference table, Ling sat quietly with his eyes closed, staring at the four people meeting without saying a word. The old translator stood beside him, trembling with anxiety. Compared to the earlier discussions, the young man and AI Musin seemed like old friends reuniting after a long time, communicating without any barriers. A joy that had never appeared in their conversations with them. The old translator kept an eye on the expressionless Ling. The more he remained this way, the more the old translator's heart trembled with fear. Although she heard Hao Meng and AI Musin chatting, she keenly sensed that their conversation seemed to deviate from the contract term she was discussing. She immediately nudged Hao Meng under the table and cast a questioning glance. Hao Meng felt a bit awkward. He couldn't translate what he had discussed with Emerson about her, so he could only explain, "Mr. Emerson agrees with all the conditions you mentioned and has no objections." Tanchi was skeptical, but seeing Emerson's smiling face eased her worries significantly. 15 minutes later, halfway through the contract, Tanchi finally turned the page in front of her. Uzza, who had been standing, narrowed his eyes and leaned down to whisper in Emerson's ear, "It's time." Emerson, who had been chatting casually with Hao Meng, paused, straightened up slightly, adjusted his sitting posture, and said with a smile, "Brother Hao Meng, get ready. We need to be serious about the upcoming terms." Tanchi's charming eyes looked at Hao Meng, puzzled by his meaning. In the distance, Ling was also slowly getting up. This is the place. From here on, the old translator he had been looking for ran into problems, and the contract was forced to terminate. The old translator's heart was in his throat. Hao Meng picked up the contract in front of Tan Shi and glanced at it. From here on, it involved the specific site development, division, and equity ratios within a region, with nothing particularly eye-catching. The young man smiled and said, "Please." Imo-sen pointed at the clauses in the contract and smiled. "Since we are all on the same side, let's skip the formalities. I agree to all the terms in this contract, but I have some additional conditions. This is a practice established over the years with Shangqi too, but the ratios are somewhat different this year. So remember well, it can only be in writing, not verbally translated. First, the processing fee for exotic beast materials is 9-1. Second, the speed of moonstone mining needs to be accelerated, with personnel provided by the other party. The first party will not assist, and the total output this year must increase by 20. 14th, the other party will withdraw the protective net, and the first party will build a new night tower with all expenses covered by the other party. Imosen listed 14 clauses in total, looking directly at Hao Meng. Are there any terms you don't understand? I can restate and explain them to you. Hao Meng's hands rested on his chin, his fingers gradually applying pressure. Sure enough, his guess was confirmed. This contract was not about territorial ownership transactions. It involved the biggest secret in this world. The Polar Night. Hao Meng, Tanonthi Guispirth. What did he say? Can you translate it? The young man glanced at her. Tanshi looked confused. Not far away, Xiangling squinted his eyes. And seeing Hao Meng go from speaking eloquently to now being silent, a great joy rose in his heart. Not only was the old translator he found, but even this kid with the same accent as I'm using was stumped. Hao Meng, Tanshi urged. What did he say? Just tell me, even if the conditions are outrageous. We can negotiate. The man at the end of the conference table looked at the old translator beside him, who immediately said, It's still the same as before. There are many obscure words that I don't understand at all. The old translator looked at the silent Hao Meng, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart, and continued, Mr. Shang, that kid probably doesn't understand either. Although he is proficient in Navajo, this concept is different. It's like, well, let me put it this way. It's like an ordinary person encountering a science professor discussing specialized terms, like carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, etc. They can't understand the pronunciation, but they've never seen how those words are written, nor do they know what they mean. Right now, that's the situation between me and that kid. Xiangling pondered and murmured, I see. There are indeed differences between languages. The role of a translator is to express one language in another with suitable and similar meanings. But if you don't know what it means, how can you talk about translation? Xiangling's mouth curled. Even heaven is helping him. The man slowly walked behind the beautiful woman, pressing his hands on her chair, and smiled. It seems that you and I are ultimately fated to be unrelated to this cooperation. The woman pressed her red lips tightly, only staring blankly at the silent young man. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Success was already within reach, and now a problem had arisen. Xiangling slightly leaned forward, the fresh scent of her hair filling his nostrils, and softly said, Tanshi, you shouldn't have competed with me. At this point, don't think you can enjoy the rest of your life by relying on the old man. From the moment you stepped into the Shang family, there were only two outcomes. Either you live as a king or you die in a foreign land. But it's okay, on the road to the underworld. That kid can keep you company. Tanshi slightly turned her head, staring at the repulsive face close at hand, her delicate fingers turning white from the grip. Xiangling sighed. What a stunning beauty, like a captivating fox, like a sorceress. No wonder the old man, despite his age, is so enchanted by you. What a pity. As men grow, they successively develop an obsessive desire for toys, women, money, and power. Xiangling has evidently reached the third or fourth step now. The woman turned her head indifferently and called out again in a deep voice, Hao Meng? The young man unfolded the contract, disregarding the occasion, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and said in Mandarin, I knew this contract was not simple before I came here. And now it seems to be true. Tanshi furrowed her brows tightly, not understanding what Hao Meng was saying. She saw the young man stand up, but he stood in front of her, locking eyes with the man behind her chair. When I parked, I actually planned to leave. Hao Meng stared intently at Xiangling. I didn't want to get involved in your affairs. My initial intention was just to make some quick money and live a stable life. But why do you want to kill me? Just because I was going to be a translator? If you offered a higher price, I would have stood by your side. Why is that? Hao Meng's series of questions did not elicit any emotional response from Xiangling. He simply gazed at the young man before him with his usual indifferent eyes. A translator, completely unremarkable, with mediocre qualifications. Xiangling shook his head, his gaze filled with pity. Young man, the world I see is entirely different from the one you perceive. The principles and humanity you believe in are merely a pitiful shield for weaklings like you. You are right. I truly do not care about your life or death. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. A small misstep on the path of life can lead to an irretrievable abyss. The young man exhaled deeply. Xiangling sensed a strange, surging emotion in the young man's eyes, one that suddenly sent chills down his spine. He felt an extremely unsettling, belated intuition rising in his heart. She also shivered slightly. The look in his eyes was exactly the same as what she had seen in the hospital. This feeling was like a wild beast about to lose control after breaking free from its cage. The young man took one last look at Xiangling before bending down to write. With swift strokes, he penned the 14 items previously dictated by Aim's son, each one precise and flawless. Hao Meng pushed the written paper in front of the beautiful woman. A surge of ecstasy instantly appeared on Shi's small face. In contrast, Xiangling's expression suddenly became serious and very frightening. This kid can translate. He understands. She quickly looked at Hao Meng. Hao Meng seemed not to notice the terrifying expression on Xiangling's face and repeated Mu Sen's words. Successful. She was stunned, then filled with immense joy. Is this really happening? She finally secured the regional ownership contract. She suppressed her excitement, immediately stood up, and cheerfully walked ahead. Mr. Imu's son, I have prepared a celebratory feast. Please come this way. Imu's son smiled and followed. An untimely cold laugh echoed. Many burly men quickly appeared at the entrance, blocking the corridor completely. Shi's pretty face darkened, and she turned to coldly shout, Xiangling, what do you want? Imu's son remained calm and unflustered, while his trusted aide subtly stepped in front of the chief. Xiangling had his back to everyone. After a moment of silence, he slowly turned around with a warm smile. Don't misunderstand. I just heard that a city hasn't been peaceful lately, so I hired some extra bodyguards. Mr. Imu's son, you go ahead. I will join you shortly. We must drink until we drop tonight to celebrate the successful signing of the contract. The old translator quickly relayed this. Imu's son glanced at Xiangling, then at Shi, smiled faintly, shrugged, and walked outside, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall to indicate his stance. Shi quietly reached behind her back, pulled out her phone, and dialed a number. The beautiful woman stiffened. One of the men pressed a hand against the glass, murmuring, Shi, you think too highly of yourself. The foundation I've built over 20 years is not something you can shake in just 5 years. If it weren't for the old man repeatedly intervening, you would have been dead 100 times by now. Shi gritted her teeth and said, Xiangling, don't go too far. This Shangzhou group is still not yours. I really don't believe you dare to act here. Xiangling took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and took a long drag before slowly exhaling. After a brief silence, Xiangling softly said, That's right, I really don't dare to act here. If I kill you here, the old man will definitely send by Neo to skin me alive. The man turned around, his face twisted with a sinister smile. Shi, today you can walk out of here safely, but you must leave either the paper in your hand or your translator here today. The beautiful woman's face darkened completely. If she left with the paper, she would have completed the contract. But what about the subsequent handover and cooperation? Where would she find another Navajo translator? Furthermore, if this matter spread, her subordinates would surely lose heart, leading to a complete collapse. But if she left the paper behind, it would be equivalent to handing over the results. Xiangling would take this opportunity to rise to power, and she would be in a dead end. Taking the paper would mean a desperate struggle, a steep decline, but at least she could hold on. Taking the people would mean a complete defeat, leaving her fate up to chance. Shi's expression changed, and she unconsciously clenched the paper in her hand tightly, wrinkling it. Hao Meng looked up and met his gaze, their eyes locking together. From those alluring, beautiful eyes, Hao Meng saw regret. Hao Meng understood that she had made her choice. The young man appeared somewhat exhausted, with unmistakable disappointment. Chapter 13. Life and Death Defiance. On both sides of the corridor, black-clad henchmen stood in 2 rows. These were not ordinary thugs. Each one was an elite in the bodyguard industry. Xiangling had made many enemies, so his investment in security had reached an alarming level. Just the salaries of these people were astronomical figures that an ordinary person could never hope to reach in 10 lifetimes. Each of them could take on 10 opponents. The era of the Shangzhou group was deeply rooted and well-established, far beyond what Shi could catch up to in just 5 years. The beautiful young woman trapped in a deadlock struggled in her heart, finding it incredibly difficult. Shi bit her silver teeth. Xiangling dared not openly lay hands on her. At most, he could plan an accidental car crash. Taking action against her within the Shangzhou group would touch the old man's bottom line. Therefore, his target since earlier was aimed at Hao Meng. As long as he eliminated Hao Meng, it would prevent Tianxi from continuing the cooperation handover and also relieve his pent-up hatred, further scattering her support. After this incident, who would still work for her loyally? Forceful resistance? This place was filled with Shang Ling's people. He could have killed Hao Meng by force, but he chose not to. Instead, he presented these two options to grind down her psychological defenses, fundamentally crushing her. Handing over the translation paper was equivalent to giving up this cooperation. And Shang Ling had old translators who could handle the subsequent handover. This meant that the entire Shangzhou group would fall into his hands. Looking at the dark crowd around her, Tianxi felt a surge of despair, isolated and helpless. She had many hidden supporters within the group, but she never expected Shang Ling to have such control, silently sweeping away her subordinates. Shang Ling hadn't crossed the red line, but he had already driven Tianxi to desperation. She had no choice. She couldn't give up the translation paper, otherwise she would lose utterly, with no chance left. Shang Ling then turned to the indifferent young man, his smile chilling. "Kid, you really like to meddle, don't you?" The young man maintained his composure, looking up to confront him. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, stepped forward like a steel tower, exuding immense pressure, staring unblinkingly at Hao Meng, waiting for Shang Ling's command to spill blood on the spot. Hao Meng lowered his head and glanced at his index finger, the unusual force suppressing the ring dull and lifeless. He murmured softly, but it sounded more like a rhetorical question. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how dare one kill in public? The man laughed wildly. "Kid, your barren and humble understanding is all about the so-called equality and rules of law. Of course, your level can only touch these things. After all, you are just an ordinary person. Yes, you're just an ordinary person. Why can't you clarify your own position and insist on doing things that exceed your identity? Heaven has given you a chance to live. Yet you not only do not cherish it, but also come here to seek death. Daddy, what do I have to fear? Everyone here has blood on their hands. Not less than 10 lives. Killing you is no different from killing a wild chicken." Shang Ling's smile grew increasingly sinister and cruel. The young man took out his phone and pressed 3 digits, saying calmly, "Don't do anything reckless. I will call the police." The room fell silent. Shang Ling was slightly taken aback, then looked at the young man with the gaze of someone viewing an idiot, shaking his head and saying, "Hopelessly stupid. This is Shangzhou Group, a lawless place. You seem to not understand the meaning of the word Shangzhou at all." The man opened the cabinet beside him, revealing a Type 92 pistol that was strictly prohibited from circulation in Zhousha. He aimed the gun at the young man and said grimly, "Let's make a bet. You call the police now and see if anyone will come here. If they do, I'll let you go. If not, then I'm sorry. But I'm accustomed to sinking my enemies in iron cages and letting the fish clean up the mess." The situation had deteriorated to the worst possible state. Hao Meng's lips curled into a sarcastic smile as he pressed the green call button with his thumb. Shang Ling also wore a face full of mockery. Suddenly, a cold, slippery little hand grabbed Hao Meng's wrist. The young man turned his head to look at the once beautiful and alluring young woman, who now appeared particularly haggard. Hao Meng Jing quietly looked at her. She turned her gaze away, not making eye contact. After a moment of silence, she loosened her left hand, and the white paper with the terms floated down to the ground, softly saying, "Let's go." The smile on Shang Ling's face froze. This was clearly beyond his expectations. But soon, he was overjoyed. He had only left a way out for Tianxi out of necessity, but now she had given it up herself. Hao Meng said slowly, "I thought you would choose it." The beautiful woman bitterly replied, "The old man has always warned me that the market is like a battlefield, and kindness doesn't win battles. I understand this principle, but I can't do it. I can't betray my own conscience." Taking away the paper gives her some room to maneuver. But choosing to save Hao Meng means handing over the Shangzhou Group, and then I'm truly finished. One life for another. Tianxi self-deprecatingly said, "We owe each other nothing now." She exerted a slight force with her palm, but found she couldn't move the young man. Hao Meng broke free from her grasp and bent down to pick up the translation paper from the ground. Shang Ling's gaze turned cold as he shouted, "Give me the translation paper." Tianxi also furrowed her brows tightly. "Hao Meng." The young man pressed his lips together, staring at the terms on the paper. He glanced at the beautiful young woman who was angrily stubborn, and suddenly said, "Kindness is the most beautiful quality of a woman." Tan, she stood frozen in place. Hao Meng turned to Xiangling and said, "I grew up under the red flag. No matter how this world is turned upside down, I still want to believe in laws and regulations at this moment." The young man unhesitatingly dialed the emergency number. The muzzle of Xiangling's gun pressed against Hao Meng's head as he coldly said, "You foolish idiot who doesn't know what's good for you. The king of hell has repeatedly refused to take you, yet you are determined to go to hell." Xiangling, Tanshi's face turned pale as she screamed, "Don't shoot. I give up the contract. I'll give you the translation." Tan, she turned to Hao Meng, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. "Hao Meng, don't do anything reckless. Let's go. I don't need you to do this for me." Hao Meng, with the dark muzzle pressed against him, was surprisingly calm. From finding the watch, to uncovering the truth of the world, to breaking free from the illusion and losing Xiaoyin, feeling dazed and confused, and then facing the moment of life and death under the overpass. Finally, there was the death threat in this moment. Confusion, misunderstanding, fear, anger. All sorts of emotions surged forth at this moment. Everything turned into that uncontrollable resentment. "I'm not doing this just for you." The young man's forehead bulged with veins. "I'm doing it for myself too. I want to personally verify what this world has become." Hao Meng's expression was fierce, like a beast about to devour, roaring, "Shoot! Shoot!" Xiangling's hand, holding the gun, trembled slightly. "This kid, has he gone mad?" But Xiangling quickly steadied himself. "Looking for death, huh? I'll grant you that." Tanshi's delicate face suddenly turned pale. Bang! The bullet whistled. A splash of blood erupted. Glass shards littered the ground, and the crowd instantly erupted into chaos. Tanshi looked in disbelief at the pool of blood and the man clutching his hand, howling in agony. The black handgun fell to the ground. It wasn't Xiangling who fired the gun. The burly man closest to the gunshot almost immediately dove to the ground, hugging Xiangling as they took cover under the table. He poked his head out to look at the shattered glass, and in the distance, on another towering building, stood a figure with a long gun beside her, her clothes fluttering and hair blowing in the wind. All the henchmen rushed into the room, surrounding the injured Xiangling and remaining alert. The burly man, with a background as a special forces soldier, felt an overwhelming shock in his heart. The two locations were at least 800 meters apart, but judging by the wound on Xiangling's hand, it wasn't a sniper rifle. Otherwise, the massive power would have shattered Xiangling's entire arm, not just left a palm-sized penetrating wound. It was an ordinary rifle, but just now, Xiangling had been pointing a gun at Hao Meng's head. Who on earth dared to take such a long-range, precise shot from 800 meters away with an ordinary rifle in this situation? This was no longer a matter of marksmanship. It was simply beyond what a human could achieve. Outside, the sound of helicopter blades roared, and a strong spotlight shone into the room. At the same time, a group of armed riot police suddenly surged in from the corridor, shouting, "Everyone, get down. Give up struggling. Anyone attempting to resist will be shot on the spot." The numerous henchmen in the room exchanged glances. Armed helicopter? Riot police? Faced with a full array of submachine guns, they wisely crouched down. What a joke! Even though they were skilled, how could human strength contend with firearms? Xiangling endured the severe pain, struggling to prop himself up, and shouted angrily, Who? Who is it? This is Shangzhou Group. This is my territory, Xiangling's." Even the director of a city's public security bureau wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. Who has the guts to do this? In his immense rage, Xiangling saw a middle-aged man walking in slowly, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. "Li. Li." Xiangling couldn't imagine that this person would actually appear here. His biggest reliance in the political arena was his mother's uncle, who was the third in command of the city, but the person before him was even a step above that. Aside from the elusive Secretary Huang, he was the king of a city's political scene. This was someone standing on the same level as Shang-Chi too. How could such a political bigwig suddenly come here? Xiangling's heart trembled violently, and he turned his head abruptly. "Is it him?" The young man lowered his head, unable to see his expression. Li Hao glanced around, decisively and coldly said, "Cuff them all. Take them away." With Li Hao's intervention, the entire upheaval came to an end. All personnel were taken to police cars and collectively sent to the Public Security Bureau. Despite the police blockade, everything that happened in Shangzhou Group was still noticed by those with ulterior motives and competitors, leading to a flood of rumors that grew more intense. In the lead car of the convoy, there were only 2 people inside. The vehicle stopped by the roadside, the door opened, and Qingwan casually threw the assault rifle she was holding onto the seat and jumped in. As the girl took off her gloves, she coldly laughed and said, "Impressive. Brother Shengling only stopped you once, and you turned around and went to stir up trouble at Shangzhou Group. Quite bold, huh?" Hao Meng said calmly. "He wants to kill me." Qingwan sneered. "So what? Are you going to retaliate in kind?" "I didn't use any special powers. That's because I fired a gun. If you didn't have the thought of using special powers, or if you didn't have any special powers, would you dare to go to the Shangzhou Group? Would you dare to challenge Shangling? If I didn't have special powers, I wouldn't be involved in any of this. None of this would have happened." "You." The girl glared angrily. "All right, stop arguing." Li Hao interrupted their quarrel and looked at Hao Meng, saying sternly, "You shouldn't have gone to the Shangzhou Group." Hao Meng fell silent for a moment before hoarsely saying, "What should I do? Someone wants to kill me. Should I just swallow my anger? The one called Shengling only told me to control my anger, but didn't teach me to be a turtle hiding in its shell." Qingwan angrily said, "Why can't you endure? What right do you have to challenge Shangling?" The young man raised his index finger, revealing the unusual power suppression ring on it. With this, the girl immediately became furious. "You signed a contract. You know very well that you can't use this power. If we hadn't shown up, you would have been kicked out of the Lower District 3 and sent to the Eternal Night Tribunal." Hao Meng's face twitched slightly as he struggled to suppress his anger. "I was drawn into trouble because of my unusual abilities. Yet you stripped me of the power to confront that trouble. I followed the rules you set, but I cannot enjoy the rights of an ordinary person. I chose to call the police, and yet you appeared. Wasn't that to be expected? If I were still the ordinary person I used to be, how could I possibly attract someone like Shangling, who wields power and wealth and stands at the pinnacle? After getting into trouble, I adhered to the rules and maintained my identity as an ordinary person. But how can an ordinary person resist Shangling? This is inherently a false proposition. Disregarding cause and effect, these 2 paths are completely parallel lines that will never intersect. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, Shangling has attempted to kill me time and again. And yet, I couldn't even call the police. Shangling, in his lofty position, controls my life and death with power and wealth. He was the one who first violated societal rules, so why can't I counter him with my unusual abilities?" Qingwan's whole body trembled, yet she couldn't find the words to refute. That's right. Hao Meng's call did not go through. They were able to prevent all of this because they monitored Hao Meng the entire time. Both sides are well aware of this. Hao Meng stared at the silent Li Hao and gritted his teeth, saying, "Mayor Li, I think the Extreme Night Organization controls the extraordinary individuals because they are afraid of children wielding guns, which could lead to an uncontrollable situation. They are afraid that these powerful people will disrupt the order with violence and disregard the rules. This time, I did not use any extraordinary power until the last second. Then, both I and Shangling are ordinary people as defined by you. It was he who first broke the rules for ordinary people, while you, as law enforcers, remained indifferent. What can I do? Just sit and wait to die?" The girl was speechless. Li Hao slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp. "Hao Meng, you agreed to Tianxi's request to attend the meeting as a translator. Your translation ability is derived from extraordinary power. In other words, you were the one who first used the prohibited ability, which led to a series of events." The young man retorted, "Before you came to me, I had already translated the entire Navajo language contract. From that moment, it was destined that I would be drawn into this conflict. Even if I had refused Tianxi at that time, do you dare say that other matters wouldn't find me later? Wouldn't the failed translator, Shangling, come looking for me?" Li Hao shook his head and said, "You cannot assume things that have not happened. That is a fallacy." Qingwan silently watched the 2 confront each other. This verbal contest was beyond her understanding and exceeded her expectations. She rarely saw Uncle Li being so passive. Even feeling a bit powerless, Hao Meng turned to look out the window, where curious spectators lined the roadside, unaware of the facts. Police cars blared their sirens, escorting a vehicle filled with people rapidly toward the security bureau. So, Can I take it that everyone in the meeting has transcended the realm of ordinary people? The expression on the young man's face grew increasingly terrifying. If that's the case, then do these layers of constraints become ineffective? It turns out this was his intention from the very beginning. This kid is truly a madman. Hao Meng's entire face was filled with fierce intent at this moment. Since we're the same kind of people, can I get out of the car now and kill Xiangling, taking responsibility for life and death? Is that possible? Chapter 14. The Monitor. A group of people was taken into the detention center, and the original security personnel were replaced by a special riot police team directly under Li Hao, cutting off all relevant information. Hao Meng ultimately did not get his wish and was escorted into the room. Li Hao was still sitting in the car in his original position. Li Yi. Qing Wan stood up. At her age, her chest had already started to swell slightly, radiating the unique vitality and innocence of a girl. Unfortunately, what she said was in serious contradiction to her pretty and graceful face. She would bring great trouble to Sister Luo Yan. Shouldn't we just handle this according to the law? Li Hao sighed and said, "It was you who asked me to help keep him, and now it's also you who wants to handle it legally. Since this matter involves that person, it can't be so simple." The girl bit her lip. The man took out his phone from his pocket. In silent mode, there were already 32 missed calls, and calls kept coming in. He simply turned on the call blocking mode and finally got some peace. The second and third leaders of the municipal committee, both sides lawyers, news reporters. The entire Public Security Bureau was in chaos, with various high-ranking officials and all kinds of Buddhas gathered. The instigator, Li Hao, did not show himself, only sitting in the car, making calls while watching the various vehicles coming and going outside. Under pressure from all sides, and through covert operations, Xiangling was the first to be escorted out of the detention center, and Tanshi soon appeared at the door and got into an Audi A8. Before long, Xiangling's henchmen were also released on bail, and the incident in the conference room of the Shangzhou group was hastily publicized as a brawl. The ordinary public did not know the truth and thought it was just for fun, but to those with insight, what kind of brawl would require armed helicopters and nearly cost the heir of the Shangzhou group an arm? The noisy Public Security Bureau gradually quieted down, but the matter was far from over. The armored vehicle in the parking lot welcomed its first pair of guests, a master and servant. "Mayor Li, long time no see." A blond man walked into the car with a smile, speaking clear Mandarin. "Oh, is Qing Wan here too?" Li Hao rotated his phone, getting straight to the point. "I'm Osen. Take the blame. My intervention this time is on your head." No. Imo Sin's eyes widened immediately. "Mayor Li, you can't pin this on me, a foreigner. I can't take this blame. That would be telling Xiangling that I'm on Tanshi's side, right? Even a fool knows Tanshi can't compete with Xiangling. I still have to." Li Hao waved his hand irritably. "I've already talked to Bai Niu." The blond man immediately changed his tune. "Of course. This is a small matter. Since it's my dear Mayor Li speaking, I have no objections." Imo Sin was very unwilling to get involved in such family disputes. But since Li Hao had already made arrangements with that person, he just considered it a task assigned to him. Even if the sky fell, it wouldn't crush him. Besides, he could sell Li Hao a personal favor, so why not? He never asked what he shouldn't ask, and Imo Sin was always very good at keeping that line. Half an hour later, a person suddenly appeared in the car. Li Hao straightened up and said solemnly, "Minister Yang." Qing Wan cautiously leaned against the edge of the car. The man's voice was deep. When an ordinary person gains great power without restraint, it will develop into two extremes based on their nature. They will either become a superhuman or a national traitor, and it will also have a detrimental impact and consequences on the lower three districts. The organization has suffered a lot from this. This newcomer is walking a fine line. We cannot let him do as he wishes. Li Hao hesitated slightly and said, "What about Luo Yan?" Minister Yang shook his head. "We can't manage that. This is a decision made by the highest strategic committee of Districts 7, 8, and 9. The silent Qing Wan finally spoke angrily. Just a newly awakened abnormal person. And he deserves to be reviewed by the strategic committee of the 3 districts? This is clearly targeting Sister Luo Yan. The man glared. "Adults are talking. What are you interrupting for, kid?" The girl pouted. Li Hao thought for a moment and asked, "I still suggest keeping him in the lower 3 districts. Sending him away rashly will only exacerbate Luo Yan's resentment towards us, and this newcomer is a bit outrageously strong." His mental power can actually autonomously defend against Qing Wan's full-strength punch. Minister Yang was taken aback. Is that true? He was the most aware of Qing Wan's strength. Although her becoming a search officer had some luck involved, no matter what, those who become search officers are all exceptional among their peers. A newly awakened person actually has such strong potential. The girl was unconvinced and shouted, I was rushed and didn't use my full strength at all. Minister Yang ignored the girl's words, stood up, and paced in the car. After a moment, he said solemnly, mental abnormal people are already rare and are dominant-level existences among their peers. We need to take him for a test to see if his mental power has reached a high level. If it has, then with the potential shown in this initial awakening, he might not only become a B-level, but even stronger in the future. Liu Siga. Minister Yang asked. Puzzle, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? No need to test. Li Hao said. He is wearing a mental power suppression ring. Minister Yang was confused. That's good. This precaution is very standard, just in case. What does this have to do with testing? Wait a minute, the mental power suppression ring is already on? According to the previous information, it was Sheng Ling who intervened to stop that newcomer's furious attack. But since he is wearing the mental power suppression ring, how did he manage to mobilize his mental power? There is only one explanation. His mental power has already exceeded the limit of the ring. And the limit of the mental power suppression ring is not high level, but rated. Minister Yang couldn't hide his shock. Awakening means being at the rated level of a mental abnormal person. The stronger a person's strength at the time of awakening, the greater their potential. The classifications of initial, middle, and high levels are based on this. After a certain period of rigorous training and honing of strength, one can attempt to be rated. Every rated abnormal person is a core elite of the Polar Night organization. How can a newly awakened person be so strong? Minister Yang immediately shook his head. No, this is wrong. This is absolutely impossible. Li Hao stared at him intently. What the hell is going on? Minister Yang couldn't help but wail. I've already come to the 9th district to retire. How come trouble still finds me? Mental abnormal people are a profession blessed by heaven. The mental seed in their body has the peak level of mental power storage since awakening. They don't need to cultivate like other abnormal people, but can simply tap into the mental power of the seed. What does awakening mean in terms of rating? A level. A level. This is a potential seed for becoming a high-ranking search officer. Under normal circumstances, Minister Yang would be so happy he could jump 9 meters high. But now, this seed is tied to Luo Yan, the immortal Luo Yan. And now, 90% of people in the entire Polar Night have unusual views about the immortal, with quite a few even hostile. Minister Yang, having a higher status, knows more than Li Hao. Besides Luo Yan's sensitive identity, it also involves the shocking blood disaster from 80 years ago. That catastrophic upheaval almost led humanity to extinction. The Polar Night organization was severely weakened as a result and could only shrink within its circle for 30 years without daring to go out until the new generation of strong individuals gradually took up the banner. Easing the situation. Minister Yang Kurset, Li Hao. Why didn't you say this earlier? Are you pushing me into a fire pit? Li Hao avoided the main issue. Defending himself. I thought Officer Sheng Ling would tell you. Sheng Ling? Minister Yang choked and shouted. Just him? The eyes of the ancestors are on the forehead. I guess he didn't even think this was a big deal. A potential candidate for a senior investigator? Sheng Ling is one of the few in the Polar Night organization who can interact equally with those high-ranking executioners while having an average build. Having such strength at an average level means that once he becomes a senior investigator, he will be among the most terrifying individuals. But Minister Yang is different. He has been a minister of the Supreme Strategic Department in Zone 9 for 26 years. And he can count on one hand the number of people he has encountered with A-level potential, especially those with psychic abilities, which are truly unique. No, no, no. Minister Yang shook his head repeatedly. We can't follow the rules. Once we leave the lower 3rd district, we will lose the ability to intervene. If we miss out on this kind of talent, it would be disastrous. There are also factions within the Polar Night. The absorption of grassroots, geniuses, and fresh blood is always the top priority for those in power. Li Hao suggested. He didn't use his powers this time. His identity hasn't been exposed, and my intervention has already put Imo-sen in a difficult position, which won't arouse ordinary people's suspicions. So, It shouldn't be a big problem for Hao Meng to stay in the lower third district. The main issue now is that the power suppression mechanism isn't working. We must apply for a professional monitor from the organization. Minister Yang suddenly felt overwhelmed. Professional monitors can only be handled by investigators, and the deployment of investigators is under the direct control of the strategic department of the war zone. The lower third district has no authority to intervene. Li Hao looked at the girl in the corner. How about letting Qing Wan make a request? The girl puffed out her developing chest, full of confidence. No problem. I can handle it. Minister Yang looked skeptical and distrustful. Li Hao advised from the side. There's no other way. It's better than having outsiders intervene, right? After thinking it over, Minister Yang, with a mindset of trying anything, took out his phone. Let me give it a try. The night was dark, and the Public Security Bureau was brightly lit. 6 full hours had passed since the incident occurred in the afternoon. The young man walked slowly out of the door. He was the last one to be released in this incident. Hao Meng stood alone at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. The night wind was chilly. A plain-looking man kicked open the stuck car door, waved away the black smoke and the unpleasant smell of burnt tires, cursing, I'm going to die. This damn car is probably older than I am. Hao Meng frowned at him. Forget it. It was stolen from the Bureau anyway. Let's make do with it. The man placed one hand on the cart frame and waved vigorously. Bro, hurry up. We're off. Go, go, go. Who are you? In secret? Jiarin was taken aback, suddenly slapping his forehead. Damn, I forgot the task requirements. How about you just pretend you didn't see me? Jiarin sighed. Forget it. My task is to monitor you anyway. If you cross the line, I'll stab you. This job can be done both openly and secretly. Hao Meng. In the distance, inside the riot control vehicle, the three remained silent, watching as the rusty, flat-tired M. Grand sped away. Qing Wan was the first to speak. Who is he? Is he sick? Li Hao also cast a doubtful glance at the man. Minister Yang immediately exploded. What are you looking at me for? How would I know who he is? The organization is adamant about not letting us arrange our own monitors. What can I do? Li Hao remained silent for a moment, thinking it was better than Qing Wan. Minister Yang nodded in agreement. Inghuan? Chapter 15. Not a beast, but a deity. The dilapidated vehicle stopped in front of the community gate, and the security guard checked it twice before opening the gate to let it through. In this luxurious, upscale community filled with luxury cars, the nearly scrapped M. Grand stood out sharply. A man named Jia Run followed upstairs, calling it personal protection and unceremoniously demanding the guest room. Hao Meng walked in the bathroom and unwrapped the bandage. Ever since gaining his psychic powers, Hao Meng's senses and body had undergone tremendous changes. With such a lethal penetrating wound, an ordinary person, even if they were lucky enough to survive, could only lie in a hospital and receive treatment, unable to move around like this. The stitches on his left shoulder were both painful and itchy, a dull ache that was hard to bear. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and a naked man with a towel draped over his shoulder walked under the showerhead to begin bathing. Wow, not bad at all. The recovery is impressive. The bodies of psychic individuals are generally weak, but your recovery speed rivals that of high-level superhuman beings. Hao Meng was neither close to nor resistant to the suddenly appearing observer. He simply asked, high-level? Superhuman type? The man rubbed his body vigorously, mumbling, it seems no one has told you about the classification of urine, so this daunting task of enlightenment must fall to me, a warm-hearted new mentor. As the polar night descended and humanity mutated, they were called Irin. When Irin first awakened, their strength is generally at the elementary level, while those with exceptional talent can reach the intermediate level, and a very few achieve a high level upon awakening, 1 in 10,000. Each Irin undergoes rigorous training, and when their strength reaches its limit, they can undergo assessment to receive a rating from D to S, from Ding to Jia. The types of Irin are thus classified, with the main directions divided into 3 major categories: superhuman type, natural type, and nirvana type. Jiarin poured shampoo into his palm. The superhuman type, as the name suggests, possesses a physique far beyond that of ordinary people, with terrifying strength and speed and incredible recovery abilities. The natural type involves elements, laws, and the changes of the 5 elements, capable of manipulating wind, rain, thunder, lightning, water, fire, earth, and wood, exhibiting terrifying destructive power. Among the 3, The Nirvana type has the fewest numbers, but is also the most powerful, with elusive spiritual abilities that make their attacks unpredictable. Those who derive from spiritual abilities, such as formation masters, sorcerers, and psychics, are undoubtedly the dominant Iran of their level. Hao Meng was carefully digesting this unheard information. You have obvious superhuman characteristics, but your mental powers are even stronger, Jiaran said with a smile. Given your current situation, you can major in any department, but do not think about dual majors. A person's energy is limited, and you cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Hao Meng casually asked, "What department are you in?" Jiaran, who was washing his hair, paused and replied proudly, "I am an excellent warrior of the superhuman department." After a moment, Jiaran earnestly advised, "Hao Meng, listen to me. It's better to cultivate the superhuman department. Don't mess around with that mental power of Hu Jiaoji. You don't know how elusive that stuff is. If you're not careful, it can easily mess up your brain. 8 out of 10 mentalists in the organization are crazy. The ones from the nature department aren't much better either. They play with fire and water every day, and they strike people with lightning at the drop of a hat. Over time, they all start thinking they're gods controlling the world, looking down from above. It's really absurd, truly absurd. Throughout the century-long history of the Polar Night, only our superhuman department stands out, unmatched in physique. A real man should be like this, hitting hard and strong." The boastful words of the man did not sway Hao Meng. He rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled. "Hao Meng, if you are willing to diligently cultivate this path, what about injuries like the one on your shoulder?" Hao Meng suddenly widened his eyes, watching as the man picked up the razor from the wash basin and forcefully slashed it across his own wrist. Blood splattered everywhere. The wound was at least 2 inches deep. Fresh blood quickly soaked the entire wash basin. However, in the next moment, Hao Meng saw an unforgettable scene for the rest of his life. The severed flesh rapidly sprouted fleshy buds, intertwining at high speed. The grinning man turned on the faucet to wash away the blood. His wrist had already returned to normal. Seeing Hao Meng in a daze, the man was quite satisfied, clearing his throat dramatically and sighing. "I've been driving a lot lately. Went to the hospital for an x-ray. They said it's a lumbar disc issue. The nucleus pulposus is protruding." The young man stared in horror as the man took the razor and forcefully slashed at his lower back. Moments later, the terrifying wound healed within a few breaths. The man, enduring the intense pain, looked at Hao Meng excitedly, as if to say, "What do you think? Hurry up and praise me." The youth remained silent for a long time, looking at him with an indescribable expression. Can an ordinary person do such a thing? Is this something a human mind can conceive? Are you sick? Faced with this sudden questioning, the man fell silent as well. Hao Meng exited the bathroom, deciding to keep a distance from this person. Jiaran silently looked at the blood on the floor, and then at his handsome self in the mirror. Why didn't he shout 666? Why didn't he exclaim how awesome the superhero was, how extraordinary, then dive headfirst into the painful cultivation of the superhero lineage? In the north of the city, at the Qing Shui Manor, on the 4th floor of the villa, a man gulped down the vodka in his glass. Yet the pain in his bandaged right hand continued to throb. "Young master," the burly man who had appeared in the conference room stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "I've checked. That kid has a simple background and has no connection with Li Hao." "No?" The man smashed the glass into pieces. "So he could just call the mayor with a phone call? If not him, could it be Tan Shi? If Tan Shi had such a powerful connection, would he still be hiding until now?" The anger of Ling was on the verge of exploding. Hey, not only did he lose the regional contract, but he almost had a hand crippled. The burly man's eyes flickered as he quietly said, "Young master, there was another person in the room at that time. And don't you find it strange?" The sniper and armed helicopter arrived just a few minutes after the translation call was finished. The response speed was too fast, right? The man froze, took a deep breath, and stared intensely at his trusted bodyguard. "Are you saying they were already ambushed there? Besides both parties, there was indeed another person in the room." "Musin." Ling nearly ground his back teeth. "What?" "The Public Security Bureau said that I'm Senior can speak Mandarin." Ling's eyes widened in shock. "He can speak Chinese." Ling quickly linked all the suspicious points together. "I see. How could a kid have the guts to stand up to me? Turns out it was like this." Ling speculated immediately. I've been wondering why Tan Shi could find a skilled foreign language translator at the last minute, someone I couldn't find even after all my efforts. That kid is Aimu-san's person. He was sent by Aimu-san to Tan Shi, and Aimu-san is a partner of the Shangzhou group, someone from the old man's side. This whole collaboration was designed by the old man to pave the way for Tan Shi. What nonsense about fair competition. The old man had long planned to hand over this regional ownership to Tan Shi. In the conference room, I was already invincible. Tan Shi's situation was dire. Aimu-san understood this, so he simply acted as the disruptor, stirring everything up. The more the man thought about it, the angrier he became. He kicked over the table in front of him, smashing things around to vent his frustration. After the man finished venting, the bodyguard approached and quietly asked, "Then, young master, what should we do next?" Xiangling gasped for breath, fierce as a wolf. The old man has been this biased, so I can't be blamed for crossing over and handing the Shangzhou group to that vase. Don't even think about it. The bodyguard's heart jolted. The battle for succession in the Shangzhou group was finally about to officially begin. At the Shangzhou Sanatorium, on the third floor, An Liman, nearing the end of his life, lay quietly on a bright yellow soft couch, surrounded by various expensive medical machines. Life and death are the norms of life. The rich man's game of prolonging life is always unimaginably expensive. At the curtain, a figure with a concave and convex silhouette pulled aside a bit of the curtain, looking out at the green hills and clear waters. A man in a high-collar trench coat and beret walked into the room, sitting silently on a small stool beside the bed, staring at the elderly man. Time passed slowly, and the quiet room was only occasionally interrupted by the ticking of machines. After an unknown amount of time, the woman in front of the window turned around and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to fight anymore." The man extended his hand, his skin appearing sickly pale. He grasped the elderly man's withered hand and replied, "Helping you rise to power is his intention. Whether you fight or not is not up to you." Tan Shi bit her lip and said, "I'm just a weak woman with no power, no strength. I know my own worth. With such a large Shangzhou group and such strong enemies, I'm simply no match for him." After a pause, Tan Shi showed a look of despair. "I almost died today." The man took off his hat and placed it aside. He was entirely white, suffering from a rare case of albinism, and was therefore called White Bull. This top aide who had accompanied Cthulhu in battles for over 40 years said, "You also said it was almost. You're not dead yet." Xiangling was able to get the news, and, of course, she received it too. "Sign it in a month. Go to City Z to coordinate the remaining matters with Aimu Sr. 1999 Polar Night Incident Confidential File Authorization Agreement." The woman didn't even look at it and signed it directly. Tan Shi looked at White Bull with cold eyes and said, "No matter what you do, I will never forgive you in this lifetime." The woman strode away. White Bull remained silent, watching over the critically ill elderly man like a statue, motionless. Everyone knew Shang Chi-Tu's condition was severe. But even Xiangling and Tan, she did not know that this business giant had not opened his eyes for a full 6 years. In Tan, she had married into the Shang family 5 years ago. The man slowly closed his eyes, his breathing gradually becoming lighter, until it was almost imperceptible. The elderly man on the bed and the man on the stool were quiet and silent. Besides Tan Shi, very few could come here. Shang Chi-Tu had been lying here for 6 years, and he had also been here for 6 years, enjoying solitude, immersed in silence. Those who live in seclusion are either beasts or gods. Chapter 16, Polar Nightclub. Jia Ren finished his shower, whistling as he walked into the living room, and immediately spotted the young man in the master bedroom, sitting in a chair, staring at a group photo on the table. Even from a distance, Jia Ren could clearly see the content of the photo. The background was a Ferris wheel at an amusement park, with a beautiful woman linking her arm with a young man, her smile radiant. When Hao Meng moved here from his previous residence, he only brought an album, documenting the moments he shared with Xiao Yin. Life is like a dream, almost illusory. Hao Meng lightly traced the image of the woman in the photo, seemingly unconcerned about Jia Ren's scrutiny, and slowly said, "I can hardly believe that all of this is just a dream of mine." Jia Ren leaned against the doorframe and replied, "Whether you believe it or not, this is a fact. What I just told you is no joke." After cultivating mental powers, most people become paranoid and delusional, just like you, fantasizing about a childhood sweetheart is not unusual. As their mental powers grow stronger, these individuals will sink deeper into the mire. They will begin to doubt everything they perceive, develop unique perspectives, and subsequently form abnormal obsessions. The more they expand their mental capacity, the more different their thinking patterns and ideas become. The line between genius and madness is very thin. The man picked up the phone that was placed on the dining table, casually scanned it, read the unread messages from when he was showering, and no longer elaborated on the topic. He waved and said, "Hao Meng, let's go. I'll take you to have some fun." Hao Meng Gang wanted to shake his head in refusal, but the man had already grabbed his head and said, come on. Where in the world is there no fragrant grass? Why hang yourself on a single tree? Let's go wash our feet and get a massage. It'll be relaxing." Soon, a Mercedes-Benz E300 roared out of the community. Oh wow. The man holding the steering wheel was extremely excited. The engine roaring, "Isn't this much better than my old Geely?" After half an hour's journey, they arrived at their destination in just 10 minutes, speeding through the night. Jiaoren said with a grin, "It's nothing. These small matters will be handled by someone." There were plenty of private clubs in City A, with strange names that few people paid attention to. But for someone like Hao Meng, who was observant, it was different. The term extreme night represented everything. Jiaoren led Hao Meng through the door, a long corridor, and there was no one behind the bar. At the end of the hallway, a wooden door had a fingerprint lock. Jiaoren pressed his thumb on it, and the door opened, revealing an old-fashioned barred elevator. As soon as they stepped in, the elevator suddenly plummeted down as if it had lost its cable. Hao Meng instinctively grabbed the handrails on either side, looking at Jiaoren in terror, but the latter remained calm, his feet rooted to the spot. The free fall lasted for more than 10 seconds before it slowly decelerated and came to a stop. The bars opened, and Jiaoren pushed the door open, a bright light flooding in. The young man, still shaken, was even more confused. Deep underground, who knows how many meters down, there was such a vast space. At a glance, buildings stood tall, and aside from the various colored houses, the most eye-catching was the enormous oval hall in the center, covering at least 20 hectares. Hao Meng looked down again. The place where they were standing was on a cliff, surrounded by steep rock walls, with no way to step down. Seeing the foolish stare, upon seeing Jiaoren's strange smile, a chill inexplicably rose in Hao Meng's heart, and his body instinctively produced a sense of crisis. In the next moment, he felt himself being struck by a great force, and his whole body flew out. A full 100 meters above ground, this bastard actually kicked him off the cliff. As Hao Meng rapidly descended, his whole body trembled. The feeling of weightlessness made it easy to lose sanity, and his mind went blank, leaving only instinctive struggles. Falling to the ground from this height, even with Hao Meng's so-called high-level body strength, he would undoubtedly die. No, Hao Meng forced himself to stay calm. Ever since his psychic abilities awakened, not only did his body undergo changes, but his mind also became exceptionally clear and sharp. At this critical moment between life and death, he almost instantly began to assess the situation. Wow, the cliff wall, protruding rocks, the debris below, the uneven ground, and then there was a man running along the cliff wall. Hao Meng saw Jiaoren running down the steep cliff in a way that defied the laws of gravity. In just a second, it felt to Hao Meng like 10 seconds had passed. There was a protruding rock below. "I'm going to crash." A jolt ran through Hao Meng's heart. He decisively flipped in midair, accurately avoiding the rock formation. Then he extended his hands, grabbing the edge of the rock formation perfectly. His fingers curled like hooks, as hard as steel, embedding firmly into the stone, holding on tight. Jiaoren ran past him and gave him a thumbs up. Bang! Hao Meng landed steadily, his anger surging. Just as he was about to scold, he saw Jiaoren grinning while spinning a black ring on his finger. Was he using external force to suppress the ring? Hao Meng finally realized that Jiaoren had taken away his power suppression ring without him noticing. The young man looked up at the towering 100-meter cliff, and the visual impact from the bottom looking up was even more shocking. He could hardly imagine that he had successfully descended from that height just moments ago. Reflecting on his series of inhuman actions and reaction speeds, Hao Meng's anger dissipated as he pondered. Jiaoren had done it on purpose and had removed his ring in advance. In the face of life-and-death crisis, he had unleashed all his strength. The man patted him on the shoulder and said, "Hao Meng, you need to understand this moment, remember it, and remind yourself at all times. You are an extraordinary person, a superhuman in a sense. You're no longer an ordinary human." This was Hao Meng's first intuitive understanding of his own power, the strength of his body, the adaptability of his mind, completely different from before. In the past, if he had fallen unexpectedly, he was sure that his mind would be blank and filled with fear until just before hitting the ground, leaving him unable and powerless to respond. But with the enhancement of his brain capacity, he was able to make corresponding judgments almost instantly. Li Hao had once said that a brain capacity increase of 20 is considered the most intelligent level in human history before the extreme night. The awakening of his extraordinary power brought him extraordinary calmness, responsiveness, wisdom, and focus. At the same time, his physical strength was beyond imagination. His fingers were merely scraped, and he could leap several meters, agile and powerful in an unbelievable way. The training center had 3 levels. The first floor was equipped with various tools. Jiaren walked to a punching power testing machine, turned on the power, and waved, saying, "Come, let's test your physical fitness." Hao Meng stepped forward and quickly threw a few punches. Random numbers appeared on the screen: 796 kilograms, 580 kilograms, 912 kilograms. Total, 762 kilograms. Jiaren then activated the tester on the track. Hao Meng adjusted his state and suddenly accelerated to run at 26 meters per second. The man nodded slightly and said, "A solid high-level physical quality." Hao Meng clenched his fist. After seeing the data, he realized just how strong his body had become. His running speed was over twice that of a human Olympic champion, and his punching power had surpassed that of a human boxing champion. Jiaren randomly expanded Hao Meng's knowledge, saying, "When punching power reaches 1,000 kilograms and running speed reaches 30 ms, you can participate in the rating. Those who pass will receive a D-level rating and can then cultivate extraordinary power." Extraordinary power. Hao Meng recalled the strange airflow mastered by Qing Wan and Shengling Jiaran, then walked over to a simulation robot and began fiddling with it. He reached into his pocket, took out a red stone the size of a coin, and tossed it into the robot's mouth. Coin insertion? Hao Meng was taken aback. Then, the robot's eyes lit up with red light. Jiaran stepped aside, leaned against the pillar with his hands behind his head, and smiled, saying, "Hao Meng, attack with all your might. Let all out." Hao Meng took a deep breath. Bang, bang, bang. The young man unleashed a flurry of punches on the robot, each hit landing solidly. Bang! With another loud crash, the robot was sent flying 7 or 8 meters by a powerful whip kick, rolling several times before finally getting back on its feet. Just as the robot steadied itself, it suddenly lunged forward aggressively. In Hao Meng's mind, the psychic power suddenly expanded, and the robot's rapid speed seemed to be in slow motion. A fierce battle unfolded between the person and the object. Hao Meng had never learned systematic fighting techniques, but as a child from the mountains, he was no stranger to competition and toughness, fiercely pounding on the robot. However, he soon realized something was off. The robot's strength and speed were increasing. It was adapting to Hao Meng's displayed abilities. Its speed was getting faster, and its strength was growing stronger. Even with the aid of his mental powers, Hao Meng found it increasingly difficult. The two sides began to stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. It felt great. It had been a long time since he experienced such a thrilling sensation. He gave it his all. After a moment, however, human strength is limited and exhausted. Hao Meng was no longer a match for the robot and gradually fell back. Seeing that it was about time, Jiaren pressed the stop button, and the robot immediately ceased its movements. The young man lay back on the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. How was it? Was it satisfying? Jiaren exclaimed. The pleasure brought by the dopamine produced by humans after intense exercise is second only to, well, you know. Hao Meng gasped for breath and said, "It's much more comfortable than hitting a sandbag." The robot beside him spat out the red stone that had been previously, but compared to before, its color had lightened and its size had shrunk a bit. Hao Meng pinched the red stone with 2 fingers and examined it, curious eyes looking towards Jiaren. "This is called Moonstone," Jiaren said with a smile. "It contains natural exotic power and is a universal currency and energy source in the outside world. With this natural exotic power, This robot can use it as energy. Hao Meng suddenly froze. Wait a minute. Energy. The young man immediately sat up, his eyes shifting, and said in a deep voice, Jiarun, can you sell me the moonstone? Chapter 17, Additional Clock. You want the moonstone? Jiarun was a bit surprised. You can't use this thing right now. Hao Meng explained, this robot is quite interesting. I'd like to come and play with it again in the future. Is that so? The man rolled his eyes and smiled. Hao Meng, you know that the lower third district has very strict controls over such extreme nighttime items, and I don't have much moonstone on me. Name your price. Oh, come on. What kind of relationship do we have? Talking about money is a bit vulgar, isn't it? Then what do you suggest? Ahem. I've never been to the lower third district, and I feel all sore and I'm all over, you see. Understood, foot massage, it's arranged. Oh, brother, you're too generous. I really feel embarrassed. Let's go. Hao Meng tucked the moonstone into his pocket and left with the excited Jiarun. On the third floor of the venue, a huge screen was reflecting the two people who had entered, while a small screen beside it was looping images of cliffs and testing scenes inside the venue. In front of the screen, a man stood with his hands clasped behind him, silently observing. After a moment, he took out his phone and edited a text message. The number starting with the area code 9999, grade A potential, can be included in the knife wielder's training program. Jinbat Foot Massage. As an outstanding backbone sales manager of the company, Hao Meng was familiar with the rules of social interaction in business. Let the other party make money. Drink happily. Get a foot massage or sing a song. After this trilogy is in place, the business is usually secured. The man's socializing was that simple and unpretentious. Yo, brother Hao. Long time no see. The valet cheerfully took the keys as Hao Meng casually tossed him a pack of golden leaf cigarettes. And the smile on his face grew even more enthusiastic. He shouted inside, VIPs, please go upstairs. Jiarun followed Hao Meng into the beautifully decorated and luxurious clubhouse, where two charming receptionists greeted them with beaming smiles. Brother Hao, rooms 76 and 88 are both available today. You didn't give us a heads up before coming. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let room 61 in. Jiarun's eyes lit up at the mention of familiar customers. The young man just smiled in response. Hao Meng had a general understanding of all the foot massage and spa clubs in City A, except for the private high-end professional venues. He was particularly familiar with Jinbat Foot Massage, where every young lady was charming and lovely, beautiful and obedient, and the clients he brought were always full of praise. In recent years, it had become a standard choice for Hao Meng to entertain guests. Jiarun's gaze never left the receptionist leading the way in front of him. Her slim waist swayed as she walked, the body-hugging skirt paired with a blue-buttoned uniform. From his angle, he could see her snow-white thighs and ample spring scenery. It wasn't until they reached the second-floor room that he managed to shift his gaze away and then grabbed Hao Meng's arm with excitement, his fingers gripping tightly. Brother Hao, take me along. Hao Meng chuckled, having eaten well, drunk well, and played well, arranged everything. Brother, dear brother. Jiarun pulled out two red stones the size of coins from his pocket and unceremoniously stuffed them into Hao Meng's hands. The young man felt a surge of joy and quickly stashed the stones away. The man sat on the sofa, looking left and right, feeling both impatient and a bit nervous. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Hello, technician number 76 at your service. Hello, technician number 91 at your service. Two fair-skinned, beautiful young ladies entered with foot basins. A woman with golden wavy hair and a full chest wore a badge with the number 76 and said sweetly, Brother Hao. The other tall woman with long black hair was even more stunning, with long legs and black stockings and only one button fastened at her neckline, revealing soft, snowy skin. She smiled and said, Good evening, esteemed guest. Hao Meng glanced at the dazed man and said he could choose whichever he wanted, and if he was not satisfied, he could change. Jiarun immediately replied, Okay, whatever works. Then you go with 91. Hao Meng stood up, feeling sweaty all over, and said, I'm going to take a shower first. The blonde technician, number 76, smiled and said, Brother Hao, let me help you. No need. Hao Meng waved his hand, causing the blonde girl to look disappointed. Jiarun swallowed hard. Technician number 91, dressed in black stockings, approached with a foot bath outfit and gently said, VIP, it's time to change. Huh? Jiarun felt he had always been an honest man, and seeing the simple, almost transparent disposable bathrobe, he looked at Hao Meng in shock. Can this even be worn? What's the difference from not wearing anything at all? Change. A big man shouldn't be shy. Hao Meng rolled his eyes and decisively stripped off his clothes in front of the two beauties, slipping on slippers and heading to the bathroom. This. Poor Jiarun, who had lived half his life without experiencing such a scene, stood frozen in place. Having grown up in a war zone, technician number 77, noticing he wasn't moving, kindly stepped forward to help him undress. After a moment, when Hao Meng finished his shower and came out, Jiarun had already changed and was lying on the sofa, with the technician kneeling beside him, skillfully massaging him from head to toe. Jiarun went from being stiff at the start to slowly relaxing, and then quietly reached his hand onto the technician's snow-white thigh. The dark-haired girl bit her lip and remained silent, her expression alluring, while the man took advantage of the moment, the dim light of the TV hiding his increasingly bold movements. Brother Hao, the blonde technician, who had been waiting, cheerfully leaned in. No need to wash your feet. Let us just massage for a while. Hao Meng still felt exhausted and drained, lying back on the sofa to relax and rest, while the technician who understood his temperament gently massaged him. A bit tired, Hao Meng unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was the technician beside him, gently nudging him awake, softly saying, "Brother Hao, it's time. We need to go." Hao Meng casually nodded and tilted his head, only to see Jiarun staring at him intently. The black-haired technician was already pouring water and tidying up, straightening his disheveled clothes. "Brother Hao." Jiarun looked at him pitifully, still wanting more. Hao Meng Liao ran, lightly shouted, "At a clock." The man punched Hao Meng on the shoulder, excitedly saying, "Good brother, a lifelong good brother." He then shifted his buttocks forward, grabbing the soft little hand of the black-haired technician girl, cheerfully saying, "Lily, let's chat a bit more." The black-haired girl nodded obediently. That's the good thing about the girls here. They're not at all delicate or pretentious, just great. With no one around, the young man took out a watch and a red stone from the pocket of his bathrobe. Strange. The young man pondered, could I have been mistaken? Suddenly, Hao Meng saw the stone being pulled by some kind of force, and with a whoosh, it stuck to the watch screen. Then, strands of red energy surged into the watch. The stone quickly shrank, its color lightened, and within 3 breaths, it turned to dust. The watch screen slightly brightened, then went dark. It really works. Hao Meng's heart raced. That's right. The energy source of the watch is extraordinary power, and this moonstone contains extraordinary power. Hao Meng took out the second moonstone and repeated the process. The foreign energy inside was once again absorbed by the watch. Not enough, still not enough. Hao Meng frowned. It seemed that the amount of foreign energy required by this watch was substantial. Relying solely on these was far from sufficient. I need more moonstones. Jiarun has moonstones on him, but I don't know how many. I remember there was a mining agreement for moonstones in the regional contract of Imo-sen, which means there are a lot of moonstones there. But how can I get hold of them? The young man lay on the sofa, wrapping his arms around the soft waist of the blonde technician. Yet his mind was elsewhere, thinking left and right. Before long, an hour had passed. Brother Hao? Jiarun's voice was very soft. Add another hour. Hao Meng shouted. Another hour later. Brother Hao, add another hour. Brother Hao, add another hour? If you want to add an hour, you can shout yourself. I'm going to sleep for a while. It was dawn. Hao Meng, who had only lightly slept all night, looked rather unwell, while Jiarun, who hadn't slept at all, was full of energy, excited like a monkey. He walked out of the room, and Jiarun was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Upon seeing Hao Meng come out, he immediately looked over eagerly. Hao Meng casually asked, "Dinner time, what do you want to eat?" "Anything." Hao Meng Luo pondered and took Jiarun to the barbecue restaurant downstairs. Delicious. What a heavenly taste. Jiarun feasted joyfully, enjoying beer with meat. Jiarun, can you teach me some of your fighting skills? I've roughly learned sanda and boxing before, but I'm not proficient. Brother, with your physical fitness, you could easily dominate in the lower districts. Why do you need to practice? Are you going to sing after training? Sing? Maybe I should just soak my feet instead. There's a princess. Brother, Kulme, watch closely. When attacking, your stance must be stable. Focus your attention and engage every part of your body. For example, with this right straight punch, generate power from your calf twist your waist, tense your body, and then strike forcefully bang. You try it. Okay, I'll give it a try. It really does feel different. Exactly. Come on, let me teach you again. Our strength as outsiders already far exceeds that of ordinary people, but you lack combat experience. So the urgent task now is to master your body and maximize your strength. Until late at night. Here we go, brother. An hour later. Xingyu 80, KTV. Jiaoren stared in astonishment at the lineup of beautiful women in front of him, their clothes partially undone, exuding various charms. Good evening, distinguished guests. The ladies greeted with curtsies and sweet voices. Is this the legendary nighttime talent show? Jiaoren trembled with excitement. Hao Meng picked up the wine glass, casually choosing. If one is not enough, then two. Good, good. Brother Hao, I want number 16, and also number 34. Hao Meng shouted into the microphone a couple of times, and then clinked bottles with Jiaoren, who was huddled in the corner holding a girl. Jiaoren, why not sing a couple of songs? No thanks. Come on, relax a bit. Have some fun. It doesn't matter if you can't sing well. It's so boring just sitting there quietly. It's fine. The pretty girl in his arms couldn't help but intervene, pleading, Big brother, just sing one song. You've been touching for 2 hours. Your stockings are already pilling. How good. It seems like our time in the private room is up. Over time, just shout it out. Brother, I love you. Chapter 18. With heaven above. We must be at odds with gambling and drugs. Sleeping during the day, getting up in the evening, strengthening the body and honing skills in the underground giant hall of the extreme nightclub during the first half of the night, and enjoying food, drink, and fun with Jiaoren during the second half of the night, living a life of overtime and extensions. Hao Meng quickly mastered his own power. Although he lacked exquisite skills, he excelled in overwhelming everything with sheer strength, sweeping away all obstacles. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks had passed. Hao Meng got up in the afternoon, feeling refreshed and invigorated, the fatigue of the night completely dispelled after a good sleep, replaced by even more abundant energy. It wasn't until night fell that the man in the second bedroom finally emerged, leaning against the wall as he stood in front of the wash basin to freshen up. Jiaoren, with toothpaste foam in his mouth, stared blankly at his haggard reflection in the mirror. Jiaoren, go. Hao Meng called out. Hao Meng walked to the bathroom door, surprised and astonished. Jiaoren looked at his disheveled self, then glanced at the energetic Hao Meng, his hand gripping the toothbrush, cup trembling slightly. I have been harmed by alcohol and desire, and I am so haggard. The man suddenly gripped the toothbrush cup tightly. And from today on, bang! He smashed the cup on the ground and shouted seriously and firmly, no more drinking. The young man was stunned. Goodness, you didn't mention anything about desire. The man randomly splashed some water on his face, full of vigor, and said, let's go. Today we are going to Yuela. Yesterday, technician number 107 told me that her father has been gambling and is in debt everywhere. Her mother has been weak and ill for years, and there is a younger brother in elementary school. She is new to this place and unfamiliar with it. Oh my, misfortune always seeks out the unfortunate. How pitiful. I must go help her and offer my love. Hao Meng sighed. It seems that the technician at 107 is not professional enough. The real sequence of events should be: father gambles, mother is ill, brother studies, just started and not familiar yet. All the siblings rely on me, and I hope my elder brother can take care of us. Business failed and debts need to be repaid. Ex-husband is abusive and a gambler, taking care of the child with no income, reluctantly walking down an irreversible path. Just want to earn money to pay off debts and then open a nail salon. The young man casually complained, yes, 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 under heaven, we are sworn enemies of gambling and drugs. Jiaoren grabbed Hao Meng's shoulder and shook it hard. Brother, we are truly kindred spirits. It's a pity we met too late. Hao Meng forced a smile, now that they were calling each other brothers. He was just afraid that one day someone would quietly sneak up and stab him in the back. Let's go downstairs to eat something. I'll get the car for you later. Just put my name down when you pay. Hao Meng opened the door and walked downstairs. Jiaoren hurriedly caught up with the coat, asking, what's wrong? Aren't you going? Is there something happening tonight? Hao Meng sighed, feeling a bit financially strained. So he decided to go to the translation agency to pick up some work. After 3 whole weeks of indulgence, his nightly expenses had been at least 2,000 to 3,000, and sometimes 4,000 to 5,000 a night. Roughly calculated, he had already spent nearly 100,000. Even with Hao Meng's financial strength, he couldn't keep it up any longer. Jiarun immediately reacted. Brother, brother. Jiarun was deeply moved, feeling fortunate to have met a brother like him. Truly a stroke of luck in 3 lifetimes. The man steeled himself, gritted his teeth, bent down, and took off his left shoe. Then Hao Meng saw him pull at the sole, and a bunch of small red stones fell out with a clattering sound. With Hao Meng's current ability, he almost instantly determined there were 32 pieces. Take this, brother. Jiarun gathered up the stones and placed them in Hao Meng's hands, saying seriously, there's no way to repay you. From now on, I'll be your servant at your beck and call. Hao Mengxin's heart shook violently. Over the past 3 weeks, Jiarun had occasionally given him a few pieces, and with today's 32 pieces, that totals 60 pieces of moonstone. The robot's training energy used up a total of 8 pieces, and it gradually absorbed 9 pieces for the watch, so including this amount. He still has 43 pieces of moonstone left. A windfall. The square iron box was filled to the brim with red moonstones. The absorption began. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 8 pieces, 9 pieces. The watch was like a bottomless pit, never filling up. There were still 23 pieces left. Hao Meng Luo thought for a moment, then threw away 3 more pieces of change. After that, he put away his watch. Since there was nothing left from Jiarun, he had to think of other ways. After a short break, Hao Meng opened his computer and browsed through the task list at the translation agency, picking up a few assignments. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated. Hao Meng glanced at the phone, and as soon as he picked it up, the signature hoarse voice rang out, excitedly shouting, Deputy Editor. My dear Deputy Editor Hao, you have finally had a good rest. Just as expected. Hao Meng seemed to see the scene of the frail man huddled in the corner trembling, while Chu Jinxing was cursing and spitting everywhere. After all, the place he lived in was provided by Chu Jinxing, and he was earning a monthly salary of 6,000 as the deputy editor. Hao Meng picked 3 items from the few that Chu Jinxing offered and agreed to translate them within a month to send back to him. The latter was overjoyed and extremely grateful. Right. Chu Jinxing exclaimed. Deputy editor, the day after tomorrow, the company has a team-building event. Come and join us. We'll see. I might not have time. Huh? That would be a shame. The company has recently hired many fresh graduates, and the young ladies are all more beautiful than the last. I just remembered. I'm free the day after tomorrow. I'll send the time and location then. Great. Hao Meng hung up the phone. Whether he was a fresh graduate or not didn't matter. What mattered was that he had become the deputy editor-in-chief and needed to build relationships with his colleagues. His original intention had never wavered. To earn 100 million and marry 6 wives. Fantasy? Illusion? He didn't believe it. Hao Meng lit a cigarette, cast aside his thoughts, and was just about to start translating when the watch next to his computer trembled slightly and the screen lit up. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his heart, causing the cigarette he had just lit to fall to the ground due to a tremor in his hand. Master. Chapter 19, Majestic Daylight. Hao Meng was stunned and suddenly awakened. The watch came to life. It rebooted. A square-shaped QR code had appeared on the screen, and a voice directly entered Hao Meng's mind, thanking the master for the energy supply. It was now fully operational, with no special consumption, and could stay in standby for about a year. Hao Meng was taken aback. 1 year? The energy of this moonstone far exceeded his expectations. Hao Meng asked, how much energy have you replenished now? How much more do you need to be fully charged? The lips of the figure on the watch moved and replied, Master, the energy of the watch itself is negligible and can only support basic functions. Currently, it has been replenished by 5%. After you're rated and gain autonomous abilities, I can be bound to you, allowing you to supply energy at any time and provide various functions continuously. 5%. It took 32 moonstones to restore 5% of energy. This means it requires 640 moonstones to be fully charged. Hao Meng understood that energy is consumable. Moreover, the watch alone cannot activate most of its functions without energy. The young man thought for a moment and asked, do you have any functions available now? The watch replied, Master, I have already awakened. I can currently help you browse various solid-state information, data, events, etc. You can consider me as the most powerful computer of human technology which knows everything. The translation function you are currently using belongs to this category, and it consumes very little energy, almost negligible. Hao Meng's heart stirred. This was equivalent to having a living treasure that knew everything about astronomy and geography. The watch continued. In addition, the currently activated special functions are telepathy, a protective shield, and short-term amplification. There is no upper limit on the energy required for these three functions. The stronger the person you want to probe with telepathy, the greater the consumption. The same applies to the protective shield and short-term amplification. Hao Meng was stunned. Is there really such a thing in the world? Can you elaborate on it? Hao Meng quickly asked. The watch immediately replied, Master, mind reading can peek into the inner thoughts of others. For ordinary people, it consumes one of energy. For extraordinary individuals, the consumption increases to 2, 3, and 4 for low, medium, and high grades respectively, maintaining for 30 minutes. The watch's own energy cannot support the consumption for peaking at extraordinary individuals' ratings. The intensity of the protective shield also increases accordingly. Consuming 4 of energy can create a shield that can withstand below the rated level, lasting for 1 minute. The short-term enhancement is a neural type ability that can temporarily boost strength by stimulating various parts of the body. It consumes 5 of energy for 1 use, lasting for 5 minutes. Hao Meng stroked his chin, having gained a preliminary understanding. The watch reaffirmed, Master, she truly exists. The watch then continued, Master, close your eyes, slow your breathing, eliminate all thoughts, unleash all your mental powers, and imagine yourself drifting in the sea of stars, extremely calm and peaceful, as if merging with everything around you, completely calming your mind. Hao Meng hesitated for a moment, but followed through. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. As time passed, Hao Meng's mind became free of distractions, slowly entering a mysterious state. He didn't know how long it had been. Suddenly, he awoke from his drifting consciousness. This is a vast world with twinkling lights in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a magnificent palace far away on the horizon, with its main gate wide open. Although it seemed far away, it suddenly enlarged and appeared right in front of the palace gate. Hao Meng gazed longingly. The palace was unimaginably vast, made entirely of golden bricks, magnificent and imposing, exuding an untouchable sanctity and brilliance. Master, a cold voice echoed, startling Hao Meng. Inside the grand hall, on a meditation cushion, a being of light woven from white light sat cross-legged, holding a silvery orb of light in its hands. You are the watch? Hao Meng asked in surprise. Where's this place? The being of light possessed the outline of a human, but lacked facial features, skin, and a body, and slowly replied, Yes, Master, I am the artificial intelligence within the watch, and also the spirit of the watch. My creator named me Zhuang. Zhuang looked down at the orb of light in its hands. Master, this orb is your spiritual power, and this place is the mud pill palace of your spiritual sea. Humans can enter this place through meditation. Zhuang explained in detail. Master, the mud pill palace, also known as the yellow court heavenly brain, is of utmost importance within the human body, overseeing all gods and illuminating the mind. It nurtures the human soul. Practitioners draw energy into their bodies to refine themselves. Thus, the mud pill represents the divine form, the spirit of the body, the dwelling of 100 deities, the source of fluids, the gem chamber of the soul essence. It can cultivate the true within the empty garden of the mind, establish the true amidst the myriad emptiness, produce smoke from 1,000 holes, nurture virtue with heaven and earth, and harmonize with the great principles. Hence it is called the mud pill. Although the human body corresponds to celestial phenomena, each has its own duties. Once the primordial spirit is born within the mud pill palace, it becomes the unity of soul and spirit, regardless of life or death. Yin and yang harmonize, and the spirit is naturally endowed, governing the entire body. Hao Meng opened his eyes wide and looked around. Lang Dai, Si Hai, an Iwan palace? Is this his forehead? This chaotic world, is it inside his body? The young man stared blankly at the light mass. He was extremely familiar with that wave of energy. With a thought, the light mass transformed into a stream of light that joyfully flowed around him, as if under his command, which was indeed his spiritual power. This was given to him by Zhuang. Zhuang slowly said, "Master, the spiritual power was infused into your body by me. And your current high-level physical quality is also a result of this spiritual power automatically refining your cells. So, the life you lived before finding me was real and normal." The young man slowly clenched his fist. If that's the case, then the problem lies with the Extreme Night Organization, or Xiaoyin. The Extreme Night Organization controls the lower 3 districts, and their information network knows everything, unless they are deliberately hiding it from him. Or, Xiaoyin has a major problem. Yes, Hao Meng gritted his teeth. Since he learned that all of this is not an illusion, he must uncover the truth. After more than 20 years of companionship, every moment, every detail suddenly vanished in an instant. Human feelings are not made of stone. How can one simply let go? Hao Meng adjusted his mindset and, after regaining his calm, knelt down and sat cross-legged opposite the light being. The night was deepening, the world was in turmoil, and he wanted to know about the outside situation as well as the so-called ratings and cultivation methods. Good. The light being waved his hand. And endless information appeared in visible beams of light, directly flowing into Hao Meng's brow. Time in this concept became vague. It could be 1 second or perhaps a day. Hao Meng's dull eyes regained their luster. As the polar night descended, Earth underwent tremendous changes. Zhuang slowly said, "With the revival of spiritual energy, plants and animals have undergone mutations. Humanity has sensed the cosmic energy drifting in the world, naming it Ili. This substance exists within all living beings, varying in quantity. And once it exceeds a critical threshold, it triggers a transformation known as awakening. This marks the beginning of the Iran. The initial awakening of humanity varies from low to high levels. Through physical training and body enhancement, one will eventually reach a new critical point. The limit leads to evolution. This is an unchanging biological law throughout time. The current observable pattern indicates that a punching force exceeding 1,000 kilograms and a speed over 30 meters per second can reach the edge of evolution. The Polar Night Organization has classified this into rating standards. After successfully evolving, the cells within an Iran expand, and through special training methods, they can absorb cosmic energy from the environment, storing it in their cells for free use. The Polar Night Organization currently divides training into 4 main ratings: Ding, Bing, E, and Jia, which can also be categorized as DCBA 4 tiers. Zhuang placed his hands flat on his knees, his voice cold. The evolutionary direction for rated Iran has 3 types: superhuman, natural, and nirvana. Each has its strengths. The superhuman type focuses on physical strength, with Ili being contained. The body itself is the most powerful weapon. The natural type manipulates elemental laws of Ili, capable of harnessing the forces of nature with terrifying destructive power. The nirvana type primarily emphasizes mental Ili, cultivating the true self. Hao Meng took a long time to digest this knowledge. Zhuang said, "Master, your current physical condition has already reached the high limit, and you are only 1 step away from evolution. Most awakened individuals are of the superhuman type, while the natural type and the nirvana type are determined by talent. The former possesses elemental laws inherent to the evolved, while the latter involves the opening of the sea of consciousness after evolution, allowing the mud pill palace to contain spiritual." Hao Meng flipped through the knowledge in his mind, furrowing his brows, and suddenly said, "Zhuang, the data says that after a mental anomaly awakens, a thought seed will be born in the Naiwan Palace. The size of the thought seed determines the upper limit of cultivation. They are different from superhuman types and natural types who have to endure rigorous training step by step. Instead, they constantly tap into the power within the thought seed without any bottlenecks until they reach their peak." Zhuang nodded, agreeing that while mental powers are the most powerful, they also come with the greatest limitations. Each mental anomaly is destined for a certain height upon awakening. Normally, thought seeds are at the level of C grade, while those with exceptional talent can reach B grade. So far, there have been very few anomalies that possess A-grade capacity thought seeds upon awakening. Hao Meng looked thoughtfully at the light ball beside him. The mental power, represented by the thought seed, signifies the limit of strength. The first 2 systems involve continuous training. gradually absorbing the extraordinary forces of heaven and earth to grow, while mental power possesses a gold mine as soon as it awakens within the body. What needs to be done is to mine this gold mine step by step and convert it into usable strength. When the gold mine is exhausted, the cultivation will also reach its peak. During this period, cultivation is smooth and there will be no bottleneck phase. However, reaching the top is also the end point. Of course, this is not absolute. In the 100-year history of the Polar Night, there have been some exceptionally talented individuals who broke through their constraints and refined their mental power to become even stronger. But that belongs to a very profound top level that Hao Meng cannot comprehend or touch at this moment. Then Hao Meng looked towards Zhuang. Is his mental power, or rather thought seed, this very light ball? The strength of this ball is even slightly below the lowest level, Ding level. Does this not mean that his mental power will only reach the initial level of Ding when it peaks? Zhuang, connected to Hao Meng's mind, slowly said, Master, you do not possess the innate talent for mental power. Even the talent for the superhuman system is merely an attachment. Hao Meng let out a breath. As expected, just when Hao Meng was about to give up, Zhuang continued, Master, although you do not have a seed of thought yourself, you can still practice the methods of this lineage, dig for gold, and make it your own. The young man was taken aback. What does that mean? Guanren stood up, his radiance becoming dazzling, and he extended his right arm, pointing to the sky. Hao Meng looked in the direction of his finger. The sea of consciousness in the earth of Mud Pill Palace was dead silent and cold, with the only light coming from the great sun in the sky. The sole existence in this dark and profound world. Hao Meng did not understand its meaning. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in shock, and a thought that sent shivers down his spine emerged in his mind. The bright sun hung high in the chaotic world, shining brilliantly. The young man shook violently, suddenly looking at the light person. Do you mean? Hao Meng found it hard to believe, his heart consumed by an overwhelming shock. Zhuang Pingjing said calmly, Yes. Master, this is the thought seed left to you by the Creator. The mental power you are using now is a thread I extracted from it. The young man's lips trembled, his hands and feet difficult to control. The great sun in the sky, was it the thought seed? He looked down at the glowing orb in his hand, only the size of a human head, and then up at the incredibly distant sun, which radiated blinding light. The glaring brilliance was impossible to look at directly. The towering sun was like a majestic mountain, inspiring awe. It seemed like a miracle. Chapter 20, The Meaning of Life. Hao Meng did not know how great the other psychic beings' thought seeds were, but he knew that his own thought seed was undoubtedly unparalleled in the world. The orb of light, the size of a human head, granted him a level of extraordinary power. If one day he could refine the great sun in the sky for his own use, how powerful would he become? With a single thought, he could reverse the world, and with another, he could cause rivers and seas to surge backward. What astonishing legacy did the creator of the wristwatch, the extraordinary night special investigator, and the savior known as Huang Liang leave behind? Zhuang's voice remained calm and steady. Master, your top priority is evolution. Once you successfully attain your rating, you can begin practicing the methods of extraordinary power absorption and officially embark on the path of cultivation. At that time, I will formulate a detailed and reasonable training plan for you. After a pause, Zhuang continued. The creator once said that it doesn't matter whether you choose to confront demons or turn your back on reality. His original intention was not that the person who acquires this wristwatch must become the next savior. In this chaotic world, to survive, one must possess great power. We may choose not to use this power, but we cannot be without it. Hao Meng Moran. The chaotic world shatters with a loud bang. Hao Meng's mind withdrew from the sea of consciousness. The young man in the room slowly opened his eyes. Hao Meng sat for a while, then opened his computer to list the network of relationships between himself and Xiao Yin, parents, relatives, friends, classmates, and anyone he could think of, as well as places he had been to, down to the smallest details. He was looking for clues. Since Xiao Yin was a real person, she could not have vanished in a thin air. What was the truth? Hao Meng must clarify. Just as he picked up the watch, Zhuang's voice had already sounded. Does the master want to translate these manuscripts? Hao Meng nodded. Then he saw a faint white light emitted from the watch into the computer. Suddenly, Lines of code appeared rapidly on the screen. In just a few breaths, a total of 6 translations, nearly 200,000 words, were all converted into the translated documents. This. Hao Meng was stunned. Is this artificial intelligence? Is this Shua? This is simply a money-making machine. Will I ever have to worry about lacking money in the future? Amazing. Hao Meng sighed, got up, and walked out of the room to wash up in the bathroom. Just as Hao Meng was thinking, Shua's voice rang out again. Master, please wait. 3 seconds later, a flood of information surged into Hao Meng's mind. Shua said, I have gathered and searched for all information related to the Qiao family on the Zhouxia official information website. This is the traffic accident investigation record from the year of their car accident. This is their household registration and connections, as well as their family's rental, employment, car purchases. Medical. Detailed and thorough, it's shocking. Hao Meng was dumbfounded. This was beyond what could be described as impressive. It was completely an ultimate cheat. According to what Zhuang said last night, this was still his basic function. Since he had a direction, Hao Meng made a quick decision, ready to act. Just as he was about to call a taxi to go out, the sound of the key unlocking the door rang out. What are you? Hao Meng looked at the man leaning against the wall with one hand and holding his waist with the other. His weary expression was heart-wrenching. It can't be that bad. Hao Meng shook his head. After all, you are a superhero-type mutant, right? How could a tough guy who casually cuts himself and plays around with his spine be reduced to this by a group of little girls? A weak and powerless man can't endure this kind of grievance. So he immediately retorted stubbornly. She wore Valentino and Balenciaga today. Hao Meng was taken aback, huh? The man gritted his teeth. She wore Valentino. Jiaoren unwillingly repeated. She wore Balenciaga. Hao Meng finally reacted. The flower he was playing with actually came with equipment. Hao Meng's mind flashed a series of introductions. Equipment. Valentino. Active skill. Charm. Targets affected by the charm will lose control and move towards the unit that applied the charm, during which they can cast skills and perform basic attacks. Equipment. Balenciaga. Passive. Increases enemy attack speed by 80, critical hit rate by 100, and allies take an additional 45 damage. After the skill ends, the enemy loses 90 of their health, is silenced for 30 minutes, and enters a seriously injured state that lasts for 3 days. Hao Meng feels that Jiaoren's loss is understandable and not to be blamed. Hao Meng wanted to say something, but in the end, he just patted Jiaoren on the shoulder and advised, Buddy, take a couple of days off. Your health is important, and there will be plenty of time in the future. Jiaoren glanced at him, returned the car keys, and silently walked inside. Bang bang. A delivery guy in a yellow jacket suddenly appeared and shouted, Hello, your delivery has arrived. Hao Meng wondered, was it delivered to the wrong place? We didn't order any takeout. The delivery guy scratched his head and checked the information. No mistake, it's here, Building 10, Room 1002. Isn't Mr. Jia here? Just then, Jiaoren, who had just stepped inside, rushed out. Thank you. Thank you. It's here. Wow. They're not even moving the troops, but sending supplies first. But this ISNT food, is it? Kangaroo buying medicine? Hao Meng stopped in his tracks, curiously taking a glance, and then his face went blank. He saw Jiaoren tearing open the packaging and taking out jars one by one. Meat cactus, horny goat weed, maca, goji berries, golden lock yang, yellow essence. Is this what the so-called superhuman system, which claims to specialize in physical enhancement and unparalleled physique, has to offer? He was Jiaoren's mentor in this area. But didn't he expect this guy to be exceptionally talented, making rapid progress, and his skills had already surpassed those of his predecessor? Hao Meng immediately clasped his fists and said, Farewell. Hey, wait a minute. Jiaoren called out as he saw Hao Meng walking out. Are you leaving? Hao Meng hesitated and truthfully said, I want to check the clues related to Qiao Yin. The man grinned and sighed. You people with your eccentric minds are really stubborn. All right, wait for me a moment. I still have the duty of a monitor to uphold. I can't just leave my post all the time. I'll go with you. Jiaoren picked up a cup, poured half a cup of herbal medicine, then filled it with hot water, and finally followed Hao Meng with dark circles under his eyes. The two went downstairs. In a Mercedes-Benz E300 slowly drove out of the community, heading towards a city university. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Hao Meng searched for half a day in the university, relying on the memories in his mind. But whether it was the school's archives, surveillance cameras, or the classes that Xiao-yin had attended, there were no findings. There was no trace of her existence, and no one recognized her. Clearly, they were classmates and mentors who spent every day together. Yet when asked, everyone was confused and unaware. Occasionally, Hao Meng would see his own figure in the school surveillance footage, but he was alone. However, in Hao Meng's memory, he clearly remembered accompanying Xiao-yin around college. There was a huge conflict between memory and reality. Hao Meng left a university, and inquired at the places he often visited, such as shopping areas, bookstores, and restaurants, but found nothing. The staff members, on the other hand, had a strong impression of him, and even thought he might not be quite normal. Always talking to himself and ordering meals for two, imagining someone by his side. The results were exactly the same as what the Polar Night organization had told him. Hao Meng increasingly felt that there were layers of mysteries, shrouded in a huge shadow. Hao Meng didn't want to worry the old couple, so he asked indirectly. The result was the same. Their impression of Xiao-yin was still stuck in childhood. When the car accident was mentioned, they sighed deeply, reflecting on the unpredictability of life. Hao Meng stayed at home for the whole afternoon, while the old couple prepared the meal. After dinner, the young man sat in the hallway smoking, occasionally glancing at the door across the hall. That was Xiao-yin's home. Zhua, Hao Meng wondered in his heart. What do you think? Hao Meng nodded slightly. He had the same plan. Zhuang had already searched and listed Xiao-yin's connections for him, and through fragmented information, had inferred and compiled a large number of addresses and details. Visiting them one by one would be very difficult. At this point, all he could do was take it slow. The young man sat in the passenger seat, reflecting on the past, as the trees outside flew by rapidly. Hao Meng took out his phone and started to formulate a search plan based on the information listed by Zhuang. What are you doing? Jiaoren peeked over half his head, and, seeing the dense information, his eyes widened. You're not planning to visit all these places, are you? Hao Meng casually replied. It depends. Jiaoren fell silent. Lost in thought, Hao Meng didn't notice Jiaoren's unusual behavior. He was busy calculating the route in his mind. After some time, he was suddenly jolted awake by the roar of the accelerator. Slow down, slow down. Hao Meng put down his phone, wondering why the driver was speaking faster and faster. It was already at 180. This was a highway, not an airport runway. The man gripped the steering wheel with his right hand, his left elbow resting on the car frame, fist pressed against half of his head, and slowly said in a neutral tone, What do you think the meaning of life is? It's really meaningless. The young man trembled, goosebumps rising all over him, anxiously gripping the handle on the right, glancing between the man and the road ahead, feeling as if, at that moment, the world had turned black and white. Hao Meng was stuttering a bit as he spoke. You take it slow. I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately. How about we stop at Jinbat to soak our feet first? Jiaoren remained indifferent. Seeing the speed had already reached 200, Hao Meng swallowed hard and quickly said, In the afternoon, Jinbat. At night, Yuela. I'll also book a private room at Zingleди for midnight. I'm a bit hungry. Shall we eat first? Okay. You decide. Barbecue, hot pot, lamb, beer, all good. I'll slow down a bit. Why am I still pressing the accelerator? Saw the. I was lost in thought just now. Bro, what did you just say? Soaking feet and singing? Are you the second to last of the 12 zodiac signs? Chapter 21. Team building the next morning. Really, let's take a break for a couple of days. Hao Meng said weakly while unlocking the door. The man sighed, rubbed his waist, and nodded. I think you're right. So, shall we take a break for 2 days? Hao Meng pushed the door open and entered. The two of them almost simultaneously tensed their bodies in a reflex. Sitting on the sofa in the room was a person, with a thin old man standing beside him. Hao Meng's gaze swept over the perfectly curved figure, then narrowed as he focused on the thin old man. In contrast, the man only glanced at the indifferent old man. While his attention was entirely on the enchanting beauty on the sofa, his throat involuntarily swallowing. The uninvited Tan, she was dressed in a fiery red qipao today, the fitted fabric showcasing her voluptuous figure to the fullest. Below her ample bosom was a delicate waist that could be grasped with a single hand, followed by her rounded hips, and her two jade-like legs, exposed at the split, were as captivating as white pythons, naturally alluring. This unfamiliar stranger exuded an air of danger from head to toe. Hao Meng's spiritual intuition told him that this person's strength was very formidable. This feeling was like encountering an old lion in the mountains, his body instinctively generating a sense of urgency. Is there something wrong? Hao Meng looked at Tan Shi. Tan Shi coldly said, "Go to City Z with me in a week." Hao Meng frowned slightly. The woman's commanding attitude felt like she was giving orders to a servant. Hao Meng suppressed his discomfort and nodded. He was indeed interested in the Moonstone in the Amson contract and anticipated that Tan Shi would approach him again to discuss the follow-up on regional ownership. Tan Shi had a strange look in her eyes. Shang Ling had already begun to make grand plans, clearly preparing for a final showdown. "You seem to have a good mindset. After 3 weeks of foot bath and karaoke, has Amson and Bai Niu given you some kind of reassurance?" The young man casually replied, "Life is short, so one should enjoy it while they can." The beautiful woman stood up and chuckled. Hao Meng looked at the tightly closed doors and windows and the intact door lock and asked in confusion, "How did you get in?" Tan Shi, who was walking out, paused and said, "This community is my property." The young man scratched his head. He really was looking for trouble. The thin old man followed the beautiful young woman, casting a sidelong glance at the man who was staring intently, and said blandly, "Mind your own eyes." Jiaran stiffened his neck and retorted, "What's it to you? Do you manage the sky and the earth? And now you want to manage whether I look at beautiful women?" The thin old man's gaze turned cold. In the next moment, Hao Meng's naked eye only caught a fleeting blur, but within his sea of consciousness, he clearly saw the thin old man step forward and, in the blink of an eye, appear in front of Jiaran, throwing a punch. Jiaran also returned a punch. Bang! The collision of their fists sounded like a car crash, producing a tremendous buzzing noise. Jiaran took 2 steps back to steady himself, while the thin old man staggered back 4 steps until he hit the wall, a look of shock appearing on his face. Tan Shi looked at the unremarkable man in astonishment. She was used to being the center of attention, but she never expected this man to possess such strength. The old man beside her had been invited out of seclusion for this trip, and, judging by the current situation, he was actually at a disadvantage against this man. The old man said solemnly, "A rated extraordinary person?" Tan Shi narrowed her beautiful, elongated eyes, glancing at Jiaran and then at the calm Hao Meng, as a thought that was hard for her to believe began to rise in her heart. Suddenly, she said, "You're not one of Bai Niu or AI Mushin's people." She knew that there existed a group of special individuals in this world, similar to Bai Niu. The old man beside her was already a top expert in the mundane world, possessing exceptional skills, and even among masters like Shang Ling and AI Mushin, it was hard to find a rival for him. The only ones who could consistently suppress him would be extraordinary individuals on the same level as Bai Niu. Tan Shi had always thought Hao Meng was one of Bai Niu or AI Mushin subordinates, but now it seemed that was completely wrong. A special person of the same level as Bai Niu casually appeared beside Hao Meng. It seems that Li Hao showed up at the meeting of the Shangzhou group. Because of him, it has nothing to do with AI Mushin, the young man said calmly. "Is there anything else? If not, we need to take a break." The beautiful woman bit her red lips lightly, gave him a deep glance, then turned and left, while the old man, who had suffered a small loss, quickly followed without saying anything harsh. Hao Meng closed the door and glanced at the wall where the old man had just pressed his back against. The cement wall had already developed shallow cracks. He then turned to look at the man rubbing his wrist. Wasn't there a rule during the polar night that prohibited displaying abnormal powers in the lower 3 districts? The man shrugged, unimpressed. That rule was only aimed at ordinary people. That woman had already signed a confidentiality agreement, and that old man had extremely high physical capabilities. In terms of strength, you were still no match for him. Hao Meng stroked his chin. He indeed sensed a dangerous aura from the old man. He explained. People like that old man can also be considered part of the organization, belonging to the peripheral members. He doesn't possess his physical abilities due to the awakening of any extraordinary power within him. Rather, it's purely the result of years of hard training. He is a martial artist in the worldly sense from before the eternal night. This type of person cannot evolve, but their strength should not be underestimated. Even some newly evolved rated extraordinary beings are no match for them. Hao Meng caught a piece of information, peripheral members? The man nodded and said, only those with unusual powers who have awakened can be absorbed into the organization. In addition, some top talents from various industries in the lower 3 districts are also eligible to enter the organization, but they are all classified as peripheral members. As you know, people like that old man, Imo Sin, Li Hao, and Shang-Chi Tu are all peripheral members. Of course, the status of these two is world apart from that of Shang-Chi Tu and Li Hao. After listening, Hao Meng had a general understanding. The man was still looking outside the door, lingering on the thought, and sighed, just by looking at the way they dress, I estimate a radius of 9 centimeters. The 2 hemispheres form a perfect sphere. The volume of the sphere is calculated as 43R, which comes out to approximately 3,052 centimeters. Based on the density of human flesh, which is about 0.938 GCM, I calculated that the 2 weigh 86 kilograms, with a single one weighing 1.43 kilogram. Hao Meng was taken aback. What was this mysterious person babbling about? Jiarani felt disheartened and thought about sleeping, so tired. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Hao Meng opened it to find a message from Chu Jinxing. Barbizon Park, 9:30. Ruined. Hao Meng slapped his forehead, realizing that today was the company team-building day, and he had completely forgotten about it. Jiarun, who was left in nothing but his shorts, had already burrowed into the blankets and complained, team building my foot, we've been running around all night. Can't we just sleep well? You better stay home honestly. I really don't want to wander around with you. Hao Meng didn't want to miss out and immediately tempted. They're young girls. Jiarun remained unmoved, saying, not even for a fairy, I'm stuck here. The young man sighed, what a pity, they're all fresh and lively college students, recent graduates. Hey, don't pull me, I need to change my clothes. The suddenly energetic man jumped up like a monkey on a sugar rush. What are you doing? What time is it? We're going to be late. How can someone like you not know what's good for you? How can you miss such an important company team-building event? Hurry up. Chapter 22. I can give you happiness. The thriving Jinxing translation company had over 30 employees. Due to the nature of the clerical work, there were more women than men, and looking around, one could see all sorts of delicate girls. Chu Jinxing had booked a villa in the garden for a gathering today, bringing a group of people to barbecue and have fun. When Hao Meng and his companion arrived, Chu Jinxing was busy at the grill, occasionally shouting for the ever-busy Lao Sun to come help, while 7 or 8 girls were gathered at the table preparing meat and vegetable skewers. Chu Xiaoxiao was directing the only 4 men in the company to set up tents and move tables. The deputy editor is here. Chu Jinxing immediately spotted Hao Meng walking over and was overjoyed, waving his hand vigorously. Who was next to him? Just as this thought crossed Chu Jinxing's mind, he saw the man enthusiastically coming forward. I'm here. Just leave the heavy work to me. Chu Jinxing was very happy, thinking that the deputy editor had brought a very helpful friend today. But just as he handed over the fan and tongs, the man ignored him and directly sidestepped around him, squeezing into the group of girls. Good afternoon. The man casually pulled over a stool to sit down, picked up a metal skewer from the table, and began working while chatting amiably as if they were old friends. Sorry for being late. The girls didn't have any impression of this man, but were happy to have someone helping out. Soon, everyone was chatting and laughing, quickly bonding together. Hao Meng took the fan and sat by the stove, while Chu Jinxing, who couldn't be bothered with a useless man, leaned closer to Hao Meng with a smile and said, Deputy Editor-in-Chief, I heard you made a great impact at the Shanzhou group meeting, leaving the opposition in tatters and dominating the scene. The young man poked the coal stove to make the fire burn brighter and casually replied, I almost lost my life there. The fat man's smile froze for a moment. Then he laughed. My deputy editor-in-chief just loves to joke. News about the Shanzhou group had been sealed off, and someone like the fat man could only get scattered bits of information, not knowing what exactly had happened that day. However, it was certain that she had successfully secured the regional ownership contract. Taking this opportunity, Chu Jinxing had already established connections with the Shanzhou group over the past 3 weeks. Just a small piece of this giant could provide enough for his small translation agency to thrive. Hao Meng has clearly become his lucky star. However, if the fat man knew that standing with she meant going against the second son of the prosperous merchant, he probably wouldn't be able to smile anymore. Hao Meng smashed the red-hot charcoal and spread it at the bottom of the barbecue grill. He took a skewer and placed it on the iron net, brushing it with oil and flipping it over. His movements were skilled, making the fat guy feel a bit embarrassed. He really hadn't done this much before, but unfortunately, the company was mostly made up of young girls, and he couldn't rely on that bird-like old son, so he had to step in himself. The young man smiled and said, "Of course, the barbecue place downstairs from the translation company has been mine for 10 years. Chu Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at him, while old son, who was diligently washing fruits and pouring tea nearby, leaned over and smiled. "Deputy Editor, how about those manuscripts you took the other day?" Hao Meng smiled and nodded, reassuringly, "No problem." Lao Sun scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Chu Xiao Xiao adjusted her glasses, with her graceful and delicate demeanor. She was the epitome of a career woman. She looked Hao Meng up and down and said, "To be honest, Hao Meng, you're quite impressive. It's one thing to know common languages, but you also recognize a good number of those rare and peculiar languages. We all have two shoulders and one head. How come you're a bit different?" The beautiful editor-in-chief suddenly interjected, "You better come clean. Are you one of those foreign agents from the movies who can speak a dozen languages?" Chu Xiao Xiao finally let Hao Meng off the hook and turned to scold her boss, who had been riding high since connecting with the Shangzhou group lately. He hardly came to the office or managed any affairs, leaving everything to her, which really annoyed her. Chu Jinxing began to feel overwhelmed, twisting his body in search of an opportunity to sneak away. The young man glanced around and noticed that many people in the venue were paying attention to this interaction, with most of their gazes lingering on him. He realized that he was now considered a legend in this circle. Just as a fresh batch of skewers was ready, a man rushed over and snatched them all away, presenting them to a table of sisters, claiming that they worked the hardest here and deserved to eat first. This sparked a chorus of cheerful voices, and Jia Run was lost in the fragrance, oblivious to everything else. "Dude," a little girl with big dark eyes quietly pointed at the young man sitting between her boss and the editor-in-chief and asked, "I just saw you come in with him. Do you know him too?" The people at the table also cast curious glances. "Him?" Jiaran boasted without hesitation. "That's my little brother." The little girl's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Really? He's amazing. Everyone in the industry calls him a rising star. He is only in his early 20s and already knows over a dozen languages." Upon hearing this, the others at the table began to chime in. "Yeah, Hao Meng's languages are mostly obscure ones. Several translation agency owners have offered hefty sums to poach him. Today is my first time seeing him in person, and he doesn't seem like the rigid type who only knows how to read books. He is quite handsome too. Oh my, has the little girl found her crush? Why not go over and ask for his contact information? Are you guys not tempted? This is a genuine young talent." Sister Chu said before he joined the translation agency. He was driving a Mercedes, and he earned it all himself. "Look, the true colors are showing. You just like his money." Yeah. I just want to be a pragmatic woman and aim to find a rich guy to ensure I never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life." Hearing the chatter around him, Jia Run felt that the skewers in his hand had lost their appeal, turning sour like a lemon. "Isn't it just about being able to translate? Isn't it just having a bit of money? If Jiaran puts in some effort, he can do it too, right?" Hao Meng didn't know what was happening, but since someone was handling the work at hand, he immediately stood up, ready to take a stroll. Chu Jinxing, fully aware of his role as a sycophant, quickly followed him without any pretense of being the boss. The young women might have felt a bit shy facing Hao Meng alone, but with Chu Jinxing by his side, they had no barriers with this usually easygoing and kind-hearted boss. As the two passed through the crowd of chatter and laughter, a few bold girls struck up conversations with Hao Meng. The young man, of course, welcomed them warmly, being gentle, polite, and kind, which made many girls' hearts flutter like startled fawns. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the air. In the distance, Jiaran watched the popular Hao Meng and thought about the treatment he had received after being familiar with people for half a day. He immediately clutched his head in pain, losing the original joy and purpose for coming here. The slender man sat down beside him, sighing deeply. The two of them felt out of place at this lively event. It would be better to go get a foot massage. Jiaran weakly moaned. These youthful and charming little sisters were indeed full of energy, but he felt he had nothing to offer that could attract their affection. In comparison, Those technical guys only needed a few bills to win their gentle favor. A foot massage? Old Sun swallowed hard, and the two exchanged glances. Jiaran noticed the curiosity in his eyes and invited him, "Bro, want to join me?" The man, whose real name was Sun Sheng but had been nicknamed Sun Dasheng since childhood, looked at him with anticipation but was also quite hesitant. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Is it serious?" The man didn't understand his meaning. "Huh?" Old Sun paused, then quietly said, "If it's serious, the salary will come next month. If it's not serious, then borrow money right away." The man immediately shook Old Sun's hand enthusiastically, feeling he had found a kindred spirit and that the trip was finally worthwhile. Hao Meng and the chubby guy strolled around the yard, laughing and joking with the girls, which was like a brief encounter. These so-called colleagues all got to know this legendary deputy editor-in-chief in the industry. Young, handsome, talented, and wealthy, Hao Meng was clearly much more popular than the chubby guy, receiving glances, care, and special treatment all along the way. He was constantly offered food and drinks, which made the chubby guy feel gloomy, realizing that his boss was not even treated as well as a deputy editor-in-chief. Finally, the two entered the villa, which the chubby guy rented for 6,000 yuan. It had everything: KVT, a cinema, a billiard room, and a board game room. A large amount of snacks and drinks bought in advance were already arranged. "Boss." "Good afternoon, boss." On the second-floor balcony, the young man stopped. Under the shade of the balcony, a girl with a ponytail was sitting quietly reading. Wearing canvas shoes and jeans, a simple t-shirt clung to her curvy figure, looking utterly pure. Hearing the noise, the girl turned her head, smiled, and nodded as a polite greeting. In a daze, Hao Meng seemed to see that familiar figure overlapping with her. "Deputy editor? Deputy editor?" Seeing Hao Meng standing still, the fat man poked her. The fat man smiled and said, "That's the daughter of a friend of mine. She's doing part-time work here, just like you." The young girl is not very old, just a freshman this year, but she knows quite a few languages. Of course, she can't compare to my deputy editor. Hao Meng suddenly stopped and said, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" The chubby guy's expression stiffened. In a man's world, there is no such thing as love at first sight, only desire upon seeing. Seeing Hao Meng turn around, the chubby guy turned his face away and said, "Come on, Hao ancestor, she's just a child." The girl was taken aback for a moment. "Why?" Hao Meng said seriously, "I can give you happiness." Chapter 23: Smoking is bad for health. Hao Meng's fearless opening did not yield remarkable results. The girl's appearance and temperament meant that she had been pursued in various ways since childhood, but never as straightforwardly as the person in front of her, which caught her off guard despite her adeptness in handling such situations. She steadied her mind and calmly said, "Sorry, I refuse." Equally straightforward, Hao Meng turned and left. The girl stood there, staring blankly at his back. What was this? Coming over to tease her? After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Ning Qing." The chubby guy was equally stunned, watching the young man who came and went in a hurry. Is this how young guys pursue someone these days? Has he grown old, or is this era unworthy of him? "Deputy editor, what are you doing?" The chubby guy caught up with Hao Meng. The young man smiled and said, "A graceful lady, a gentleman's pursuit." The chubby guy, who in tea studied much, thought for a moment, swallowed his opinions, as this person was, after all, his current fortune god. If it were someone else, he might have asked, "Are you sick?" In the empty restroom, the young man leaned against the wall, closing his eyes and remaining silent for a long time. Then he leaned back against the wall, the back of his head pressed against the cold tiles. His body slowly slid down the wall, one hand covering his face, his shoulders shaking. When he saw that ponytail, Hao Meng couldn't help but think of her. Back then, Xiao Yin was dressed in such a pure and simple way, sunlight pouring over her delicate little face. That flower meant to bloom only for him. There was no longer that girl who would wrap her arms around his shoulders and smile brightly. He would never see the girl who would be so surprised and excited like a child again. For the departure of a loved one, there is no immediate, overwhelming sorrow, but rather their shadow lingers in the slow pace of life and the collapse and despair of not being able to see them when turning around. He was afraid to see the half carton of milk in the fridge, the pot hose swaying on the windowsill, the quiet blanket folded on the bed, and the noise coming from the washing machine in the middle of the night. He feared that the memories within his body would make him habitually call out her name when he opened the door. only to wake up and find a familiar face missing from his pillow. Sitting at the dining table, there was no one across from him. Lying on the sofa, there was nowhere to rest his head. The overwhelming imagery hit him as he looked at the number in his phone that he could no longer call. The suffocating feeling instantaneously overwhelming him, his heart contracting as if pricked by a needle, drowning in the sudden surge of sadness and pain. At the restroom door, the ponytail girl, who had just walked over, stared blankly at the young man in the corner. She had only come to wash her hands. There was no making an encounter or putting on an act. Why was that guy, who had just seemed a bit ridiculous, so sad? Human joys and sorrows do not resonate. Yet Ning Qing felt a tremor in her heart, an indescribable emotion surging within her. She didn't make a sound and quietly left. Moments later, Hao Meng tidied up his emotions, washed his face, and returned to his usual appearance before walking out. The people in the courtyard were filled with laughter and joy, and Chu Jinxing was singing and dancing on a makeshift stage. Hao Meng found a spot in the corner to sit down, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and noticed he couldn't find his lighter. A thin man who had been observing the scene quickly took out his lighter to help him light up. A man walked leisurely from the side, while three older men huddled in the corner, watching the lively crowd. Watching Chu Jinxing dance and sing for fun was easy, but the main attraction was the young and beautiful girls, dressed lightly, with slender arms and long legs, their fair skin shining brighter than the sun. Jiaoren also took out a pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes from his pocket and waved it at Old Sunday. Old Sun shook his head and said, "Smoking is bad for your health. It can cause genetic mutations and affect your descendants." Jiaoren scoffed, "Aren't you already married with kids?" After a brief exchange, the two had already become quite open with each other, just a step away from becoming sworn brothers and planning a trip to Jinbatong to strengthen their bond. Old Sun nodded and said, "Yes, it's because I used to smoke that my child's genes mutated, and now we have no blood relation." The man lighting the cigarette trembled, causing both the lighter and the cigarette to fall to the ground. Hao Meng finally turned his head. "Who told you?" Old Sun chuckled. "Of course it's my wife. She cares about me a lot." Hao Meng. Dievang. Hao Meng picked a green jujube from the fruit platter and handed it over. Jiaoren looked left and right, then wrapped some roasted meat and lettuce and also passed it over. "Thank you. Thank you," Lao Sun said with great surprise and gratitude. Jiaoren felt that this new friend shouldn't be treated this way and sighed. "Look at this lush green grass. It's so beautiful." Sun Sheng, chewing on the roasted meat, nodded in agreement. "Yes, I also think it's quite beautiful. The environment here is really nice." Hao Meng didn't continue to remind him. After all, it's possible to not wake someone who's pretending to sleep. He could only pat Lao Sun on the shoulder and said, "Brother, if you have any difficult articles in the future, feel free to call me. I'll do my best to help." Lao Sun was moved to tears and exclaimed, "Deputy Editor Hao, you are truly a good person." The man picked up a cigarette from the ground and took a deep drag. It turned out that the friend he just met today was a big grumbler, which was really sad. The three of them had not sat for long when a few bold girls came over giggling, inviting them over, but of course, it wasn't for the other two. They wanted to ask Hao Meng to play cards, and he nodded in agreement. Jia Run and Lao Sun, who were left out, became like brothers in misfortune, watching enviously as more and more girls gathered around Hao Meng, their jealousy almost tearing them apart. Suddenly, the man had a brainwave, took out his Mercedes key from his pocket, hung it on his waist, cleared his throat, and started to casually stroll around the area, pretending to be nonchalant. Lao Sun looked puzzled. Lao Sun hesitated, thought for a moment, and finally said, "But we all know the Mercedes belongs to Hao Meng." The man grew sullen. Ning Qing, wearing a sun hat, stood under a tree watching the young man, surrounded by girls. She turned her head and saw Chu Xiao standing beside her. "There, that's the monster I often talk about," Chu Xiao remarked. "So far, he has translated 16 different languages, all at a proficient level, which is simply unbelievable." Ning Qing remained silent. Her academic performance was among the best at a city university, and she was passionate about the language department. She had been writing diligently since childhood, yet even so, she had only mastered 6 commonly used languages and 2 special ones, which was already quite impressive, but dim compared to this young man. It was precisely because of his outstanding excellence that Ning Qing understood the immense cost of mastering multiple languages. For the first time, she felt curious about Man, not only because of his brilliance, but also due to the flutter in her heart she felt after witnessing the earlier scene. The secrets that men carry have always been the intoxicating wine that captivates women. Chu Xiaoxiao patted her head and smiled. Are you interested? It shouldn't be that way. There are so many talented young men in school queuing up to pursue you, and wealthy and powerful social elites are eager to support you. Yet I haven't seen you moved at all. Ning Qing didn't respond. Chu Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly became serious, and she said solemnly, Little girl, I hope you find someone you truly like in the future, rather than compromising and succumbing to this boring and rotten reality. A forced smile appeared on the ponytail girl's face. The team-building event continued until after 8 in the evening. After a day of eating, drinking, and having fun, people gradually dispersed, leaving a small group who planned to stay overnight in the high-end villa with complete facilities, wanting to experience a touch of luxury. Hao Meng bid farewell to the 4 or 5 girls he had been having fun with during the day, ignoring their wistful expressions. Each one wanted to say something, but stopping short, almost making it clear that if he just beckoned with his finger, they would be willing to have a fleeting romance in the villa that night. Deputy Editor Hao Zhenxing, whose face was flushed from drinking, shouted boldly, Are you leaving? Hao Meng nodded slightly. Behind the Chu Xiaoxiao and the ponytail girl stood together. The young man glanced at Was he doing this on purpose? Fine. Hao Meng casually nodded, intending to fish out his keys from his pocket, but remembered that the car was driven by Jiarun. He immediately looked around. Where was that guy? Looking for your friend? Chu Xiaoxiao said. He left after dinner with old son. I heard he's going to Jinbat, if I remember correctly. That's a foot massage parlor. Your leisure activities are indeed quite. Hao Meng's expression stiffened. He laughed heartily and put his arm around Hao Meng's shoulder, saying, It's okay. Just go ahead and open it. Hao Meng took the key from his hand and walked towards the Cadillac parked not far away. Hao Meng was driving, while Chu Xiaoxiao and Ning Qing sat in the back seat. Hao Meng adjusted the mirrors and the seat, then casually asked, Where are you going? Hao Meng slightly nodded and set off. The three did not exchange any other words, and Hao Meng did not take the initiative to speak. The only sounds in the car were the engine and the accelerator. To ease the atmosphere, he turned on the radio. Outside the car window, there was an asphalt road, shaded by trees with bright streetlights. The radio broadcasted the latest news and traffic conditions. Time passed quickly, and they were soon approaching their destination. Chu Xiaoxiao kept her head down, looking at her phone, while the ponytail girl silently gazed out the car window. A news bulletin interrupted the broadcast. The station received the latest report that a stone mine in City Z had collapsed, suspected to be an accident caused by an explosion error. So far, it has resulted in 21 deaths and 67 injuries, and the specific casualty numbers are still increasing. For detailed information, please refer to the live report from our station's reporter. Hao Meng Wei frowned slightly. At least 21 people were dead, a rare and major accident. Chu Xiaoxiao looked up. Z City had many mines and rich resources, but most of those mine owners were unscrupulous. This time, having stirred up such a huge mess, they were likely to face a major investigation. The ponytail girl did not express an opinion. Hao Meng's frown deepened. Z City, a stone mine? What a coincidence. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. At this moment, he was on an overpass and couldn't pull over. He saw the displeased expressions of the two women in the rearview mirror. Although he was very confident in his driving skills, and, to be honest, with his current physical condition, he could drive with his eyes closed without any problems. That was easier said than done. He reluctantly put down his phone and was just about to focus on driving when he noticed a line of black vehicles rapidly approaching in the rearview mirror. The lead vehicle, a Bentley, was parallel to him, and the window rolled down to reveal half of a stunningly beautiful face. Hao Meng's heart sank. Sure enough, oomph. Hao Meng slammed on the brakes. A sharp screech echoed, and tire marks were left over 20 meters long. The two women were fortunately wearing seat belts, but they were still propelled forward by inertia, shaken and startled. Hao Meng! Chu Xiaoxiao immediately shouted, a hint of anger appearing on her small face tied up in a ponytail. Before Chu Xiaoxiao could unleash a torrent of curses, her voice abruptly stopped. A stunningly beautiful woman stepped out of the car ahead, exuding an air of grace and nobility. Even someone as confident as Chu Xiaoxiao felt a sense of inferiority upon seeing her. The ponytail girl looked at the extraordinary beauty and, as a woman herself, had to admit that this woman was simply too beautiful. Hao Meng rolled down the car window, squinting his eyes but showing no mercy. "Are you sick?" Chu Xiao and Ning Qing widened their eyes simultaneously, shocked that this guy would insult such a noble, graceful, and beautiful woman. She paid no attention to his words and said in a deep voice, "The plan has changed. We're going to City Z immediately." The young man replied coldly, "Wait until I finish what I'm working on." Shang Ling killed Imo-sen. Chapter 24. Fighter jet. Hao Meng stared intently at Tan Shi. Tan Shi seemed to ignore Hao Meng's expression and continued, "He is now at the end of his rope, resorting to all means. His next target is me. But it could also be you, someone with whom he has a grudge, or we could both die together. So, ask you again, are you leaving now?" The two women in the car looked pale. The content of this conversation was clearly beyond what they could accept. Hao Meng's face was as his water. With a glance from Tan Shi, a man in black immediately stepped forward and got into the car. The young lady, Tan, leaned one hand on the car frame, raised a slender finger to her vibrant red lips, and softly said, "Don't say anything, don't ask anything, just pretend you don't know, understand?" Chu Xiao and Ma Weiba were just ordinary people, and at this moment, feeling scared and anxious, they instinctively nodded under the influence of the powerful aura that Tan Shi exuded from her long-standing high position. Hao Meng followed Tan Shi into the Bentley in front and sped away. The man in black coldly asked, "Where to?" Lon Xin, being clever, immediately understood and stopped talking, turning to look at the direction the Bentley was heading. After the initial shock, Chu Xiao quickly associated the situation with the Shangzhou group. The somewhat familiar identity of the beautiful young woman became clear, but Ning Qing was different. Her impression of Hao Meng was just that remarkable question from earlier today, followed by the man's most vulnerable side, and now this moment of astonishment. The Bentley raced up the Longpan Mountain Road, exhaust fumes rising into the sky, and amidst the shrieking sound of tires screeching, they reached the mountain top. After getting out of the car, Hao Meng silently looked at the helipad in front of him. The financial power of the Shangzhou group had become so terrifying that they even owned a private helicopter. This was not before the polar night. Nowadays, the airspace above the lower 3rd district had artificial barriers, and once any flying object approached, it would reveal flaws, shattering the lie of world peace. So flying objects were strictly prohibited in the lower 3rd district. Tan Shi actually managed to get a helicopter and takeoff permission. The helicopter's rotor began to spin. The wind grew stronger, and the aircraft lifted off amidst the noise, heading straight for City Z. The two locations were over 500 miles apart, and even at helicopter speed, it would take an hour and a half. If driving, even with smooth traffic, it would take 3 hours. As for the fastest passenger plane, Tan Shi couldn't manage to get one. It wasn't about money, as the helicopter was already her limit. The beautiful young woman slid on the tablet in front of her and then handed it to Hao Meng. On her live reports, images of the collapsed stone mine, and a row of deceased covered with white cloth. Hao Meng squinted his eyes. Is Aimu-san also inside? The woman shook her head. She drew again, and a picture of a corpse, mangled and bloody from the chest up with no head, appeared. The gruesome sight made Hao Meng frown. This was not caused by falling rocks. Tanshi quietly said, Barrett M82A1, the most widely used large-caliber sniper rifle. The young man covered his face with his hands, rubbed his cheeks, and let out a long sigh to dispel the horror rising in his heart. A madman, even now, and even before knowing the secret of the polar night, a sniper rifle is an extreme deterrent. In a country like Zhoxia, where gun control is extremely strict, even a handgun is hard to come by, let alone such an extreme, individual weapon. Hao Meng felt a chill run through him at the thought of being targeted by a Barrett rifle at any moment. Telekinesis? Superman abilities? Superior physical qualities? These advantages were utterly meaningless in the face of a 12.7mm sniper round traveling at 853 meters per second. According to what was said in the conference room that day, Tan Shi was protected by Niu and Shang Chi-Tu, and Shangling wouldn't dare to act openly. At most, he would arrange for an accident, something probabilistic, but to use a sniper rifle to shoot Tan Shi in the head, If Xiangling did that, he would be killed by Niu immediately afterward. But if the crosshairs were aimed at Hao Meng, who could make him hesitate? At this moment, the young man truly felt a bone-chilling fear. Damn it, Hao Meng couldn't help but curse. Are the people in the Public Security Bureau idiots? How could an unregulated bear appear in Zone 3? It was already outrageous for Xiangling to pull out a handgun. Private gun ownership is extremely serious within the borders of Zhoxia, let alone a Barrett. Hao Meng really disliked the feeling of life and death being controlled by others. In other words, if Xiangling wanted Hao Meng to die, he only needed to pull the trigger from 1,000 meters away. Even with Hao Meng's current physique, there would be no chance of survival. Not to mention him, even Qingwan and Jiarun would be in grave danger facing it. The power of such firearms is truly terrifying. Aimu Sen's death is the best proof of this. Hao Meng took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and asked in a deep voice, "So where are we going to Z-City for now?" Tanshi slowly replied, "Although Aimu Sen is dead, the Gatana clan still exists. We need to resolve the trouble quickly and finalize the subsequent contract." Resolve the trouble? Hao Meng sensed something unusual. This trouble clearly did not refer to the business order. Given the current situation, it was uncertain who would resolve whom. Tanshi looked at the thin, old man piloting the helicopter ahead and shouted, "Old Su." The young man straightened his back sharply upon hearing this. That's right. The Moonstone in the quarry is a resource needed by the Extreme Night organization. How could a mere business order dare to, or even have the ability to, touch this matter? If the business order had any thoughts about the Moonstone mine, they probably wouldn't need to act. Someone from the Extreme Night side would come to eliminate all obstacles. The collapse of the Moonstone mine had nothing to do with the business order. Hao Meng shook his head. He didn't come. Su Gui was slightly silent and replied, "If you can find him, it would be best to bring him in. And not just to guard against that Barrett, but also for the things in the Moonstone mine. If he is here, our success rate will be much higher." Things in the Moonstone mine? Hao Meng quickly recalled the 14th clause of the contract among the few pieces of information he had. Protective net? Night tower? What is in the Moonstone mine that requires the construction of a protective net? Is that night tower something like a lookout tower or an offensive weapon? Hao Meng Gang wanted to speak when suddenly a booming sound, growing louder as it approached, rang out. The three of them looked over in unison. It was. Tanshi's red lips parted slightly in disbelief. Su Gui murmured, "Indeed, it's a high-level extraordinary person, and their status in the organization is extraordinary." A streamlined black fighter jet flew parallel to them. In this third district, where even passenger planes were nowhere to be seen, helicopters were the pinnacle of transportation. Only the true core members of the Shangzhou group knew how much financial resources and connections Shang Qitu had spent for this helicopter back in the day. If it were Tan Shi and Xiangling, they would have to use all their means just to get a takeoff permit. But now, Jiaran appeared before them in a fighter jet. Not a helicopter, not a passenger plane, but a fighter jet. Su Gui turned on the radio and switched to the general channel, and soon Jiaran's voice came through. "Damn it." Jiaran was exasperated. "My ancestor, Hao, can you not just do whatever you want? At least give me a heads up before you leave. They call me from above, asking where you are. And I was still trying to make excuses, and now you're already in the sky?" Jiaran was truly furious. He and Lao Sun were lying on the sofa of Jinbat's place, with a lady in a gauzy dress giving him an ear cleaning while the dim lights created an ambiguous atmosphere. The lady softly whispered sweet nothings into his ear while providing a gentle massage. This was the kind of pleasure a man could hope for. But just as they were halfway through, before the main event even began, a call from a 9999 area code came in, and he was met with a barrage of curses that left Jia Rin dumbfounded. How could this be? He had only been away for 2 hours, and Hao Meng was already off to the skies? Later, when he found out that Hao Meng really had gone to Z-City and was possibly being targeted by a Barrett, Jia Rin went insane. God knows how much he was scolded. The Minister Yang from a 9th District Strategic Department even sent a fighter jet to catch up with him just in case. Such a show of force. It was deadly. Even with Jia Rin's identity and status, he was far from being able to call in a fighter jet. What did this mean? It meant that the person he was monitoring was a treasure that couldn't afford to be lost in the eyes of the higher-ups in the 9th District Strategic Department. Otherwise, how could they lend him a fighter jet for a trip, especially in a forbidden area like the 3rd District? He was directly under the strategic department of the combat zone, so no matter how high-ranking the officials in the 3rd District were, they couldn't control him. But now it was different. He had left his post to indulge himself. Normally, people would turn a blind eye during mundane times, but if this ancestor got into trouble, it would be a big deal. On the public channel, Jia Run was shouting hoarsely, while Su Gue and Tan, she exchanged glances. At first, they thought this guy was Hao Meng's backer, but now it seemed they had completely misjudged the situation. The relationship was not one of superiority and inferiority, nor was it equal. Rather, the guys seemed to be in a subordinate position. This guy, Tanshi's expression was complicated. Initially, she thought he was just an ordinary translator, but later, with Li Hao's appearance, she began to suspect that Hao Meng was affiliated with Imo Sin or Bai Niu, which made her gratitude and slight fondness for him vanish. Until now, Hao Meng had displayed different strengths. Being able to summon a high-level extraordinary person of the same caliber as Bai Niu, and there was no doubt that Li Hao appeared because of him. Bai Niu, Li Hao, and Shang Qitu were all from the same tier, far surpassing her and Shangling. This meant that Hao Meng had a complete upper hand over her and Shangling. She almost blurted out a question about what his intentions were in getting close to her, but she swallowed the words at the last moment. She didn't know what Hao Meng wanted, but she knew one thing. The current Hao Meng was her greatest trump card against Shangling. Driving the tiger to swallow the wolf? That was a matter for later. If she didn't get past the immediate difficulties, she wouldn't even have a day to think about those questions. As everyone had their own thoughts, Z City had arrived. Chapter 25. Mind Ghost. The helicopter and passenger plane landed in a valley on the outskirts of Z City. Hao Meng looked around and saw many low buildings and military tents nearby. Several camouflage soldiers were patrolling with their rifles, and guards were standing watch. This was clearly a military base. A landed helicopter was being taken care of, while Jiaren's fighter jet was left unattended, sitting alone on the central helipad. No one came forward to communicate. A soldier drove a Humvee and parked it in front of the three, then left directly. Jiaren quickly ran over, punched Hao Meng on the shoulder, and complained vigorously, "Bastard, treating us like we're not human." Hao Meng helplessly said, "It's an emergency." The man rolled his eyes and complained loudly, "You have no idea. I've been through hell. If this were outside, being caught for such negligence would get you executed. Young people can't deny that." Hao Meng then took a seat in the back of the Hummer, followed closely by the man. While Tanshi sat in the front passenger seat, and the four of them sped towards the center of City Z. The old man discreetly observed the man through the rearview mirror, while Tanshi sat upright with her eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. Hao Meng asked straightforwardly, "Barrett, what do you think?" The man grimaced, his face full of worry. After all, this was a solid friendship built over washing feet and singing K-songs together. He sighed, "Brother, that thing is really hard to deal with. Even if I get shot, it's all over." Hao Meng frowned and said, "Can't block it?" The man nodded and replied, "Not at all." Jiaren then explained, "Only by reaching the sea-level tier and achieving a second evolution of the body can one be unafraid of the threat posed by such individual thermal weapons. Below sea level, getting hit by one shot means game over. D, C, B, A. Combined with what Li Hao and the others have said, that inspectors are the best among their peers. We can now infer that Jiaren's strength should be at the limit of D level." The man scratched his head and continued, "Although it can't be blocked, it's still not easy to kill an anomaly with just a Barrett. In fact, you only need to reach a moderate level of D, as the anomaly's body will instinctively react to danger, avoiding the attack, and then determining the opponent's position, at which point it becomes simple." Hao Mengwei smiled and said, "I understand. It's just that even though he can kill me with one shot, you can immediately avenge me. Thank you so much." The man waved his hand with a sense of righteousness. "You're welcome. It's part of my duty. If anyone dares to harm my brother, I will definitely twist his head off." Hao Meng stopped joking with him and said in a deep voice, "Can Shangling possess firearms in Area 3? And the Public Security Bureau and the Polar Night Organization have no response at all? Such a weapon, which can threaten individuals below Class B, is simply a fantasy and a shocking matter in the strictly controlled gun environment of Zhou. Shangling can wield it and kill whoever he wants." The man continued to scratch his head and said helplessly, "He just killed AMU's son, who is an outer member of the organization. Ling is backed by the Shangzhou Group, which is also an outer force of the organization. This kind of internal conflict purely depends on personal ability. As long as it doesn't have a large-scale impact on ordinary people, the organization won't intervene. He is now looking for you with a sniper rifle. And you can also find a way to get a few to go after him. Life and death are your own responsibility. Shui Gui, in front, raised his eyebrows, while the silent, beautiful woman with closed eyes let out a faint hum from her nose. Get a few? Does he really think that thing is like cabbages by the roadside? It's very likely that this Barrett was dug out from some treasure trove of the old man. Even if he tried to approach the uncle of the third in command of the municipal committee, it wouldn't help. Ordinary security personnel are not equipped with such weapons. And riot police and local military have separate jurisdictions, and their reach is limited. The man encouraged, "Why don't you ask Lee how to borrow a sniper rifle? And since you're borrowing, you might as well get some grenade launchers and mortars. If all else fails, you can get some hand grenades too." Hao Meng retorted without any courtesy. Would he lend it? The man was taken aback and weakly chuckled. "We can give it a try. Who knows? It might just work. Besides, your opponents are just ordinary people, and we can't use any extraordinary abilities. If we keep saying this won't work, and that won't work, aren't we just waiting to be defeated?" Hao Meng glanced at him, saying there was no need to hide it. He could just warn him directly. "Hey!" Jiarun waved his hand and said with a smile, "Now that we have this kind of relationship, we should speak nicely." Seeing Hao Meng's indifferent expression, Jiarun's smile gradually faded, and he said calmly, "Hao Meng, rules are rules. As long as the other party hasn't used their abilities first, whether it's you or me, even if we die, we cannot act against ordinary people in Area 3 who Haven T signed a confidentiality agreement. Otherwise, the consequences could be light, like expulsion, or severe, where you bear the consequences. You need to understand that I was ordered to monitor you. The highest strategic department in Area 3 wants to protect you, but the orders I received are to eliminate anyone who crosses the line without exception. The use of abilities is prohibited in Area 3. The circulation of information related to the Polar Night is prohibited in Area 3. Special individuals are forbidden from acting against ordinary people. Ling has not secured a regional contract, so he has never signed a confidentiality agreement. Even though he is backed by the Shangzhou Group, he still falls within the category of an ordinary person. Clearly, the highest strategic department in Area 3 and the outside world are not on the same level. The young man then smiled widely, saying it sounded much more comfortable this way and made it easier for him to restrain himself. After all, with the kind of relationship they had, if he were to stab him in the back, it would not only hurt him but also cause pain in his heart. The man put his arm around the young man's shoulder and shouted loudly, "Brother, brother, it's still us, understanding and empathizing with each other." The co-pilot, Tan Shi, finally opened his eyes. "I see now. Hao Meng turned out to be an extraordinary person too. This is a profession blessed by the heavens." And she only started to learn about this knowledge after signing a confidentiality agreement. Even someone as powerful as Su Gui cannot become a formal member of the Polar Night organization. She can only remain on the periphery for life. The only extraordinary person that Tanchi knows is Bai Niu. Now, with Jia Ren and Hao Meng, there are three of them. It seems that although they have insight into the facts and understand the information, they are still limited and cannot provide any help. The situation remains a deadlock. Hao Meng looked at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, changed the subject, and asked, "Jiarun, do you know about the protective net and the night tower?" Ameson's stone mine collapsed. "It should be the Moonstone mine, right?" The man replied nonchalantly, "Oh, you're talking about that? It probably gave birth to a few more mine ghosts." The other three in the car held their breath and fell silent. Even Su Gui and Tan, she only knew that there were some special entities in the mine, but they were unclear about what exactly they were. They only knew that the purpose of this trip was to wrap up the regional contract and eliminate these troubles. "Mina ghosts?" Hao Meng repeated, asking, "Is that the title for a certain unique creature in the stone mine?" The temperature in the car instantly dropped to freezing point. The expressions of the three changed dramatically. Chapter 26, Born Demon Slayer. Evil Ghosts. The woman had a natural fear of these, her delicate face filled with terror. Hao Meng furrowed his brows tightly and remained silent. None of them had encountered such things before. In the third district, the people lived in peace and safety. completely unaware of the upheaval in the outside world. Even those who had signed non-disclosure agreements had only glimpsed the bizarre outside through snippets of information and short videos. Jia Run was very pleased with the reactions of the three. He leaned forward over the armrest between the two seats and smiled at the beautiful young woman, saying, "Madam Tan, don't be afraid. I'm here, and I will definitely protect you. Those mere mining spirits are nothing to worry about." Tan Shi only glanced at him. Hao Meng said in a deep voice, "Can you elaborate?" "No problem." Jiaran leaned back casually in his chair, saying, "First of all, we all know that when the polar night arrives, strange forces appear between heaven and earth, causing mutations in humans and animals that come into contact with them, leading to the emergence of strange beings and strange objects. In certain places where these strange forces are concentrated, environmental changes occur, resulting in moonstones and similar minerals that contain these strange powers. Over time, the dense strange power subtly nurtures special entities, which are related to another kind of existence known as monstrous entities. Strange beings and strange objects are two general categories. The former is easy to understand, while the latter has three subcategories: strange beasts, monstrous entities, and evil spirits. Strange beasts are mutated from native earth animals, possessing shallow intelligence and driven by survival instincts. They are currently the most common and widely distributed on Earth. Evil spirits, on the other hand, are also non-native Earth entities of unknown origin, possessing bodies stronger than those of strange beasts and can be considered super-enhanced versions of strange beasts. They also possess intelligence and have distinct groups. Their physical recovery abilities and combat power are even more powerful and outrageous than those of superhumans, making them only defensible by demon slayers. After listening quietly, Hao Meng immediately understood that the mind ghosts were. Jiarin snapped his fingers and said, "Bingo, you got it right." However, although they lack a physical form and are categorized as, there are still fundamental differences. These entities do not have groups, possess shallow intelligence, and will perish once they leave the Moonstone Mine. But as long as they stay within the Moonstone Mine, even the King of Heaven couldn't do anything to them, unless the mine is completely stripped of moonstones. Jiaran glanced at him sideways and slowly continued, "That's why we have the protection net and night towers. The former refers to a formation constructed from moonstones that can resist mine ghosts, while the latter is a defensive facility that is effective against low level. With these two in place, we can safely mine moonstones." The beautiful woman folded her hands in front of her, sitting upright, and said slowly, "The contract stipulates that the Shangzhou Group only needs to provide financial support. The construction of the new night tower is the responsibility of the Gatana clan. We cannot, nor do we have the strength to provide corresponding assistance." Facing Tan Shi, Jiaren was much more enthusiastic. Rubbing his head, he said, "Here's the thing. The problem lies here. Since the Moonstone Mine has collapsed, it means the Gatana clan couldn't solve it. They should have already reported for support to the organization. However, mine ghosts belong to the category and are still within the stone mine, so we can only dispatch a demon slayer." The beautiful woman frowned slightly. She needed to quickly grasp the resources and connections of the Shangzhou Group in order to avoid falling behind in her confrontation with Shangling. Tan Shi's bright eyes turned to Jiarun, asking, "Do you have any solutions? I can pay the appropriate reward." "Oh dear." Jiarun waved his hands repeatedly, looking righteous. "Madam Tan, you misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person. Besides, I don't have the ability to solve the mind ghosts. At most, I could stand there and fight. My imposing presence might intimidate the mind ghosts, but I can't just root myself there. So this matter." Jiarin's gaze shifted to a young man nearby. Seeing Jiarin's gesture, Tanshi suddenly looked at Hao Meng. Hao Meng, who was still deep in thought, suddenly became the focus of attention, looking puzzled and asking, "What's going on? Are we really relying on him? Does he even understand?" Jiaren patted Hao Meng's shoulder earnestly, saying, "Hao Meng, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Besides, you wouldn't want to see Madame Tan feeling despondent and helpless in defeat, would you?" Hao Meng was confused. The ward law? What ability does he have? Just a minute ago, he didn't even know what a mind ghost was. The beautiful woman bit her red lip lightly and said softly, "Hao Meng, as long as you are willing to help solve this matter, I..." Jia Ren immediately fanned the flames beside her. Are you offering yourself? Tan, she glared at Jia Ren in anger, but didn't refute. Her slender fingers clenched tightly. She had already mentally prepared for this on the plane. Now it was Jia Ren's turn to be confused. He was just trying to stir things up, but he didn't expect that this esteemed, stunning business goddess seemed a bit off. Jia Ren widened his eyes and looked at Hao Meng. No way, no way. This is possible? The man was so jealous he almost wanted to explode on the spot. Why did all the good things fall on his head? Hao Meng didn't want to show off. He spread his hands and said, I really don't know how to deal with the mind ghost. The beauty of Tanchi's eyes dimmed instantly. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Hao Meng glanced sideways at the instigator, but the man was weak and feeble, saying softly, Hao Meng, do you know what the psychic's also called? Hao Meng was suddenly shocked. So that's how it is. What makes him different from ordinary people is this. The man spoke slowly and clearly. Born to be a demon slayer. The young man let out a long sigh. At that moment, a speeding Hummer slammed on the brakes and stopped at the entrance of a narrow alley in the urban village. It was broad daylight, yet the village was deserted, with all the houses tightly shut. Soon, a group of people emerged from the dim alley. The leader was a blond man. Seeing the ghostly expressions on the faces of the four in the car, smiled slightly and spoke fluent Mandarin. Dear friends, welcome to City Z. Chapter 27. Thought body talismans compared to the mind ghost far away. The shock brought by the person in front of them was even greater. I'm Muzin. Tan, she was the first to react. You're not dead? Yes, that corpse was completely unrecognizable, with its chest and above shattered. AI Muzin smiled and said, Lucky. Just lucky. Nevertheless, anyone targeted by a Barrett rifle wouldn't remain calm. The coldness in the man's eyes made everyone feel uneasy. A smiling tiger like him was the most unsettling opponent. The man had been sizing up the blonde since they met, and with keen interest, he finally said, Interesting. There's a strong residual wave of foreign power on you. It should be. Telekinesis. Let me guess, Good fellow thought body talisman? AI Muzin was taken aback, his smile instantly fading. He respectfully cupped his fists and bowed, saying, Chieftain of the Gutana tribe. AI Muzin. I have met the esteemed one. May I ask for your name? Hao Meng glanced at Yi. This guy. Tan Shi and Su Gui's expressions changed again. The shock this man brought them was increasing. They had never seen Imo Sen display such a respectful demeanor. This guy had always held his head high in front of Tan, Shi, and Shangling, even joking around with Li Hao and Shang-Chi too. Jia Ren quickly waved his hand. No, I'm just a junior investigator. If you keep treating me like this, I'll get carried away. Imo Sen bowed his head. His posture extremely low. My lord is joking. The spirit talisman is the treasure of my Gutana clan. I also know a few junior investigators, but they cannot access things of this level, nor can they speak so plainly. Jia Ren smiled faintly. You've been in the lower district for a long time, and you've met a few junior investigators? That little girl Qing one? Imo Sen repeatedly agreed. Then his eyes sparkled with anticipation. My lord, are you here this time for the matter of the mind ghost? The man shook his head and replied honestly, I'm not a demon slayer. I can't deal with such ghostly things. This. Imo Sen was taken aback. He thought this man was sent by higher-ups, otherwise. How could he have seen through his secret so easily? Junior investigators didn't possess such abilities. Then, the man gestured towards the young man and cheerfully said, I'm just here to be a bodyguard. Imo Sen's expression became particularly vivid as he looked at Hao Meng and then at the silent Tan Shi and Su Gui. The two did not speak. This meant that what this man said was true. Imo Sen found it hard to believe how. Lord Hao Yu. Imo Sen had dealt with Hao Meng before and habitually wanted to call him Brother Hao, but he immediately stopped. He knew Hao Meng had a certain identity and background. After all, even Li Hao had stepped in for him. However, he didn't expect Hao Meng's background to be so outrageous. Even Li Hao couldn't possibly have such a high-ranking, extraordinary person as a bodyguard, right? In the lower district, any junior investigator was independent of the highest strategic department, only under the jurisdiction of the War Zone Strategic Department. This seemingly unremarkable young man turned out to be a great bodhisattva. Hao Meng stared expressionlessly at Yi, who looked up at the sky with a smirk, indifferent to the situation. What was this? giving him face and yet still showing such an attitude? If it weren't for the favor of their foot-spa relationship, he wouldn't be treated so well. Hao Meng sighed, nodded at Aimu-san, and explained, "You may have misunderstood. This is a friend of mine. I can't afford to hire someone like this." He can't exactly tell them that this is actually a monitor sent by the Polar Knight who could stab him at any moment, right? Aimu-san looked skeptical. Hao Meng changed the topic to avoid awkwardness and asked, "By the way, what is this thought body talisman of yours?" Aimu-san, while speaking, kept an eye on a man out of the corner of his eye. The latter noticed and turned to smile broadly. Originally hesitant, Aimu-san took this as a sign of agreement and elaborated. "You may not know that our Gatana clan has this moonstone mine because an ancestor was a demon slayer. Before he fell, he left behind a batch of inheritance, the most precious of which is this thought body talisman. After using it, one can create a substantial spiritual thought body that can be remotely controlled with just a thought, indistinguishable from a living person." Aside from Jiarun, it was the first time for the other three to hear about this. Is there really such a thing in the world? Aimu-san knew that Xiangling was planning to kill him, so he used a dummy to wander outside. And sure enough, it was directly shot. Aimu-san, hiding in the shadows, escaped a disaster. Jiarun casually asked, "What level is that thought body talisman?" Aimu-san's eyes flickered slightly as he replied, "It's level 3. "Hey," Jiarun scoffed, "you're being stingy with this information. The thought body talisman only comes in 3 types. Level 2, Level 5, and Extreme Level. Level 3? Has your ancestor created a new system?" Aimu-san looked quite embarrassed. How does this guy know everything? He could only say, "It's Level 5 and can be used 5 times. Fortunately, Jiarun didn't continue to ask how many times it had been used, as Aimu-san truly dared not say more about matters concerning clan heritage. Jiarun began to scratch his head. A spiritual anomaly that can produce a level 5 thought body talisman is at least of grade C high level. Wait, I haven't heard of any spiritual anomaly of that level in the organization. Hao Meng couldn't hold back his irritation any longer and said sarcastically, "Are you a computer? Do you know everything?" "Hey," Jiarun started again, refusing to back down. "What do you know? The number of spiritual anomalies is already scarce, and each one within the organization is a renowned figure. Not to mention the higher tier ones. I've been wandering around Zone 3 for over 20 years, and since I haven't heard of him, it means he didn't use the identity of the Gitten family. 90 years ago, Jiarun clicked his tongue repeatedly. Wasn't that just the first decade of the Long Night, when the first generation of human awakeners emerged? Aimsun felt increasingly that the person before him was unfathomable. In today's world, the more one knows, the more it reflects their status. Even if he really was a junior investigator, he was definitely not the same as Qingwan. He must be an outstanding one among junior investigators. Moreover, he himself said he had been in Zone 3 for over 20 years. My God, Zone 3. That is almost a den of demons, facing countless monsters and evil outside the city. Those who can survive, they are truly the elite of humanity. Aimsun gritted his teeth and requested again, "Sir, the mine is currently in turmoil, but the organization can't spare any manpower. I wonder if you could lend a hand. We will definitely show our utmost sincerity." The man helplessly spread his hands. "Buddy, it's not that I don't want to help, but the mine spirits can only be dealt with by demon slayers. I'm just an ordinary anomaly. How can I handle that?" Of course. Hao Meng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately grabbed the man's arm, glaring at him fiercely. The man pretended to be clueless, and to prevent Hao Meng from covering his mouth, he quickly said, "You guys are really lucky. My boss is a psychic." A fierce flame ignited in Aimu-sen's eyes, his eager and excited gaze fixed on Hao Meng. A psychic? He knew that psychics are born demon slayers. Seeing the man's fervent surprise, Hao Meng gradually felt weak. And for the first time, he had the thought of throwing the man beside him into the Huangpu River. This damn thing, not acting like a human. Chapter 28. Heavy restraints. Although Hao Meng knows that he is no ordinary person, his mindset cannot be changed overnight. The idea of slaying demons and monsters feels too distant for him. So, he is very angry right now. Jiarun, that birdman, directly pushed him to the forefront. Faced with the eager expectations of Aimu-san, the young man could only let out a long sigh and weakly say, "Let's wait and see." But for Aimu-san, That was enough. The extraordinary person has a natural suppression over the supernatural. Hao Meng is unexpectedly a psychic, and this crisis will surely be resolved. Aimu's son warmly welcomed Hao Meng into a wooden house in a deep alley. Although the exterior of the house was shabby and unremarkable, the interior was a different story. Exquisitely decorated with an antique charm. A few people sat down at the tea table while Aimu's son boiled water and brewed tea, his skills clearly honed. Just like his Mandarin, a figure quickly approached. It was his trusted aide Yuza, who had attended the meeting with him that day. This dark-skinned man was about to lean in to whisper, but Aimu's son waved his hand, signaling him to speak directly. Yuza immediately said, "Xiangling is currently staying at the Lijun Hotel in Xiqing District. We have confirmed the identity of the assassin he brought. He's a close bodyguard who appeared during the conflict with the Shangzhou group. This person is nicknamed Shishan West Mountain Tiger, and his real name is unknown. It is said that he has a background as a special forces soldier from Zhoxia, but later for unknown reasons. He retired and became an active mercenary in the international field. Due to his precise shooting skills and efficient work, he has gained quite a reputation and is kept close by Xiangling with a generous salary." Hao Meng recalled that iron tower-like man, nearly 2 meters tall, incredibly robust, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The young man frowned and said, "That's not right. Outside the 3rd District is a chaotic world. Did these mercenaries also sign confidentiality agreements? The whole world is left with only Zhoxia. What international domain is there?" Amusan explained, "No, they are not qualified. This so-called international domain is naturally within the scope of the 3rd District. We are in the 9th District, which is surrounded by the 8th and 7th Districts. When the polar night descended and the world was overturned, many remnants of national regimes and powers sought refuge in Zhoxia. They certainly gave up certain positions and powers, but they were once foreign institutional forces. There have been quite a few frictions, both overt and covert, over the years. Of course, these are just minor moves. Whether it's the Polar Night Organization or the 9 major districts, the real core has always been Zhoxia." Beside him, Jia Ren mockingly said, "It's obvious you haven't read the materials the organization sent you. The 3rd District has nearly 300 million people. The 9th District is the most stable and primitive. The other 2 districts are different. Because there are powers from various countries, they seem normal on the surface, but in reality, they are extremely chaotic. Moreover, many strong individuals from other countries have emerged during the Polar Night, and in recent years, they have become increasingly rampant." Hao Meng gained a deeper understanding of the current world situation, while he automatically filtered out Jia Ren's sarcastic remarks. Aimu's son analyzed the situation, stating that Xiangling now believed he was dead and needed to confirm whether the Gatana clan could continue cooperating with Lady Tan. Therefore, they couldn't reveal any flaws. Otherwise, who knew what that guy might do next? The atmosphere became heavy. No one wanted to be targeted by a powerful sniper rifle. She glanced at Su Gue beside her, who nodded slightly and then said to Aimu's son, "Since Xiangling has already taken action, it would be inappropriate not to retaliate, especially since Z City is Chief's territory. Even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Shall we?" The old man gestured across his neck. Aimu's son rubbed his cheek and sighed. "Su Lao, I understand your point, and I know your great reputation. But do you have the confidence to bypass a dozen guns and engage in a battle with Xiangling in Z City? We need to consider the consequences. The Public Security Bureau and the organization might turn a blind eye to our internal conflicts, but if it affects normal social order and innocent civilians, who can bear that responsibility?" Su Gue, thin and frail, lightly tapped the table with his fingers, remaining silent. They now had a significant difference from Xiangling. The latter had not signed a confidentiality agreement, so his perception of the world remained unchanged. For him, even if a catastrophic incident occurred, it would only involve a struggle with the Public Security Bureau. For someone of his status, if the organization did not intervene, he could be a local tyrant. Such people are described as having limitless power. Even if he committed murder in public, causing a bloodbath, and was exposed by countless people, the most he would face would be capture by the Public Security Bureau, and with his backups, he would surely escape long before any action was taken. But what about Aimu's son and Su Gue? Their identities were already members of the outer circle of the Eternal Night, having signed confidentiality agreements. The Public Security Bureau had no authority to intervene, and what awaited them would be the organization's judgment. Su Gue had immersed himself in martial arts for many years and was a top figure capable of taking on 10 men in the secular world. But in the face of firearms, a single bullet could send him to an early grave. The young man scoffed. Interesting. Xiangling is categorized as an ordinary person, but enjoys privileges that ordinary people cannot access. A dozen guns? What a joke. If it weren't for Shang-Chi-2's Shangzhou group, and if it weren't affiliated with the outer circle of Eternal Night, could he have gotten these weapons? A loophole. A huge loophole. Without using extraordinary powers. Hao Meng and the others were fundamentally helpless against Xiangling. But Xiangling relied on the Shangzhou group, leveraging the connections of the Eternal Night organization to obtain restricted weapons that were otherwise unattainable within Zhou, whether it's helicopters or Barrett rifles. These weapons belong to Shang-Chi-2. Shang-Chi-2 is a top member of the outer circle of Eternal Night, so possessing these is normal. But the fact that Xiangling can use them is a significant problem, and the Eternal Night organization not intervening makes it even more dangerous, walking on the edge of a boundary. The Shangzhou group is ultimately in no man's land. The people in the room were all looking at Hao Meng. The young man surveyed their gazes, understanding that they were all waiting for him to speak. He was the final turning point of the entire event. He was also the last force against Xiangling. The youth turned his head, staring at the stunningly beautiful face, narrowing his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Since that car accident, my feud with Xiangling has become personal, not for you." The beautiful woman slightly opened her mouth, then silently lowered her head. The confidence brought by her once proud wealth, power, and strength vanished after signing that confidentiality agreement. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she had nothing left to sway this young man, except for her flesh, which she didn't even know if it would be of any use. She understood that the reason Hao Meng was still standing here was that the fool Xiangling might still come after him. Hao Meng was only looking out for his own safety. The young man slowly said, "Prepare yourselves, pick a time, and we'll head to the mine." Aimu Sen's eyes burst with joy. This moonstone mine is the greatest treasure of the Gutana clan. It must not be lost. The young man walked out of the wooden house, squatting on the blue stone steps of the alley. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The man squatted beside him, took one from his cigarette case, and casually stuffed the remainder into his pocket. He no longer laughed, but said calmly, "I've heard the arguments between you and Li Haoqing and know about Xiangling making you angry. Doesn't he care about your life or death? He worried that deeper entanglements will implicate someone. Doesn't he feel frustrating being surrounded by constraints and limitations? The organization's numerous regulations feel like heavy stones, rendering you immobile, full of power, yet unable to use it. Have you ever thought about what it would be like if this world allowed you to directly punch Xiangling to death?" Hao Meng turned his head to look at the man. The man exhaled a large cloud of smoke, the power of being unbound. Even if it is 100% good and righteous, still makes people worry and fear that it might one day go out of control, especially when that power is so strong that nothing can restrain it. If one day you really become strong to a certain extent, you will start to reminisce about the present, because these constraints make you cautious and afraid of the consequences. Once you can do as you please, everything will be different. The young man smoked in silence. On the other side of the alley, Tan, Shi, and Su Gue, who had just walked out of the house, glanced this way and then quietly left. The man stared intently at the departing, alluring figure, the thin clothing outlining the perfect curves of a voluptuous body, the two peach-like buttocks swaying, presenting the most attractive arc for men. Hao Meng dropped the burning cigarette, but stood up with one hand on the man's shoulder and smiled. "Stop looking. No matter how many times you see her, she still isn't yours. But if you read a book 100 times, the knowledge becomes yours. We should be diligent, wielding our books like swords to shine in the world." The man rolled his eyes, but then the young man calmly said, "I don't know how far I will go, but the only thing I know is that today, I find some of my thoughts and matters from yesterday quite childish, and tomorrow I will look at today as me with the same mindset." The man was taken aback. The young man walked forward. Jiaran smiled, extinguished the cigarette with his toe, and murmured, I'm starting to hope you can live longer. Chapter 29. Into the mine lead June Hotel, top floor. The floor was strewn with disheveled clothes, and 3 bodies were entangled on the big bed. The air filled with a distinct hormonal scent. There was a knock at the door. The man in the middle opened his eyes, got up, put on a bathrobe, and walked to the suite's living room. A burly man stood straight and serious. The man known as Shishan Tiger, whose real name had long been forgotten, said in a deep voice, "They are here, besides Tan Shi and Hao Meng. There is also a Su Gui." Shang Ling sat on the sofa, arms crossed. Su Gu. This guy used to be a fierce general under the old man. Rarely met his match besides by Niu. His martial arts skills are extraordinary. 20 years ago, in the eastern wasteland of City Ye, he single-handedly took down over 70 men from the Sandai Corporation, gaining fame in a single battle. Shang Ling looked at Shishan Tiger and asked, "How confident are you?" The burly man slowly replied, "Su Gui's name is well known even in our mercenary circle. In terms of one-on-one combat, I'm afraid no one can surpass him, but..." The man pressed his large hand against the bulge at his waist. "There are limits to human strength. Beyond 7 steps, the gun is faster." Shang Ling then asked, "What about within 7 steps?" The man chuckled and shook his head, meaning it would be a sure win. Shang Ling walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, lightly pressed his bandaged right hand against the glass, gazing eastward. "I'm becoming more curious about the treasures hidden by the Gatana clan. What is beneath this territory?" The old man's business connections are clearly not just commercial. Arms? Biology? Or something even more terrifying? The old man actually wants a mere vase to take over this? Isn't he afraid of burying the entire Shangzhou? A cold light surged in the man's eyes as he murmured, "They must belong to me, and they will be mine." Shang Ling tilted his head and instructed, "Have our people keep a close watch on the situation of the Gatana clan. If there are any unusual movements, report immediately. This time, I want Tan Shi to be utterly ruined." "Yes." 2 days later, at dawn, the Hummer stopped at the entrance, and the mine in front had been cordoned off. There were still dark red bloodstains in many areas on the ground, with security personnel guarding the surroundings and exploration teams scattered across the mountains. The rubble at the mouth of the mine had been cleared to create a small path, and large excavators were tirelessly digging day and night. Hao Meng and the 3 others walked into the cave, where high-wattage searchlights illuminated the pitch-black cavern as bright as day. Imyasin and Yuza, wearing miner helmets, had been waiting inside for a long time. The 5 walked for 20 minutes, surrounded by various signs of mining activity, but Imyasin did not stop. Eventually, they passed through a low passage, which surprisingly led to a mine shaft. The shaft descended rapidly. The creaking ropes covered in rust made Tan Shi's eyes twitch, while the others remained calm. About 3 minutes later, the elevator finally reached the bottom, revealing a vast underground world before everyone's eyes. The so-called stone mining above was merely a facade. The real treasure the Gatana clan was extracting was this world below. "This is..." Hao Meng stepped out of the mine shaft, feeling the black rocks beside him, his heart pounding. Even though this area had already been mined, a familiar scent still lingered in the air. In the pockmarked rocks, traces of red powder remained. Moonstone. The entire cave was filled with moonstone. Hao Meng walked for a while and finally found a fist-sized black stone on the ground. He pressed it hard with his palm, and the surface of the black stone cracked, revealing a color similar to red agate inside. Jiaran stepped forward to take the black stone and examined it. The quality is average, belonging to a medium-grade moonstone mine. Raw materials like this can generally yield 1 moonstone per cubic foot. Hao Meng had previously had a superficial understanding of the moonstone mine. Although the raw materials in his hands and the moonstone that Jiaran gave him were made of the same material, the aura was significantly weaker. To truly become a circulating currency, a series of complex production processes were still needed. The group moved forward again. After a moment, the temperature suddenly dropped. Imosen's expression became serious as he pointed to the barrier set up at the end of the intersection ahead, on the stone wall beside the barrier. There were many twisted and strange patterns drawn, which emitted a faint glow when illuminated by the mining lamp. Only at this moment did they realize that the entire surrounding wall, dozens of meters high and nearly 100 meters wide, was covered with such patterns. layer upon layer, profound and intricate. It was like a seal, blocking the demons and monsters in the world behind the stone wall. A protective net. Hao Meng narrowed his eyes slightly. From these patterns, he sensed a distinct aura of telekinesis. These protective nets were outlined by mental. Imo-sen turned to Tanshi and Su-Gue, shaking his head and saying, "We can only go this far. Once we step into the territory of the mind ghost, with our ordinary physical qualities, it would only take a moment for us to dissolve like clouds and snow." Tanshi naturally had no objections. As a weak woman, it was already impressive that she could stand here. However, Su-Gue furrowed his brow. With his strength, even some newly rated were not his match. Su-Gue shook his head and said, "It's fine, I also want to see what this mind ghost is." Imo-sen could only persuade him earnestly, explaining that this entity was beyond common sense and could not be understood by human effort. Even rated could do nothing against it. The old man calmly said, "I have also dealt with rated, and at my age, would I still fear this kind of supernatural nonsense?" Just as Su-Gue was preparing to ignore Imo-sen's suggestion and go in, Hao Meng and Jiarun, who were in front, suddenly halted their steps. The two looked up abruptly at the top of the stone wall. The confused crowd suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold sweeping over them, a cold that penetrated to the bones, making their souls tremble. Soon after, they noticed that the rock at the top of the mountain wall twisted slightly, revealing a green eye the size of a, resembling a human eye, but with a green sclera and a red pupil. The eye moved flexibly, observing its surroundings, before finally looking down. Imo-sen, Tanshi, and Su-Gue felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, panicking as they felt like countless knives were stabbing into their bodies at the moment they were locked onto by the eye. That pain, that cold, invaded the darkest depths of their hearts. The gaze of the eye then shifted, landing on Hao Meng and Jiarun. The within Hao Meng surged uncontrollably around him, while Jiarun flicked his fingertips, sending a faint black rapidly towards the eye. Before they could get close, it was frozen into an ice block mid-air, falling to the ground and shattering. "Is this the mind ghost?" Hao Meng pondered. Jiarun also scratched his head and said, "This mind ghost doesn't seem like it's in the juvenile stage." The three, who were initially panicking, gradually calmed down, and Imo-sen and Tanshi unhesitatingly stepped back. Jiarun glanced at the old man whose expression had changed, suddenly smiling and saying, "Old Su, shall we go?" More people mean more strength. Hao Meng did not have the malicious intentions of Jiarun. He simply felt that this strange phenomenon was too eerie. He nodded and said, "That makes sense. The more people there are, the safer it is." The elder, who had previously spoken with certainty, now took a step back, his expression emotionless. "Forget it. I'm getting old, and my strength is not what it used to be. I should stay here to protect the young lady and the chief." Jiarun curled his lips, and Hao Meng did not insist. The two exchanged a glance and walked towards the roadblock together. Their figures were slowly swallowed by the giant hole, resembling a dark, gaping mouth. Chapter 30. Not Jiarun. The winding mine tunnel stretched forward, twisting and turning. Compared to the vast caves excavated outside, this mine was much smaller in scale, and it became narrower the deeper they went, with signs of human activity gradually disappearing, approaching a more primitive state. Hao Meng gently traced the damp cave wall beside him with his fingers. He could faintly sense a faint, overflowing, unknown foreign power, indicating that the surroundings and deeper areas were filled with moonstone mines. Hao Meng is calling out in his heart. Hao Meng kept a watchful eye on his surroundings and asked, "This is a moonstone mine. Can you replenish the energy you need here?" Zhuang's voice echoed in Hao Meng's mind. "Master, these are raw moonstones, which contain impurities. They need to be refined before they can be absorbed. They cannot be directly used." Hao Meng was somewhat disappointed. The quantity of ore this month was vast. Just a tiny bit could fill the watch with energy, but unfortunately, it couldn't be absorbed. The two walked through the corridor, illuminated only by the glow of the mining lamps on either side. "Wait." Jiarun suddenly stopped, and Hao Meng looked at him in confusion as he lightly tapped the wall with his fingers, listening to the sound of the knocks, which echoed hollowly. The man suddenly clenched his fist and struck down hard. A large section of the stone wall collapsed with a roar, extending several dozen meters ahead. Behind this wall was a hollow about an arm's width wide. The two stared intently at another stone wall, which, unlike the pitted and uneven exterior, was smooth as a mirror, as if it had been forcibly opened by something. The outer stone wall was manually excavated, while the inner passage seemed more like a supernatural trace. Jiaren took a breath of the air here, then turned his gaze to Hao Meng, who silently unfolded his mental power. The world faded into darkness. Everything turned black and white, and Hao Meng's mental power flickered like a star, swaying within the cave, searching for clues. Suddenly, a point of emerald green flashed. The second point, the third point. Within the corridor, countless emerald light spots appeared in an instant, all of which were telekinetic energy. Hao Meng opened his eyes. His heart trembled. This passage was opened by mental power. My God, what a powerful mental force it must take to create such an endless tunnel underground. No wonder the stone walls are so smooth and tidy. Jiaren also saw the mental power that had been stirred. These were remnants of the spellcaster's mental energy. The one who opened this underground passage couldn't be. Hao Meng swallowed hard. Jiaren was also shocked to the point of numbness and whispered, could it be? Is it possible that it was left by later mental mutants? Hao Meng retorted, you just said that demon slayers look down on such small minds and are unwilling to come here. The man scratched his face. Yeah, to have opened up such an underground passage, even the residual psychic energy is so strong, it must be a psychic-type demon slayer. But the scale of this moonstone mine can only be considered average. How could the Gatana clan possibly hire someone of that caliber to excavate? This means that this passage was likely left behind by the owner of the moonstone mine 90 years ago. But that makes it even scarier. 90 years. What kind of psychic energy could still have residual force scattered everywhere after 90 years? This indicates that the person who opened this passage had extremely concentrated and powerful psychic energy. Not just a high-level Class C. Jiaren's gaze drifted, and he thought, could it be a genealogy demon slayer? Hao Meng's heart shook violently. He had been digesting the information that Zhuang had given him over the past few days, and at this moment, he was particularly clear about the concept of the term pedigree. Nowadays, the classification of otherworldly beings is divided into levels. Level D is the entry level, and those who reach the limit of level D and make a name for themselves can attempt the examination for the title of investigator. Those who pass will receive the title of junior investigator. However, to advance further, the intermediate investigator is not at the limit of level C, but rather at the limit of level B. Level C is a foundational level. When it moves from level D to level C, they need to choose one of two paths, Demon Slayer or Exorcist. By honing one of these to its limit and advancing further, they can achieve level B, also known as the true Demon Slayer and Exorcist, and be listed in the pedigree. In other words, the Demon Slayers and Exorcists at level C are all beginners. The true Demon Slayers and Exorcists are all at the level B tier. Intermediate investigators are the elite among level B. Although those at level C can also be called Demon Slayers and Exorcists, only those who are listed in the Extreme Knight Organization's pedigree are the true peak. Every level B powerhouse is a renowned figure within the Extreme Knight, looking down upon countless living beings. Hao Meng listened to Jia Ren's mumbling, and his back couldn't help but feel a chill. Something unusual must be a sign of trouble. Are we the first to discover this passage? Jia Ren touched his messy beard and shook his head, saying, I don't believe it. There are many who are much stronger than us. In such a straightforward situation, it could be spotted with just one glance. Since no one found it before, it means Hao Meng took over the conversation in a low voice, intentionally allowing the two of us to discover it. The only one capable of doing this is the master of this mine, the mine ghost. This is interesting. Jia Ren let out a chuckle from his throat, his body slowly tensing up, a rare serious expression on his face as he said slowly, when I first encountered it, I felt that this mine ghost was unusual. Now it seems that it possesses considerable intelligence. Is it trying to set us up? It deliberately revealed this passage that had never been discovered before. What is its intention? I don't know. Hao Meng had no objections and closely followed Jia Ren. The gap created by the impact was right behind them. However, no matter how they stretched their legs, their bodies strangely couldn't cross over. It was clearly within sight, yet it felt like it was in another space. Hao Meng immediately looked at Jiarun, who gave up trying and chuckled. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to withdraw. In the channel space, the residual psychic energy that had been stirred by Hao Meng suddenly surged, all rushing towards the void behind the two. In the blink of an eye, it was repaired, and the entire channel looked brand new, with no end in sight in either direction. Hao Meng was stunned. In that brief moment, he actually sensed vitality from such scattered psychic energy. Someone was controlling them. Jiaren's eyes were also wide open. This psychic energy had an owner? According to their speculation, this psychic energy was left by the demon-slaying master of the ancient Tan family from back in the day, but that master had died 90 years ago. How could he still be alive? Moreover, even if it wasn't him, anyone capable of controlling psychic energy of this level would at least be a grade B. Was there a living grade B in this cave? Jiaren was completely shocked. A grade B powerhouse. That represented the very top echelon of humanity. Hao Meng saw the man's expression change drastically, and his heart sank as well. He looked around and suddenly shouted, Jiaren. The man swallowed hard. Hao Meng said in a low voice, if there really is a B-level powerhouse here, would he allow the birth of a mind ghost? Or is it that humans and monsters can coexist? The former is already unbelievable, and the latter is even more absurd. Monsters are inherently brutal and cannot coexist with humans. Whenever they meet, it's a life-and-death confrontation. They have seen a mind ghost here with their own eyes. If there were a B-level powerhouse here, how could this mind ghost not know? How could it still be so quiet? The two of them have already caused a commotion. Even if the mind ghost is no match for a B-level powerhouse, it wouldn't be so calm. The man suddenly woke up. But who is controlling these psychic powers? It's contradictory. We have no way out. Hao Meng said solemnly, since there's no retreat, let's move forward and take a look. The man nodded seriously, and the two of them slowly walked forward. The passage was unfathomably deep, seemingly leading to hell. The two of them tensed their bodies, fully alert, prepared for any possible situation. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in Hao Mengxin's mind. Master, there's a problem. The young man was taken aback. Zhuang Shishir reminded him, Master, any elementary investigator during the polar night is among the top in their rank. This so-called top tier is assessed for various aspects such as mindset, courage, and strength. They're truly one in a million talents. Hao Meng became confused. What does it mean? Why is Zhuang explaining the significance of a junior investigator to him at this moment? Suddenly, Hao Meng felt his body stiffen, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable fear. You mean? Hao Meng's body trembled slightly. Zhuang's voice remained calm as he said, that's right. In terms of knowledge, composure, and strength, there is a world of difference between you and Jiaren. But why is it that even a logical error that you can easily catch has frightened Jiaren? Hao Meng murmured to himself. Is he pretending? Why would he do that? I can't figure it out. I really can't understand. Zhuang then timely replied, Master, since we already have this guess, why not dare to think a little more? Hao Meng stood foolishly in place. What if he dared to think a bit more? What to think? Zhuang's voice rang out again, and his nonchalant tone struck Hao Meng's mind like a thunderclap. Could it be that he was not Jiaren? Chapter 31. Inner voice this time. Hao Meng was shocked. Not Jiaren? What did that mean? The two had always been inseparable, and now Zhuang was providing him with a speculation that the person in front of him was not the same as the person from before. This was just too terrifying. Absurd to the extreme. If he wasn't Jiaren, then who was he? Where had Jiaren gone? Jiaren, walking beside him, noticed Hao Meng's strange behavior and frowned, asking what's wrong. Jiaren nodded, and in a deep voice said, you should extend your mental force and monitor the surroundings. Alert me if anything happens. Hao Meng immediately complied and moved forward slowly, but his mind was racing with thoughts. If this person was not Jiaren, then what was his purpose? The current energy of the Zhuang can support 3 functions: mind reading, shield, and short-term amplification. However, there are also limitations. It is insufficient to use against beings of higher tiers. Zhuang tried it out. Master, it can be used. It has been read. Energy consumption is 1%. Hao Mengxin suddenly felt a chill. Sure enough, this person is not Jiaren. Jiaren is at the high-level limit of Ding grade, and Zhuang cannot read his thoughts. But now it can. This means that this person is not Jiaren. Were his thoughts? Hao Meng waited for a moment, but Zhuang did not speak. Zhuang said, Master, it has no thoughts, or rather, it has no soul. A shiver ran down Hao Meng's spine. No soul? What kind of creature is this? Just when Hao Meng was at a loss, Zhuang suddenly said, Master, I heard its thoughts. Just 4 words, continue forward. The young man was stunned. Then, he and Zhuang said in unison, control. That's right, it's control. The Jiaoren in front of them has no soul, which means he is just a pure mass of energy or some kind of foreign force. And the thoughts detected by Zhuang are the commands given by the person controlling it. Hao Meng continued on without showing any emotion. Just as he wanted to let Zhuang continue reading, Zhuang spoke again. Master, another thought has arrived. Speed up, the outsider is chasing us. This person is truly difficult to deal with. It's strange, clearly only at the level of a ding, yet incredibly powerful. Zhuang's voice suddenly stopped. Zhuang? What else? Hao Meng asked anxiously. After 3 seconds, Zhuang's voice seemed to become intermittent. And Master, reading these transmitted thoughts consumes a lot of energy. Currently, has been used. If we continue to read, the energy will be depleted and shut down. Hao Meng was stunned. Just a few sentences? 4% of the energy is gone? Now he realized that it was because there was this energy entity acting as a relay that they could barely read it. If the target was directly the controller, Zhuang wouldn't be able to use mind reading at all. Stop reading. Hao Meng made a quick decision. He absolutely could not let Zhuang fall into a deep sleep again, or it would truly be a dead end. The young man assessed the situation. From the information he had just received, it seemed that the one chasing outside was Jiarun, which meant he could not move any further. Hao Meng pondered. Since what was in front of him was an energy body, it likely had no combat power. Should he take a gamble? The young man tilted his head to look at Jiarun, who was cautiously surveying the surroundings. Hao Meng gritted his teeth. Gamble. He had to gamble. He was trapped with no way out. After making up his mind, Hao Meng suddenly erupted, and in that short step, his speed was as fast as a startled swan. He tightly gripped Jia Ren's neck with both hands, and, at the same time, the mental power within him exploded, turning into sharp spikes that pierced towards the surrounding cave walls. Bang, bang, bang. The smooth cave walls rippled with waves. Hao Meng, who was being choked, turned red in the face and shouted angrily, What are you doing? Hao Meng remained unmoved, becoming even more certain. If it were really Jiarun, wouldn't it be easy to break free from him? The wall was smashed open, and a figure rushed in. Hao Meng. The true master finally arrived, surrounded by a circle of faint black solidified. After seeing Hao Meng safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, cursing, This damn place. It's really going to kill me. I was walking behind you, and you stepped on a hidden formation and got teleported away, scaring me to death. Hearing the familiar tone, Hao Meng collapsed to the ground, still shaken. Jiaran hurriedly asked, What happened? Hao Meng explained in detail. The man scratched his head anxiously, feeling extremely frightened. Goodness, this mining ghost is definitely not a recent creation. It possesses intelligence comparable to that of a human. And the most terrifying part is that it can control the remaining talisman formations within this moonstone mine. Seeing Hao Meng's puzzled expression, Jiarun could only sigh and explain, You are right. The residual mental energy in this passage was left by that ancient Tana clan demon slayer. He was definitely a B-level record-keeping demon slayer, and he left many talisman formations in the mine, mostly related to teleportation. I also encountered some sealing and offensive types earlier. Those things, if we trigger even a little, will lead to certain death. For some reason, this mining ghost can manipulate the formations and mental energy left by the demon slayer. I suspect its existence has a very long history, probably not just 90 years. It is from the same era as that demon slayer. Therefore, no one later has been able to discover it. Hao Meng was filled with fear and trepidation. No wonder he had no awareness of being teleported away, not even knowing what had happened. A monster from the same era as that B-class demon slayer from 90 years ago? That's truly terrifying. If he had known, he shouldn't have come down. It would have been much better to be like Su Guwei and be a timid turtle. That said, Hao Meng was analyzing the situation through Jiao Ren's words, saying, If its strength is so great, it should be easy for it to wipe us out. Yet now it's playing these tricks. coupled with the various formations you discovered. Could it be that this mind ghost is bound by something or sealed? And the reason it's lying in wait in front of us is that we have something that attracts it? Hao Meng was even angrier, glaring and shouting. It's all your fault, you bastard. You insisted on pushing me to come here. Otherwise, I never planned to go down a mine. Jiarun, in pain, hugged his head and wailed, I don't know either. As a dignified junior inspector, it's just a mere mining ghost. Even if I can't deal with it, what would it do to me? Who would have known there were such outrageous things down here? Hao Meng scolded. What should we do now? Just sit here and wait to die? Hao Meng felt like he was going crazy. Can you think of a worse way? There was some unknown creature lurking, and they still had to dig a tunnel from who knows how deep underground to the surface. Of course there was. The man had already given up on himself and continued to walk down this tunnel. That creature had been guiding Hao Meng down the tunnel, so he might as well fulfill its wish. Hao Meng patted him on the shoulder, his expression unchanged. Brother, you go first. Wait for me on the road to the underworld. If I can't dig my way out, we can still keep each other company. The man jumped up. I'm going. What a joke. Jiarun, the primary investigator who roams the 3 districts. A favored son of heaven. Am I afraid of mere ghosts and monsters? Jiarun strode forward. We martial artists, with iron will and courage. We live by facing death. Let's see what I can achieve. Hao Meng didn't wait for Jiarun to finish showing off. A chilling, hissing laughter echoed in the corridor, like nails scratching harshly across a blackboard, making one shudder all over and feel incredibly uncomfortable. Jiarun suddenly stopped, looking at a pair of eyes that appeared in the dark at the end of the corridor. Bright green, like 2 ghostly flames, flickering on and off. With their appearance, the corridor seemed to turn into a 1,000-year ice cellar. The terrifying laughter echoed in his mind. That voice was sinister, like someone twisting a needle in your head, stirring your brain matter, piercing deep into the darkness below. Jiarun, who had been striding confidently, suddenly let out a scream, turned around, and fled in panic. Ghost! Hao Meng! Hao Meng! Help! Chapter 32. Living Towards Death. Hao Meng looked disdainfully at the man who had scurried behind him, howling like a ghost. That's right, the real Jiarun should be like this. Although the mind ghost could imitate Jiarun's appearance, how could it replicate his nature and habits in an instant? Hao Meng looked at the main figure in the distance. Its body slowly revealed itself, appearing as a nearly translucent cloud of smoke, with only the head slightly materialized, constantly changing and distorting. The only thing that remained still were those 2 jade-green eyes, devoid of life, desolate and cold. Enough with the ghostly wails. What should I do? Hao Meng glared. Hao Meng lost the desire to communicate with him, as he only spoke nonsense. Could he not know these things? With the situation reaching this point, Hao Meng could only grit his teeth, and his internal psychic energy surged forth, forming rough, sharp cones that simultaneously stabbed toward the mind spirit. The smoke-like body of the mind spirit was filled with sharp cones, resembling a hedgehog. The man suddenly exclaimed in delight. It's useful. It really is useful. Psychic energy can attack it. The formless and colorless entity has no physical body, and all physical attacks and psychic energy would feel like they were hitting air. But psychic energy is different. It can attack the mind spirit. Hao Meng's expression was heavy, and he couldn't feel any happiness. Although he knew that his attack had worked, the strange feeling transmitted from the otherworldly force connected to him was unsettling. In the next moment, all the sharp spikes exploded outward, and the hollows on the eerie body quickly healed and restored without a trace. Hao Meng looked at the man beside him, who was dumbfounded and, after a moment of daze, lamented, It's useless. It's useless. This is a real. Your mental power is too weak. The damage you inflicted on it is almost 0. It is at least of C-grade cultivation. Only a psychic of the same level or a higher-level demon slayer can deal with it. The man became numb and lost interest in life, resigning himself. Forget it. Who hasn't died since ancient times? We all have to die eventually, whether early or late. Hao Meng saw Jiarun take a stance to fight and shouted, Kid, watch closely. Thinking that Jiarun had a final trump card, Hao Meng watched as he was enveloped in a dense black force, charging like a cannonball towards a mind ghost. He raised his fist, which contained terrifying power, and slammed it down hard. The fist struck the mind ghost body and went straight through. The attack hit the stone wall, exploding into countless fragments. Jiaran also plunged headfirst into the hole he had created, covered in dust and dirt, struggling to crawl out. Before he could strike again, the mind ghost's body twisted strangely and suddenly formed a grotesque black hand, almost solidified with flesh and blood, pressing down on Jiaran's chest and pinning him tightly against the rock wall. The sharp 5 fingers closed in, and Jiaran's face quickly turned red and purple. His upper body as clothes torn apart, blood streaks appearing rapidly. Even with his body's recovery ability, allowing the bloodstains to heal slowly, it could not keep up with their rapid formation. In just 3 breaths, he was covered in blood. Jiaran gripped the black hand in front of him tightly, trying his best to slow its downward progress while straining to turn his head to look at Hao Meng. Hao Meng's eyes widened in shock. What should he do? His attacks were ineffective and couldn't save Jiaran at all. The more urgent the situation became, the clearer Hao Meng's mind was, with 20 of his brain capacity engaged. His intelligence had already surpassed that of ordinary people. The anomaly had no physical form. Only mental power could deal with it. My mental power is ineffective. Not enough. Jiaran told me to watch carefully. Watch what? Watch him die first. No, there's something wrong. He must be reminding me of something. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Inside his sea of consciousness, Hao Meng sat opposite Zhuang in the Naiwan Palace. Zhuang, I need to clarify all the connections after entering the mine. Entering the mine, secret passage, Jia Ren chasing after. Suddenly, a drop of white liquid the size of a soybean fell from the great sun above, crashing onto the ground where the two were seated in the Naiwan Palace. The moment it hit the ground, Hao Meng felt an overwhelming clarity throughout his body. A moment of inspiration. His mind, now crystal clear, instantly picked out 3 images. Hao Meng and Jiaran's judgment on mind ghost is that it is very likely restricted by something, which is why it cannot directly eliminate them. The psychic power can penetrate into the mind ghost body, but the effect is minimal. The last scene depicts Jia Ren gripping tightly to the black hand pressing down on his chest. Hao Meng stood up, his mind withdrawing from the Naiwan Palace. Found it. This is the place. Hao Mengzhou's spiritual power was coated with a visible layer of white, a trace of mental energy that dripped from the great sun. In the blink of an eye, this mental energy wrapped around the black hand of the mind ghost. The creature let out a sharp scream. Hiss! Just like snow meeting boiling oil, the seemingly powerful black hand was no match for the delicate threads of mental energy. As the threads suddenly closed in, the entire black hand was sliced into countless fragments, black blood splattering everywhere. The mind ghost howled in madness, its body suddenly retreating violently. Hao Meng's tense mind finally relaxed. It was indeed as he suspected. Jiaran had shown him the opportunity. The mind ghost did not act directly before, indicating it had concerns and constraints, but now it had directly attacked Jiaran. At the same time, the mind ghost has no physical form. However, that black hand could crush Jiaran. Yet, Jiaran could also grasp that black hand. This indicates that the hand truly exists. It is a flesh and blood entity. This is the opportunity. Hao Meng's expression was serious as he said in a deep voice, "The junior investigator lives up to the name. This creature is intelligent. It can even create a fake body of Jiaran, so Jiaran cannot fully explain things. I can only rely on my own intuition and risk my life for a glimmer of hope." He deliberately went forward to face death, forcing the mind ghost to reveal a flaw. But if Hao Meng was even a moment too late or failed to catch that flaw, he would truly be dead. In a desperate situation, he sought life through death. Hao Meng finally deeply realized the worth of the junior investigator in the Polar Night. The seemingly unremarkable, laughing man before him possessed a depth of intelligence and courage that was utterly unmatched by his appearance. A rare and outstanding being, as expected. Jiaran kicked aside the bloody flesh on the ground and stared directly at the eerie creature floating in the air, its emerald eyes now stained crimson. He grinned, his gaze equally cold and fierce. "Now, can we sit down and have a chat?" The distorted, floating mind ghost remained silent for a long time. Finally, a hoarse and chilling whisper slowly echoed through the corridor. "After a century, Humanity has indeed become more cunning and difficult to deal with. Chapter 33. The Black Demon Siege. The two humans and one ghost faced off from a distance. This mind ghost could actually speak human language. Their conjecture was confirmed. This was not a common newborn mind ghost, but a peculiar one that had been active a century ago. Jiaoren stepped back half a step, positioning himself in front of Hao Meng, and slowly said, "When it comes to cunning and difficulty, you aberrations can't even compare. Since we've already opened up, let us be straightforward." Junior investigator of the Polar Night, Jiaoren. The mind ghost coldly replied, "Stone Demon Clan, Stone Princess." The man squinted in surprise. "So it's a creature from the Stone Demon lineage. Your clan made a truce agreement with humanity a century ago, stating that we humans would never enter your Stone Demon territory, and the Stone Demon Clan would not infringe upon human land." As the Polar Night approached, all races emerged, and humanity faced increasing difficulties. After the fall of various countries, only the top elites remained. When these individuals had nowhere left to retreat and were compressed into the Zhoxia territory, they formed a hard fortress, finally halting the expansion of the aberrations and demons, leading to a long siege. At this time, a few races were unwilling to continue investing effort in attacking humanity, and some of these races made agreements with humans to never infringe upon each other. The Stone Demon Clan was one of them. As the name suggests, stone demons are aberrations born from various mineral mountains. For them, humanity, now shrinking into a small space, posed no threat, and they only wished to defend their birthplace. With no conflict between the two, why fight? The two sides reached an agreement. Humanity would never approach the Stone Demon territory and would not covet the resources within, while the Stone Demons would also never enter Zhoxia and would avoid it if encountered. For a century, the two races had maintained a peaceful coexistence. The Stone Demon Clan was pleased with this and would not tolerate any of their kin breaking the agreement. The Stone Princess scoffed, "Sneaking in? It was your humanity that personally invited me here back then." Upon hearing this, Jiaoren immediately shouted, "Absolutely impossible. The lower third district has been humanity's last strategic area since its establishment. How can we invite a demon like you here?" The Stone Princess replied indifferently, "Whether it's possible or not is not for you to decide. With your brains, you are merely speculating that I infiltrated this place back then and was sealed here by the old guy of this moonstone mine, only revealing my true form after the seal loosened recently, right?" Jiaoren and Hao Meng's pupils involuntarily constricted. They had indeed guessed this. First, the moonstone mine was filled with talisman formations, including not only common teleportation arrays, but also offensive and sealing formations. Second, this stone demon had not appeared for a century, and only recently had there been unusual movements, leading to the conclusion that the seal must have loosened. But unexpectedly, the Stone Princess had laid it bare in one sentence. The ethereal Stone Princess let out a chilling laugh, slowly swaying in the air. The powerful spiritual aberration light points flickered in the corridor, and at the same time, various formations hidden in the dark of all sizes emerged. Don't you find it strange? Why can one demon, like me, control the formations and aberrations set up by you humans? The expressions of the two changed. This was indeed something they couldn't comprehend. The Stone Princess coldly stated, "These formations were set up by Siege. He personally handed over the control hub to me. It wasn't he who sealed me. It was I who sealed myself." At this moment, the two human faces appeared dazed. What is this? Seal oneself? The man suddenly recalled something, his expression changing drastically. Siege? The Black Demon Siege? The traitor from humanity 90 years ago. That guy who stood at the peak of Class B. Hao Meng saw a genuine look of fear on his face for the first time. "Nakusaike!" Jiaoren exclaimed in terror. This moonstone mine was left by him. The ancestor of the Gatana clan is Sage. Hao Meng immediately instructed Zhuang to search the memory database for relevant information. Blank. Nothing could be found. Zhuang's memory database was connected to all electronic devices and network information on Earth, but many classified messages were not stored online, leaving no trace. Shiji repeated the two words, "Black Demon." You humans today actually use the term demon to refer to the pioneers of your talisman lineage? The man's expression changed unpredictably. The situation was far beyond his expectations. This inconspicuous moonstone mine actually hid a shocking secret. Shi smirked, saying, "You humans are indeed in trouble. Ever since I lost contact with Sage 90 years ago, I knew there would be changes. Where is Huang Liang now?" Jiaran furrowed his brows in confusion, asking, "Huang Liang? What Huang Liang?" But beside him, Hao Meng was stunned. "Huang Liang?" Shi was even more puzzled. "You actually don't know Huang Liang? Why should I know him? Who is he?" Shi's vague form rippled as if greatly stimulated. "Crazy. You actually don't know Huang Liang? No, this is impossible. He is the strongest man among you humans, the savior of humanity. If it weren't for him in that battle in the EC back then, the evil would have long since flattened Zhou. You actually tell me you don't know him?" For the first time, the man doubted his own understanding. "The strongest man? The savior?" He shook his head vigorously and coldly said, "What you're talking about doesn't exist. As for that battle in the EC, it was the Alliance War initiated by the three great evils 100 years ago, right? There was no Huang Liang back then. It was 8 special investigators leading 99 blade bearers to face the enemy, breaking through the evil alliance along the coast of the EC. The green glow in Shi's eyes flickered and fell into a long silence. Suddenly, Shi's malice surged, and he shouted, "Since you know nothing, then just go die." Hao Meng and Jiaran immediately changed color. In the next moment, the psychic energy drifting in the passage quickly gathered together, forming a powerful aura that made both of them feel suffocated. Not good. Jiaran showed a look of despair. This power was too strong, unimaginably powerful. In the next instant, that overwhelming force rushed towards them. This is bad. Jiaran had no power to resist, and then there was endless sinking. Hao Meng was also bound by countless psychic forces. He watched helplessly as Jiaran collapsed to the ground not far away, losing all motion. "Dievang!" Hao Meng shouted in anger. He was next in line. Was he really going to meet his end here? Just as the surging psychic force was about to reach him, it suddenly dissipated, and he regained his ability to move. He stared blankly at the stone princess that floated down from the air, her voice weary as she slowly said, "He is not dead. I just made him temporarily lose consciousness." The stone princess fixed her gaze on the young man in front of her. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" The young man looked confused and unaware. The stone princess's tone grew irritable as she exclaimed, "You have the aura of Huang Liang on you. If you also say you don't know him, I really want to be able to help but kill both of you." Hao Meng suddenly widened his eyes. Everything was connected. Why had no one discovered this stone princess before? It was only after Hao Meng arrived here that she suddenly appeared. Why had she been guiding Hao Meng forward? Why hadn't she directly killed the two people? Huang Liang, this taboo name, faced with the furious and fierce stone princess. Hao Meng could only say, Huang Liang is already dead. The frenzied void body suddenly became quiet, slowly drifting back, murmuring, "Dead? He really is dead, yes. Someone like him would be a nightmare if he were not dead." The stone princess then turned her cold gaze toward Hao Meng, asking, "What happened? Why would Ti know about Huang Liang? How did Huang Liang die? How did Sage become a black demon?" Faced with these questions, Hao Meng gritted his teeth and honestly replied, "I don't know." The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The stone princess suddenly leaned in, her terrifying eyes fixed on Hao Meng, and demanded, "Say it again." Hao Meng had nowhere to retreat, and I really don't know. A fierce light surged in Shi's eyes. Before it could strike, a burst of white light emitted from the watch on Hao Meng's wrist, and a human-shaped light shadow appeared beside him. He truly didn't know. The one who appeared was, of course, Zhuang. Shi was also taken aback, suddenly looking at the watch on Hao Meng's wrist, then glancing at the human-shaped light shadow, incredulous. "Zhuang, how could you be here?" Hao Meng was stunned. This strange creature actually recognized Zhuang. The voice of the human-shaped shadow was devoid of any emotion, coldly stating, "Hao Meng is my master. Of course I will be here." "What?" Shi exclaimed in shock. "He is your master?" Zhuang replied, "Yes." A long silence ensued. Shi suddenly pressed on, "What about Huang Liang? Is he really dead? What about the promise we made back then? I've been waiting herein for a full 100 years. Zhuang shook his head and said, "I don't know." The strange creature's body suddenly swelled up, like a large mass of black mist. You don't know? You don't recognize me? You're not Zhuang? Zhuang coldly replied. I truly do not recognize you, but my name is indeed Zhuang. This is the name given to me by my creator, Huang Liang. The strange, ethereal body trembled. After a while, it suddenly spoke, but in a completely different language. However, as Zhuang's body emitted a faint glow, Hao Meng clearly understood what she was saying. Can you understand the language I am speaking now? Hao Meng glanced at Zhuang, who remained unmoved. He could only speak, but the words that came out automatically transformed into the eerie language from earlier, which he understood. The green flames in Ji's eyes suddenly resembled a bonfire that had just been ignited, burning fiercely, with a sound like weeping and lamenting. He succeeded. He really succeeded. Huang Liang was not wrong. He truly achieved it. Suddenly, Hao Meng instinctively sensed an indescribable danger. He saw that the previously ecstatic Ji glanced at him. Her eyes filled with fierce malice. With a wave of her hand, countless mental powers surged towards him like a tsunami, aiming to crush him into dust. In Hao Meng's mind, only one thought remained. Why still kill oneself? In the next moment, boundless darkness surged in, swallowing everything. Chapter 34. Strange Beings in the Eyes. Deep, eternal darkness, endless descent. It was unclear how much time had passed, but in the chaotic world, a faint light seemed to flicker. Hao Meng! Hao Meng! The silent world echoed with indistinct calls. As the light grew brighter, the calls became clearer. Someone is calling me. Where is this? I am here, I am here. Hao Meng's mind strained to chase the light. The light expanded, filling the entire dark world. Boom! Hao Meng was shocked and said, we didn't die. We got out. This is obviously a hospital, not underground. He and Jiarun are not dead. Hao Meng checked his body and found no signs of injury. He immediately sat up. There were only the two of them in the room. He cast a questioning glance at Jiarun, who was curled up weakly. Yes, that stone demon did not kill us. It must have been afraid that if it killed us, it would soon attract the organization's attention, and then it would have no time to escape. Jiarun weakly explained, I woke up on the third day. Once the stone demon left, the formation in the cave lost control. I brought you out from underground and reported the matter to the organization. Now, this issue has been taken over by a dedicated team. Hao Meng picked up the phone by the bed and took a glance. He had woken up 2 days later than Jiarun, and it had already been 5 days since they went down into the cave. What about that stone demon? Was it caught? Hao Meng's heart tightened, and he quickly asked. The man shook his head. 3 days was enough for it to escape and hide in the lower 3rd district. Now, according to the organization's speculation, there were many powerful individuals in the upper 3rd district, and she couldn't sneak away from Zhou. It was very likely that she was hiding in the middle 3rd district, waiting for the right moment to act. Hao Meng asked, Can we catch her? Jiarun thought he was just afraid of that stone demon and immediately comforted him. Don't worry. It's easy to go out of the lower 3rd district, but difficult to come back in. She will definitely not throw herself into the net again. As for catching her, to be honest, it's very difficult. The middle 3rd district is a mix of fish and dragons, with intricate networks. Finding a hidden stone demon is as hard as ascending to heaven. But as long as she dares to make a move and reveals a flaw, it will definitely be a dead end. Hao Meng was silent. He was not afraid of the stone demon itself, but rather that this stone demon knew about Huang Liang and seemed to recognize Zhuang. Creak. The door opened, and 3 people walked in. Tan Shi, AI Mu-san, and Su Gue. AI Mu-san wore a worried expression and gestured to the two, saying, The organization has issued a directive. My moonstone mine has been temporarily requisitioned and taken over with an indefinite timeline. However, there will be compensation based on the normal daily extraction quantity. Jiarun casually replied, Isn't that great? You don't have to work or manage anything. Just sit back and collect money. AI Mu-san smiled bitterly. It may sound that way, but it's not that simple. The organization, surely they won't keep requisitioning my moonstone mine indefinitely, right? What exactly did you discover down there? The military has already taken control of the area around the mine. This is truly unprecedented. The man said lightly, I dare say. Do you dare to listen? The expressions of the 3 who had already signed the agreement changed slightly. AI Mu-san waved his hand, self-deprecatingly saying, Forget it, forget it. You might as well not say it. I'm really afraid that I might end up being taken into the organization for tea. The more they knew, the less it was a good thing. The three already deeply understood that there were many secrets in this world that they could not touch. She bit her red lip lightly. What she wanted was not this small trickle, but to thoroughly develop the Moonstone mine through regional contracts and gradually take over the industries of the Shangzhou Group. However, AI Musun was right. Since the organization had intervened, what could they do? It had to be this way. Danon fin nadidiently. A small trickle was better than nothing at all. She quietly nodded and was the first to leave the hospital room, with Su Gue following closely. AI Musun cupped his hands toward the two, thanking them for their help this time, and promised he would not refuse any future needs. The three all left. Only Hao Meng and Jia Ren remained in the hospital room. The young man softly murmured 4 words, Black Demon, Sage. The man in the seat sighed softly. What a name that makes one shiver just to hear. Jiaren honestly replied, Can't discuss it now. You will naturally know when your strength reaches a certain level. Hao Meng no longer asked questions, silently gazing into the distance. Moonstone Min, underground passage. Every 10 meters, a soldier armed to the teeth stood guard, high-wattage searchlights illuminating the cave as bright as day. 2 figures floated down from above, and all the soldiers snapped their feet together, shouting, Greetings, Commander. The 2 walked into the smooth passage, where various formations flickering with faint light had no effect on them. With a light wave of Luo Yan's palm, all the formations became ineffective, causing Sheng Ling to narrow his eyes slightly at this strange divine ability. The seemingly bottomless passage reached its end in an instant. The 2 stood on a protruding rock shelf, overlooking the boiling magma below. This enormous cave was lifeless, devoid of anything. That great demon had erased all traces. Sheng Ling looked around. Luo Yan stared at the surging magma below, suddenly extending her jade hand, fingers curling and then pulling in the air, causing the magma beneath to violently stir. An invisible circle of talismans quickly filled the entire cave, densely packed, mysterious, and unfathomable, filled with an extraordinary sense of the divine. Sheng Ling was particularly shocked. When did Sage manage to arrange such a powerful talisman formation? This, not to mention B grade. Even among A grade, few could set it up. Luo Yin stood with her hands behind her back, watching for a while, and slowly said, This is a gathering spirit formation. That great demon is using it to condense its form. The man's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead. A gathering spirit formation? Is it him? Under heaven, in 100 years, there are very few who can arrange a gathering spirit formation, and in the lower 3rd district, to do this without anyone noticing. Sheng Ling could think of no one other than that one person. Sheng Ling suppressed the shock in his heart, glanced at Luo Yin, and thought to himself, I was still wondering why you rushed here as soon as you heard Sage's name. It turns out you had already guessed that he was here. Luo Yin walked outside without responding to this, asking how this place was discovered. Sheng Ling remained silent. Luo Yin, who was about to leave, stopped, slightly tilted her head, her plain side profile showing no emotion. Sheng Ling finally answered softly, It's that kid you were concerned about. He entered this place with a junior investigator to search for the mine ghost, and then discovered all of this. Luo Yin also fell silent. After a while, she continued to walk out. Sheng Ling observed the faintly visible mysterious runes surrounding him, took out his phone, and said, Sheng Ling. The great demon Shurji is about to condense its form. Immediately notify the highest strategic department of the lower 3rd district, mobilize personnel for a carpet search, and ensure at all costs that it is captured, otherwise it will bring great disaster. Understood. A deep voice came from the receiver, followed by a hang-up. The man slowly sat down on the rock shelf, his right foot hanging in the air, his elbow resting on his left knee, with an inexplicable expression. 20 years late, unable to see his true form. 100 years late, unable to fight him, truly the greatest regret of this life. In the afternoon, a BMW 760L left City Z, turning around the bend to the highway entrance. Su Gue suddenly slammed on the brakes, rolled down the window, and stared intently at the Lincoln parked not far from the road. She also saw the 2 men standing by the car. Sheng Ling, accompanied by the Western Mountain Tiger, walked up to the BMW, resting his hand on the car roof and smiled at Tan Shi, saying, "It seems that Director Tan's trip hasn't gone very smoothly. I heard that Emerson's assets have all been taken over by the military. My goodness, how can this happen? You can't be doing something illegal, can you?" Tan Shi remained unmoved. Shang Ling grinned. "I forgot to tell you, Bai Niu just called me, informing me that the regional ownership contract is void, and we are now back on the same starting line." Shang Ling then looked at the elderly driver, speaking sincerely. "Su Lao, you were once a general under my father. The situation is clear now. I sincerely hope you can turn to the light side. I have a great future here, wealth and honor. Whatever you want, I can give you, I can do it." Su Gui replied flatly, "Second young master, thank you for your kindness, but at my age, I seek very little." The beautiful woman gently exerted force with her delicate fingers resting on her lap, while the man laughed wildly and stepped back. He had not looked at the two people in the back seat the entire time. Perhaps to him, their existence was insignificant. Su Gui continued to shift gears and move forward. Before he could even make it around the bend, the youth and the man suddenly opened their eyes wide, and the faster man sprang up with unimaginable speed, grabbing Su Gui's steering wheel. He yanked hard. The vehicle instantly swerved. At the same time, a loud bang erupted at the rear of the car, flipping the entire vehicle over, the explosion sending metal shards flying. And a large hole had already been blown into the right rear tire. The Lincoln sped past the overturned BMW. The burly man crouched on the sunroof with a Barrett rifle, while Shang Ling pressed the accelerator, roaring away. The four people inside the car crawled out one after another. Su Gui's face was extremely grim. If it weren't for Jia Ren's timely action to jerk the steering wheel, that sniper bullet would have hit the car center. And who would die then would have been left to fate. The disheveled woman, her grace lost, surprisingly showed no expression. She merely stared at the Lincoln that was crazily leaving, her eyes dead. The man leaned against the overturned car, rubbing his face vigorously, muttering what annoying flies. Jaren elbowed the nearby youth, whispering, "Why don't we just secretly kill him? Just looking at him makes my head hurt." Jaren sighed. Even he did not notice that in Hao Meng's left eye, there was faintly a large sleeve fluttering, with a vague, ethereal, blue-eyed demon, exuding an arrogant aura, filled with malevolent thoughts. Chapter 35. The highest strategic department of the 9th District. Emerson sent someone to deliver another car, and to be on the safe side. Specially sent someone to escort them all the way, finally bringing them to City A at sunset. Su Gui parked the car at the entrance of the community, watching the two go upstairs, then turned to Tan Shi. The beautiful woman remained silent. The vehicle stayed parked at the entrance of the community for a full 2 hours. And Tan Shi finally closed her eyes and softly said, "Let's go." Su Gui sighed in his heart and drove away. Inside the room, after the man took a shower, he lay on the living room sofa, holding his phone and catching up with his sister and younger sisters whom he hadn't seen for days, chatting about all sorts of things from far and wide, occasionally making a video call, losing himself in the warmth of their voices. Hao Meng admires such people. One moment they're discussing Schopenhauer, Freud, Zhuangzi's wife's death, nihilism, and her tragic childhood experiences with a girl. And the next moment, they want to look at someone else's cool photos. Hao Meng ignored him and went straight into his own room, sitting at the desk and slowly taking off his wristwatch. He gradually closed his eyes, his mind becoming serene. He didn't know how long it had been. A thought descended upon the Naiwan Palace. In the empty great hall, a figure sat cross-legged, holding a white thought orb, its voice mechanical and cold. "Master." Hao Meng sat cross-legged beside it, with the brilliant sun directly above. In the half-air in front of them, there was a huge, spherical object, within which was a strange being that no one would expect to appear here. Shurji. It seemed to be in a deep sleep, motionless, with faint vitality. Zhuang said coldly, "I'm just an artificial intelligence. There are no lies, unless the data and memories are incorrect." Shurji gloomily asked, "When did Huangliang die? Where did he die?" "I don't know. There is no relevant information in the memory bank, but I was created 60 years ago." Shurji's face seemed to slowly take on a humanoid shape. It was silent for a moment before continuing to ask, "How much do you remember from 60 years ago?" "Nothing. I cannot retrieve any relevant information." "You really don't remember me?" "I do not recognize you." "Why did you choose this kid as your master?" "The creator set the rule that whoever picks me up first is my master." Where's the yin-yang dagger? I do not know what you are referring to. Shiji's ethereal, wave-like body rippled slightly. Why does this kid have the aura of Huangliang? Zhuang replied. The creator left a large source of thought power, and I followed the setting to give it to the first master. The green light in Shiji's eyes shone brightly. The strange being hesitated, and after a moment, it seemed to make a decision, directly rushing into the forehead of the young man on the ground, quickly merging into him, while the white light and figure instantly dissipated, also merging within. The scene ended here. Inside the Mud Pill Palace, Zhuang pointed at Shiji in midair. After it arrived here, it headed straight for the sun, rushed into it, and when it came out again, it voluntarily entered this state of false death. Hao Meng looked up at the sun, his eyes deep. After a moment, he asked Zhuang, "So when will this stone princess wake up?" Zhuang replied, "That depends on her." Hao Meng's spirit exited the Mud Pill Palace in his sea of consciousness, and he opened his eyes in the room, letting out a long sigh. This matter was becoming increasingly mysterious and absurd. A terrifyingly powerful demon was actually sleeping in his Mud Pill Palace. This was not just burying a bomb, it was practically a nuclear bomb. It was of the level of a great Ivan. If it suddenly woke up and went on a killing spree, wouldn't that be a catastrophe? The young man put his watch back on. Since the day he picked up the watch, his life trajectory had undergone a tremendous change. He had been consciously and unconsciously adjusting his mindset since then. If he didn't have the ability to change, he could only wait for the impending arrival. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and the next moment, Jia Ren pushed the door open. Hao Meng was not surprised. He was grateful that Jia Ren even knocked first. The man made a face and joked, "Going out to have fun?" Hao Meng shook his head, saying that there had been too many things happening these past few days, and he wanted to take it slow. Jia Renqing eagerly took out his phone and showed him a few pictures, all featuring young girls with long legs and fair skin wearing suspender leather shorts and black stockings. Hao Meng is someone who has seen big occasions and calmly asked, "How much does it cost for a DNA injection like this?" The man extended his thumb and little finger. Hao Meng turned around and took out his wallet from the wardrobe, tossing it to the man. "Let me rest. You go by yourself. Come on, let's go together." Jia Ren insisted, pulling and dragging. Hao Meng rejected him, and now he was happy in a way that was different from Jia Ren. Just like before, he had pressed the call button 3 times in a row, each time looking for the same woman, not because she was particularly beautiful, but because she never remembered him. Each time, Hao Meng would chat with her as if he were checking household registration, and she would always come up with a different family background. Hao Meng particularly enjoyed chatting with her and listening to her boast. Finding unusual joy in the mundane was the true happiness. Seeing that he couldn't drag Hao Meng along, Jia Ren could only accept the wallet with tears in his eyes, secretly took the keys to the Mercedes, and rushed out the door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, the place was still well-equipped and fully furnished despite the fewer people. Hao Meng took out a moonstone and activated the simulation robot. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions echoed continuously in the hall. 2 hours later, an exhausted Hao Meng sat on the ground, panting, replaying the earlier battle in his mind. The young man suddenly opened his eyes and saw 2 slender white legs standing in front of him. He looked up and saw a girl in a fitted outfit glancing at him sideways, her expression filled with disdain. A grown man like him, looking so worn out just from fighting a robot. Hao Meng Lu was taken aback, but after a moment's thought, he realized that this was a public place for the extraordinary, and it was normal for Qingwan to come here. He had no interest in sparring with a little girl, even if she was an elementary investigator on par with Jia Ren. Qingwan was dressed in a tight-fitting combat outfit. Despite her young age, she already possessed impressive skills. If she could set aside her unabashed pride, she would likely be an extremely attractive flower among her peers. With a look of disdain on her face, she beckoned to Hao Meng with her finger. "Want to fight? I can do it without using my powers, and I'll only use one hand." Hao Meng said faintly, "I'm not interested. I don't fight with kids." The girl immediately became furious, her anger boiling over as she glared at him fiercely. However, noticing his indifferent demeanor, she rolled her dark eyes and sneered, "Are you scared?" This crude provocation had no effect on Hao Meng, who replied directly, "Yes." Isn't it perfectly normal to be afraid of a proper elementary inspector? Qing was almost driven to the brink of rage, grinding her teeth. You're really not a man. Hao Meng said lazily. What do you, a little girl, know about whether he's a man or not? Qing sparkling eyes seemed to be ready to spit fire. Hao Meng no longer teased the girl and casually asked, Who sent you here? Leo. It might be a coincidence to encounter her here, but for Qing to come provocatively like this was unusual, based on Hao Meng's limited understanding of her. At most, she would look up to the sky when she saw him and then walk past with her head held high. Therefore, it could be inferred that she was here for him. What was her intention? Besides Li Hao, Hao Meng couldn't think of any other explanation. As for what it was about, they would only know after talking. The girl clearly froze, unable to comprehend how Hao Meng figured it out, which led Hao Meng to speculate about what Jiarun had said. He seemed to look down on the girl for being able to become an elementary investigator at the same level as him. Jiarun appeared to be carefree on the surface, but was actually quite cunning. Hao Meng had already experienced this in the Moonstone Mine. As for this girl, she was simply too naive and carefree. It was somewhat surprising that someone of such a level could become an elementary investigator. A shadow appeared mysteriously beside Hao Meng. And as he spoke, Hao Meng realized it, his hips stiffening as he turned to look. A middle-aged man, around 40 to 50 years old, appeared. He was tall, with dark skin, and had a serious demeanor that exuded a unique military toughness. Hao Meng, I sent her here. The man introduced himself. My name is Yang Ming, the head of the highest strategic department in Zone 9 of District 3. Hao Meng Su, the real big boss, has arrived. He has heard Jiarun mention it more than once. Liu's direct superior, the head of Area 9. In Jiarun's words, as long as you don't break through the protective dome above Area 9, he can handle everything else. That's how impressive he is. Hao Meng's thoughts raced. Why would such a big shot suddenly seek him out? The Moonstone Mine. Sage. Hao Meng instantly understood. Yang Ming showed a hint of a smile, proving that he was indeed a mental anomaly with a brain capacity reaching 20, thinking faster than normal people. However, you guessed wrong. I didn't come for that. The Moonstone Mine has already been taken over by the highest strategic department of the war zone. My main purpose for coming here is to recruit you. Recruit me? Hao Meng was taken aback. Hao Meng replied seriously, Okay, Minister Yang, I will think about it carefully. The man nodded with a smile and said, You have just joined the Polar Night and don't know many things. According to the rules, you should be sent to Zone 3 for unified training now. And only after reaching a certain rating level will you have the power of independent choice. Abnormal individuals will be absorbed by the organization, and a few outstanding ones will join the strategic departments of Zones 1 to 9. Of course, abnormal individuals can also choose their own forces. Within the Zhoxia area, there are many personal forces and organizations, and they also possess many resources. However, overall, the largest are still the strategic departments of the 9 major zones and the Polar Night organization. Hao Meng's eyes flickered. So that's how it is. Is this a reminder to him? The reason he can still stay in the lower District 3 is precisely because they have given him a chance. Yang Ming smiled and said, This world has long been different from the past. In today's world, besides power and wealth, people value strength even more. After all, the lower District 3 is just a small place. The real vast world is filled with evil spirits, monsters, and strange entities. Only with a strong fist can one live more comfortably and freely in this chaotic era. I have high hopes for you, which is why I've decided to let Qing be your sparring partner to help you improve and successfully evolve to reach a higher level. At the same time, I understand your current situation. Don't worry, the Shangzhou group won't bother you anymore. You can live in peace and focus on your training. The young man looked directly at the man, falling into silence, while the man smiled without speaking. The conversation had come to this point. Hao Meng ultimately did not do anything ungrateful. He cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, Thank you, Minister Yang, for your kind offer, but there's no need to consider it any further. I will join the strategic department of the 9th District. Chapter 36. Yang Ming. Good. Good. Very good. The man immediately burst into laughter and patted Hao Meng's shoulder vigorously. We warmly welcome talents like you here. Hao Meng, a mud-legged man from a small county, has made his way in City A, achieving a modest living at a young age. His social experience and knowledge far exceed that of his peers, and he understands well the importance of having a strong backing. Taking advantage of the situation, He stands under the big tree of the Ninth District Strategic Department to cool off. Yang Ming smiled and said, Hao Meng, your top priority right now is evolution. Reach the rating level as soon as possible, and you will be able to enter the Polar Night archives, enjoying the corresponding resources and benefits. The man pointed to Qing Wan. During this time, you can come to find Qing Wan anytime. She will assist you in your evolution. Hao Meng glanced at the girl, who stood with her arms crossed and her head held high in pride. But soon, Yang Ming slapped the back of her head and glared at her, saying, Are you trying to reach the sky with your neck held so high? The girl lowered her head in grievance, her two small canine teeth gently rubbing against each other. Yang Ming said to Hao Meng, This girl has been spoiled since she was little. But don't be fooled by her age. She is quite capable. Although her becoming a junior investigator has some luck involved, helping you hone her superior physical limits is definitely no problem. Hao Meng has already learned about evolution. After the awakening of the Iran, they gradually hone their skills through repeated hardships, ultimately reaching a high-level physical condition, which is a state of being able to punch with a force of 1,000 kilograms and a speed of 30 meters per second. At this point, the body of the will autonomously evolve, forming a type of itsu that can be cultivated. Yang Ming smiled and said, Work hard and evolve as soon as possible. If you have any questions, you can have Qing Wan contact me. Hao Meng nodded. Yang Ming pondered for a moment, then said, Hao Meng, because you have never left the 3rd District, there are some things I need to clarify for you. In the current world, the saying with great power comes great responsibility is not just empty talk. You know that the outside world is filled with turmoil and chaos. I have never liked the 3rd District. This created an illusion of peace, which to me seems more like a cage. The people living inside are oblivious and lack urgency. The war between humans and the otherworldly beasts and entities is becoming increasingly brutal. If there aren't countless extraordinary individuals stepping up, one day, if humanity truly faces defeat, what will happen when those terrifying entities break into the 3rd District? Your family, your friends, those ordinary people who don't know the truth. How will they react when faced with sudden catastrophic news? The 3rd District will experience a situation akin to the onset of the Long Night a century ago, with humanity losing order, chaos erupting, and panic spreading. Of course, by the time it reaches that point, it will already be the end of the road for humanity. We should be vigilant in times of peace. The man patted Hao Meng's shoulder and said seriously, You are an extraordinary individual, a highly gifted one. No one can force you to do anything. But I believe that one day, when you see the scenes of death, blood, and flames with your own eyes, you will understand the weight of the responsibility on your shoulders. The man nodded at Hao Meng, and his figure gradually became blurry, vanishing mysteriously. The young man stood silently in place. In living this life, one must ultimately have some pursuits. Most ordinary people seek wealth. With money, they can live comfortably, provide a good life for family and friends, marry one or even several beautiful women, and enjoy the envy and compliments of others. Because of this desire, they strive to earn money, working hard and harder. But now it's about survival, to live, to ensure others can live. Yang Ming said these things to make Hao Meng understand that his comfortable life in the 3rd District, free for the ravages of war, is because countless extraordinary individuals are risking their lives outside. Now that Hao Meng has this ability, shouldn't he one day stand on the city walls of the 3rd District, facing countless terrors? If he doesn't go, and if more and more people like him turn away, when humanity can no longer hold the line, what will happen? Under the fallen nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? This is not a demand or a request. It is something that every extraordinary individual, every capable human must do. Throughout human history, wars between nations have played out countless times, revealing humanity's worst traits. But when a war of races, even more intense than this, arrives one day, what will it be like? A century ago, humanity endured this hell on Earth. Born into a century of peaceful times, Hao Meng cannot imagine, nor can he fathom. All he knows is that he must make himself stronger. He has too much to seek and face. The young man collected his emotions and turned to look at the girl. A fight? Qing Wan felt that his gaze suddenly changed, but she didn't pay it much mind. Instead, she coldly laughed, tied her hair into a ponytail, and beckoned with her finger. Come on. Hao Meng took a deep breath and suddenly lunged forward. He swung his fist heavily, without holding back. He did not relax, just because his opponent was a little girl. She was capable of killing him with a single punch. Qing indeed did not use any special power, but simply reached out her hand and caught Hao Meng's fist. Then, she forcefully pulled it towards herself, which was certainly not out of goodwill, and her right foot followed up with a heavy kick. Bang! Hao Meng was sent flying, gritting her teeth as she hurriedly got up. Before she could steady herself, Qing had already closed in, launching a flurry of punches and kicks like a violent storm. Her attacks fierce and relentless. In her panic, Hao Meng could only passively take the hits. She truly wasn't using her special powers. Qing was also a superhuman. If she didn't activate her powers, her physical abilities were at the critical point of evolution. There was a gap between me and her, but it wasn't large. Why are superhumans powerful? Because they possess special abilities. But if those abilities aren't activated, their physical attributes are merely at a high limit, the critical point of evolution. However, once activated, those abilities would multiply exponentially. Currently, Qing punching power and speed were approximately 1,000 kilograms and 30 ms. Hao Meng reacted after being passively beaten for a full 5 seconds. He intentionally exposed a flaw, and Qing landed a whip kick right on his chest. However, he disregarded the pain and firmly grabbed Qing fair little leg. With a sudden shift of his feet and a low growl, he swung her up and slammed her towards the ground. Qing was slightly flustered, but immediately twisted her waist, bracing herself with her hands to dissipate the force, and kicked Hao Meng away, performing a somersault to get back on her feet. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Hao Meng immediately assumed a defensive stance, fully alert. Qing looked at him with disdain and mocked. "Is that all you've got? Is that really it?" Hao Meng did not pay attention to the verbal attacks from the little girl. He was self-aware, even though this little girl was at the same level as him. He was not her match. He had never received systematic combat training, and at most, Jarun had taught him a few basic skills. Although Qing was young, she had experienced the outside world and had rich combat experience. Hao Meng's vision blurred for a moment, and Qing had already arrived in front of him, throwing a punch toward his face. The young man gritted his teeth and returned a punch. Qing chose to retract her fist instead of taking the hit, slightly tilting her head to narrowly evade the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Meng immediately went all out. I can't hit her. Why is her evasion so fast? No, it's not fast. It's precise. Hao Meng exerted all his strength to attack. But the slender girl in front of him had very small steps, yet she could precisely avoid all his attacks, leaving him unable to touch her at all. Hao Meng immediately thought of 2 words: body technique. Just like in a boxing match, those top boxers sway left and right, able to precisely avoid their opponent's attacks while looking for opportunities to strike. Qing undoubtedly also has a body technique, and it is an extremely powerful one. Hao Meng, who was being toyed with, felt particularly frustrated but had no way to counter it. After all his attacks were evaded, what awaited him was being trampled. Bang, bang, bang. The young man in the training ground was being beaten brutally. No, he couldn't keep hiding anymore. Hao Meng gritted his teeth and instantly expanded his mental power. Qing attacks finally seemed to slow down in Hao Meng's eyes, allowing him to narrowly evade the attack and then deliver a heavy punch. With the enhancement of his mental power, Hao Meng's speed and reaction had significantly improved. The girl stretched lazily, her graceful figure curving beautifully. Now, it was a bit interesting. Otherwise, it would have been as dull as hitting a sandbag. Qing charged forward once again. Hao Meng has now unleashed her psychic abilities, and the omnipresent force created by these abilities has forced Qing to be cautious and evade quickly. However, she no longer has the leisurely demeanor she had before and cannot attack Hao Meng recklessly. She can only wait for an opportunity to strike. Even so, she is still at an advantage. Hao Meng only realized the gap between him and her at this moment. This battle was far more intense than fighting against a simulation robot, which was merely controlled by a set of rigid programs with fixed moves, relying only on energy supply, strength, and speed. Over time, the improvement it offered to Hao Meng had diminished significantly. But this battle against Qing was different. Hao Meng deeply realized his weaknesses. He quickly corrected himself during the fight, learning from his mistakes and the pain he felt made him remember his shortcomings more vividly. Indeed, combat is the fastest way to improve one's strength. Yang Ming had this purpose in mind when he asked Qing Wan to be his sparring partner. This punch came too early. I could have moved to the left a bit. Avoiding her palm would definitely allow me to counterattack. My mental power has an advantage. I can foresee her movements in advance. Damn it, this little girl is really going all out. She has targeting my face. Little brat. Half an hour later, the exhausted young man lay on the ground, bruised and battered, while his strong physique rapidly healed the swelling and bruises. On the other side, the girl had a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead, her little face flushed but looking exceptionally excited. Rookie, little trash. Qing Wan mockingly taunted without mercy. Hao Meng ignored him and summarized and reviewed the battle in his mind. One day, he would definitely pin this little girl down and give her a good spanking. Qing Wan walked over and kicked Hao Meng, saying, "Get up. You can't just lie around like this after the battle." Hao Meng said irritably, "I'm out of strength." The girl ground her two small canine teeth and stared, saying, "Only when you're physically exhausted is it the best opportunity for training. Only by repeatedly breaking through limits can you force your body to evolve." Hao Meng was filled with suspicion, but seeing that the little girl didn't seem to be joking and her reasoning was quite sound, he forced his exhausted body to stand up. "Go, go, go." Qing Wan commanded. "The circumference of the training hall is 5 kilometers. First run 20 laps, then do 2,000 push-ups." The young man had a blank expression. Now, he was being asked to run 100 kilometers and 2,000 push-ups? Even if he hadn't been beaten up before, that would be tough enough. Qing Wan glared with her dark eyes. "This is how I trained before. You're such a little garbage. If you can't do it, then forget it." Hao Meng gritted his teeth and started running along the training hall. The little girl, who loved to stir up trouble, shouted from the side, "Run faster. Are you crawling like a turtle? You need to run with all your strength. Break your limits. Hao Meng, you little trash. Rookie, hurry up." Under the dual attack of words and physical exertion, Hao Meng let out a furious roar. "Ah!" When he opened the door to his house, Jiarun, who had enjoyed a night of fun, had just finished showering and walked into the living room. The two stared at each other. Jiarun looked at Hao Meng's miserable state, dumbfounded. "Bro, did you spend the night with 100 women?" After enduring all the way, Hao Meng finally couldn't hold on any longer. His vision went dark, and he collapsed straight down. Jiarun was startled and shouted, rushing over. "This is serious. Someone, help. He can't really be exhausted to death, can he?" Chapter 37. Shang-Chi 2. Hao Meng woke up at 7 in the evening, awakened by the smell of barbecue coming from the living room. Jiarun had ordered a table full of grilled meat and was enjoying it with beer. Starving, Hao Meng rushed over to stuff himself. Jiarun looked at him with pity, thinking, "This poor kid. Slow down. No need to rush. I ordered enough for 10 people. Plenty to go around." Jiarun had already learned about Hao Meng's experience last night and felt particularly sympathetic. After intense exercise, the body needs to replenish a lot of energy. So when Hao Meng woke up, he was like a bottomless pit, devouring everything on the table. Jiarun frowned as he watched the mess on the table after only a few bites. Hao Meng stood up to tidy his clothes. "Are you going out tonight?" Jiarun asked in surprise. Hao Meng nodded. "Are we going together?" Jiarun quickly waved his hand. "Training is not as fun as doing hard tissue, softening activities. I'm just kindly reminding you, too much is as bad as not enough. Don't mess around with that little girl. Control your limits." "Got it." Hao Meng slung his backpack over his shoulder and casually took the car keys from the table. The man watched him take the car keys with a longing gaze, only able to sigh in his heart. He had originally thought about driving his little broken car, but he was afraid that both the car and himself would be chased away by the doorman of the influential people, so he gave up. It seems he will only be able to take a taxi to Jeanbad Ivy in the future. Oh wait, he could also call his little brother's son Dasham. He has a small donkey for transportation. He could just park the donkey a bit further down the road and walk over, right? Sounds good. Let's arrange it that way. Perfect. Hao Meng pushed the door open and drove to the Polar Night Club. When he arrived at the training hall, he saw a girl practicing boxing. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of him and sarcastically said, "Oh, not bad. I thought you wouldn't get up today." Hao Meng was not childish enough to argue with the child. He put down his bag, rubbed his shoulders, and said in a deep voice, "Come again." Although yesterday's training was nearly devilish, Hao Meng could clearly feel his body and skills improving. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached the edge of evolution. Qingwan tied her hair into a clean and neat ponytail and walked towards Hao Meng with a smile. Inside the training hall, two figures collided heavily again, and the sound of intense impact echoed. Shangzhou Sanatorium, 3rd floor. In the dim room, a man sat by the bedside, quietly watching the frail old man. Creak. The door opened, and a figure stepped in slowly. The man with sickly pale skin slightly raised his head and smiled. Director Yang, what brings you here? Yang Ming's words were shocking. I came to see when you would die. Bai Niu's smile remained unchanged as he said, That might disappoint you, Director Yang. Yang Ming sat down on the sofa opposite, casually picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and slowly said, Each generation does its own thing. You insist on defying common sense and engaging in acts no different from demons. Bai Niu chuckled. Director Yang, I just want to survive. What's wrong with that? The man narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Life and death have their predetermined limits. You're playing with fire. This forbidden area is not for humans to tread. So, Director Yang, are you here to stop me? Unfortunately, the highest strategic department has already approved my plan. Bai Niu's voice suddenly turned gloomy. Yang Ming, why is it only your kind that can live so long? Why can you go to the heavens and the earth, burning mountains and boiling seas? What have I ever lacked? Besides not being able to cultivate, in what way am I inferior to you? The man took a deep breath of smoke and after a while slowly said, Survival of the fittest, the law of the universe. Bai Niu showed an unabashed sneer. Yang Ming did not continue to argue with him and said, Tell your kid to behave, running around with a beret and acting arrogantly. Ignorance is fearless. If something happens, don't say I didn't give you face. Yang Ming extinguished his cigarette and turned to leave. Wait, Bai Niu called out. What did Sage leave in the Moonstone mine? Yang Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. I thought you knew what was beneath the Moonstone mine. How come, after being loyal to that lord for a lifetime, he never told you? Bai Niu stared at him intently. Yang Ming casually replied, There is a spirit gathering formation set up there. The great Demonstone Princess is taking shape there. Upon hearing this, Bai Niu's eyes flickered. Yang Ming strode towards the door. Just as the man was about to leave, Bai Niu's voice softened. Don't forget, this 9th district was built by me. You people are just latecomers. The man angrily swung his sleeve and left. Bai Niu, sitting in the chair, began to slightly distort his face, his expression changing until it split into two distinctly different faces, one on the left and one on the right. The left side of his face had a downturned mouth, cold and indifferent, while the right side had an upturned mouth, sneering mockingly. Two voices surprisingly emerged from Bai Niu's throat. Shang-Chi too, you promised me you would leave the Shangzhou group to Tanxi. I have given her 1,000 opportunities. She couldn't seize them herself. Without the ability, how could she hold on to this family business? That's not how we talked about it. I don't want you to give her opportunities. How could she possibly compete with Xiangling? He's my son. Am I supposed to erase my own son for your sister? I have been very fair. My brother, you have known me long enough. Bai Niu slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his face had returned to normal. He continued to sit in front of the bed, quietly watching the frail body, his gaze serene. He was clearly not a beast. He was destined to become a deity, and for that, he would pay any price. Shangzhou Group, top floor. Xiangling had his feet crossed on the table, and over 100 people sat scattered around the conference table. The towering Shishan tiger stood behind him. Exudino impressive. The crowd whispered in disgust among themselves. Xiangling ignored their chatter, flipping through the various industry reports in the folder until he had finished reading them all. He then tapped the corner of the book on the table, and the large conference room fell silent immediately, with everyone looking up at him. Ladies and gentlemen, Xiangling said with a smile, everyone here today is a core senior member of the Shangzhou Group. To be honest, I didn't even know the group had grown to this scale. This is my incompetence as the head, but it also fully demonstrates that the group is rich in talent, with elites capable of expanding our territory. I'm very pleased. The crowd looked at this man in power cautiously, as they had never held such a large meeting before. Almost all the heads of the various branches of the Shangzhou Group had been summoned. When they saw this young prince, everyone had their own speculations. As expected, Xiangling stood up, placing his hands on the table, and quickly scanned the familiar and unfamiliar faces below. Over the years, I have focused on expansion while neglecting internal stability. Now, with many factions and departments at odds, bearing the Group S name, but no longer aligned with its heart, I won't name names today. I have gathered everyone here to announce one thing. I have decided to eradicate the long-standing issues within the group starting today. I hope everyone can cooperate well. Everyone's hearts trembled as they gazed at the man in the lead, and then a chill spread through them. They had finally reached this point. This direct conflict was about to usher in the final battle. The Shanzhou group was about to undergo a change. Chapter 38. Ning Qing's plea for help. The setting sun was blood red, and the fiery clouds stretched across the sky. The front passenger seat was occupied by a little girl, holding a cup of milk tea, humming along to music. After 3 months of getting along, Qingwan no longer harbored hostility towards Hao Meng, especially since he did not hold grudges and frequently brought her milk tea and snacks, taking her out to eat and drink after training. She felt that this guy was much more agreeable. After all, she was just a 15-year-old girl. Hao Meng had never interacted with a girl of this age before. But as a sales elite, wasn't it easy to handle a young girl? When Hao Meng was at this age, she was still in school with an afro hairstyle, getting into fights with a few friends, flirting with girls, and showing off. Not much more mature than this girl. Not to mention that this girl has already had blood from otherworldly beasts on her hands. The fiery little girl seems wild and arrogant, but in reality, she is just a simple child appropriate for her age. The reason she became a junior investigator, as inferred from bits and pieces Hao Meng heard, seems to be related to the young woman Luo Yin whom they encountered that day at the supermarket. Qingwan was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly widened her eyes and excitedly said, Hao Meng, look, a new seafood restaurant has opened on the banks of the Dongshan River. Wow, big Qinglong king crab. The little girl then looked at Hao Meng with a pitiful expression. Her economic source comes from Yangming and Li Hao. In Zone 3, she has quite a bit of private wealth, but those things can't be used in Zone 2. Just like Jiarun, powerful, right? Impressive, right? But what uses it in Zone 2? Their only way to make money is to work like normal people, and even being a bodyguard might be difficult, as one careless move could expose their identity. What about other industries? In a society where 996 is considered a blessing, how can they settle down with meager salaries while enduring capital exploitation, living frugally, until they met Hao Meng, a wealthy benefactor, a savior? Hao Meng, even before obtaining the watch, was already a sales elite with a base salary of 20,000 per month. With the translation function, money has become just a concept for him. If he runs out of money, he can just withdraw from Chujianxing, whether it's 50,000 words or 100,000 words. Even in obscure languages, Zhuang can handle it in a second. Therefore, the young man is generous and does not hold back, readily winning the friendship of 2 junior investigators. Hao Meng casually said, navigation. Oh yeah, the little girl revealed 2 small tiger teeth and quickly pointed the way. In the first few days, Qingwan indeed pushed Hao Meng to his limits, but the results were very remarkable. Hao Meng was both pained and joyful. Later, as their friendship deepened, she became less inclined to be harsh with him. Instead, it was Hao Meng who wore a serious face and urged her to give her all in their practice. It must be said that the value of a junior investigator is indeed extraordinary. Over the past month, Hao Meng felt as if he was making rapid progress. Unfortunately, he still did not have the ability to fight back, especially since Qingwan had never used her extraordinary powers. One reason was that Qingwan's agility far surpassed Hao Meng's, and he could only barely keep up with her movements by relying on his mental powers. In Qingwan's words, this is called body power, a technique that every superhuman must master. Witnessing her strength, Hao Meng had been humbly asking questions these past few days, pondering this new field he had never encountered before. After a moment, they arrived at the seafood restaurant. The newly opened place had great discounts, and the seats were fully booked. The 2 waited for an hour before getting a table. The little girl was not polite at all, quickly ordering a large number of dishes. Hao Meng, who had just finished training, was also extremely hungry. When the waiter took the menu, he looked particularly suspicious and asked how many more people would come. Given the number of dishes ordered, it seemed unlikely that such a small table could accommodate them. At least a 10-person private room would be needed. Huh, How come this little girl is here too? Jiaren sat down with a thud, curious. Who are you calling a little girl? Qing Wan glared at him. Jiaren grinned. He wasn't afraid of Qing Wan, although they were both junior investigators. He could take on 5 Qing Wans with one hand. One was an adult body, and the other was a juvenile body. So their fighting abilities were not on the same level. So annoying. Why did you have to call him here? In Qing Wan's worldview, strength is paramount. In facing this man she couldn't beat, she could only pout in complaint. Lao Sun sat somewhat awkwardly to the side, his eyes wide open. Just this meal was worth his entire month's salary. Eat, eat. Anyway, we don't have to pay. And only then did Lao Sun cautiously pick up his chopsticks, grab a piece of tuna belly, and savor the overwhelming taste of mustard and freshness, showing a satisfied expression. Jiaren was not so polite, engaging in a chopstick battle with the little girl who was glaring at him, their chopsticks clashing as they competed for food. Hao Meng felt a headache coming on. Had he known, he wouldn't have called them. Even eating was unstable, seeing the dishes on the table decreasing at a visible rate. Hao Meng glanced around and waved to a passing waiter. The waiter paused, but did not come over. Hao Meng thought he hadn't heard and called out again. Only then did the waiter turn around and approach. To his surprise, the passing waiter was Ning Qing, whom he had met during the company's team-building event. Lao Sun was also taken aback. He didn't expect to see someone familiar here. Ning Qing, however, appeared calm, slightly nodding to Hao Meng and Lao Sun as a greeting, said nothing, and picked up the menu to leave. Hao Meng looked at Old Sun. How could she be here? It wasn't that Hao Meng had a prejudice against the service industry, but Ning Qing was just a freshman who needed to study regularly. In her spare time, she was also working part-time at Chu Jinxing's place. How could she possibly have time to work here as a waitress? Old Sun scratched his head and whispered, "It should be because the translation agency hasn't had much work lately. She feels embarrassed to go elsewhere to take on jobs, so she ended up working here. This girl comes from an average family and has always been working hard to support her studies." Hao Meng expressed confusion. It shouldn't be the case, right? Isn't the translation agency thriving? Recently, I have noticed that there are fewer articles on the company's bulletin board. Lao Sun looked troubled and explained, "Well, the articles on the bulletin board haven't actually decreased because those that make it there are rare and obscure languages, and a significant portion is specifically aimed at you. As for the normal submissions, well, they have all been cut off and no one is willing to collaborate with us anymore." Although Hao Meng held the position of deputy editor-in-chief, he rarely visited the translation agency. Even when he received assignments, he sent them to Chu Jinxing and Chu Xiaoxiao via email, and he was truly unaware of any issues the company was facing. Noticing that Hao Meng didn't seem to be pretending, Old Sun quietly said, "So you really don't know? This situation has been going on for over 2 months. Previously, because we had the backing of the Shangzhou Group, the company's business was booming and the boss was hiring like crazy. But suddenly, there have been many changes with the Shangzhou Group. Not only have many of our partners changed their minds, and we can't get any assignments. We've even been labeled as associated with the Tanchi faction, making us targets in the industry everywhere." Old Sun sighed, saying this was purely an unwarranted disaster. "We've been affected by the turmoil. If this continues, the translation agency will probably have to close down. It wouldn't matter so much if partners changed their minds. At most, we would just revert to our previous state. But being inexplicably tagged as part of the Tanchi faction is a big problem. The Shangzhou Group is such a giant that even a small ripple can drown the translation agency. Chu Jinxing and the others are at a loss, as they did indeed enter the Shangzhou Group through the connection with Tanchi." Hao Meng picked up the beer glass and took a sip, remaining silent. Since even the translation agency has been affected to this extent, one can only imagine how completely defeated Tanchi has become in this struggle. But thinking about it, how could Tanchi possibly be a match for Xiangling? Once that confrontation with Aimu's son was deemed invalid, Tanchi's defeat was sealed. The reason why Hao Meng is calm here is entirely due to the big tree of Yangming that he has over him. Jiaren and Qing are completely unconcerned about this, still enjoying their food. Hao Meng feels like he's chewing wax, thinking about when he should go to the translation agency to check it out. Chu Jinxing is still treating him well. He receives a salary of 6,000 as the deputy editor-in-chief every month without having to work. With 2 foodies around, Hao Meng can't leave early. These two can eat until closing time without even drinking. As the restaurant gradually empties, only a few tables remain. Aside from Hao Meng's table, which is focused on eating, the other tables are filled with people who have drunk too much, playing games and making noise. The staff in the restaurant are used to it. Who hasn't had a time when they've drunk too much? This is their first meeting since the elevated road was forced to stop that day. Ningqing has a deep impression of this young man, especially the fear he instilled in her at their parting. She knows Hao Meng has been watching her. His complex gaze is both passionate and affectionate, but Ningqing understands very well that such a gaze shouldn't be directed at someone she's only met once. He's clearly looking at someone else. For a man like this, Ningqing only wants to keep her distance. He is scarier than those who simply covet her. Once she gets deeply involved, it would be a point of no return. At this time, the buses and subways have already stopped running. If she takes a taxi, it would cost him a day's hard-earned salary. Old Sun waved his hand and quickly left. The Mercedes-Benz sped away. Half an hour later, the remaining two tables also dispersed. The restaurant staff, finally off work, quickly tidied up and left in small groups. Ningqing changed out of her work uniform into a simple t-shirt and jeans, standing by the roadside, glancing at her phone from time to time. Under the bright yellow lights and in the chilly evening breeze, there were few pedestrians and only a handful of vehicles. Finally, an old Buick LaCrosse slowly drove up from the end of the road. Ningqing revealed a genuine smile, waving at the car. The LaCrosse stopped, and Ningqing got in the passenger seat, smiling and saying, "Mom." The driver was a middle-aged woman whose face bore deep marks of time, looking much older than her peers. Fortunately, she still had a good foundation. Even though her expression was haggard, one could still see she had once been a refined beauty. The woman forced a smile, her hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. "Mom, what's wrong?" Ningqing sensed something was off. Then, she heard a voice from the back seat that she never wanted to hear again in her life. "My good daughter, long time no see." Ningqing turned her head sharply, fear evident in her eyes. The man in the back seat had a protruding hip bone and sunken eyes, years of drug abuse torturing his body and mind. His tall frame was now just skin and bones. He wore a menacing smile, saying, "I've missed you both so much this past year. Just don't know if you've missed me." The girl was filled with terror, her lips trembling. The woman gripped the steering wheel tightly, her fingers turning white. Looking at her daughter with tears in her eyes, her lips moving slightly, Ningqing understood the simple words, "Run." But facing the shadow that had loomed over her since childhood, Ningqing couldn't even move, her limbs feeling as if they had lost control. The man suddenly became agitated, leaning forward and grabbing the woman's hair, pulling hard, revealing a fierce expression. "You whore. I told you to drive. Do you hear me?" The woman cried out in pain as the back of her head slammed against the headrest. Ningqing screamed and clawed at the man's arm. But he couldn't help but let go, turning to glare at Ningqing in fury, shouting, looking for death. The girl trembled, her eyes filled with fear and deep-seated hatred. The woman hurriedly shielded her daughter, pleading, "Zhao, please let us go. Whatever you want. We will do our best to give it to you. We still have tens of thousands of dollars. We can get it for you right now." The man's eyes bulged as he shouted, "Let you go? Who will let me go? If you hadn't run away a year ago, how could I have been resented by young Master Ma, losing all my money and ending up in jail?" The girl bit her lip hard, a sweet taste filling her mouth. This man had wanted to sell her to someone else a year ago in exchange for wealth and power, to fund his endless indulgence and descent into drug abuse. The mother and daughter had barely escaped to City A, only to be found by him again. Zhao slowly reined in his anger, darkly stating, "You should know I don't like to repeat myself. Young Master Ma is already on his way. This time, no one can save you. Drive." Zhao shouted again. Finally, she seemed to make up her mind, quietly unlocking her phone, finding the contact labeled Sun Dashin, and sending a message, "Please help me." The girl then silenced her phone and turned it off. The man sitting in the back seat remained silent, eyes closed. The vehicle moved forward. Sandong Road, Jinxing Translation Agency. "Hurry." 10 minutes later, a speeding taxi stopped in front of the office building. Old Sun rushed into the empty building in the dead of night, heading straight for the brightly lit top floor. Inside the office, the chubby guy was sitting in front of the computer, looking frazzled, while Chu Xiaoxiao sighed beside him, dealing with a multitude of tasks. Boss, boss. Old Sun burst in frantically. Chu Jinxing, who had been startled and was about to curse, stopped when he saw Old Sun, who was pale and out of breath. Old Sun immediately handed his phone to the chubby guy. This. Chu Jinxing was stunned, and Chu Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, Xiao Qing is in trouble. It was Chu Jinxing who had helped the mother and daughter settle in Cydia back then, so he was aware of their situation. He jumped up from his chair, saying, Old Sun, let's go to her house. Xiao, you hurry up and call the police. Okay. Old Sun and Chu Xiaoxiao immediately complied. The three of them rushed out of the office, but Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped, shouting, Wait. Don't call yet. Wait. Old Sun immediately hung up the call he just dialed, looking at her in confusion. Chu Jinxing cast a puzzled glance, and the beautiful editor-in-chief furrowed her brow. Wait a minute. Why would Xiao Qing send you a distress message? If she needed help, she would send it to me or Chu Jinxing, not you. Wouldn't that just be redundant? Or was it too rushed? Did she send it by mistake? Chu Xiaoxiao quickly dismissed her own thought. No way. The odds of that are too low. Then why did she send it to you? Chu Jinxing also sensed the problem. Yeah. How did the message end up on Old Sun's phone? The naturally slow-witted Old Sun muttered. Could be because I just met her. You just met her? Yeah. I was with Ning Qing at the seafood restaurant by the East River an hour ago. She works there. So that's how it is. That makes sense. No. Wait. How did you end up at that high-end seafood restaurant? What were you doing there? Jia Ren took me there, saying Hao Meng was treating us to seafood. Upon hearing that name, Chu Xiaoxiao finally understood the whole context. Hao Meng. The chubby guy's face turned pale with rage as he shouted, You idiot. Why didn't you say this important thing earlier? That message wasn't meant for you. It was meant for Hao Meng. She doesn't have Hao Meng's number. She thought you two were still together. You stupid bastard. Old Sun, who was slow to realize, widened his eyes in regret. The chubby guy immediately dashed towards the stairs, dialing the phone. The corridors soon echoed with Chu Jinxing's shouts, Deputy Editor, help, a matter of life and death. Not long after, the screeching sound of burning tires erupted from the parking lot downstairs as a Cadillac SUV roared through, smashing the toll gate and speeding onto the road. Longyo Community. This community, situated in an urban village, is remote and crowded, filled with old-style housing. A Buick Regal slowly parked downstairs, and two women and a man got out of the car. Bang bang. The man knocked on the door of the second-floor resident, while the two women huddled in a corner of the hallway, afraid and helpless. Footsteps soon came from inside. Xiaoping, Qingqing, is that you? Why did you go out without your keys? Come in quickly. The food has been hot for a while. A middle-aged man, wearing glasses and having taught for 30 years, was taken aback. Who are you? Then he saw the terrified mother and daughter hiding behind. Xiaoping, Qingqing, what are you? Zhao Ke suddenly grabbed the man by the throat with his arm and snarled at the two terrified women behind him. Shut up. Anyone who dares to scream will be killed. The two women swallowed their screams. Zhao Ke dragged the struggling man into the house, quickly tying him up and stuffing a rag in his mouth. The man, bound tightly in the corner of the room, let out muffled sounds of unwillingness, while the two women trembled beside him. It's nice to have a complete family, Zhao Ke said with a cold smile as he closed the door. Ning Xiaoping knelt on the ground, grabbing Zhao Ke's pant leg, pleading desperately, Zhao Ke, for so many years as husband and wife, let us go. Qing'er is your daughter too. How can you bear to send her into the devil's den? Zhao Ke leaned down slightly, stroking the woman's head, and sighed, Xiaoping, how can I be sending her into the devil's den? Why do you always misunderstand me? Marrying young Master Ma is Qing'er's fortune accumulated over 3 generations. From now on, we won't have to worry about food and clothing. We will have everything we need. Do you understand? The woman shook her head vigorously, despairingly saying, the Ma family has a notorious reputation. If Qing'er marries them, it will be a dead end. Losing patience, Zhao Ke kicked the woman hard, looking fierce enough. All of you shut up. Keep whining, and I'll stab you to death. At that moment, Zhao Ke's phone rang in his pocket. He picked it up and immediately changed to a fawning tone. Young Master Ma, where are you? I've arrived. Yes, they're already here. I'll send you the location right away. A wave of despair surged in the woman's heart as she looked at her humiliated and angry husband and then at her daughter, whose face was streaked with tears. Pain and sorrow flooded her heart, engulfing her in endless darkness. Ning Xiaoping glanced around and suddenly grabbed the yellow scissors from the knitting basket on the table, rushing toward the man who was on the phone, stabbing fiercely at the back of his neck. Chapter 39. Human suffering. The scissors that fell sharply froze in midair. Clatter. The hand holding the scissors trembled and ultimately fell to the ground. The man on the phone turned around upon hearing the noise, looked at the trembling woman, then at the scissors on the ground. He didn't feel fear. Instead, a rare softness appeared in his eyes. After hanging up, he bent down to pick up the scissors and casually tossed them onto the sofa. If you dared to kill me, I would have been dead many years ago. In the end, the woman, unable to overcome her guilt, collapsed to the ground, covering her face and weeping. She couldn't do it. A woman who struggled to kill a chicken or a fish wouldn't dare to kill a person. Indeed, if she had the courage, there would have been today as events. The tightly bound man with glasses desperately gestured to Ning Qing, twisting his body, while she hugged her knees, looking sorrowful. How could she dare to let him go? He was an old teacher, nearly 50 years old. How could he possibly stand up against the ruthless Zhao Ke? He had real blood on his hands. The girl wiped her tears with the back of her hand and softly said, "Uncle Wei, you are a good person. Please take care of my mom." Ning Qing resolutely stood up. The old teacher's eyes widened in horror, blood rushing to his head, and he struggled desperately, but couldn't stop the girl from walking toward that demon. The girl looked up at the man who had cast endless shadows over her since childhood, her face expressionless, her heart dead. "Let them go, and I will go with you." The man finally showed a hint of panic, forcing a grim smile. "Good girl, why get angry? I'll do as you say." Zhao Ke's goal was Ning Qing. As long as he delivered her to young Master Ma, he would receive a large reward and be able to escape far away. "King Ya," the woman cried out in despair. If her daughter fell into that devil's den, her entire life would be ruined. Those were demons who would eat people without spitting out bones. Ning Qing held back her tears and helped her mother up. "Mom, it's okay. I can handle it. I can solve this." This trivial comfort felt particularly weak and powerless. Ning Xiaoping tightly grasped her daughter's arm. "It's all Mom's fault. It's because Mom is useless." She had once been a young lady from a wealthy family. Later, like any ordinary girl, she reached the rebellious age and happened to meet Zhao Ke, who was aggressive and charming. Under his relentless pursuit, her defenses quickly collapsed, and drunk with love, she ignored her family's objections, rashly obtained a marriage certificate, believing at that time that this was happiness. As she entered society, the gap between dreams and reality became enormous. Passionate love could not provide them with a decent life. Zhao Ke didn't settle down to work either, continuing to live like he did in his youth, drinking and fighting, leading a life of feast or famine. They quarreled repeatedly, and it escalated, becoming uncontrollable. Heartbroken, Ning Xiaoping realized she had to leave this man, but just then, she discovered she was pregnant. From then on, the nightmare began. When Zhao Ke got drunk, he would hit and smash things. When his drug addiction kicked in, he became a madman. The mother and daughter lived under the long-term shadow of domestic violence, and Ning Qing, who had often seen her mother being beaten, suffered immense psychological trauma. A year ago, Zhao Ke had climbed onto the thigh of the real estate tycoon Ma Shan, who upon casually seeing the now blossoming girl, became infatuated. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Ke crazily wanted to marry his 16-year-old daughter to Ma Shan. Ning Xiaoping, who had already lost all hope, knew what kind of devil's den the Ma family was. She didn't want her daughter's future to be ruined too. One night, taking advantage of Zhao Ke's drunken state, she brought Ning Qing to a city to seek refuge with a former classmate, Chu Jinxing. Now, the nightmare had returned. Zhao Ke, with a heart of stone, looked coldly at the mother and daughter. His phone vibrated in his pocket, and he hurriedly opened it, revealing a delighted expression. He then grabbed Ning Qing's wrist and dragged her outside. "Let us go." "King Ya," Ning Xiaoping stramet heartbreakingly. Suddenly, the sharp sound of tires screeching and the roar of an engine erupted in the community as a Cadillac braked hard and rushed upstairs. The three people in the car quickly got out, with a stout man leading the charge, brandishing a baseball bat. As soon as the door opened, Zhao Ku and the others saw the fierce-looking fat man charging up at the bat. Let go! Let go of her! The wide-bodied Chu Jinxing stood at the stairway like a wall, especially when holding a baseball bat, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. His roar was deafening, causing the voice-activated lights in the entire building to switch on instantly. Even Zhao Ku was startled and unconsciously swallowed. Kuzongxing kiked Zhao Qiuver, pointing the bat at his head, and shouted angrily, "Get down! Get down! Otherwise, I'll smash your head with a bat right now." Tiao Kiskiviko, whose body has been hollowed out by alcohol for years, especially when facing such a heavyweight opponent, squatted down obediently under the intimidation of the baseball bat, gritting his teeth in hatred but feeling utterly helpless. Behind him, Lao Sun and Chu Xiaoxiao rushed into the house, and only after seeing that the three were safe did they breathe a sigh of relief. The commotion attracted neighbors from nearby, who came down to see what was going on. Ning Xioping hurriedly untied the old teacher, whose face was red and bloodshot in his eyes, hoarsely shouting, "Call the police! Call the police!" Chu Xiaoxiao reassured him. It's okay. We've already called the police. They will be here soon." Just as she finished speaking, the sound of urgent police sirens approached from afar. Ning Xioping and her daughter embraced each other in tears, and in this endless despair, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Chu Jinxing, guarding Zhao Ku, was furious, pressing the bat against the head of the squatting man, furious at everyone except Lao Sun, more violent towards outsiders. "Damn it! You dare to chase us here? Just wait to die." Zhao Ku squatted with his head in his hands, saying nothing. Soon, a group of security guards quickly ascended the stairs, setting up a cordon to keep the gathered crowd outside. The sociable Chu Xiaoxiao immediately stepped forward to explain, while the leading old security guard took notes as a routine. Moments later, Ning Qing in the crowd remembered something, looked around but did not see that figure, then lowered her head, her eyes filled with confusion. A young security guard brought handcuffs to escort Zhao Ku, and just as they were about to head downstairs, two people crossed the cordon and walked in. "Stop! This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel, stop!" One security guard shouted loudly, but the man in front did not stop. Another person stepped forward, took out an ID, and said a few words. At this moment, the man in a black suit had already reached the second floor. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Ku was overjoyed. Master Ma, you finally came." In contrast, Ning Xioping and Ning Qing's expressions changed drastically. Chu Jinxing and the others did not recognize this fair-skinned guy, but upon hearing Zhao Ku shout, they understood the identity of the newcomer. In their hometown and city, the Ma family in real estate was a prominent enterprise. "Who are you?" The old security guard became somewhat cautious. The man, around 30, had a pair of delicate peach blossom eyes. He looked around, his gaze landing on the ponytail girl in the room, smiled slightly, then turned to the middle-aged officer, saying, "Please wait, I need to make a phone call." The old security guard frowned and coldly replied, "We are currently handling a case. Unrelated personnel should step aside. Any issues can be discussed at the station." Just as a few were about to pass, the man, a tall, thin man beside him, suddenly punched the wall hard, causing paint to chip off, cement to crack, and spiderweb-like fissures to appear. The crowd was stunned, and two security guards instinctively drew their sidearms. The man, whose real name was Ma Shan, said gently, "Which branch are you from?" The old security guard was alarmed and quickly stopped the two security guards behind him, saying, "Chanyo Street Security Office." Ma Shan smiled and, after making a call, simply repeated what he said before hanging up. A minute later, the old security guard's phone rang. He knew something was wrong and hurriedly answered. "Director, yes, I'm here, okay. Okay, I understand. At this moment, even a fool could see there was a problem. After the call, the old security guard's expression was blank as he unlocked the handcuffs. The young security guard escorting Zhao Ku was incredulous, but the old security guard glared at him, shouting, "Are you deaf? Hurry up and do as you're told." Another slightly older guard, quick to act, immediately took the key and unlocked them. He had seen that the man, who appeared out of nowhere, had not called the security office's number, but rather a number starting with the city bureau. This was a big shot. The old security guard kept his gaze straight ahead and moved to the corner. "This." Chu Jinxing, and the others were all stunned. Master Ma. Zhao Ke was extremely excited. Ma Shan smiled, then noticed the baseball bat standing by the stair railing. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wrapped it around the grip, and waited for a moment. Then he suddenly swung the bat with force. But the target was not the others around him. It was Zhao Ke. The bat struck Zhao Ke squarely on the head, and he let out a scream. Rolling down the stairs, clutching his head and howling in agony, his pitiful appearance chilling the hearts of the onlookers. That was a lethal blow aimed at the head. Ma Shan's expression remained unchanged as he casually tossed aside the bat, which clattered down the steps. After a while, Zhao Ke, bleeding from his mouth and nose, staggered to his feet and stumbled up the stairs. Wasn't he this person summoned by Zhao Ke? Ma Shan glanced at the bloodied man beside him and casually asked, "Who hit you?" Zhao Ke, with blood streaming from his eyes, his body twitching, after a moment of silence, suddenly pointed at the fat man standing at the top of the stairs. Him. Everyone was stunned. Ma Shan said lightly, "Then why are you still dazed? Hurry up and call the police." Zhao Ke, dragging his staggering body, walked toward the old security guard. I want to report a crime." A chilling wave washed over everyone. The old security guard unhesitatingly said to the young security guard beside him, "Record this. A violent home invasion robbery occurred in Chanyo community. 2 men and 1 woman intruded into the residence and violently assaulted the homeowner, Mr. Zhao, causing serious injury. Kulme, handcuff the criminals." The sudden reversal of the situation caught everyone off guard, and as the security guard handcuffed Chu Jinxing, the scene exploded. Nonsense. Chu Jinxing suddenly retreated from the security guard in front of him, glaring and shouting, but he was immediately pinned to the ground by 3 security guards. Chu Xiaoxiao's fair face was now covered in a dark pallor. "You are distorting the facts. Slandering us. I will report you," the old security guard said indifferently. "This one is also an accomplice, and that man, too. Handcuff them together." The youngest security guard stood there in shock, unable to believe what was happening, stammering, "Boss. Boss, we..." The old security guard kicked him, shouting, "Go if I tell you to go. What else with all this nonsense?" Chu Xiaoxiao and Lao Sun were also handcuffed. The family of 3 inside the house stared blankly at this scene. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, there was still darkness, an endless darkness that could not be seen. You guys." The old teacher nearly fainted, supporting himself against the table, tears streaming down his face. How could the world become like this? Black and white reversed. Do you have any conscience? Do you deserve the security uniforms you wear? Several security guards exchanged glances. The young security guard even hung his head in shame. Ning Qing watched the scene before her, tears streaming down her face. Despair, powerlessness, and fear surged over her like a tide. How could she resist? How could she escape all of this? The girl wiped her tears and walked to the top of the stairs, staring blankly at Ma Shan. A blood-like flower bloomed at the corner of her mouth as she murmured, "I will go with you." Ma Shan said softly, "It should have been this way long ago. Rest assured, as long as you obey, everyone will be fine." The girl lowered her head, her heart dead and numb, and walked down the stairs. Ning Tiuping, sitting on the ground, burst into tears. Damn it! Damn it! The subdued fat man nearly bit his back teeth to pieces. Bastards! A bunch of bastards! Chai Xiaoxiao, handcuffed, felt a surge of sorrow in her heart, ultimately succumbing to this dull and rotten reality. The police cordon stretched down to the road, and a crowd of curious onlookers gathered in the distance, only hearing the chaotic noise and shouting, completely unaware of what had happened. Now, a man and a woman walked down, followed closely by security personnel escorting a group of handcuffed individuals. The man led the girl to a blue Maserati parked by the roadside. Suddenly, the girl stopped in her tracks. The man frowned in confusion, seeing her standing there dazed, and followed her gaze to the police cordon about 20 meters away, filled with electric bikes and bicycles, crowded with nearby onlookers. After searching for a while, he finally found the focus of her gaze, a young man sitting backward on a bicycle, hands resting on the handlebars. Beside him stood a yawning ordinary man and a handsome girl. The young man's expression was ordinary, indistinguishable from the surrounding spectators. Ma Shan was indifferent, urging, "Let's go." The vehicle drove away from the crowd, speeding off. A group of people stared blankly as the little girl solemnly said, Municipal Special Case. All personnel transferred to the Municipal Bureau for processing. The old security officer couldn't even believe what he was seeing, repeatedly confirming the authenticity of the documents, half in disbelief. Just as he wanted to make a phone call for verification, his phone rang again. This time, it was the call from his own director. If the previous call had been stern and cautious, the roar coming through the phone this time was filled with panic and fear. The old security officer's hand trembled, causing the phone to drop to the ground. He didn't even bother to pick it up, first unlocking the handcuffs of everyone, his back soaked in cold sweat, trembling. He never imagined that a simple security call would lead to two major figures, each bigger than the last, with the latter being the top in City A. Divine beings fighting. The further twist in the situation left Xu Jinxing and others deeply suspicious. They had never seen Xing Wan before. Only Lao's son jolted, as he had just had a meal with Xing Wan at the seafood restaurant. It was Hao Meng. The Maserati cruised smoothly over the river bridge, with vehicles passing by. The tall, thin man driving glanced at the rearview mirror and suddenly said in a low voice, "Boss, a Mercedes has been following us for a long time." Ma Shan in the passenger seat looked over to see a black E300. The girl in the back seat trembled, suddenly recalling something, and pulled out her powered-off phone to turn it back on. A message from an unknown number had been sitting there for a long time. She shakily opened it. Perhaps it's a bit opportunistic to ask now, but I want to say again, my name is Hao Meng, and I want to date you. The girl's delicate fingers trembled as they lingered on the screen. After a moment, she typed 3 words. "Why? I can make you happy." "Okay." Just then, the tall, thin man urged, "Boss, be careful. That Mercedes is accelerating to catch up." The two cars immediately raced parallel. The Mercedes' window slid down. Ningqing looked at the young man driving. Ma Shan remembered the young man sitting in the community bike shed earlier and glanced back at the girl, thoughtful, and said indifferently, "Don't worry about it. Step on it. Shake them off." The tall, thin man immediately floored the gas pedal, and the muscular beast roared forward. However, in the next instant, both of their pupils constricted sharply, because they saw the young man, while speeding in the parallel state of the two cars, actually violently turn the steering wheel towards them. Chapter 40. Finally free, the two cars crashed heavily into each other. Whether it was Hao Meng or the tall, thin man after the collision, they both gripped the steering wheel tightly, forcing themselves not to instinctively hit the brakes, desperately trying to stabilize the violently shaking vehicle. The two cars separated upon impact, their doors dented, fragments of the front end and body rolling onto the ground. Then, the Mercedes turned the steering wheel again, scraping the right side of the Maserati against the guardrail, sparks flying. The two cars continued to push forward like that. Ma Shan in the passenger seat gripped the armrest tightly, staring intently at the young man in the Mercedes. Their eyes met, and he could only see a pool of dead water in the young man's eyes. Even in this situation, Ma Shan still saw no emotion on the young man's face. The speed of both cars was rapidly decreasing. The tall, thin man finally slammed on the brakes. Amid the sharp, screeching noise, the Mercedes rushed forward, scraping along the left side of the Maserati, their dented doors knocking against each other, and the rear door of the Maserati was directly knocked off onto the ground. The Mercedes stopped ahead, also severely damaged. The tall, thin man and Ma Shan exchanged glances. The man understood, pulled out a black gun from a compartment above and tucked it behind his waist, then kicked open the twisted car door and got out. Ma Shan's side was completely wrecked, and he could only climb out from the driver's side, glancing back at the girl in the rear seat, saying indifferently, "So that's your last reliance, huh?" The girl bit her red lip, remaining silent. "Watch closely." Ma Shan chuckled. "This is how I shatter your last hope." The two men in the Mercedes also got out of the car. The young man took out a cigarette, lit it, leaned against the guardrail, glancing at Jia run beside him, who shrugged and then got into the driver's seat. Ma Shan, about 30 to 40 meters away and moving closer, revealed a bright smile and waved, "Hey buddy, can we chat for a moment?" Hao Meng exhaled smoke from his mouth and sneered, "Talk to your M." Ma Shan chuckled. "What an impolite guy." The tall, thin man in front suddenly drew his gun and fired. Bang bang. The young man dodged and leaped over the railing, crouching on the ground to avoid the attack. At the same time, the engine of the Mercedes roared angrily, launching forward directly towards the two men ahead. Ma Shan also leaped over the railing, using his hands to support himself, standing on the bridge's iron frame where the vehicle couldn't reach. However, the tall, thin man remained in place, continuing to aim his gun at the people inside the car. Xiaoren slightly tilted his head. A bullet grazed his neck, creating a large hole in the cushion behind him. The two men and the car faced off in an instant. In this urgent moment, the tall, thin man finally moved, suddenly lunging to the side, narrowly avoiding the car's collision. The drifting Mercedes turned around, and the man, who hadn't had time to get up, was hit on the side and flew out. Unfortunately, the car's sudden turn lacked power, but the handgun in the man's hand had already fallen. He quickly sprang up from the ground, and in a blink of an eye, he rushed to the Mercedes just a few meters away. Bang! The tall, thin man flipped his wrist and pulled out a small knife, bending down to stab the man in the driver's seat. Bulinuma. The hard knife plunged deep into the man's chest. The tall, thin man gripped the man's shoulder, stabbing in and out with the knife, blood spraying, stabbing 3 times in total. But the next second, he sensed something was wrong. Why wasn't this person struggling? This wasn't a normal reaction. Just then, the car suddenly surged forward. Not good. The tall, thin man felt a heavy jolt in his heart. Xiaoren grinned at him. Bang! The Mercedes crashed through the bridge's guardrail, plunging headfirst into the rushing river below. With a loud crash, the vehicle hit the water, bubbles surged, and ripples spread out. Ma Shan on the bridge finally changed his expression. A swap? He couldn't accept this outcome. Ma Shan jumped off the iron frame, darkly staring at the approaching man. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a head emerging from the river below. It was his bodyguard, floating in the center of the river, looking around, and then quickly swimming towards the nearest shore, but it would definitely take some time to come up. Ma Shan weighed his chances, facing this unknown opponent. He gritted his teeth and began to step back slowly. He wasn't untrained in martial arts, but his innate caution was the reason he had survived to this day. Hao Meng glanced at him as he retreated, then changed direction and walked towards the Maserati not far away. The pure girl in a t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes standing by the car looked like a blooming, stunning white lotus, breathtakingly beautiful. There were no words, no communication. Hao Meng walked ahead, and the girl silently followed. Ma Shan, with an extremely gloomy expression, watched this scene with his hands tightly gripping the railing in front of him. On the bridge over the river late at night, this confrontation ended with Ma Shan's retreat temporarily. The man took a couple of deep breaths, walked to the car, took out his phone, and sat on the curb to start dialing. 20 minutes later, a tall, thin man finally ran over, his clothes still dripping with water. He glanced around and said, "Boss, I'll chase after him right away." "No need," the man said, staring at the half-damaged Maserati. "Even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. We don't even know who our opponent is. Since this kid has the guts to play like this, he definitely isn't an unknown in a city. Go, use all your connections and find out his background and details for me." The tall, thin man immediately set off to take care of it. Ma Shan let out a long, deep breath, staring in the direction the young man had left. His eyes fierce as he murmured, "I'll remember this debt. Just wait to pay it back with blood and life." Back at his place, Hao Meng sat on the couch, squinting as he smoked and made a phone call. The girl on the other end complained loudly about a bunch of things, cry about being scolded and feeling wronged, pouring out her grievances. The young man knew her little thoughts well. She was just trying to sell her misery as much as possible so that she could later blackmail Hao Meng with a sense of righteousness. After hanging up the phone, Hao Meng looked at the girl sitting quietly and said, "I've already settled your mother and the others in the municipal housing complex. It's safe and secure there. Xu Jinxing and the others have also been released, so you don't need to worry." The girl raised her bright eyes and said softly, "Thank you." Hao Meng made a sound of acknowledgement, but didn't say anything more. The atmosphere in the room became quite subtle, and the two remained silent, with only the ticking of the wall clock breaking the stillness. Fortunately, this awkwardness didn't last long. The door was pushed open, and a blood-soaked man staggered in, cursing as he entered. He immediately took off his short sleeve, which had almost turned into a blood-soaked garment, and the strong smell of blood startled Ningqing. She had no idea what had happened in the car, only seeing the Mercedes rush into the river with the two of them. Xiaoren pointed at his upper body, wailing, "Hao Meng, my brother, look at this." That bastard came at me and stabbed me 3 times. Look at this wound. It hurts so much. Unfortunately, the wounds he pointed at had long since healed, making his claims quite unconvincing. Hao Meng looked at him with disdain and said, "Why are you behaving like Qing Wan?" The man paused and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? That little girl did the same thing as me? That shouldn't be the case. So, has she matured, or have I become childish?" Hao Meng picked up the wallet beside him and threw it over. "I just loaded 50,000 into the membership cards of Jinbat and Yuela, enough for you to have fun for half a month." Jiarun was instantly overjoyed, hugged the wallet, kissed it, and happily rushed to the bathroom to take a shower, quickly washing away the smell of blood from his body. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he picked up his phone and started calling people. "Hey, Das Singi, where are you? Are you having fun? Are you coming out? Oh, you're already home and not going out? Come on, what's good at home? Let's go out and have fun. Hurry, stop nagging, I'm treating. See you at the usual place." The man hurriedly left. Only 2 people remained in the room. Ning Qing hesitated, wanting to say something to ease the atmosphere. But the young man waved his hand in advance, so she continued to sit quietly. Before long, footsteps were heard outside again. This time the visitor rang the doorbell. Ning Qing instinctively looked at Hao Meng, who nodded slightly. Understanding the signal, she got up to open the door. A man dressed in black sportswear stood at the entrance, smiling and nodding. Ning Qing was taken aback and hurriedly stepped aside. Even someone like her, still a naive student in school, recognized the person in front of her. Mayor Li Hao of City A. Li Hao sat down on the side sofa. Ning Qing bit her lips slightly and quickly prepared to boil water for tea. Doing what she could, the girl, with her back turned while making tea, trembled slightly. The young man smiled and said, "Too many debts to worry." Li Hao sighed and said, "I had a vague feeling you would be a big trouble when I kept you back then. Now it seems my intuition was indeed correct." The incident on the bridge has already reached the organization, and they are currently holding a meeting to discuss the nature of the matter. Hao Meng drew out a cigarette again and slowly said, "Mayor Li, there are surveillance cameras on the bridge, and my car in the river also has a dash cam. Throughout the whole incident, we did not violate any regulations." "Did Jiaran take action?" "No." "Did I take action?" "No." Neither Hao Meng nor Jiaran used any force. Not even a single punch was thrown. The cost was that Jiaran was stabbed 3 times and a car worth 400,000 that had only been bought 2 years ago was totaled. Li Hao said, "So now it's me who has come, not the enforcement team from the organization." 2 steaming cups of green tea were placed beside them, and Hao Meng looked up and said, "Go downstairs and buy me a pack of Walakin." The girl obediently left. Hao Meng then slowly said, "Mayor Li, ever since I met with Minister Yang, I've been pondering a question. What is the significance of the existence of the lower 3 districts? Why spend so much money and effort to maintain this piece of untouched land? The outside world has turned upside down, with everyone living in fear, resources scarce, and death everywhere, while the people here remain oblivious, kept in the dark. What is the benefit of such a painstaking fade of peace?" Li Hao replied calmly, "There are naturally reasons for the organization to do this." Hao Meng smiled and said, "I think so too. Otherwise, if these resources used to maintain the lower 3rd district are given to the outside, how many fewer people would die out there?" The man, who usually showed no emotion, suddenly frowned for the first time. "Hao Meng, what do you want to say?" The young man tilted his head and stared directly at this prominent political figure. "I was just wondering, when one day I stand on the city wall of the upper 3rd district, will I suddenly remember these things from the lower 3rd district? While I am fighting against the strange and evil forces on the city wall, there are people like Ma Shan and Shang Ling in the lower 3rd district who are bullying others, sucking blood and marrow, completely unaware that their safe lives are thanks to countless people like me back then who fought hard for them." Li Hao said, "Your understanding is one-sided. The lower 3rd district is more about ordinary citizens like Chu Jinxing, Chu Xiaoxiao, and Sun Sheng. Helping them live normal and peaceful lives is the goal that all the extraordinary people strive for." Li Hao said indifferently, "They never seek fame or recognition." Hao Meng suddenly pressed his hands on the table and said, "Yes, they may not seek fame or honor, but countless humans like me before are unaware that there is a group of people who have sacrificed their blood and lives for us. Is this reasonable? Does this make sense?" The youth pointed to the sky above. If we remove this dome, will this place fall apart and be destroyed? Aren't the still holding the front line to protect humanity? Li Hao said seriously. But similarly, bringing eternal night here won't change the fact that Ma Shan, Ling, and others will continue to exist. It will also cause widespread turmoil and panic, giving rise to more Ma Shan, Ling, or even more outrageous and cruel ones. The madness of 100 years ago is etched into every inch of the overturned land, except for Zhou Xia. Only then will you realize what true humanity is and what true madness is. Li Hao rubbed his forehead. It seemed that apart from the beginning, they had been arguing every time they met. The last incident with the Shangzhou group was the same. Their positions determined that neither was right or wrong. This was precisely the most difficult part. Li Hao stood up and said, "This time, Minister Yang has solved this matter for you. But he has also uncovered the attitudes of some people outside. They're just waiting to see you make a mistake, which they can use as a trigger to launch all sorts of attacks you never expected. So you must understand, as long as you stay in Area 3 for a day, you must engrave the rules into your bones for that day. This time you narrowly escaped. But what about next time? What about the time after that? Can you guarantee you will always resolve crises in this way? Can you ensure you won't retaliate, even under the threat of death?" The man drank the half-cold tea and said, "Hao Meng, this world is a huge cage, and we are both trapped birds within it, unable to be free. Even if we step outside this world, who dares to say that the outside isn't an even bigger cage?" Li Hao turned and left. Hao Mengyang leaned against the sofa, closing his eyes in silent contemplation. He was not free. Yes, not free. The more he knew, the less freedom he had. Deep within the sea of knowledge, in the palace of the mudball, a wisp of Hao Meng's spirit descended to this place, sitting cross-legged on the ground, gazing up at the great sun above and the strange being sleeping within the orb. The light being sat down beside him. Hao Meng tilted his head and asked, "Zhuang, if you were me, what would you do?" Suddenly, Hao Meng tilted his head again, his gaze intense. "Zhuang, based on your analysis, what might the Creator do?" The white light on the figure flickered. After a moment, Zhuang slowly replied, "Master, according to my database analysis of the Creator, on the day of your car accident, he would have killed Ling directly at the foot of the Chanyo community." Hao Meng muttered, "Yes. That's why Jiaoren told me that the power of losing restraint can be terrifying. When a powerful person can do as they wish, even if they act for good, it ultimately becomes frightening." Zhuang seemed somewhat confused and said, "Master, but no matter what, it still cannot change the fact that it is evil." The young man was taken aback. Zhuang's voice was as mechanical and cold as ever. Shouldn't Ling, who kills innocent people for his own benefit, deserve to die? Shouldn't Ma Shan, who bullies the good and nearly drives a family to death, also deserve to die? The reason you haven't taken action, Master, is because you cannot bear the consequences. In this third district, once you act, what awaits you is punishment. If you were strong enough, even if you directly killed 2 people who could hold you accountable, could anyone stand above morality and accuse you of killing wrongly? They can only frame you from the perspective of rules, punishing you for breaking the rules. But who sets the rules? They are set by people, by those who were stronger before. Let's make a hypothesis. If Yang Ming were you and, in a fit of rage, killed 2 people, what would his consequences be? No, he would face no consequences. No one could punish him for such trivial matters. For him, this is a world where he can kill Ling with a single punch. But this world, where you can also kill Ling with a single punch, is still the same world. The young man sat dazed on the ground. In his eyes, a fiery light began to glow bit by bit. Is this the nature of Huang Liang? Hao Meng gently said, "Yes, because I am too weak. I am limited everywhere and face difficulties at every step. The matter itself has nothing to do with strength. Its evil nature will not waver because of the strength or weakness of the person experiencing it. So why do I still feel so miserable? It is because I am too weak. I cannot resist the rules set by the powerful. Ling told me that rules are like chains. While they bind me, they also exist in my body. Breaking the rules is like shedding armor. Unless I am strong enough to contend with the whole world by myself, I will be bloodied and bruised by the chains of others. Therefore, I obey the rules. I fear being harmed by the chains of others. My focus should be on that and less Why can't I be strong enough to contend with the whole world by myself? Because I dare not think of it. I haven't even thought about it. The young man slowly stood up. As he rose, the light man slowly said, Master, with the nature of a creator, he will only consider one thing, whether what he faces is right or wrong, good or evil. He fears only one thing, misjudging what is clearly evil as good, and what is good as evil, without even realizing it. Beyond that, it is just a matter of a punch. The young man opened his arms and looked up, taking deep breaths. Finally free. This is the freedom of thought, and the next step will be to achieve the freedom of the body. As a seed that desires to grow strong is planted and quickly thrives. He has had enough of these heavy restraints. He desires true freedom. Within the Niwen Palace, a sudden tremor occurred, chaotic energy flowed, and the entire dark world expanded rapidly in a very peculiar state. Hao Meng, sitting within, could feel strange changes happening throughout his body. This feeling was akin to being reborn. Hao Meng was taken aback. The light being beside him clasped his fists and bowed, saying solemnly, Congratulations, Master. The opportunity has arrived, your body has evolved, and you have successfully stepped into the rated level. Chapter 41. The Years Ahead, Evolution. When the physical quality of an awakened, extraordinary person reaches 1,000 kilograms in a punch and 30 meters per second, that is the critical point for evolution. However, this standard is not absolute. Some people evolve earlier, while others may need their strength to exceed 1,200 or 1,300, and their speed to reach 35 meters per second before they can evolve. It varies from person to person. So even though Hao Meng had made significant progress during these 3 months of hard training and had already reached the standard line, he still had no clue about evolution and could only leave it to fate. Now, with the opportunity appearing, everything fell into place. He relaxed completely, feeling a fundamental sense of relief, and found the direction to move forward, causing his body at the critical point to advance even further. Hao Meng could clearly sense the changes in his body. Both his blood and bones were undergoing a transformation, like a silkworm turning into a butterfly. The foreign energy flowed throughout him, and a wave of hunger surged from his cells, devouring the limited foreign energy available. After evolution, the power of a foreign being would experience a qualitative leap, stemming from the body's capacity to accommodate foreign energy. An unevolved foreign being could only passively contain foreign energy and could not store or grow it. However, once evolved, it was like an expanded pond. More foreign energy was always better. The more foreign energy one had, the stronger the foreign being would naturally become. Hao Meng, congratulations on your successful evolution. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., I will be waiting for you at the training facility of the club. Young Ming, Hao Meng put down his phone. Zhuang had already explained the rating system to him in detail. After evolution, a transcendent must first learn the technique of absorbing foreign energy, then proceed to visualization. This step allows the transcendent to sense the unowned foreign energy flowing in the world, and then, through absorption, convert it into their own. There's only one type of absorption technique on Earth, which is fundamental for transcendent beings, and it is exclusive to the Polar Night Organization. However, there are many different methods of visualization, varying in quality. Good visualization methods can significantly enhance training speed, and of course, the better the method, the more precious it is. When a transcendent performs their first absorption and visualization to supplement the required foreign energy, the more energy needed indicates a stronger talent and a higher level achieved. After the initial training, if one increases by 500 kilograms and within 5 meters second, it is considered lower-tier talent. An increase of 1,000 kilograms within 10 meters second is medium-tier talent. An increase of 2,000 kilograms within 20 meters second is high-tier talent. The greater the increase in power, the larger the capacity of the cells, indicating faster future training improvements. Next comes the rating assessment. The organization will set a series of assessment tasks, and those who pass will receive a rating title, allowing them to walk under the polar night as a D-level transcendent. While Hao Meng was pondering, the door opened. After seeing Li Hao leave, the girl came upstairs and gently placed the cigarette she was holding on the table. You should go rest first. I still have some things to think about. Hao Meng said casually without looking up as he opened the cigarette box. The young man immersed his mind in the Naiwan palace, reviewing all the memory images that Zhuang had provided, starting from when he found the watch. Half an hour later, Hao Meng sensed something unusual as the girl with a ponytail, slightly damp and wearing his oversized bathrobe, sat down beside him. Hao Meng tilted his head and gazed at that stunningly beautiful face. Ning Qing held his gaze for a long time. The girl finally said, "Can you tell me who she is?" Hao Meng was taken aback. Ning Qing said softly, "From the very first day we met, I knew that you were never looking at me, but at the shadow of someone else. The reason you were willing to help me this time is because of that, right?" The young man remained silent. The girl forced out a reluctant smile. "The Ma family in N City is very powerful, and Ma Shan is especially ruthless. Everyone from our hometown knows that it's better to provoke the King of Hell than to provoke Ma Shan. If you provoke the King of Hell, he might just let you die at midnight. But if you provoke Ma Shan, it's worse than death." Ning Qing's eyes turned red. "Hao Meng, if that day really comes, I won't back down anymore. I just want to ask you to protect my mom and Uncle Wei so they can live safely. Then I would be willing." The young man reached out to gently embrace the girl's shoulders. The girl buried her face in his chest, and from the initial sobs, her cries gradually grew louder until she was wailing, as if she wanted to pour out all the suffering of the past 19 years. Later, I finally managed to escape this nightmare after getting into junior high and living on campus. So I studied desperately, vowing to take my mom far away from this life in the future. My roommates would turn off the lights at 10 to sleep, and I would hide under the covers, continuing to study with a flashlight. The morning study session started at 6, but I would get up at 4:30 to wait at the classroom door. Every time I felt I couldn't make it, I would tell myself to work hard and fight desperately, because I never wanted to live that nightmare again. I didn't have a colorful youth. I didn't dare to ask my mom for money. A t-shirt, a pair of jeans, washed until they faded. I couldn't bear to throw them away after 3 years. I didn't dare to participate in any meals, gatherings, or extracurricular activities with my classmates. Every day, I relied on the scholarships and the nutrition meals for poor students to get by. The boys at school would constantly pursue me, and the male teachers would give me ambiguous looks. The strange expressions of the men I had encountered made me aware of my innate advantages. So from that time on, I refused everyone. I wanted to preserve this advantage. You see, I'm a very calculating girl. I took this as my last trump card. When there was truly no way out, I would use it to seek help from those powerful men, begging for a final solution. I had no right to desire love. My world did not allow such beautiful things. The girl lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and slowly stood up. The loose robe still revealed her exquisite curves. This pure girl, as delicate as a white lotus, frowned and then tugged at the knot of her clothing at the waist. The robe fell to the ground. Like a white, delicate body, she was completely bare, her proportions perfect, a masterpiece sculpted by the Creator. Hao Meng tilted her head slightly, her eyes devoid of desire, yet unusually complex. The girl closed her eyes, a layer of rosy hue blooming on her fair skin from her neck, vibrant and dripping with allure. Suddenly, the girl felt an inexplicable panic. Her red lips trembled, filled with overwhelming fear. But soon, the young man reached out and gently rubbed her head, a tenderness in his gaze that she had never seen before, which calmed her down. He led her to sit on the sofa, wrapping his arm around her slender waist as she obediently rested her head on his shoulder. Hao Meng looked ahead and said softly, "Her name is Xiaoyin. She is my girlfriend. We grew up together as childhood sweethearts." After an unknown amount of time, the young man finished his explanation, his brows and eyes filled with sorrow. "But I can't find her. She has disappeared without a word, without a message, without a trace, as if she evaporated from the world. They all tell me this is just a good dream, but I don't believe it, and I don't want to believe it." Hao Meng then turned his head to look at the girl who was already in tears. "At this moment, you appeared." Ning Qing finally realized who he saw in her. In this world, only infatuation is not to be mocked, and it is the most touching. Hao Meng gently caressed the girl's delicate face and murmured, "You're right. What I see is just her shadow. It's unfair to you, isn't it? Are you feeling wronged?" The girl instinctively wanted to shake her head and say she wasn't feeling wronged, but an overwhelming emotion surged from somewhere within her, forcing her to bite her lip and remain silent. Hao Meng didn't pay much attention and softly said, "From now on, I will be your only canary, without jealousy, without competing for attention, without sadness, without causing trouble, without acting spoiled, and without regrets." This time, she obediently and gently responded with an mm. Hao Meng tightly wrapped his arms around her body, and it felt good. "You are mine now." The force made the girl feel a bit suffocated and pained. But after 19 years, she had never relaxed like this before. Compared to the suffering of the past, the pain at this moment only made her more aware that she was someone who was possessed. From this moment on, she no longer had to face the storms of the world alone. It was also from this time onward that in the years to come, anyone with ill intentions towards her would, at some moment of terror, see the towering figure suddenly appear behind her. Not grand, yet overpowering through the ages. Chapter 42. Let's talk about your death at dawn. Ning Qing opened her eyes. She and T slept soundly that night. It was her first time sharing a bed with a stranger. Hao Meng hadn't T touched her. After getting into bed, he fell into a deep sleep. With her heart in turmoil, Ning Qing listened to his steady breathing for a long time before dozing off, waking up a few times in a haze but soon falling back asleep. Sunlight poured in through the window, and the girl studied the face so close to her. Hao Meng's appearance wasn't outstanding, at best average, but his strong features and distinct facial structure were very pleasing to the eye, especially the secrets he held within, which are the most intoxicating for a girl of her age. After confirming their relationship, Ning Qing prepared to wholeheartedly guard this man. She reached out her finger to gently smooth Hao Meng's furrowed brow. Even in his sleep, he often frowned. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed her wrist. Ning Qing looked into those dark, open eyes, which seemed to hold a captivating magic that could draw anyone in. Hao Meng Song subconsciously relaxed his movements and glanced at his phone, which showed it was already 7 a.m. He turned his head, and the girl was lying on her side, her arm propping up her head. Her clear and serene eyes sparkled, and with her worries untangled, there was no more sorrow in her brows, making her look like a truly flawless white lotus. The girl, with her hair cascading down, had a pure temperament, yet her alluring figure seemed almost devilish. She was still wearing Hao Meng's robe, which, despite being buttoned and tied, appeared too oversized. Due to her posture, Hao Meng could clearly see the smooth white skin revealed by the neckline. When Ning Qing noticed his suddenly heated gaze, she understood the reason and felt shy and fearful. However, having already clarified her position, she thoughtfully took the initiative to unbutton it, opening the neckline, allowing him to pick at his leisure. Hao Meng is still a young and impulsive guy. It was already a sign of rationality overpowering his emotions that he could hold back last night. At this moment, if he hesitates any longer, wouldn't that be a disgrace to being a man? Just as he was about to grab his gun and head out, the sound of a door opening came from the living room. A disinterested Hao Meng got up and got dressed, and Ning Qing quickly changed her clothes upon seeing this. The door to the guest room next door was left open, and the man inside was sprawled on the bed, fast asleep and snoring loudly. After a quick wash-up, the two of them headed out and took a taxi straight to the translation agency. The once bustling translation agency was now sparsely populated, with more than half of the workstations empty, and the remaining people were just goofing off, which was understandable given that there was no work to do. When the two entered the office, they looked up and immediately showed signs of joy. However, even the usually carefree Chu Jinxing felt a bit restrained in front of Hao Meng after last night's incident and no longer dared to casually get close. He, the deputy editor-in-chief, usually kept a low profile but unexpectedly brought out the big guns from the municipal committee and even managed to go head-to-head with someone like Ma Shan. And won. Otherwise, could Ning Qing be standing here now? Although Hao Meng was equally dangerous and mysterious to ordinary people like them, at least he didn't have an overly volatile temperament, and even if it was still a transaction lacking an emotional foundation, it was better than being taken away by Ma Shan. Old Sun rushed in with tea and snacks. Hao Meng was a bit surprised. Didn't you go out partying with Jia Ren last night? Why are you here at work today? Old Sun scratched his head and said, I had something come up, so I didn't go. Feeling caught. Old Sun awkwardly smiled. Hao Meng sat down by the sofa, glanced at the desolate outside, and said, I've heard some things from Old Sunday. What's the specific situation now? I thought we had hitched a ride on the coattails of the Shangzhou group, when Tianxi joined, using her name to solicit submissions and find buyers. I didn't expect that we would now be labeled as part of Tianxi's faction. Not only is the Shangzhou group not sending us any work, but even many of our original clients are keeping their distance, afraid of getting involved with Shangling. Now we only have a few loyal clients left. Fortunately, the Shangzhou group isn't specifically targeting my small translation agency. Otherwise, even they would run away. Offending the Shangzhou group in this city is undoubtedly asking for trouble. Chu Jinxing's side, the work is dwindling, and we can only lay off staff. If this continues, I'll soon become a lone commander, and then we'll have to go back to the days when we rented a shabby flat with just 3 people to get by. Speaking of this, Chu Jinxing looked at Chu Xiao with a worried expression. Chief Editor, my dear Chief Editor, you want to abandon me to jump ship, will you? Chu Xiao showed no mercy. I will. The fat man was deeply struck by this, his brow furrowed, and then he glared at Old Sun in the corner. If you dare to run, I'll break your legs. Even if we go bankrupt, I'll still tie you up. Old Sun, who was suffering from an undeserved disaster, opened his mouth, looking very gloomy. Hao Meng stroked his chin and suddenly asked, the articles in the company bulletin board are still as numerous as ever. Those must be rare languages, right? So that's how it is. The young man pondered for a moment and said to Old Sun, from now on, we'll accept all submissions, no matter the form or language. I'll handle the translations. Sun Dasheng blinked in surprise. It wasn't that he didn't understand, but that he didn't dare to understand. The other 3 people in the room also looked at him in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. Accept all of them? Just taking on a third of the various articles on that bulletin board would catapult them to becoming the best translation agency in City A. Hao Meng smiled at the fat man and said, of course, I still need to make money, but considering how difficult it is for you all, I'll earn a little less. How about a 50-50 split for the reward? Is that okay? The fat man's double chin trembled, as if he wanted to squeeze out a smile, but it came out particularly stiff. He cautiously replied, Master Hao Yu, you're not joking, are you? They knew that Hao Meng was proficient in at least a dozen languages, but even that has its limits. There are over 50,000 languages in the world, with more than 400 still not recognized as independent languages. Not to mention individuals, even large translation agencies can't possibly accommodate everyone. Talent resources are limited. In response, Hao Meng simply said, give me the original manuscript from the bulletin board, and I'll deliver it in 3 days. The 4 people in the room immediately opened their mouths in shock, as if struck by lightning. 3 days? Deliver a manuscript? Chu Jinxing could only think of one thing. It's over. My deputy editor seems to have a problem with his brain. After the initial shock, Chu Xiao, still holding on to a hope she barely believed herself, quietly asked, Hao Meng, do you have a team with resources in this area? The 3 stared blankly at Hao Meng as he left with Ningqing. Downstairs, a Cadillac slowly drove out. Ningqing said, I want to see my mom first. Hao Meng nodded and drove to the municipal party community. The phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. Chu Xiao had sent over all the original drafts. With just a flicker of thought from Hao Meng, Zhuang immediately connected to Hao Meng's phone. From document translation, literary works, personal documents, company documents, to audio, video, labor dispatching, and so on, there was a dense list, with prices ranging from hundreds to thousands. For Zhuang, it was just a minute. Hao Meng's mobile terminal now had all the corresponding translations. Without needing Hao Meng to say much, Zhuang directly set a timed send for 3 days later. With Zhuang, it was like possessing the world's largest treasure. 15 minutes later, the vehicle stopped by the roadside, and ahead was the municipal community. Although the guards were dressed in ordinary security uniforms, their standard military posture and stern demeanor highlighted the extraordinary nature of this place. Ningqing bit her lips slightly and said in a soft voice, Aren't you going in? The young man shook his head and smiled. It's too early to meet the in-laws now. I'll wait for you outside. No need to rush. The girl's fair cheeks turned slightly red as she quickly walked into the community after opening the door. Hao Meng watched her silhouette leave, and just as he was about to lay down and rest for a while, he caught sight of 2 people getting out of an Audi A6 across the street in his peripheral vision. The young man instantly straightened up, narrowing his eyes slightly. The 2 approached a Cadillac, and since the car door was unlocked, they got into the back seat directly. One of the men repeated what he had said on the bridge. Shall we chat? Hao Meng glanced at the man in the rearview mirror and said, Sure. We could talk about how you died. Chapter 43, Breaking Free from Constraints. Ma Shan smiled slightly, picked up the documents beside him, and slowly read. Hao Meng, 24 years old, from Luqing, City A. His parents are workers at the Dafeng power plant. Address, Building 6, Apartment 402, Shuiyang Community. He moved to City A 5 years ago and worked in the sales department of Hongxin Company Limited. He resigned 6 months ago and suddenly started making a living as a translator, becoming fluent in various languages. He was later invited by Shanzhou Group's Tanxi to work as a site translator. After a conflict broke out between Shanzhou Group and Shangling, he was arrested and taken to the Public Security Bureau. Hao Meng smiled sarcastically, wondering if they had only found this information throughout the entire day. The Ma family in Inn City was nothing more than that. Ma Shan said, Let's have a calm chat. I have always liked making friends rather than enemies. It's true that I, Ma Shan, love women, but I can't bear to pay too high a price for one. Hao Meng, sitting in the driver's seat, then turned to look at the man in the back seat. Ma Shan continued, Hao Meng, my family has a long-standing feud with the Shangzhou Group. So for me, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We have some misunderstandings between us, and today I want to clear them up. From now on, I won't interfere with Ning Qing, and I will also resolve the issue with Zhao Ke for you. What do you think? The young man remained silent, and after a while, he asked, What do you want? Ma Shan raised a finger and sincerely said, Just a small, superficial friendship. Is that too much to ask? Hao Meng scoffed, My car is still lying in the river. The man shrugged and glanced at the tall, thin man beside him. Deliver a Mercedes E300 within a week. We owe our new friend a sincere apology. The tall, thin man replied expressionlessly, Yes, boss. Ma Shan then laughed and said, Hao Meng, are we friends now? In light of this shallow friendship, how about you introduce me to Lady Tan? The situation is not good right now, and I think she could really use an ally like me, don't you think? Ma Shan did not linger on the matter, just smiled, said goodbye, and left. The man got out of the car, and the tall, thin man quickly followed, the two walking towards the Audi A6 across the street. While Hao Meng watched them get in, the young man's expression darkened instantly. His wariness of this man even surpassed that of Shangling. It was an instinctive intuition. Zhuang, Hao Meng said coldly, use mind reading on Ma Shan. The watch on his wrist flickered slightly, and Zhuang's voice was cold and mechanical. Master, energy is insufficient. After this use, it will fall into sleep mode again. Confirm whether to use? Hao Meng confirmed without hesitation. Beep. 3 seconds later, within the Naiwan Palace, connected to Hao Meng's mind, a clear image of the inside of the car appeared, along with Ma Shan's inner voice. He sat in the back seat, arms crossed, eyes closed in deep thought. Hao Meng was too mysterious. He seemed like a different person since half a year ago. Even though he had a connection with Li Hao, the activity information in the past 6 months shouldn't be so hard to track down, as if a higher power had erased the traces. The Shangzhou Group had been entrenched for a century, and Shangling was a top-notch hero. Could even he not do anything about this kid? The failure of Tan, she was already a foregone conclusion. It was surprising that someone who had once helped Tan, she could remain unscathed. Was it all thanks to Li Hao? No. Although Li Hao was a city leader, he clearly hadn't reached a level that made Shangling wary to such an extent. There was a force that even Shangling had to compromise with, and it was evident that it wasn't Li Hao. So what kind of power could force Shangling to step back? Since Tan, she had the help of extraordinary beings. It shouldn't have collapsed so quickly, right? This indicated that Hao Meng had been extracted. Did he withdraw on his own, or was he chosen by someone? There must be someone behind Shangling who understood the entire situation. Who could it be? Banyo? Shangqi too? Or perhaps an old hand that had been left behind? I need to find Tan Shi to feel out the situation. She is now at a dead end. If I intervene, I could not only disrupt Shangling's pace, but also force the conflict to become more intense, allowing me to learn more about the depths of the Shangzhou Group. When the time is right, I will conveniently betray Tan Shi, driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. After Shangling resolves the internal strife and signs the agreement, will he let go of Hao Meng, who holds a grudge against him? With his temper, certainly not. Then it depends on how much weight the person in the organization protecting Hao Meng has. If I could wrestle with him, I wouldn't mind fanning the flames a bit more. But if there really is a big Buddha standing behind Hao Meng, then I must hold back. Hao Meng, you better pray that your backing is strong enough. Otherwise, you can't blame me. If I had known, I should have brought a company extraordinary being with me. That little girl is truly a pity, but it's okay. One day, she will obediently crawl into my bed. Countless thoughts intertwined. Voices arose. The Audi A6 started and slowly moved forward, brushing past a Cadillac parked by the roadside, and a man in the back seat rolled down the window, smiling and nodding. Inside the car, Hao Meng's expression was indifferent. The next moment, the man's body suddenly stiffened. The car door of the moving vehicle opened and closed at some point, stirring up a gust of wind. What shocked him even more was that a strange person was sitting beside him. Hao Meng. Ma Shan's heart trembled violently, but he still forced out an ugly smile. Is there something you need? The tall, thin man driving the car changed his face drastically, instinctively reaching for the handgun hidden on the roof, but in the next moment, his arm fell as if it were bound by invisible ropes, and his whole body slammed back against the seat, unable to move at all. At this moment, the out-of-control Audi A6 suddenly stepped on the gas, charging forward with incredible precision, weaving left and right through the traffic. The ring on Hao Meng's finger emitted a blinding red light, and an alarm sounded with a beeping noise. The young man gritted his teeth, and with a surge of immense mental power, he shattered the suppressive device with ease, unleashing a torrent of unrestrained psychic energy. A hint of fear finally appeared in Ma Shan's eyes. What was he going to do? A6 darted into a desolate clearing and stopped behind a mound of earth. The young man flicked his finger, and the handgun that had been stuck in the car's roof compartment fell into his hand. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger at the tall, thin man in front of him. Bang! Blood mixed with brain matter exploded, splattering the windshield in a crimson hue. Immediately afterward, the young man turned the handgun towards the visibly shaken Ma Shan. Chapter 44. True freedom. At this moment, Ma Shan was consumed by overwhelming fear. He never expected that Hao Meng would actually dare to act against him in Zone 3. The use of psychic powers was strictly prohibited in Zone 3. Although Ma Shan had signed a confidentiality agreement, he did not possess any psychic powers and was merely an outer member. The boundaries were quite vague. He could be categorized as an ordinary person or as part of the organization, meaning that if Hao Meng used psychic powers in front of him, he could still argue. He had also signed the agreement, and they all knew each other well, so what was the harm in revealing psychic powers? However, this was entirely different from directly using psychic powers to kill. The organization's rule against the use of psychic powers was set in stone. If strictly enforced, there shouldn't be any trace of psychic powers used in Zone 3, let alone murder. This was something that could not be glossed over. It was a serious violation of the rules. A kilometer away on the road, a shadow moved like lightning. Many people only felt a flash in front of their eyes, as if something had darted past, but they couldn't see clearly and assumed it was just an illusion. Yet, in Hao Meng's psychic perception, the man's expression was one of shock and anger as he desperately rushed over, the sound of psychic energy moving faster towards them. Hao Meng, stop! In the instant the suppressive device shattered, the man who had been sound asleep immediately opened his eyes and rushed over like a madman. Hao Meng slightly tilted her head. In just 3 short breaths, the man appeared at the visible end in the distance. Hao Meng, Hao Meng, however, remained indifferent and flicked his fingers. Bang! A bullet shot out at high speed, the smoke exploding outward. Ma Shan's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, reflecting the deadly bullet aimed at his forehead. He really pulled the trigger. He was truly insane. An overwhelming fear swept over him like a giant wave in an instant. Bang! A splash of blood erupted, and glass shards flew everywhere. Ma Shan let out a piercing scream. Blood gushed from the left side of his head. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that his entire left ear had been shot off. The bloody bullet that fell outside the car was deeply dented. Hao Meng looked at the man who rushed outside the car. The faint, strange force that had accompanied his voice earlier unexpectedly collided with the bullet that was shot out, forcibly diverting its trajectory, which is why it didn't pass through the center of Ma Shan's skull. At that time, Jiaren was still a kilometer away. What a terrifying level of control. Jiaren's strength far exceeded Hao Meng's imagination. Hao Meng opened the door and got out of the car. The man had a serious expression, panting heavily, and was irritably scratching his head, suppressing his anger as he questioned. Are you crazy? You killed someone right on the spot. And you wanted to kill too. One of them is even an outer member of the 8th District Organization. This is a huge mess. The man in the car covered one ear with his palm and stumbled out, panicking and running away. Neither of them paid him any attention. Hao Meng smiled slightly at the man and said, Jia Run, I'm glad you didn't stab me the moment we met. Jia Run gritted his teeth in anger, his finger trembling as he pointed at Hao Meng. You bastard. I'm holding back my life right now. How many times have I told you? Do not cross the red line in the 3rd District. You just had to be stubborn. You insisted on not listening. You caused a big disaster. You even swallowed your anger over the death of Shang Ling. Why can't you endure just this one Ma Shan? He didn't even lay a hand on you. Hao Meng just quietly watched the furious man. Jia Run, Hao Meng called softly. Only the power that is unbound can instill fear, and from today onward, I will bind myself. The man was taken aback. He's gone mad. Gone mad. Hao Meng patted him on the shoulder and walked slowly outside. The man's expression changed unpredictably as he glanced at the shattered window of the Audi A6 and then at the tall, thin man who was dead at the driver's seat. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Jiaoren sat down on a nearby stone and pulled out a cigarette. Before he could finish smoking, a call came in from a number 9999. Jiaoren took a look and threw his phone into the car, ignoring it completely. Half an hour later, a group of people appeared like ghosts. They were dressed in black, with pitch-black, gold-trimmed flames embroidered on their chests. The group quickly surrounded the A6, conducting an inspection. One of the leaders stepped forward slowly and said in a deep voice, Investigator Jia, can you please explain what happened here? Jiaoren shrugged and said, I don't know. The leader's voice was indifferent. Investigator Jia, you're the monitor for target number 91. With what has happened now, you cannot escape responsibility. I hope you can fully cooperate and inform us of the events leading up to this, and immediately come with us to apprehend target number 91. Otherwise, I will report to the organization. Jiaoren stood up, brushed off his pants, and ignored him. One person behind the leader showed anger and shouted, Jiaoren, you are abandoning your post. Negligent and lazy. How dare you be so arrogant now? The man tilted his head slightly, squinted his eyes, and said, You guys who only dare to stay in the lower 3rd District, why do you think you can shout at me? An elementary investigator? Who is being arrogant, huh? With the last word, it felt as if an invisible force like a tornado surrounded him, making everyone's clothes flap and their steps unsteady as they struggled to resist the powerful pressure. Especially the person who spoke, his face turned red, and he slowly bent down under the overwhelming burden. The leader shouted angrily, Investigator Jia, don't go too far. The man snorted coldly, withdrew his pressure, and glanced at the people in front of him with a sneer, saying, I don't care how you bully others in the lower 3rd District, but here, it doesn't work. Jia Ren pointed to the west. Whenever you have the guts to cross the border of the middle 3rd District and step into the upper 3rd District, I, Jia Ren, will apologize to you for my actions today. Otherwise, get lost. Everyone's faces turned extremely ugly, and no one stopped the departing man. The leader's face turned pale with rage. Get to work. Only then did the others disperse and carry out their duties. This law enforcement team's leader was also a high-level extreme strongman of Class D, on the same level as Jiaoren, but in terms of strength, even 10 of them would not be a match for a single move from Jiaoren. The Midnight Investigator is a standout among his peers. The concept of this standout is quite absurd. It is insufficient to describe him as 1 in 10,000. This group of people has all walked out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Just like Jiaoren said, they do not dare to go to the upper 3rd District. Why? Because they fear death, having seen too much horror and too many disasters in the middle 3rd District. They have given up on the glory and opportunity to advance, retreating to the lower 3rd District to enjoy a peaceful life. When you gain something, you inevitably lose something. They have lost the respect of other extraordinary individuals. Midnight Club, Underground Training Hall. Hao Meng walked straight into the hall, where Yang Ming was sitting on the steps smoking. Upon seeing someone approaching, he lifted his head and pointed at the items on the platform, saying, The Silver Book is the only one on earth about the art of breathing and energy cultivation. The scroll next to it is a visualization technique that took me considerable effort to obtain. That syringe-like machine is a blood collection device used to verify your evolution. The man smiled and continued. I was originally waiting for you to finish your first session of breathing and energy cultivation so that I could record your file and take you to Zone 3 for an assessment. Once you pass the assessment, a bright future awaits you. Yang Meng discarded his cigarette and extinguished it with his foot, shaking his head with an indescribable look of disappointment. Go ahead and complete the process. At least that makes you a part of the extraordinary. I want to let the enforcement team in before you finish your first session. Yang Meng turned to leave. If it weren't for this matter, Hao Meng would undoubtedly have become a super talent under his command, and he could have trained him with all his effort. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, he would have gained a strong ally, even surpassing him. But now, disappointment, utter disappointment. Everything has come to nothing. Hao Meng suddenly showed that, Minister Yang. May I ask whether I am right or wrong this time? The man turned his head and glanced at the young man. Right or wrong? What does it matter? Hao Meng found the answer in his eyes, smiled, turned around, and walked towards the platform. This time, he was going to pursue true freedom. Chapter 45, the 3rd District Review. Hao Meng walked to the front of the stage, first opening a silver notebook, soft in texture, made of an unknown material. Surprisingly warm to the touch. I have always had a question. Everything we perceive exists because we have corresponding senses, such as eyes, ears, and skin sensitivity. So, could there be things in this world that do not have corresponding senses? Thus, I began to search and explore. Finally, I discovered it. Alien power, a special energy that exists between heaven and earth. To discover it, one must first evolve to possess an alien body, and then cultivate a corresponding sense, which I name the heart eye. Once humans possess the heart eye, they can observe alien power and then practice through breathing techniques to strengthen themselves. Hao Meng turned a page. The method of absorption is as follows. Embrace the origin and maintain unity. Calm the body and solidify the mind. Gently draw on external forces to enter oneself. The number of digits is not many, but Hao Meng spent a full half-hour carefully reading through it. Afterwards, he picked up the scroll beside him and slowly unfolded it. It was an incredibly realistic and intricate star map, with brilliant stars and an endless expanse. The mind's eye is a sense, and that visualization serves as the tool for absorption. After sensing external forces, one uses the visualization to draw them in, accelerating the absorption speed. The better the visualization, the faster the drawing speed. Thus, cultivation naturally becomes more efficient. Similarly, the higher the talent of the mind's eye, the more external forces one can perceive in the world, resulting in the same effect. Hao Meng sat down in front of the platform. First, he opened his eyes wide with joy. Then he looked at the star map. The first inhalation of alien power would determine his future, even his life and death. At the club's entrance, a little girl sat on the steps with a frown, sighing. Another man leaned against the wall, lost in thought. Unklali. The little girl turned her head with a troubled expression, wondering if Hao Meng was doomed this time. The mayor of City Ye, who had hurriedly left everything behind to come here, rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, if it were only him who was doomed, that would be a blessing from heaven. The best outcome. Huh? Qingwan opened her mouth in sadness and said, then he will definitely be sent to the tribunal, right? Qingwan had spent 3 pleasant months with Hao Meng and had already regarded him as her friend. The little girl's thoughts were always simple. When her friend faced a great change, she felt very sad. Seeing that the little girl didn't acknowledge his meaning, Li Hao didn't explain further. Suddenly, a group of men in black appeared around the corner. In Huan, Li Hao called out in a deep voice. The little girl stood up from the ground and tied her loose hair into a ponytail. Mayor Li investigated in Huan. This law enforcement team that had just dealt with the A6 tracking operation lined up at the entrance, and a leader stepped forward with an organizational certificate, stating that they were handling a significant case and requested cooperation from the two. Qingwan crossed her arms and said haughtily, the 9 District Club. No entry for idle people. The leader looked at Li Hao. He was afraid of Jiaren, but that didn't mean he would care about a special junior investigator like Qingwan. The difference in their statuses was vast. Who knows how this little girl managed to get this position? Even if it came to a physical confrontation, he was not afraid at all. Li Hao maintained a businesslike demeanor and said slowly, "Although we are both part of the 3rd District organization, we each govern our own affairs. This law enforcement certificate is not very effective here. I hope to see the 9 District search warrant. Otherwise, I'm afraid you really cannot enter this place, as it goes against the rules." The leader fell silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I understand. Mayor Lee, please wait a moment. I will apply for the 9 District search warrant." The group moved to a side alley to make a phone call. "Uncle Lee," Qingwan asked quietly, "what if they really bring the search warrant? Do we have to let them in?" Li Hao said calmly, "That is certain. In terms of reason and feelings, we have no grounds to refuse." Seeing the little girl's expression turn worried again, Li Hao added, "Don't worry. The search warrant won't come that quickly, at least 2 or 3 hours. By that time, Minister Yang will have dealt with his matters." Qingwan's brows finally relaxed a bit, but she was still worried. In a vast, empty room, Yang Ming stood in the center with his eyes closed, waiting. After a moment, beams of light lit up around him, intertwining to form lifelike human figures, creating a 3D conference room under the light's influence. There were a total of 12 seats, and at this moment, 3 people were seated. Yang Ming slowly sat down. There were 4 people in total. 3 ministers from the highest strategic department of the 3rd District, and a figure facing away from everyone. 3rd District meeting. Yang Ming spoke first, devoid of emotion. "The person is with me." The minister from the 8th District was an elderly man with white facial hair, a noticeable scar on his left cheek that looked like a claw mark from a beast. This man, named Feng Ko, was a middle-level investigator who had once earned the title of tyrant at the top of the 3rd District, known for his fearsome reputation. Feng Ko leaned on his cane and said indifferently, "Those who violate the rules shall be punished severely. Target 91 has repeatedly crossed the line during the monitoring period, and today even killed an ordinary person and attempted to harm members of an external organization. A behavior extremely heinous and of significant impact. I propose we immediately send him to the Eternal Night Tribunal as a warning to others." The only woman among the 4, the minister from the 7th District, was an alluring woman with charm, above-average looks, and a slightly mature temperament, with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, exuding all kinds of allure. She glanced at Feng Ko, then at the indifferent Yang Ming, and smiled. "I would like to hear Minister Yang's opinion first, after all." This occurred in his jurisdiction. The minister from the 7th District, who held the power over the Green Door, known as the Green Widow, smiled and said, "So Minister Yang thinks the same way. This will make things much easier. When does Minister Yang plan to turn the criminal over? Of course, he could also directly hand him over to the law enforcement team. I believe they have been waiting for a long time." Yang Ming replied, "He is currently undergoing his first inhalation in the facility. Once it is over, I will send him where he needs to go." The other 2 showed different expressions. The news was indeed correct. That awakened person with high-level physical attributes had successfully evolved. In just 6 months, without going to the 3rd District for concentrated training, he evolved in a place like the lower 3rd District. This progress was absurdly fast. What did this represent? His talent was extraordinary. As figures of top authority in the lower 3rd District, they had long since dug up all of Hao Meng's information. If it were only this, it wouldn't be enough to astonish them. The most important thing was that this guy was a psychic awakened, a psychic at the overlord level of the same rank. In terms of psychic power, he awakened at the rating level. Such a gifted individual had fallen into the 9th District. Otherwise, their positions with Yang Ming would need to be swapped. Feng Ko and the Green Widow exchanged glances. The 2 began to challenge him simultaneously. Chapter 46. Chi Wang. Feng Ko looked at the figure with its back turned and said in a deep voice, "Director Hong, it has been a long time since there has been an awakened criminal in the lower 3rd District, especially one so vicious as to contend with ordinary people." The elderly man with the cane added, "Exactly, Director Hong. The lower 3rd District has neither the time nor the conditions to let them grow. For someone like this, leaving him in the lower 3rd District should have hinted at the possibility of today's events. The lower 3rd District has been established for 99 years since the 2nd year of the disaster, and incidents of awakened criminals have been few and far between. Especially in the last 30 years, there have been none at all. This is due to the strategic department's strict control over the rules. This is the last normal society for humanity, and we cannot afford to lose it. Our highest strategic department is responsible for all 300 million ordinary people. The Green Widow said, I actually don't quite understand why a highly gifted awakened individual would be left in the lower third district. Isn't that cutting off his future? Minister Yang? Is there some hidden reason? Feng Ko said, based on my understanding of Minister Yang. He has been a minister of the 9th district for 26 years, always impartial and selfless. Why would he make such a low-level mistake? The two took turns questioning him. Yang Ming interlocked his fingers, pretending not to hear. The two looked towards the figure with its back turned. The Eternal Night Organization and the highest strategic department were two different forces. The former was composed of high-level awakened individuals, the top human power, who stood aloof, listened to orders but not proclamations, and were not obsessed with power and wealth. They were humanity's greatest trump card against the outside world, with a lofty status. The latter governed all of humanity, aiming for strategy, managing the 9 districts, integrating resources, and maintaining stability within the Zhousha territory. One was the external blade, while the other was the internal brain. The lower third district originally did not establish organizations, but after the blood disaster 80 years ago, a branch was set up, and the position of branch director is rotated every 5 years, basically not involved in affairs, merely a formality, only intervening in the lower third district's business under special circumstances. The requirements for the branch director position are at least that of a knife wielder. This year, the current director is, without a doubt, the strongest branch chief in history since that event 80 years ago. When he appeared here a year ago, he startled Feng Ko and the others. And when they learned he was here to take up the vacant position of branch chief, they were left utterly speechless. With his status and identity, not only in the lower third district, but even in the war zone, any minister from the strategic department would have to bow to him. In terms of both status and strength, this man stands at the pinnacle of humanity. People outside refer to this group as the pillars of humanity. Pillar-level powerhouses. The atmosphere became quiet, and after a full 5 minutes, the figure slightly straightened his back. Through the 3D technology restoration, it could be seen that he had been polishing a long sword in his hand, its appearance unclear. This man spoke for the first time. Yang Ming, go ahead. The indifferent Yang Ming immediately stood up, performed a standard bow, and solemnly stated, Director Hong, the person is left by me, and I am willing to take full responsibility for this incident. The Green Widow and Feng Ko exchanged glances, and just as they were about to speak, the man slightly tilted his head. Just a glance restored in 3D made both of them shudder in fear, immediately silencing them and lowering their heads, not daring to speak further. Director Hong's tone remained steady and calm, as it has always been. Throughout history, there have been numerous cases of chaos arising from martial matters, with every dynasty having its share. However, it has never reached an irreparable stage until a century ago, when we encountered evolution, and individuals capable of destroying everything truly emerged. These individuals are, at their core, still human. When there are fewer and fewer restraints on them, and threats become nearly non-existent, the only thing that can influence them is their own heart, which cannot tolerate even the slightest error. The bloodbath 80 years ago illustrated this to the fullest. When they consider themselves omnipotent gods and disregard all rules, it leads to a catastrophe for humanity. Yang Ming, you were once a member of my legion. You should remember a phrase I often say, right? Director Hong said, Very well, then I will give you another chance now. Organize your language and report this matter to me again. Feng Ko and the Green Widow dared not even breathe. It was the first time they learned that Yang Ming was once under this great man's command. Yang Ming fell silent for a minute, sighed deeply, then stood straight and saluted, reporting to the commander, The undying Luo Yan has exchanged her military achievements to remain in the lower third district as Target 91. I agreed to her transgression and applied for a monitor for Target 91, which has lasted for 196 days. Director Hong lightly acknowledged with a sound, and Yang Ming quietly sat down. The three of them looked at the figure. Director Hong pulled out a notice from his side and slowly said, The handling result of Incident 91 is as follows. Yang Ming, Minister of the 9th District Strategic Department, is guilty of breaking the law and is relieved of his ministerial position. The undying Luo Yan has overstepped the rules and is suspected of disturbing the order in the lower third district, plotting chaos. and is to be immediately expelled from Josia. Target 91 has committed illegal acts and is to be swiftly sent to the Polar Night Tribunal. And the Green Widow and Phone Co. were severely shaken. Disturbing the order of the lower 3rd District? Plotting chaos? This accusation it's just a matter of an outsider's disorderly conduct, which could be serious or trivial, but it seems it could not possibly be this serious, right? Moreover, the severity of this handling is terrifying, especially the removal of Hao Meng from his position and the expulsion of the undying Luo Yin from Josia. The former concerns the upheaval of the senior management of the 9th District Strategic Department, while the latter is even more critical, as that person's status is too special. This notice was clearly not just issued. It had been prepared long ago. This means that the higher-ups had already made a decision when they received the news, even before today's incident occurred. This notice was already prepared. They were just waiting for this opportunity today. Director Hong lightly asked, "Who has objections? Speak now. If there are none, we will execute it immediately." The Green Widow and Phone Co. immediately replied, "No objections." Hao Meng looked towards the training hall downstairs on his left side, and after a moment, quietly said, "No objections." "Good." Director Hong stood up. In the next moment, a shadow appeared beside him, swiftly snatching the notice from his hand. The 3D virtual restoration technology should have been clear and realistic. But it had no effect on these two individuals, only a shadowy outline, especially the latter, whose image was blurry and fluctuating. Director Hong's voice carried a hint of shock. "You, how did you get here?" The later appearing figure closed his fingers, crumpling the notice into a ball, his voice hoarse. The 91 incident will be rediscussed and decided by the Strategic Department of the Lower 3rd District. The 3D image abruptly stopped. The three of them were dumbfounded. Who was the person who appeared later? Unbelievable. They could actually snatch something from Director Hong's hands and change the notice with a single word. This was clearly a higher-level game of chess. In a dark room, the only source of light was the faint glow of electronic instruments and screens. One person tossed the crumpled notice into the trash bin, walked to the desk, sat down, crossed his legs on the table, and pulled out a box of Hongta Mountain cigarettes to light one for himself. Director Hong sat down at the table beside him, resting his elbows on his knees, his hands crossed under his chin. "When did you arrive?" The man exhaled a puff of smoke about half a year ago. Director Hong asked in confusion, "Is the city not being managed?" The man scoffed, "If you don't manage it, why should I? Anyway, if the sky falls, there are still 7 others holding it up. I'm tired too. I need a break." Director Hong sighed helplessly. "Aren't you just causing chaos? You know that the evil forces have a grand plan in the past 2 years. Once the city falls, we will be forced to fight to the death." The man retorted, "So in your eyes, a Luo Yin is more terrifying than the evil forces outside? Worthy of your mobilization?" Director Hong's expression was serious. "As long as she is in Josia for a day, I cannot have peace for a day. She must leave Josia. This is for all humanity." The man also sighed, "It's been 80 years, and you still can't let go." Director Hong countered, "Have you let go? If you had let go, would you still come here?" Director Hong jumped off the table, watching the man walk towards the door. He left. "Chi Wang." Director Hong suddenly called out, and the man at the door paused. This pillar of humanity, one of the super powerhouses, softly said, "Humanity needs you. We need you. It's time to let go." The man finished his last puff of smoke, shook his head. "Hongsho, you're wrong. What humanity needs is not me. Chi Wang. They need hope. True hope. Hope for the future. No matter how long the polar day lasts, it will eventually turn dark. No matter how long the polar night endures, the dawn will come." Chapter 47. Inside, he glanced at the crumpled paper in the trash bin, hesitated slightly, and did not initiate the 3D meeting, allowing the matter to develop on its own. Even he had personally come, so some face still had to be given. After a moment, Hongsho snapped his fingers, and with a thought, a video began to play on the screen in front of him, showing the arguments between Hao Meng and Li Hao in their apartment. The video played halfway and paused on a question posed by the young man. "So what is the meaning of the existence of the lower 3rd District?" Hongsho closed his eyes, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "Meaning?" As one of the few human giants who knows all the secrets, Hongsho couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable killing intent at the thought of it. All of this stemmed from that madman, the one who regarded himself as a god, bound by no constraints, indifferent to all rules. He was too powerful, unimaginably powerful, terrifying beyond measure. Humanity was able to avoid total annihilation during the extreme night because of him. In the shocking battle of the East Sea, without the 8 special investigators, without the 99 knife bearers, humanity didn't even have a single soldier to support them. For at that time, humanity was on the brink of extinction. All forces were struggling to resist the aberrations and exotic beasts. At this moment, the alliance of the 3 great demons attacked from the East Sea, bringing true despair. An unprecedented catastrophe. The sky was falling. The demon army swept across the sea, unstoppable, until they saw a man on the coastline of the East Sea. One man, one gun. That man held a long spear upside down and ran across the surface of the sea, charging towards them. He pierced through the entire demon army. Thousands of troops avoided the white robe. This madman repeatedly turned the tide, saving humanity from disaster. At that time, Hong Shou and the people believed he was the true savior. However, as his power became increasingly exaggerated, some hidden dangers began to emerge. These dangers seemed insignificant in the face of his achievements and were quickly suppressed, but soon they escalated, and he, who could not be restrained by anyone, gradually became a more terrifying existence than the demons and aberrations. In the end, he became the most heinous murderer in human history. The shocking bloodbath 80 years ago left survivors trembling at the thought, as he caused humanity to fall into a fracture. And it took 30 years for the new generation of strong to take up the banner. Hong Shou's breathing grew lighter as he deliberately controlled his strength, preventing an emotional outburst. After suppressing the rolling, killing intent, he slowly stood up and walked out of the room. This was a standard, ordinary small house, with all the furnishings and decorations still reflecting the classical Chinese style from 100 years ago. He pushed open the door. Mist swirled around him. Upon closer inspection, the small house was actually floating at an unknown height. The outside world was pitch black, and the light source of the small house was like a star in this eternal darkness. Hong Shou looked down. On the ground, there was a faint light, a massive dome in a semicircular shape, spanning an unknown number of miles. The heavens round, the earth square, the lower 3 districts. Inside was humanity's last pure land. In the distant lower area, Hong Shou saw the figure he had seen earlier gradually descending, as if there were invisible steps beneath his feet, the strong winds billowing, his clothes fluttering, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Hong Shou whispered, "A dream of Huangliang," meaning a metaphor for an illusion that cannot be realized. It also implies that glory and wealth are like a dream, brief and illusory. Beautiful things are but fleeting moments, turning to emptiness in the blink of an eye. Or it refers to the desires we yearn for falling through. If only you were Lu Sheng, how wonderful it would be. This world is merely a dream between you and me, whether a good dream or a nightmare. When the dream ends, one still remains the same. In an instant, both Hong Shou and the person stepping down froze. They suddenly looked toward the center of the lower 3 districts, their eyes filled with surprise. Under the extreme night, darkness covered everything. In the eyes of such powerful beings, the world was pitch black, while living beings appeared as tiny lights. The stronger the power, the brighter the light. For those like them, they appeared as a small sun in the eyes of others. And now, within the lower 3 districts, a white light suddenly flickered and vanished in an instant. Fiery and stunning. Something was born. The 9th district, the club. Hao Meng sits cross-legged, calming his mind and solidifying his spirit, fully immersing himself in a meditative state. The first step is to cultivate the spiritual eye. The practice develops the senses that can correspond with other powers. The physical eye can see worldly matters, while the spiritual eye can see the void. An interesting sentence is written on a silver notebook. When you open one eye and close the other, what the closed eye sees is the void. It is not black. It is hollow. It is bewilderment. That is the void. Hao Meng followed that feeling and tried his best to see. Seeing and sensing are 2 different concepts. Hao Meng could now sense the faint external forces around him. But that was not enough. He needed to clearly see in order to proceed with visualization and breathing exercises. In extreme stillness and tranquility, with all sound silenced, he focused on feeling and observing all things in the world. Inside the Niwen Palace, a dazzling light rapidly condensed in the vast chaos above the young man's head. Zhuang stood nearby, silently observing the unusual phenomenon above. It was too fast. This progress was absurdly quick. Even in Zhuang's database, there was no second person who could achieve such speed. The matter of the third, I relied entirely on talent. The higher the talent, the faster the third eye condenses, and the higher the quality of the third eye. In just half an hour, on Hao Meng's head, a translucent eye embryo began to take shape, the eyelids slightly moving as it slowly started to open. At the same time, in the surrounding chaotic world, fist-sized points of light began to emerge one after another, varying in color. 1, 3, 5. Full of spiritual energy, vibrant life. Alien power. These are all alien powers that originally drifted in the world. With the perfection of the inner eye, they were all observed, based on a century's worth of accumulated experience. When the inner eye first condenses, the number of alien power light points sensed is about 100 for ordinary levels, around 1,000 for excellent levels. So far, many outstanding talents with remarkable inner eyes have appeared, capable of observing a vast number at once, densely packed, even thousands. Such individuals are now all top-tier powerhouses among humans. The more one observes, the more one can absorb, akin to possessing treasures. Ordinary people can only find 1 or 10 pounds of gold, while they can find 100 or a ton of gold, leading to an inevitable widening of the gap over time. Zhuang quietly watched. The light points had already surpassed 100. They continued to rapidly emerge. 200, 400, 700. As the inner eye gradually took shape, the speed of the appearance of alien power light points began to slow down. 1,000, 1,001, 1,003. Finally, a vivid white eye formed in the air, clear and ethereal, devoid of emotional fluctuations, as clean as a spring. A pure inner eye. 1689 spiritual light points. Zhuang quickly calculated the number, which was already at a very high level of talent. Those with inner eye talents reaching 8 or 10,000 have rarely appeared among humans in the past century. Hao Meng's talent in the heart's eye is enough to look down on all others, and among the new generation in the entire 9 districts, he is probably a standout. Zhuang Gang wanted to step forward to congratulate him, but he found Hao Meng still had his eyes closed, his brows tightly furrowed. Immediately afterward, the previously calm, chaotic space began to fluctuate again, and new light points slowly began to appear. Zhuang suddenly looked up. In midair, a second eye suddenly appeared. Double eyes. A pair of heart's eyes. Chapter 48. The double eyes of the heart. Double eyes, naturally, means 2. Humans have had 2 eyes since birth, but the heart's eye is different. There has never been a case in human history where someone was born with double heart's eyes. 2 shadowy figures appeared mysteriously in the training hall's mid-air, standing there in mid-air, yet neither the naked eye nor surveillance could see them. It was as if the space and vision distorted strangely when they appeared, covering all traces. In the eyes of the 2, the young man on the ground sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling colored light points of different powers. Above his head, 2 hearts' eyes were vividly present. One of them was already very clear, while the other was still somewhat fluctuating. The human's double eyes observe the mundane world, while the heart's eyes can see all beings in heaven and earth. Hong Shou said softly, the heart's eyes. The man beside him still had a vague appearance. He squatted in mid-air, scratching his head, and said, generally, after reaching level C, one would gradually open the second heart's eye to satisfy the absorption of different powers, but I have never seen anyone open double eyes after evolving to level D. For 100 years, humanity has repeatedly witnessed new miracles. When the extreme night first arrived, the first extraordinary person appeared, and his existence undoubtedly overturned the human world. Countries were shocked and terrified. A legendary superhuman who feared neither bullets nor the heavens nor the earth. Soon after, more extraordinary people appeared, becoming increasingly common. Before long, the first elemental extraordinary person emerged, controlling flames like a deity, high above, astonishing the world. Humanity revered him as a god, believing he was a savior sent from above. Then, the second elemental extraordinary person appeared, walking on waves, followed by various exceptional talents manipulating lightning and hiding in the jungle. The first mental extraordinary person appeared even more so, invisible and colorless, a ghostly killer that resisted the abnormal, sealing their godly status in battle, earning the title of a dominant figure at the same level. But as time passed, people gradually became accustomed to their existence. And now, the feeling brought to the two by the double eyes of the heart was reminiscent of their initial encounters with such phenomena. Surprise, shock. Humanity has experienced many such events and has developed a significant resistance to new content and impacts. But this does not prevent them from overturning their understanding and treating it as a treasure. Over 2,000, Hangzhou could easily count the different power light points surrounding Hao Meng. Judging by this appearance, it was far from the end. Qi Wang smiled. After all, evolving to double heart's eyes is unprecedented, but one wonders what level it can ultimately reach. It is not to say that a pair of heart's eyes is necessarily stronger than a single heart's eye. Many level C and even level B strong individuals have not opened a second heart's eye, yet in terms of sensing ability, they are not inferior to double heart's eyes. It mainly depends on quality. Hangzhou tilted his head and smiled. How many different powers did your heart's eye observe when you evolved? About 7,008. Qi Wang replied. Hangzhou, with his hands behind his back, thought that Qi Wang's talent was not particularly outstanding. He had always been slow to progress. And in the early stages of cultivation, he had never shown exceptional qualities. However, as cultivation progressed to later stages, while others at the same level were trapped in layers of barriers, he made rapid advancements. But to say he was not outstanding only referred to comparisons with people like Hangzhou. A heart's eye that could observe over 3,400 different power light points was undoubtedly among the top 10 in the record of the 9 major district organizations that year. Yet looking at the entire history of 100 years, it seemed inadequate. Someone like Hangzhou was the true pride of heaven, drawing attention from the very beginning and living up to expectations, ultimately growing into a pillar of humanity. What do you think he can achieve? Qi Wang asked with great interest. Hangzhou stared at the continuously appearing spiritual power light points and said, 4,000. Seeing Hangzhou's gaze, Qi Wang pondered slightly and extended 8 thumbs up. Hangzhou laughed in disbelief. He truly dared to say it. 8,000. The current speed of the appearance of spiritual power light points had slowed significantly, and the clarity of the second heart's eye was becoming increasingly real, indicating that it was nearing its limit. What does 8,000 mean? It's even more outrageous than Hangzhou himself. When he first condensed his heart's eye, it caused a sensation among the human elite, so he was nurtured as a new hope from the start, given endless resources and guidance from strong individuals, which led him to his current state. Thus, there's a classic saying among human strong individuals. Hangzhou is not just Hangzhou, he is half of all humanity. To cultivate a single Hangzhou, half of humanity's resources were exhausted. If Hao Meng could sense 8,000 different power light clusters today, without a doubt, he would leap to become the second Hangzhou, or even more outrageous, because Hao Meng is also a mental extraordinary person. Mental powers are heaven-given. They cannot be cultivated or achieved through postnatal means. Among the same rank, mental extraordinary individuals are invincible. Therefore, in terms of future achievements, Hao Meng has even more potential than Hangzhou. But the premise is that he can sense 8,000 different power light clusters. As for the more distant 10,000, only a few individuals in human history have reached that. Those few either have already fallen or have become pillar-level strong individuals, ranking at the peak of humanity, on the same level as Hangzhou, or even stronger. So when Hangzhou heard Qi Wang hold such high expectations for this kid, he truly couldn't help but think he was just joking. During the conversation between the two, the surrounding Hao Mengzhou, the growth rate became increasingly slower. The second heart eye that appeared became extremely real. 3,003. 3,004. It broke through Qi Wang's record from back then. 3,005. The speed of the appearance of light spots slowed down again. After a full 2 minutes, the number of light spots finally broke through to 3,006. But the momentum was lacking. Almost there. Hangzhou could see the limit at a glance. It seemed my estimate was still a bit high, but it's not bad. Hong Shou changed the subject, saying it was slightly better than your performance back then. In this year's organizational record, it should rank in the top 5. Qi Wang stood up and patted his backside. Whether it's 4,000 or 8,000, these are just extras. What really concerns them is the dual eyes of the heart. This is the first instance of a dual number heart since the records of humanity's polar night began. And it is an irreplaceable benchmark. It broke the rules. Of course, it can also be said to be humanity's only limited knowledge. The finally stopped. 3,782 pieces. Inside the Naiwan Palace, the light figure resembling a person sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing up at the bright sun above. Not far from him, a young man was also sitting cross-legged, but even at this moment, he still hadn't opened his eyes. The great sun shone with an unusual red light, flashing and then disappearing. Hao Meng's mind was immersed in a special state. Confused and chaotic, he moved instinctively, walking and running through the void, coming and going in haste. Aimlessly, suddenly, a glimmer of red light broke the eternal silence. The young man looked around in bewilderment. He saw a world opening up ahead, with a beam of light shining in. Then, he saw a figure from behind, dressed in a mountain outfit, with black hair and yellow skin. This was the second time Hao Meng had seen him. The last time was in the 3D memory ball brought by Li Hao and Qing Wan. Chapter 49. The Strongest Man of Humanity. Hao Meng had a deep impression of this figure. The first time he learned about the fact of the world's upheaval was through a video narrated by a man in a Zhongshan suit. But this time, he saw him in his own sea of consciousness, and he was able to appear here. Hao Meng realized the identity of this person just by thinking with his toes. Huang Liang. Hao Meng last saw him when the watch awakened. He saw the man sitting at the table writing. Including the video, it was a total of 3 times. The young man quietly watched as the man slowly turned around. He had a very ordinary face, an average height, and an unremarkable appearance. The kind that is most inconspicuous in the vast sea of people. But when Hao Meng met his gaze, his heart jolted violently. What kind of eyes were those? Pure and untainted, calm and tranquil, like a clear spring in the woods, untouched by dust. It was as if they were mirrors from the deep pupils. Hao Meng inexplicably saw himself, saw his own heart and past. A single glance. It felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, sinking and rolling, in an endless entanglement. Hao Meng suddenly woke up, not because he had successfully struggled, but because the man across from him smiled slightly, breaking this state. The man walked slowly in front of Hao Meng, his height similar to Hao Meng's. He wore a neatly pressed Zhongshan suit, and though he didn't have an outstanding appearance, his demeanor was clean, giving off a wonderfully reassuring feeling to those who saw him. Hao Meng tried to ask softly, Huang Liang? Apart from this opening line, Hao Meng didn't know what else to say. Huang Liang sat down on the mat in the great hall and gestured for Hao Meng to sit as well. The man smiled and said, Double hard eye, first awakening of 782 spiritual power light points, above average talent, will become one of the pillars of our humanity in the future. Hao Meng remained silent. Huang Liang continued, I have a great fortune to offer you. Do you want it? The young man looked at him. After a while, Hao Meng shook his head. Huang Liang smiled and said, Do you know how great this fortune is? It can allow you to leap to the pinnacle of success in this chaotic world, to wield power over all, to embrace true beauty, to be unbound and follow your heart. Life is but 100 years or so. To live freely for a moment is to live a lifetime. Why wouldn't you want it? The young man replied softly, I am just an ordinary person. My character must match my strength. Otherwise, it would lead to disaster. If it only affects me, that would be one thing. But if it burdens others, even all living beings, I, Hao Meng, cannot bear that consequence. Huang Liang countered, What if you were already strong enough that no one could make you bear the consequences? Hao Meng pointed to his chest and said, My conscience will give me an unbearable sense of guilt. Huang Liang tapped his chest with his fingers and smiled. Just like here, it's already clean. That triangle in my heart, no matter how it turns, is of no use, because it has already ground the places it could touch into a bloody mess. And there's nothing left to touch. Hao Meng gazed into those clean eyes, untouched by dust, and slowly asked, Huang Liang, what did you really want to do back then? The man fell silent, suddenly looking up at the bright sun. The atmosphere remained quiet for an unknown length of time before the man lowered his head again, looking at Hao Meng with a relieved smile. 80 years ago, after 20 years of rampant demons, there were about 600 million humans left in the world. I only wanted to do one thing: kill all 600 million of them. Then I would commit suicide. The young man's hands, lips, and entire body trembled uncontrollably. He struggled to stand up, staggering backward. Crazy. Demon. He is the most vicious evil in this world. A profound fear instantly filled Hao Meng's body. This horrifying declaration struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him at a loss for words and actions. Huang Liang simply watched the agitated Hao Meng silently. Hao Meng took a long time to calm himself down. He tried his best to gather his emotions, then turned his head again. This time, he didn't even dare to look into Huang Liang's eyes, murmuring, "What do you really think of yourself? What do you think of life? Huang Liang, you madman, how can you possess such terrifying power?" At this moment, the man slowly stood up. "Hao Meng, don't forget before the polar night. People didn't believe in the world we have now. After the polar night, people in the lower third don't believe there is such a world outside. After walking between yin and yang, I don't believe in the whole world I see. This world, this universe, hides too many secrets. I have glimpsed a corner of it and gained freedom. Perhaps I am indeed a complete madman, but maybe I am the one who is truly awake. Hao Meng, I am the pioneer of humanity. I am the strongest among humans. I am the strongest man of all humanity. With great power comes great responsibility. I have the duty to seek the truth for humanity and save everyone." Hao Meng stared blankly at the meticulous man. Saving everyone? Does that mean killing all of humanity? Crazy, crazy. Completely insane. Hao Mengsheng felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He finally understood that the rules spoken of constantly by Sheng Ling, Li Hao, and Jia Run had bound him. For someone like Huang Liang, once he harbored such heretical and even terrifying thoughts, the others would be unable to communicate with him or sway his ideas. What should be done then? No rules could bind him. No one could stop him. A catastrophe. A disaster of epic proportions. It turned out that this was the result they feared most. Once one's nature changes, the consequences could be so terrifying, especially for those who are the strongest. The man with one hand behind his back softly said, 80 years ago, I committed suicide. Hao Mengguren looked up, staring intently at the man. Suicide? Huang Liang said, I am invincible in the world. If I do not wish to die, who can grant me death? Even with all the races of Earth gathered, what can they do to me? Let alone the broken and battered human race at that time. Others may doubt this, but you, who possess this great sun in the sky, know it best. That great sun formed by mental power. It's too exaggerated, too ridiculous, too terrifying. Its existence far exceeds the limits of human understanding, which means Huang Liang has reached a level that is fundamentally untouchable. He is committing suicide. Hao Meng seemed like a flicker of hope rekindled from the dead ashes, asking, why? Does this mean that this inhuman man still retains a final shred of kindness? Beneath the extreme evil, is there still a trace of goodness? The man pointed a finger in the air, and a burst of light surged into Hao Meng's mind. Hao Meng suddenly collapsed, his eyes tightly shut. Huang Liang no longer looked at him, but raised his head to gaze at the sun, softly saying, to the new hope that is to come, as a pioneer, I have nothing more to offer you, only this pillow of yellow millet. May you be able to see through the truth and falsehood of this floating world, in this chaotic era of yin and yang. In the old narrow alley, with blue bricks and green tiles, towering buildings, and bustling city streets, this lowly urban village seemed out of place. The world had become different from what it used to be. As for how it was different, Huang Liang couldn't quite say. People lived normally, with stability and comfort. Until one day on his way home from work, he picked up something. It was wrapped in an old newspaper. It was a dagger. The blade was pitch black, and the handle was dull, resembling a sharp blade of the night. It looked quite nice. Huang Liang thought, someone must have dropped it or thrown it away. Might as well keep it. He called it home, but it was actually one of the 30-story old-style shared rental apartments, where the walls between rooms were thin, and loud noises could easily reach the third or even fourth room. Huang Liang took out his key to open the round knob lock on the wooden door. Creak. Huang Liang paused, then quickly took out a red plastic bag from his messenger bag. Inside were seasonings like salt and vinegar. He smiled and said, "Aunt Sue, this is what you asked me to buy. Take a look and see if it's all there." The old woman's hands were thin and dark. "Xiao Huang, how much is it? I'll give it to you." Watching the elderly woman tremble as she took out a floral cloth from her bosom, revealing neatly stacked 1 yuan, 5 yuan, and 10 yuan bills, Huang Liang waved his hand and said, "Annie, no need for that. These are given to me by a friend who runs a supermarket. He said they're about to expire, and if I leave them in the store, they'll just be thrown away." "I see. Thank you." The old woman smiled gratefully and said, "Xiao Huang, have you eaten? Why don't you come and have something? I boiled some eggs today." Behind the old woman sat an old man, his gaze vacant, staring blankly at the floor while occasionally chuckling to himself. Huang Liang waved his hand and said, "Thank you. Auntie, I've eaten already. Maybe next time." The round knob lock clicked open. The elderly woman gently touched his head, expressionless. It was only at this moment that he noticed the man's feet were shackled with iron cuffs, the other end connected to a metal water pipe in the corner. A small chain, a lifetime of imprisonment. After returning home, Huang Liang collapsed onto his bed. Exhausted from the day, he intended to sleep for a while. When he woke up, over an hour had passed, and the outside was shrouded in darkness. Huang Liang stood on the narrow balcony, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the bustling street below. The sound of a spatula frying food drifted over from the neighboring balcony. He had heard that Aunt Sue was already 79 years old this year and had lived in this so-called slum for 60 years. He could also see the man behind the window. He was Aunt Sue's son, who should also be around 60 years old. Huang Liang had heard the old doorman downstairs recount their past. Aunt Sue had been abducted by human traffickers to the mountains when she was young and sold to the impoverished people there as a bride. 6 months later, she was rescued by the police, but was already pregnant, and she gave birth prematurely in July due to malnutrition and abuse during her pregnancy, resulting in a child with intellectual disabilities. Aunt Sue had raised this son alone up to now. Now, Aunt Sue was old, but still had to take care of her son, who had no ability to live independently. With her limited mobility, she even had to put shackles on her son to prevent him from wandering off. Huang Liang had heard that Aunt Sue had been diagnosed with lung cancer. It was in the late stages. Misfortune often seeks out those who are already suffering. If one day Aunt Sue were to pass away, how would her dependent, faut-il s'en survivre? This was a question no one dared to ponder deeply. People living in this slum who didn't have a book of suffering in their home. His phone chimed. It was the landlord urging him to pay the water and electricity bills. After paying the 35 yuan bill, his bank card balance notification showed that there was only 384 yuan left, the last transaction being a 29 yuan expense at the grocery store downstairs. He had no friends in the supermarket. Clearly, he wasn't living well, yet he couldn't bear to see others suffer. After finishing his last puff of smoke, the young man walked back into the room. The small desk was piled high with miscellaneous books. A sheet of unfolded white paper caught his attention. Where did this paper come from? He read books, but never wrote. The paper had a neat line of text on it. This is a mysterious dagger. Those killed by the dagger will remain as they are and will resurrect on another identical earth. Huang Liang's pupils suddenly contracted. Who? Huang Liang appeared panicked. Had someone been in? Was someone following him? He immediately looked at the backpack on his bedside. The old newspaper was still there, with half the handle of the dagger sticking out. This was bizarre. Huang Liang muttered, "Is this some kind of madness?" Just then his phone rang. It was his manager calling. After answering, he heard a barrage of complaints from the manager, basically saying that there was a problem with a batch of goods at the factory and he needed to rush over to take a look. After hanging up, Huang Liang grabbed his coat, crumpled the white paper into a ball, and tossed it along with the dagger wrapped in the newspaper into the trash can by the door, then hurried off to the factory. Half an hour later, the door next door slowly opened. The elderly woman, holding a porcelain bowl containing 3 eggs, gently knocked on Huang Liang's door. "Xiao Huang, are you there?" There was no response. The ajar door opened. The elderly woman bent down to pick up the dagger. "Such a good knife. How could you just leave it?" The elderly woman seemed surprised, but soon she noticed the words written on the crumpled white paper. The elderly woman fell silent. The black and white words appeared painfully bright. Another half hour passed. The dagger and the white paper in the trash can were gone. In the dead of night, Huang Liang seemed to hear a faint rustling sound, But in this slum, the absence of annoying arguments and chatter was already a blessing. He turned over and continued to sleep soundly. On the neighboring balcony, the woman sat on a small stool in front of a basin, pressing a sharpening stone, gently honing the knife in her hand. Not hurried, not slow. The elderly woman's gaunt cheeks puffed up. She quickly covered her lips with one hand, and blood oozed from her fingers and dripped rapidly into the basin. Both the sharpening stone and the dagger were stained with splashes of blood. The old woman swallowed the blood in her mouth, her expression unchanging, continuing to sharpen the knife slowly. She glanced up at the window beside her, an old face pressed against the cold glass, staring intently at her. Chapter 50. Dual Pupil Hard Eye. One night, he woke from a dream. The morning air was clean and fresh, a rare moment of tranquility in this slum. Huang Liang got up, dressed, washed his face in the shared toilet on the floor, and hurried off to work. This was the job he had finally found, a hardware factory that made screws and parts. It was called a factory, but it was really just a small workshop. Its only advantage was that anyone could work there. A monotonous assembly line, numb and impoverished workers. Huang Liang earned a meager salary, working day after day. Time flew by, and as the closing bell rang, people began to leave their stations. Huang Liang took off his dirty work clothes, changed into regular clothes, and headed home. On the bustling street, a huge projection screen displayed various expensive advertisements from investors, while people hurried by, with very few stopping to take a look. Huang Liang stood and watched for a while. Suddenly, a sharp roar erupted, startling Huang Liang, who quickly turned around. Yet, people continued to pass by with indifferent expressions, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying roar. Huang Liang looked in the direction of the sound. Above the projection screen, a huge shadow had appeared at some point. With a damp, echoing sound, the shadow began to peel away from the wall. Pure fear rendered Huang Liang motionless as he watched a creature emerge. It was a living mass of darkness, vaguely humanoid in shape, with a body that tapered into a line like the tip of a blade beneath its torso. The monster's body swayed, and through a layer of rippling black water, a pair of cold, piercing eyes met his gaze, penetrating his soul. The monster, Huang Liang, trembled in fear, desperately wanting to flee, but to his surprise, he found himself unable to move. Huang Liang was stunned. He stood still, calmly observing the advertisement on the projection screen. He looked down at himself. His body felt ethereal. Yes, for years, Huang Liang had felt that life was somewhat different. Sometimes, he would inexplicably have an out-of-body experience, just like now, seeing things and scenes that many others could not. Was he dreaming? It should be so. Work had been exhausting, leading to fatigue. That's right, it was just that. Huang Liang had once visited a psychologist who concluded this and kindly wanted to help him find a qualified hospital for treatment. Huang Liang did not go. He followed the psychologist's words and was ultimately diagnosed with severe delusions. He dare not seek out so-called psychologists again. He feared being forcibly sent to a mental hospital. But this had already affected his life. At least in his personal records, the label prevented him from entering any legitimate company or enterprise. The world spun, and everything returned to normal. Huang Liang continued walking home, forcing himself to forget the earlier scene. As he walked down the stairs in a daze, he caught sight of a striking bright red. He was surprised to see the elderly woman, Mrs. Su, dressed in a brand new floral red outfit today, carrying a bag of pork and 2 grass carp. Mrs. Su, Huang Liang had never seen her so happy and extravagant. Unable to refuse, he took the bag from her, and they walked upstairs together. Huang Liang quickly finished his dinner and was about to rest when Mrs. Su knocked on his door. "Xiao Huang, I'm not very mobile. Could you help me give my son a bath?" Facing Mrs. Su's request, Huang Liang nodded in agreement and then led the elderly woman, whose hands were greasy from food, to the public restroom. Inside the bathing area, the old woman simply sat on a stool, smiling foolishly at everyone who passed by. After a while, Huang Liang handed the refreshed elderly woman back to Mrs. Su, who expressed her gratitude and took out a razor to groom her son's face. Huang Liang stood in the corridor, glancing at the mother and son inside. A 79-year-old mother and her 60-year-old son both had lived lives of hardship. Huang Liang instinctively reached into his pocket, realizing he was out of cigarettes. He grabbed his phone and went downstairs, buying a 2 yuan pack of Dazhongmen cigarettes at the supermarket. Squatting at the entrance of a supermarket, Huang Liang watched the passing crowd. Nearby, 2 tables of residents were playing cards. Old Wang, weren't you supposed to go to the hospital for your back today? How did it go? Same as usual, just hanging on half alive in pain. Getting old. This lumbar disc herniation is really deadly. Sigh, I'm still better off. Today I ran into Su Zhen from the 21st floor. The doctors and nurses were trying to get her to be hospitalized immediately. Her lung cancer is no longer treatable. Su Zhen, TSK, what a pity. Such a beautiful girl back then. Not only was she sold, but she also has a simple-minded son to drag her down. I can't believe she has held on for so many years. As Huang Liang squatted on the curb, his fingers trembled, and half a cigarette fell to the ground as his heart suddenly constricted. Abruptly, he saw a familiar figure descending the stairs. Huh? Huang Liang was stunned. An elderly man in a crisp Zhongshan suit stood in front of him, smiling as usual. How'd he come down? Alone? Huang Liang instinctively looked at his legs. There were no leg irons. Huang Liang felt a loud thud in his head. Sure enough, he was still squatting on the curb, maintaining the action of smoking. The ethereal Huang Liang could only watch as the old man walked forward slowly, his steps light, as if liberated. In an instant, his soul returned to his body. The young man suddenly stood up, ran up the stairs, pushing his way through the crowded corridor, causing chaos and shouts. After running all the way to the 21st floor, the young man was out of breath. He didn't take a moment to rest before pushing against the old wooden door. The door was unlocked. On the clean, swept floor lay the elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, a black dagger embedded in his chest. The elderly woman in a bright red outfit sat silently beside him, tightly holding his hand. Blood soaked both of their clothes. He still wore the smile Huang Liang had seen earlier, while the elderly woman also displayed a long-lost gentle smile. Huang Liang trembled and fell to the ground, unable to believe it, an unspeakable fear engulfing him. It was that knife. Police sirens wailed, and voices became chaotic. Regarding the knife incident, Huang Liang remained silent. His rational mind told him not to speak, just like his ability to have an out-of-body experience. It was a secret that should not exist in this world. In the lounge, Huang Liang thought for a moment before suddenly standing up. Can I go see Mrs. Su? The security officer at the door frowned and shook his head. She is currently in the interrogation room. Outsiders cannot approach. After a pause, the security officer suddenly said, however, as a person involved in this case, you can go to the monitoring room to watch. Huang Liang immediately followed. In the room, 3 screens displayed footage from the interrogation room. The elderly woman in a floral red coat sat quietly in a chair, the passage of time leaving traces of hardship on her face. 2 investigating officers sat across from her. Name, Su Zhen. Age, 79. Citizen ID, 1293129XX 23219QWX. The deceased is your son. As his mother, why did you kill your own son? Faced with the question, the elderly woman appeared unusually calm. I don't have long to live, she said slowly, and I haven't had any work for 3 months. I can't even get a job sweeping the floor. The 2 officers exchanged glances. The elderly woman continued, I'm old, almost unable to walk. I don't even have the strength to go downstairs to pick up recyclables. I have raised my son for 60 years. I have something growing in my lungs. I'm going to die soon. I'm not afraid of death. But what will happen to my son after I die? In this world, even normal people with arms and legs are struggling to survive. How much suffering will a simple-minded son, who cannot take care of himself, endure? His final destination is still death. Rather than let him suffer countless painful deaths, it will be better for him to go to a new world now. Maybe there really is a planet just like Earth. The interrogation room fell silent. The 2 investigating officers found it utterly incomprehensible. In the monitoring room, a man watching the screen shook his head and said, Crazy, crazy, this world is really crazy. Suddenly, he noticed a young man standing nearby and frowned. Who is this? Why isn't he wearing a security uniform? How did he get in? The security officer, who was with Huang Liang, hurriedly said, Director, this is the first witness of the case. His name is... The man angrily interrupted. Who told you to bring him here? This is a crime scene. Even a first witness has no right to be here. Are you out of your mind? How could you make such a basic mistake? The security officer was stunned. Yes, how could he have made such a basic mistake? How could he have brought someone into the monitoring room? He quickly pulled Huang Liang away from there. The man surveyed the silent crowd around him, feeling that the chaotic situation was only getting worse. If this continued, everyone would go mad. He slammed the door as he left. Huang Liang left the security bureau, walking down the street, his mind filled with the last words of Aunt Sue. Perhaps there really is an identical Earth? It turned out that the dagger and paper he had thrown in the trash had been picked up by Aunt Sue. If it weren't for this dagger, would today's tragedy have happened? There was no sound coming from next door. In the long-awaited silence, Huang Liang soon felt drowsy. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm on his phone rang. It was 7 o'clock. Huang Liang was awakened. It was time to get up for work. He picked up his wash basin and opened the door to head to the bathroom. The door next door, tightly closed, silent. Huang Liang sighed and walked to the public restroom, where several people were already washing up at the sink. Xiao Huang, good morning. A young man turned on the faucet, filling his cup with water while glancing at the person who greeted him. It was an old man in a Zhongshan suit. Splash. The cup fell into the sink, and Huang Liang's face was filled with terror. Why you? Aunt Sue's son. Why is he still alive? Why is he still here? My God. Crazy, crazy. This world is really crazy. The old man wiped his face with a cloth and smiled. Xiao Huang. Don't be afraid. Take a good look around. In his panic, Huang Liang dared not think further and turned to run. In his confusion, he bumped into several people, but he passed right through them. Finally, Huang Liang stopped. A phantom body. Huang Liang slowly opened his mouth. People were coming and going. No one was looking at him, except for the old man in the Zhongshan suit. Huang Liang, standing there in a daze, felt everything in his mind collapsing. It was still the same room, the same furnishings. The old man sat on a small stool, but the only difference was that there was no old woman here. Xiao Huang, the old man smiled. Let me put it this way. You might understand better. This place can be considered the underworld, while where we were before is the earthly realm. When people from the earthly realm die, they all come here, but they lose their previous souls and become walking corpses. However, those killed by that dagger will have their souls come to this underworld. I only learned all this after I was stabbed. Huang Liang's expression stiffened as he processed this shocking news. Looking at the old man kneeling before him, Huang Liang immediately jumped up. Why you? Don't do that. We can talk about it. There's no need for this. The old man said earnestly. I hope you can bring my mother here too. The young man froze in place. To come here, only that dagger can do it. Huang Liang stared at the old man in front of him, his voice trembling. Why you want me to kill your mother? Horrifying. Huang Liang truly felt he was going insane. This world was also insane. The old man quietly looked at him. Huang Liang shook his head firmly. I can't do it. The old man smiled. If it were me, I couldn't do it either. He clasped his hands together, leaning forward. Xiao Huang, can you imagine? For 60 long years, my mother never gave up on me. 60 years. She took care of me for 60 years like this. She knew she was going to die, but she couldn't rest easy about me. Once she dies, how will I, a disabled person who can't even take care of my basic needs, survive? She's 79, and I'm 60. We've suffered enough in this life. My mother has been thinking about this for a long time. Once she dies, how much suffering will I endure? Will I end up on the streets? Sent to a welfare home? Abused? Starved? Or frozen to death? So she took action. I still can't imagine what she felt when she stabbed the knife into my chest. That kind of pain, despair, all her emotions entrusted to a vague hope. Huang Liang remained silent. In a person's lifetime, just a few decades, Aunt Sue only lived for 2 words after 19 years of life. Son. This feeling supported her meticulous care for 60 years. Too much love finally turned into that one stab. Huang Liang looked up. The old man was already in tears. Xiao Huang, I've always wondered, if our roles were reversed, could I stab her? I don't know, and I dare not think. She doesn't have many days left. I hope you can save her, and save me too. If she dies with regrets and guilt towards me, how painful would it be for me to live in this world? I must let her know she did right. I have been redeemed by her for 60 years, and finally welcomed the dawn. I really came to a brand new, identical world. Huang Liang stood there in a daze. The old man moved his knees, stepping forward to tightly grasp Huang Liang's hand. Xiao Huang, you are a good person, so you shouldn't have a psychological burden. Moreover, from now on, every time in the future, I believe you will never hold a knife yourself. What I need you to do is to bring that dagger to my mother. Let her choose for herself. You should never and will not become a murderer. You are the benefactor of our mother and son. She only has 4 days left to live. Cancer is about to take her away. Bring the knife to her. Bring it to her. Don't let her die like this. I beg you. In the small room, the old man knelt before the young man, pleading desperately. He just tilted his head back, his throat rolling silently. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm on the phone rang. Huang Liang suddenly woke up from bed, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. The next moment, Huang Liang's pupils contracted violently. A dagger lay quietly on the bedside table. The young man clawed at his own face. This is the murder weapon. This is the murder weapon stored in the security bureau. Why did it quietly appear at his bedside? If this is a prank, who has such extraordinary power to bring a murder weapon from the security bureau and place it at his bedside, just to tease him? It's real. Everything is real. The young man murmured, "My soul leaving my body is not a delusion. The monsters I see roaming the city truly exist. This dagger is real. The people killed by it can indeed go to another earth." Huang Liang trembled as he extended his hand to pick up the dagger. The blade was pitch black, the hilt dull, with no patterns, simple and ancient. This black blade of night, this blade of demons. The young man sat and thought for a long time until the sudden ringing of his phone startled him. He instinctively answered. It was the factory manager, yelling at him. "Huang Liang, what are you doing? It's already 9 o'clock. Where are you? Why haven't you come to work? This is absenteeism. It's very serious." Huang Liang said softly, "Manager, I have something today. I forgot to ask for leave. I'm very sorry." The manager became even angrier. Absenteeism. This is considered absenteeism. A week's salary will be deducted. You. Huang Liang directly hung up the phone. The young man stood up, put on his clothes, and silently stared at the dagger in front of him, remaining motionless for a long time. Finally, he tucked the dagger into his pocket. An hour later, he stood at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Looking for Su Zhen, the one who killed her son last night?" said the security officer inside. "Her health is very poor. She vomited blood last night and has now been sent to the first hospital. What do you want with her?" Huang Liang replied, "I want to visit her." The officer kindly reminded him, "She is now a criminal suspect. Ordinary people cannot approach her. You'd better give up." Huang Liang politely thanked him, and after leaving the Public Security Bureau, he made his way to the first hospital. It was crowded, and after asking the nurse in the lobby which treatment floor lung cancer patients were on, he hurried upstairs. Sure enough, in the innermost hospital room, he saw 2 security officers. Huang Liang did not approach, but stood far away at the stairway entrance. He found a spot to sit in the crowded lobby. People came and went, and the seats next to him changed repeatedly. Before he knew it, it was afternoon. Huang Liang was waiting. Finally, his consciousness became a bit blurred, and then suddenly he woke up. It was that feeling, a strangely light sensation. He turned to look and found himself sitting in a chair. All previous out-of-body experiences had been unconscious and random, but this time, with his mind solely focused on this one thing, Huang Liang finally awakened this ability actively. The ethereal body of Huang Liang took out the dagger from his original self's pocket and placed it in his own. Strangely, not only could no one see him, but no one could see the dagger either. Huang Liang slowly walked inside. He passed through walls. The 2 security officers stood guard at the door, completely unaware. Inside the hospital room, an elderly woman lay pale. Huang Liang quietly watched the familiar old woman. After an unknown amount of time, the old woman's eyelids fluttered, and her murky eyes reflected the young man standing beside her. "Little." The elderly woman opened her mouth, her voice extremely weak at the brink of death. Suddenly, she saw the young man reach into his pocket and pull out the knife. The old woman's eyes widened in shock, complexity, and ecstatic joy. Then, she clearly saw the young man's ethereal body, and tears streamed down her weathered cheeks. "It's real." The old woman's voice was faint but filled with indescribable excitement. Relief and a sense of burden lifted. Huang Liang gently placed the dagger by her hand and slowly retreated. At the brink of death, the old woman inexplicably found strength from somewhere, her withered fingers tightly gripping the hilt of the knife. Little Huang." The old woman revealed a warm smile that hadn't appeared in 60 years, so pure and clean, easy and joyful. In a daze, Huang Liang seemed to see a young girl with a ponytail appear behind her, smiling sweetly at him. "Thank you." The young girl and the elderly woman's lips moved in unison. Huang Liang silently stepped back. A scream of terror suddenly erupted from the nearby nurse station, where the monitor displayed a terrifying scene that would haunt her for life. The two security officers trembled and instinctively looked toward the room. Behind glass, the elderly woman held high the dagger that seemed to come from nowhere. It fell heavily. One person rushed down the crowded stairs against the flow. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man passed through multiple security lines. "Director." The two security officers guarding the elderly woman were anxious and pale. This man, who had appeared in the monitoring room, extended his thumb towards them, gritting his teeth. "Impressive. Impressive. You too. You actually let an 80-year-old lady commit suicide while under surveillance. How could you let her do that in the hospital?" The man's voice grew louder, almost roaring. "What are you doing? You're all useless. What do I need you for?" The rest of the people present fell silent. One slightly older security officer whispered in defense, "Director, this incident is too outrageous." "Outrageous?" The middle-aged man glared like an angry lion. "What could be more outrageous than a prisoner managing to commit suicide with a knife while being guarded? Are you trying to disgrace the Public Security Bureau?" A colleague from the forensic department, realizing something was off, hurriedly approached with a bag containing the dagger. "Director, this..." The middle-aged man's anger suddenly froze. He stared intently at the black dagger, still stained with fresh blood inside the transparent bag. "She used this knife to commit suicide?" The middle-aged man repeated. "She used this knife to commit suicide?" Unable to contain his anger, he roared word by word. "Huh? Who can tell me? Why is this murder weapon here? This is related to yesterday's case. It should have been kept in the materials room of the Public Security Bureau under strict surveillance and protection. How did it end up here?" A colleague from the forensic department quietly said, "Director, this incident is very supernatural. There are surveillance cameras in the hospital room." The director quickly walked to the nurse station. The screen replayed a short 1-minute video. In the silent hospital room, the dying old woman suddenly opened her eyes. Her lips moved slightly, and her expression gradually became excited. Then, in the air, a pitch-black dagger appeared out of nowhere. The old woman gripped the dagger tightly and let it fall high. In the nurse station, one could hear a pin drop. People glanced at each other, fear evident in their eyes. After watching the video, the middle-aged man's expression was blank. He was silent for a moment before quickly saying, "Xiao Lu, seal off this floor, prohibit all entry and exit, including our own people. Xiao Wang, block all information related to the two cases. No media or websites are allowed to report. Also, transfer the case to the Supernatural Research Institution." The people present hurriedly sprang into action. Indeed, only that most mysterious organization could take over such matters. This had already exceeded their normal jurisdiction. The Public Security Bureau dealt with people. These were not human matters. Professionals in the relevant fields should handle them. He lay back on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the world turned upside down, and the void approached. He felt as if he had transformed into a point of white light, racing through the darkness. Boom! The world shattered. Huang Liang stood before an old wooden door. An identical earth, an identical slum. The wooden door creaked open. The old woman had a kind face, gently pulling Huang Liang's hand as they walked inside. On the small balcony, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit was stir-frying with a spatula, giving him a faint smile. On the small table, the aroma of braised pork and stir-fried fish filled the air. The old man untied his apron, sat down with a drink in hand. Throughout the meal, the three of them hardly spoke a word. After finishing the meal, the elderly man collected the dishes, while the old woman went to the bed and dragged out a blood-stained long chain of shackles, handing it to Huang Liang. Trembling, Huang Liang took it, and the old woman followed behind him, dressed in a bright red coat. They went downstairs and tossed it into a green trash bin. In the corridor on the 21st floor, the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit smiled at them. "Little Huang." The old woman gently patted Huang Liang's hand and said kindly, "Thank you. If I don't give you the knife, you won't die. I haven't killed anyone with my own hands, but I helped you kill yourselves." The old woman's smile was kind and warm. "Little Huang, why don't we look at this from another angle? Without this knife in that world, I would die of lung cancer in 4 days, and before I die, I would feel immense guilt and pain, unable to let go of my son. My son would be left homeless and neglected, despised and loathed, unable to take care of himself, dirty and driven away. No one would help him, and he would suffer a living death, ultimately dying tragically from poverty, hunger, and cold. We would end this bitter life together." Huang Liang stared at her in a daze. The old woman continued, "Our deaths were destined, but because you brought this knife, we are able to renew our bond here, to amend the regrets of our past lives. In that world, you did not directly kill any of us. You merely handed the choice to us. Our fate, born from the choices you provided, allows us to be reborn here. You extended a hand of redemption to us, who are doomed to die. Why should you feel guilty? Why should you carry burdens that need not be borne?" Huang Liang's voice trembled. "What if this world is fake? What if you are just my imagination? Maybe I'm a mental patient with delusions, and all of this is just my fantasy?" The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit came down at some point, smiling. "Then let us just treat everything as if it were fake. Let us live in your imagination. Our past lives were already filled with suffering." The elderly man laughed. "Being reborn in your fantasy is also a form of compensation for the regrets of our past lives. In the previous world, at least we faced death with the hope of this place in our hearts. No more regrets. Dying without regrets." The trembling young man fell silent for a long time. After a moment, he smiled genuinely. "Yes, so it is." The two elders bowed to him simultaneously. The young man took a step back and declared loudly, "Regrets of the past life, repaid here. A bitter life has an end. Even if this place is an illusion, it is still the most beautiful delusion." Huang Liang's smile was radiant. "Moreover, who can say here that it must be false?" The world turned upside down and the scene shattered. From then on, in a noisy hospital, before a sickbed, an elderly man suffering from a terminal illness saw a young man in black whom no one else could see, holding a black dagger. The old man then looked at his weary, sorrowful family around him. Outside the sickbed, his son was sitting against the wall, repeatedly making phone calls to borrow money to raise the exorbitant surgery fees. His illness had already brought this family to its knees. There was no cure for his terminal illness. Death was inevitable, but could he choose not to treat it? As a son or daughter, even knowing there was no hope, one would not give up. The house and car they had worked hard for 2 or 3 decades turned to nothing. After sending off the old man, the once carefree life was burdened with enormous debt, living in hardship. "No plans, no regrets." The old man smiled slightly and took the dagger from the young man's hand. He wanted to go to that identical world and meet his family again. At the bottom of the river, a man struggling to stay afloat slowly sank. The surface of the water looked within reach, yet so far away. Just moments ago, he had saved 3 drowning children but lost his chance to get back to shore. In a hazy image, he seemed to see his 6-year-old daughter running towards him with a big smile. He saw a woman holding a child smiling and nodding at him. Regret? The man smiled and slowly closed his eyes. A shadow stood beside him, holding a dagger. Listening to the young man's narration, the man took the dagger without hesitation, his lips moving to form a couple of bubbles, but Huang Liang knew what he was saying. "Thank you," the young man softly replied. "I should be the one thanking you." A splash of blood spread in the water. On the television screen, news was being broadcast. In a hidden, dim room, the young man fell into a deep sleep. In the identical world, this young man accepted it calmly. He suddenly tilted his head slightly, his gaze stretching infinitely far, seemingly separated by the horizon, yet close at hand, where another young man who witnessed everything locked eyes with him. The young man smiled faintly, and with a swipe of the black dagger in his hand, the world shattered, everything dissipating into smoke. Hao Meng. He suddenly sat up, holding his head tightly with both hands. A pillow of yellow millet. This dream, not far away, the man from the past slightly tilted his head and asked, "I have one last request." Hao Meng's voice became extremely hoarse. "What request?" Huang Liang said, "Take another look at this world for me, see what it really is like. If one day you feel that you have truly understood the truth of the world, and come to your own conclusions, if they're the same as mine, then please bring a drink to my grave. If they're different, then please say sorry to this world on my behalf." Hao Meng remained silent for a long time. He gently nodded. The man breathed a sigh of relief, spreading his arms, his figure dissipating like flying ash. At that same moment, the expressions of the two people in the training hall outside suddenly changed dramatically. The energy of heaven and earth exhibited a strange upheaval. In their eyes, Hao Meng, sitting on the ground, still had his eyes tightly closed, and the two heart-shaped eyes above his head were vivid, surrounded by 782 points of spiritual energy light. But now, the light points were surging, rapidly emerging. The speed of emergence was like entire patches appearing at once. Both pillar-level powerhouses were stunned. Then, Qi Wang and Hong Shou seemed to sense something, their expressions greatly shaken as they suddenly looked towards the two heart-shaped eyes floating in midair. Within the heart-shaped eyes, something was emerging. That was pupils. Dual pupils. Both of them were left in a daze. Hao Meng is not only the first person in human history to have the initial condensation of heart and eyes as double eyes, but he is also This has never appeared in human history. Chapter 51. Pillar-Level Cultivation Plan. Overturning. Time and again overturning. First double eyes, then unprecedented and rarely seen in the world. Even the two pillar-level powerhouses have never witnessed such a situation. Next to Hao Meng, the rapidly increasing clusters of spiritual energy lights were as beautiful as the Milky Way. Dazzling and brilliant. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. The speed at which the spiritual energy lights appeared finally began to slow down. 7,001, 7,002, 7,003. The man beside him counted each point with his fingers. The count stopped at 7,009. As his pupils concentrated perfectly, the number of spiritual energy lights finally broke through to 8,000 slowly. Qi Wang suddenly grinned and looked at Hong Shou. 8,000, I guessed correctly. Hong Shou merely glanced at him. 8,000. Stronger than his own talent. Is this a good thing? Yes. Humanity will gain a new hope with pillar-level potential. Once he grows up and stands on his own, it will be a blessing for all humanity. But this is also a double-edged sword. A super strong individual of unknown character is the most likely to harm their own kind. Hong Shou stared at the young man on the ground. The smiling Qi Wang slowly retracted his smile, becoming expressionless. He sat down in midair, interlocking his hands, slightly tilting his head as he looked at Hong Shou. After a moment, Hong Shou turned to meet his gaze. In that instant, it felt as if the world had reversed. Everything around them froze. And behind both of them appeared a vague giant towering into the sky. Confronting each other from afar, the tension palpable. The overwhelming pressure caused everyone in the club to feel a jolt of panic, a fleeting instinctual fear that arose inexplicably and then vanished, leaving them confused about its origin. Only Yang Ming, sitting quietly on the second floor, felt his pupils constrict. He suddenly stood up and rushed out of the room. But even he could not see the two men standing in midair nearby. The two 3D virtual projections in the room looked slightly taken aback, then frowned. What happened on Yang Ming's side? Qi Wang, whose entire body was twisting in the light, shook his head and said, "Hong Shou, your obsession with what happened 80 years ago is too deep. Your reaction to it has become pathological." Hong Shou gritted his teeth and said, "Qi Wang, you haven't experienced that blood disaster, so you naturally don't know how terrifying it was. Even I wake up in fear at night, trembling in meditation. Humanity cannot have a second Huang Liang." A second? Qi Wang laughed heartily. It is already a once-in-a-millennium occurrence for humanity to have one Huang Liang. Do you really think anyone can reach the level of Huang Liang? Do you truly believe that with these 8,000 spiritual energy lights, Hao Meng will definitely grow to become a pillar-level powerhouse? Ongshu, when you see a talented young person, instead of thinking about how to nurture them and strengthen humanity, you think of restricting and binding them. Yes, those with poor character are more likely to cause disasters and casualties when they become strong. But why should you erase all hope because of this slight possibility? Furthermore, is Hao Meng's character really that poor? No, I don't think so. The damned rules of the third district were set by you so-called supreme beings. The loss of unbound power is indeed terrifying. But the countless suppressed grievances are even more terrifying. This is no longer a time of peace. Outside, there are evil demons, strange beings, and countless exotic beasts. Humanity needs one extraordinary person after another to stand against the calamities. They shed blood for this, and when the rules that restrict ordinary people are imposed upon them. Did you ever think that their ability to transcend these rules is because they sacrifice something more important, like their lives? Ongshu, if someone like Ma Shan or Shangling were killed outside the 3rd district, would there be any problem? Any consequences? No. But why can't it happen in the 3rd district? Because you hold the rules and bind the people inside. Because you want to target Luo Yin through this. Good is good. Evil is evil. This will not change based on location. I, Qi Wang, believe that there is no problem with Hao Meng's actions. Hong Shou fell silent for a long time. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he only uttered Qi Wang's name. The words stuck in his throat. The vague giant behind the two slowly disappeared. Why can't I reach the level of Huang Liang? Why can't I become that existence that suppresses everything and pushes through eternity? Is there a problem with such thoughts? You don't even dare to think about it. This is the biggest difference between me and you. This is my character. If one day another Huang Liang really appears, rest assured, I will stop him. The man's eyes shone brightly, filled with unwavering determination and confidence. In front of him, no one could defeat him, and all hardships will be swept away. Since you all fear that elusive possibility, let me be the final cornerstone. Qi Wang's lips curled. Hong Shou, or should I say, you no longer even believe in me? The man slowly stood up, not in arrogance or ostentation, but in a true confidence that came from the heart, a mindset of a strong person. Hong Shou, if I had been born 50 years earlier, that blood disaster would not have happened. If there is a second Huang Liang, I will handle it. If Hao Meng grows stronger and no rules or people can bind or suppress him, then let me be his final restraint. Ongshu exhaled deeply. In the whole world, only this person had the right and courage to say such words. Because he is Qi Wang, the hope of humanity, the man known as the closest to Huang Liang, even possibly surpassed it? Who knows? Because just like no one knows how strong Huang Liang truly is, no one knows how strong this man before them is. Hong Shou turned around. On the 2nd floor, Yang Ming saw the suddenly appearing figure and straightened his back, standing at attention. Hong Shou did not look at him, but gradually walked down, his body strangely passing through walls and doors, merging into them, disappearing without a trace. What? Yang Ming felt a fog in his mind, not knowing what was happening. Just then, his phone vibrated slightly. Yang Ming immediately took out his phone, and just one glance left him stunned. Then he rubbed his eyes, staring wide-eyed. Cancel the Blade Bearer training program. Include in the Pillar training program. Yang Ming's hands trembled while holding the phone. Pillar-level training program? What does this mean? He looked at the young man below. That means he has the potential to become a human pillar like Hong Shou, standing at the pinnacle of all humanity. Yang Ming was deeply shocked. Suddenly, the door of the training hall was kicked open, and a group of men in black burst in. The law enforcement team, with a search warrant, immediately spotted the young man in the center. The leading man's eyes gleamed, and he shouted, "Go! Arrest target 91. If there is any resistance, kill on the spot." A group of people charged towards Hao Meng. The seated young man abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze cold and sharp. However, in the next moment, the law enforcement team members who rushed in with great speed and ferocity were now being sent flying one by one, spitting blood and falling to the ground in disarray, filled with fear and confusion. In front of the young man, Yang Ming closed his eyes, took a long breath, and spoke in an undeniable, incredibly firm tone, word by word. Today no one can touch him. Chapter 52. For Humanity. For freedom, the group of men in black gradually stood up, incredulous that this prominent figure from District 9 would actually lay a hand on them. Especially this sentence from Yang Ming made them wonder if they heard wrong. Open rebellion. Minister Yang, the black-clothed leader, who stumbled to his feet, looked extremely ugly and shouted, "We are here on orders. We have already obtained a search warrant for Area 9. Even if you are the Minister of the Supreme Strategic Department of Area 9, you have no right to obstruct us from enforcing the law." Yang Ming sneered. On orders? Whose orders? Feng Ko or Luin? The black-clothed leader was momentarily taken aback and angrily replied, Minister Yang, the enforcement team is independent of the Supreme Strategic Department and directly reports to the highest level of humanity. The orders we received are to detain lawbreakers and send them to the Extreme Night Tribunal. Any obstruction or resistance will be considered a crime. Their superior was actually acting unusually, abusing power, not to mention it involved more complex matters at a higher level. Yang Ming waved his hand towards Qing Wan, signaling her to see them off. Qing Wan, with her big black eyes darting around, never thought about the consequences or the context, since Yang Ming gave the order. She turned around with a smile, revealing a big white toothy grin. The girl rolled up her sleeves while cheerfully saying, Everyone, I'm sorry, but the club is undergoing internal restructuring today, so we cannot accommodate you. Please leave. A group of black-clad individuals exchanged glances, all looking at their leader. The leader gritted his teeth. Dressed in their black uniforms, representing the enforcement team, where could they not go in the entire lower 3rd district? Even a minister of the Supreme Strategic Department could do nothing to them. But today, Yang Ming had turned the tables. He had overturned their circle. This was a very serious matter. Open rebellion could be seen as a provocation against the enforcement department. This could shake Minister Yang Ming's position. What did this indicate? He was willing to go to any lengths for this target number 91. Once Yang Ming was determined, how could they, a mere team, compete with the superpowers who had fought against strange monsters in the upper 3rd district? Even if Yang Ming killed them, it would just be a thought away. Let's go. The leader, filled with anger but helpless, fiercely flicked his sleeves. Qing Wan cheerfully followed beside him, seeing them off all the way. Li Hao hesitated for a moment and stepped forward. Yang Ming glanced at the awake young man and said lightly, Since you have already focused your mind's eye, then continue to visualize. Hao Meng gently nodded, changed his handprint, and re-entered a meditative state. Li Hao followed Yang Ming up to the 2nd floor. Minister, Li Hao said with some concern. This isn't good. After all, it's the law enforcement team. Incorporate him into the pillar cultivation program. Pillar. Human pillar. In the 9 major districts, every year only a handful are included in this program. This is almost regarded as the honor of being one of humanity's strongest geniuses. Being included in the pillar cultivation program doesn't guarantee one will become a human pillar, but at least those who don't qualify can't become human pillars, because the resources needed to reach this point are terrifying. It takes the resources of an entire group to nurture a new pillar-level individual. Individuals or personal organizations can never reach this level. Every human pillar is created with the full effort of all humanity. The Green Widow also glared angrily, questioning, Yang Ming, how dare you act against the law enforcement team on your own? Do you really think District 9 is your personal garden? Li Hao, who had followed in, was startled. He hadn't expected that a meeting from District 3 was still ongoing in the room. He wanted to turn around and retreat, but Yang Ming had already spoken. All right, stop the chatter. If you have ideas, come to District 9, and we can discuss it face-to-face. Feng Ko and the Green Widow were both incredulous. Has Yang Ming really gone mad? This is completely torn to the FA-ADE. Even if Yang Ming is the highest strategic minister of District 9, he can't bear the consequences of this. But they weren't comparable to the law enforcement team. They were sharp-minded. Yang Ming wouldn't dare to be so reckless without someone backing him up. So who could give him such courage? There was only one answer, Director Hong. But Director Hong's attitude was very clear. It was a command he personally issued. The two exchanged glances, confirming that it was related to the man who appeared before the meeting ended. In the higher-level game, Director Hong had retreated. That mysterious man must also be a human pillar-level powerhouse. But which one was it? Thinking of this, the two felt it was absurd. Just a small matter of an abnormal person violating the rules unexpectedly involved 2 human pillars. Yet even so, they still couldn't figure it out. If the 2 human pillars were battling for Luo Yin, it might make sense, but would a newly advanced abnormal person warrant such a big deal? Clearly, they must have mentioned or issued some instructions related to Hao Meng. Otherwise, how could Yang Ming be so arrogant? The situation was becoming increasingly murky. What exactly happened? No matter how hard the two thought, they couldn't imagine that the newcomer, whom they thought had decent talent, had already been included in the pillar cultivation program. From the moment Hong Shou made the decision, any information and data regarding Hao Meng was no longer accessible to them. Even though they were the power holders of District 3, Young Ming, phone code declared fiercely, "We will report everything to the organization. The Ninth Committee will convene." The Green Widow simply turned off the 3D meeting. Standing at the door, Li Hao was caught in a dilemma, half inside and half outside. Until this moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked into the room. Li Hao sat down, leaned back, and let out a long breath. He hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to ask, the sound of Qing Wan's loud voice came from outside. The little girl ran to the door with wide eyes, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Yang, Brother Li, it's terrible, What now? Li Hao said irritably. This, he. The little girl was so anxious she was flailing her arms, stammering. As Li Hao walked to the door, he suddenly opened his mouth wide, stunned. He suddenly came to his senses, turning to the man inside, stuttering, "Minister, He." Qing Wan rolled her eyes, looking somewhat disdainful. Li Hao slapped her on the head and shot her a fierce glare. The latter could only cover her head in grievance, tears welling up, unable to express her anger. Yang Ming sensed the turbulent spiritual energy in the world without having to step outside. The scene outside was vividly reflected in his mind. On the floor of the first-floor hall, a young man was sitting cross-legged, with the surrounding energy of the world surging into his body. The scale, so immense it formed a funnel-shaped vortex expanding at least 10 meters high and wide around him. Like a whale swallowing the sea, Li Hao was stunned. How can he possess such immense energy? Qing Wan muttered, "This is too outrageous. His energy absorption speed is even comparable to mine. Could he also be at the high level of Ding grade?" Yang Ming, with his hands behind his head, said, "His quality of heart is unimaginably high. As for the absorption speed, although it seems comparable to the high level of Ding grade now, it should only be because his body is supplementing its abnormal power for the first time, which makes it appear somewhat exaggerated. But even so, it sufficiently proves that his talent on the visualization chart is excellent. Otherwise, he wouldn't achieve such an effect." Yang Ming made a comprehensive judgment. He will be the first individual I've encountered in my 26 years in charge of District 9 to reach the medium level of Ding grade on the first attempt at breathing and absorbing. A prodigy. The two exchanged glances. The little girl, who was still unclear about the concept, simply remarked, "That's impressive. Achieving the medium level of Ding grade on the first attempt at abnormal power absorption is much stronger than I was back then." Li Hao swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Then doesn't this mean the qualifications of a blade holder?" Yang Ming didn't reply. Blade holder? From the moment Hao Meng first entered here, he had already received the evaluation of a blade holder, and just now, Hong Shou even categorized him into the pillar cultivation program. Yang Ming didn't explain much to Li Hao. Even he himself, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, wouldn't have the qualification to access this level of information. Dual hard eyes, double pupils, 8,000 points of abnormal power, excellent visualization chart level, and medium level of Ding grade on the first attempt at breathing and absorbing. Pillar level potential. Half an hour later, the commotion outside gradually weakened. Hao Meng slowly opened his eyes on the first floor. The results of the first step of heart-I were excellent, and the second step of visualization was equally impressive. In his mind, the visualization was vividly and almost perfectly replicated, resulting in peak effectiveness. Every part of his flesh and blood, every cell felt like an incredibly frenzied evil spirit, madly devouring abnormal power. After a full half hour of infusion, he finally felt a sense of saturation. His whole body was filled with energy, an unmatched sense of power. The young man slowly stood up, stretching his body. His evolved body had already undergone a transformation, and with this surge of energy, it had undergone earth-shattering changes. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Hao Meng. Yang Ming snapped his fingers, and various testing devices around lit up. "Come on, let's test your punch strength," Yang Ming said, gesturing with his chin. Hao Meng nodded, without any hesitation, and walked towards the punching bag. The young man took a deep breath, twisted his waist, and his whole body resembled a drawn bow, then instantly rebounded. Bang! The huge sound of the punch even caused a shiver in Qing Wan and Li Hao, who were standing at a distance. Hao Meng's speed, was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he threw out dozens of punches. 4923 kilogramów, 5812 kilogramów. 6581 kilogram. Overall strength, 5,340 kilograms. The blood-red characters on the screen left the four of them in silence. After a while, Qingwan raised her small face, grinned, and said with a pained expression, "Li Ge, if I remember correctly, after the first round of training, an increase of 500 kilograms is considered a low-level talent. 1,000 kilograms is medium, and 2,000 kilograms is high-level. So what about this? What is 4,000 kilograms? Li Hao's expression remained unchanged. How would he know what it was? He had never encountered anything like it in his life. Yang Ming's judgment was not wrong. 5,000 kilograms is the standard for a medium-level Ding grade. Hao Meng then walked towards the speed testing machine, and a rainbow light lit up. The young man dashed out like a cheetah. A black shadow flashed across the field. 60 meters second, 63 meters second, 58 meters second. Yang Ming silently watched the numbers displayed. 5,000 kilograms, 50 meters second, is medium class D. 10,000 kilograms, 100 meters second, is high class D. After Hao Meng's first breathing exercise, his body had already reached a medium level of the Ding grade, which is among the most outstanding in human history, especially since he also possesses dual inner eyes and an undoubtedly a prodigy. Yang Ming thought for a moment and was about to speak when his phone vibrated slightly. He opened it, scanned the message, turned off the screen, and then looked at the calm young man. "Hao Meng," Yang Ming slowly said, "your talent is exceptionally remarkable, so remarkable that it is even inhuman. There are already super strong individuals among the higher-ups of humanity who are paying attention to you. I initially intended to send you to the Central District for an assessment and then have the organization train you. However, the notice I received is to keep you in the lower district for now, and you can leave whenever you wish. During this time, no one will interfere with your life and cultivation. You can continue as you have before. Exercise self-discipline and maintain your heart. Do not act recklessly due to your strong talent. Your character will be the most important aspect that those super strong individuals will focus on and evaluate." Hao Meng cupped his fists and bowed, saying solemnly, "I will diligently follow Minister Yang's teachings." Yang Ming slightly turned to the side, avoiding this gesture of respect, and said, "Hao Meng, perhaps in 10 or 20 years, it will be I who will respectfully bow to you." The man said softly, "Hao Meng, I still say the same thing. With great power comes great responsibility. I sincerely hope you can harness your talent to become a pillar for humanity, a steadfast support for our kind, for those who are deeply trapped in suffering, for the extraordinary who fight and struggle for their lives, for humanity, for freedom." In the distance, Li Hao and the unusually solemn little girl also repeated in a deep voice, "For humanity, for freedom." In the open space above, amidst the twisted light and shadow, the unfamiliar man murmured, "For humanity, for freedom." On the street outside the hall, Hong Shou sat on the curb with a bottle of beer, drained half of it, and softly said, "For humanity, for freedom." The young man took a deep breath. In Hao Meng's sea of consciousness, the double pupils within his heart slightly rotated. The world seemed to become clear in an instant, and countless points of energy appeared at once. An extraordinary scene that even Qi Wang and Hong Shou could not witness. 1,000 points of light, 10,000 points of light, 100,000 points of light, hundreds of millions, dense and endless, as if immersed in a brilliant galaxy, drifting through the sea of stars. This was the true energy world that Hao Meng's double pupils could see. 100 million energy points. A mere 8,000 energy points were just a drop in the ocean here. The young man's eyelids closed and then opened again, returning to normal. He softly repeated, "For humanity, for freedom." From now on, he would take these double pupils to take another look at this world for Huang Liang. Was it truly a dream of Huang Liang, or was it just a good dream of his? Chapter 53. The Awakening of Zhuang. Hao Meng walked out of the club, and a dilapidated Geely was parked by the roadside, with a traffic cop putting a ticket on it. Not far away, a man squatted by the road, smoking a cigarette, wearing an expression that said, "This has nothing to do with me," as he watched the scene. When he saw Hao Meng come out, he quickly patted his butt, stood up and widened his eyes to circle around Hao Meng and scrutinize him. What is going on? Hao Meng was puzzled. Jiao Ren cursed. Damn it, this is unbelievable. You actually weren't taken away by the enforcement team? Hao Meng smiled slightly. The mountain man has his own clever plan. Jiao Ren suddenly struck Hao Meng's chest with a punch, and a wave of invisible energy rippled across Hao Meng's body, dissipating most of the impact. The man blinked. Intermediate level ding. His voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees. Intermediate level ding. The man's expression twisted. Intermediate level ding. He began to roar. Intermediate level ding. Hao Meng wrapped his arm around his neck, glaring and saying, "What are you shouting about in the middle of the night? You want to die?" Jiao Ren broke free from him and said, "Ding, ding, ding." "All right," Hao Meng impatiently replied. "I have exceptional talent, and they wouldn't want to waste me on those two useless guys in Masan. Any questions?" The man fell silent for a moment, shook his head, and said softly, "No more." The two squatted by the roadside smoking, exchanging silent glances. The traffic police officer who had finished issuing a ticket rode a little closer, sizing them up, and asked, "Where's your car?" The two shook their heads like a rattle drum. The traffic police officer twisted the throttle and moved forward. The urgent sound of the siren blared. 10 minutes later, Jiao Ren, having evaded the traffic police with his excellent driving skills, maneuvered the car into an alley and then found Chu Jinxing's Cadillac parked by the roadside. Jiao Ren sighed and said, "Brother, I thought you were gone. I was even thinking of using all my connections to recover your body." Hao Meng smiled and said, "Thank you so much." Jiao Ren waved his hand and said, "Hey, what are we being polite for? It's the least we can do." Hao Meng looked at the neon lights outside the window and suddenly asked, "What are your plans next?" Although Jiao Ren, the monitor, wasn't exactly competent, he still served a purpose. After all, Ma Shan was still alive. Otherwise, even with Yang Ming doing everything to protect him, it would have caused quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, only a bodyguard had died, and no one would ask questions about it. Hao Meng has already gained his freedom, so he naturally no longer needs a supervisor. Hao Meng pointed at the old son waiting at the door and said, "I haven't even come out yet, and you've already made plans with old son?" Throughout the ride, Jiao Ren had been driving and didn't have the chance to use his phone, which meant they must have arranged this beforehand. What good could come from these two? Jiao Ren quickly changed the subject, raising 3 thumbs up. "Are we all going together? I found a treasure place this time. It only costs this much for a DNA injection." Hao Meng got out of the car and pulled Jiao Ren out of the driver's seat, saying irritably, get lost, hurry up and get lost." "Hey!" Jiao Ren was furious, feeling like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart. Hao Meng pressed the accelerator and roared away, while Jiao Ren turned and ran towards Lao Sun, hopping onto his little donkey. The two happily rushed toward the place of happiness. The young man put on his watch. In an instant, the energy surging within him seemed to be drawn in, rapidly flowing into the watch. Buzzing. This infusion lasted for a good 10 minutes, and, surprisingly, Hao Meng's body had consumed 70% of the energy. "Master," a familiar cold voice sounded. Hao Meng's mind immersed in the Naiwan Palace. The truth of yin and yang, floating and sinking in a dream. Zhuang spoke up and said, "Congratulations, Master, on reaching the intermediate level of the Ding grade." Hao Meng sat down on the mat and asked, "Zhuang, you once said that when I reached the rated level, you would formulate a detailed cultivation plan for me. Please tell me about it." The light person stood straight across from him and said, "Master, the power is determined by 3 conditions. 1 is foreign power, 2 is secret techniques, and 3 is combat experience. The fusion of these 3 can unleash a strength that surpasses the same level and even sweep through opponents. Regarding foreign power, I have a visualization diagram here called 9 Ruins Chaos. Although it is a half-completed piece, it is sufficient for the master to cultivate to an invincible level. As for the secret techniques, due to technical reasons, I cannot store them. But after the master obtains the secret techniques, we can practice together in this mud pill palace. The master need not worry. I have recorded countless secret techniques and am proficient in various teachings that target the source directly. As for combat experience, I cannot directly assist at the moment. However, when a master steps into the Ding level, the scanner in the wristwatch will be activated and can read and detect living beings within a 10-mile radius, preventing potential dangers. The scanner is limited by energy supply, and given the master's current strength, it cannot detect beings of the Bing level or above for the time being. Hao Meng pondered for a moment. He stretched out his hand and summoned a ball of mental energy the size of a human head in front of him. What about this? The mental anomaly was hailed as the overlord of its level, and Hao Meng certainly could not give it up. Zhuang said, "Master, since ancient times, it has been said that humans cannot divide their attention. Human energy is limited, and focusing on one thing is the right way." Hao Meng looked at him. What does it mean? To advise him to give up? To choose one of the two? Hao Meng now has two paths to choose from. The first is the already established psychic powers, and the second is the currently advancing superhuman system. If he had to choose one, Hao Meng still leans more towards psychic powers. A faintly defined face appeared on Zhuang, and he seemed to smile slightly as he said, "Master, just focus on cultivating the superhuman system." Hao Meng frowned slightly. "What about the psychic ability? I don't want to give up on it." Zhuang shook his head and said, "Master, it's not just one path. It's the psychic ability and the nature system. Two paths." The young man was taken aback. "Nature system? What does that have to do with the nature system?" Zhuang replied, "Master, what I mean is that human energy is limited, and the superhuman system focuses on the physical body, which is most suitable for you. But I am not human and do not have these limitations. Your psychic ability and nature system power can be cultivated by me on your behalf." Hao Meng looks like a weasel that can't find a melon, staring blankly at the light person. Is Zhuang going to cultivate for himself? This. Chapter 54. Cultivating for the Master. It's unbelievable and unheard of. Can cultivation be done for someone else? Zhuang opened his arms. "Master, this is your Naiwen Palace, your sea of consciousness. The fact that I can appear here and talk to you is, in itself, a question." Hao Meng's eyes flickered slightly. "Yes, the three things here, the great sun in the sky, the slumbering great demon in the air, and this watch's artificial intelligence, Zhuang. They all shouldn't be here. Especially Zhuang. It is merely an intelligent system of the watch. Why can it materialize and come here?" Zhuang said, "Master, when I recognized you as my master, I became a part of your body. You can think of me as a fragment of your consciousness, and I possess an autonomous mind that does not require manipulation. To put it simply, I am you. Whether it's telekinesis or elemental power, I can absorb, refine, and circulate these energies for you. The only thing I cannot do is cultivate superhuman abilities, as that involves integrating foreign power into the cellular body for training and physical development. And I have no physical body and cannot take over yours. Most importantly, I am just a pile of data. I do not experience human fatigue and can operate continuously. My progress depends on the amount of energy you can provide. The more energy, the faster my training for you will be." Hao Meng saw Zhuang extend a hand. A ray of sunlight fell from the sky, gradually merging into the psychic energy sphere in front of Zhuang. Hao Meng could clearly feel his psychic energy increasing slightly. At the same time, in the chaotic world, those colorful points of alien energy were also drawn closer by an invisible force. Hao Meng slowly widened his eyes. The characteristic of a nature-type practitioner is the ability to sense various elemental energies from the world and absorb them based on their compatibility. Some people with a physique close to fire can absorb fire energy extensively, while others with a physique close to water can absorb water energy. In Hao Meng's case, although he had opened his third eye and could observe countless alien energies, his body did not possess the talent for this. So he could only keep a respectful distance from various elemental energies. But now it was different. Under Zhuang's control, all the elemental energies had no feeling of rejection and were slowly approaching Hao Meng's body. Nature-type practitioners do not need to store alien energy in their cells. Instead, they guide it to a specific part of their body, mostly the Naiwen Palace or the Sea of Consciousness, and extract it when needed. However, the host itself lacks compatibility with these natural alien energies and cannot draw them into the body. But now it was different. Under Zhuang's guidance, these alien energies were slowly entering the Naiwen Palace, forming small origin points. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, rain, and electricity. Hao Meng was dumbfounded. All the natural elements had gathered here. This meant that Hao Meng could choose to become any type of nature-based abnormal being at will, or even change at any time. If this news were to spread, The shock it would cause could be even more terrifying than his double pupil and dual heart. Because everyone's physique is different. It is already exceptional for a person to possess one type of natural physique. Some chosen ones can harness two types of natural elements. And they are all treasures of human genius. 3 types of elemental powers? Never seen before. And now, they were all gathered. This concept was too exaggerated. Hao Meng stared blankly at Zhuang. Zhuang slowly said, "Master, although I can harness all the natural powers you observe, I have established that you should focus on 2 types. After all, the energy you can supply me is limited, and having too much variety is not necessarily a good thing. What do you think, Master?" Hao Meng, deeply shocked, opened his mouth to say something, but remained speechless. However, in the next second, Hao Meng frowned. The consumption rate. The young man was horrified. Within the short time it took for Zhuang to speak and act, the approximately 30% of power he had left in his body had actually dropped by 10%. Is this what you call energy supply? Hao Meng was stunned. In just this short amount of time, he had lost 10% of his power. Zhuang nodded and said, "Master, I do not recommend that you use the power you can harness for cultivation. Your current strength cannot support such a large consumption." Hao Meng glared and said, "What should we do?" Hao Meng touched his head and understood. It's about spending money. This training function provided by Zhuang is a huge money sink. The monthly stones are circulating currency in the outside world, so it shouldn't be difficult to obtain. But the waste is unbearable. Hao Meng used 70 of the foreign energy to fill the watch's energy, which translates to 640 monthly stones. The remaining 30 of foreign energy is about 91 stones. In other words, in that brief moment, Hao Meng lost 91 monthly stones. The young man couldn't help but feel dizzy. Who can afford this? He exhausted his finances, digging deep to extract only 60 stones from Jiaoren. Wait a minute. Hao Meng quickly called for a stop, saying that he should hold off on the training for now and first familiarize himself with the superhero path. Zhuang ceased his actions. Hao Meng sat cross-legged, visualizing the star map, and began to breathe in and out. His depleted body gradually absorbed the free energy of heaven and earth. After about 6 hours, the energy within Hao Meng was fully replenished. This consumption had taken time. Hao Meng withdrew his mind from the meditative state and glanced at the time. It was already 2 in the morning. It took about 6 hours to replenish around 80% of the foreign energy. This was still based on the results of his super heart, eye, and visualization talent. If a normal Class D medium had attempted it, they probably wouldn't have completed half of the energy replenishment by dawn. Even so, Hao Meng was still scratching his head in worry. The functions of the Zhuang exceeded his expectations, which was a tremendous surprise. But he was troubled by the fact that he couldn't obtain so many moonstones to use these functions. It was like seeing a mountain of gold while holding a mining machine, but without any diesel. It was stuck. It was just that awkward. He needed to find a way to start getting moonstones. Should he ask Li Hao, Yang Ming, and the others? Hao Meng began to ponder. He had previously chosen to join the strategic department of Area 9. According to Yang Ming, as long as he completed his evolution and passed the assessment, he would be able to obtain corresponding resource supplies. These so-called resources certainly included moonstones, but he didn't know how many. Regardless of the amount, it would solve his urgent problem. Although he had already evolved and possessed Class D medium strength, he hadn't undergone the rating assessment yet. Hao Meng also had no intention of leaving the lower 3rd district. He still had many things to take care of, so that thought had to be put aside for the time being. Dawn broke. Hao Meng couldn't help but sigh at how quickly time flies. Ever since he became an extraordinary person, he lost all sense of time. He could even feel energetic after staying up for 2 or 3 nights without sleep, especially during meditation. When he opened and closed his eyes, it felt like only a moment had passed in his perception, while in reality, a whole day had gone by outside, with the stars shifting in the sky. Hao Meng went downstairs to the breakfast shop and had an astonishing amount of food. The stacked basket of buns made others stare in disbelief, and this was a result of him holding back. If he had let loose, given his current physical consumption, finishing off the entire shop wouldn't have been a problem. To avoid drawing attention, Hao Meng packed about 10 people's worth of breakfast and then walked towards the community with 2 fully loaded bags. Beep, beep, beep. The man sitting in the back seat glanced at him silently and dragged his body quietly into the community. Hao Meng handed a portion of breakfast to Old Sun, who took it and began to chew heartily. Hao Meng was a bit curious. Did you guys get caught last night? This guy didn't seem very happy. Old Sun swallowed his food and muttered he got a bit of a shock, and his mood isn't great for the time being. Hao Meng blinked. What happened? Did he get mocked for being a real man for 5 seconds? Old Sun said quietly, "That's not it. My brother has always been vigorous, mainly." At that moment, I noticed the light in my brother's eyes had disappeared. Hao Meng almost laughed out loud. Is there anything more embarrassing in the world? If it were him, he could have scratched out a 3-bedroom apartment on the street with his toes. Old Sun said with worry, "Deputy editor, do you think our brother will just shut himself off like this? I've never seen him so down before." Old Sun became even more troubled. Chapter 55, as ordered. Jiaoren placed the breakfast on the table and sighed deeply. The Cadillac has always been a flagship car of the Foot Bath Club. Every esteemed Cadillac owner is truly the emperor of the baths. Hao Meng scratched his head. The fact that Jiaoren could actually wait while others were clocking in truly proves his deep feelings. Jiaoren gritted his teeth and said angrily, "At least 2 of the tires on her BMW were contributed by me." Hao Meng patted the man's shoulder. With his kind of overtime and extra hours. After such a long time, it's not just 2 tires. Probably half of the car is contributed by him. Of course, such words shouldn't be spoken. It's too cruel to rub salt in a brother's wounds. So the young man said earnestly, "In a couple of days, I'm planning a big scheme to get rich. If you put in some effort, we can swap her BMW for a Porsche." Jiaoren slightly tilted his head, with no joy or sadness. "Do I look like the kind of person who holds grudges?" Hao Meng shook his head, not like it. Hao Meng Xian immediately added, "It's you." Jiaoren looked very tired. He waved his hand and said, "All right, brother, let's not chat anymore from now on. It's meaningless." Hao Meng opened a bottle of water for himself, gulping down half of it, and gestured to the other person, who remained indifferent. He simply took another bottle from the fridge and tossed it over, then sat down beside him and said seriously, "Jiaoren, let's talk about something serious. You mentioned that moonstones are the currency outside. What is the approximate ratio? For example, the wealth of ordinary and high level?" Upon hearing this, Jiaoren showed a slight spark of interest, but still appeared weak, and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Hao Meng said, "I have chosen to join the 9th District Supreme Strategic Department. Minister Yang said he would provide me with the necessary resources, but I don't want to leave the 3rd District for the evaluation assessment just yet, so I'm inquiring about it in advance." Jiaoren stroked his chin, deep in thought. "That's true. If you don't participate in the evaluation assessment, you won't be able to go through the process, and everything will just be empty promises. By the way, what level is the contract Yang Ming gave you? First class? Or executor?" Hao Meng shook his head. This Minister Yang hadn't mentioned it. "It should be a training contract at the level of a blade holder." Jiaoren said, "Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to leave the club peacefully this time. The talent you've displayed is quite remarkable. So even within the blade holder training contracts, you're above average. As for specific resources, they can generally be divided into 3 types. The first type is the most common and also the most useful. Moonstones. Money. As far as I know, the highest strategic department's training contract for subordinates have the 3rd tier at 10,000 moonstones per month, the 2nd tier at 20,000 moonstones per month, and the 1st tier at 50,000 moonstones per month. The blade holder level contracts are adjusted based on potential, generally ranging from 100,000 to 300,000. The second type includes secret manuals, equipment, and teaching resource allocations. These resources are extremely precious, so the prices are incredibly high. The wealth of a strong is mainly spent on these. After geniuses join various forces, they receive a startup fund allocation, which cannot be withdrawn but can only be used within the organization. The 3rd tier contract has a quota of 500,000. The 2nd tier quota is 1,000,000, and the 1st tier quota is 2,000,000. For blade holders, the base is 3,000,000. I've even seen super geniuses with startup fund quotas as high as 10,000,000. Hao Meng blinked his eyes. Isn't that incomparable to the Moonstone mine? 10 million moonstones? According to what Jiaoren said last time, that Moonstone mine owned by Amons and the others is only worth around 10 million. So doesn't that mean that a startup fund is worth as much as the entire Moonstone mine? Jiarin sneered dismissively, my big brother. Do you know what it means to have a super genius who can obtain a 10 million quota? That Moonstone mine is nothing. Just a trivial fraction of the assets left by SEG. But this kind of genius, in terms of potential, is even stronger than the peak B-level Black Demon SEG. The concept of knife wielder is A-level. It's entirely possible for a genius who has the potential to become a knife wielder in an A-level powerhouse to obtain a 10 million quota in the early stages. Hao Meng was left with only the option of scratching his head. 10 million. Still moonstones. What a huge fortune this is. He didn't even dare to think of such a number in terms of worldly money. Jiaran saw through his thoughts and mocked. Don't think this amount is a lot. Some high-level secret techniques can easily cost several million, and weapons and equipment that can fight against exotic beasts are even more expensive, especially special gear aimed at strange and evil creatures. 10 million moonstones is just a threshold. Speaking of wealth, geniuses like you who can be recruited in advance are still a minority. For a normal Ding-level beginner or intermediate, having several thousand moonstones is considered good. For Ding-level advanced, it would be somewhat more affluent, heading towards 100,000 moonstones. Among the outstanding ones who have been battling exotic beasts for years to earn materials. They might have several 100,000 in wealth, of course. This includes the value of equipment, secret techniques, and so on. Hao Meng curiously asked, what about junior investigators like you? The junior investigators of the Polar Night organization are ranked at the D-level limit. Jiaran suddenly became vigilant. His eyes filled with suspicion. What is up? Are you trying to get something from me? I can tell you, I have nothing in my pockets. All my money went into buying manuals and equipment. The manuals can't teach you anything, and the organization has rules against sharing them privately. Besides, you can't bring the equipment into the lower 3rd district. Hao Meng looked disdainful and said, look at your situation. Why would I care about your little gains? Jiaran hummed and muttered, unconvinced, and gave an analogy. Every junior investigator is an anomaly among the Ding level. Their abilities are infinitely close to, or even comparable to, the Bing level. Therefore, in terms of wealth, they could be compared to the Bing level. Just like that little girl Qing Wan, with her limited skills. She must have at least 1 million in assets, and the liquid moonstone assets she can access would not be less than 200,000 or 300,000. Hao Meng almost got the idea. If Qing Wan could have a fortune of millions of moonstones, then how could someone like Jiaran, an old hand, not multiply that by 3 or 5 times? Damn it, last time he had dozens of moonstones in his pocket, it felt like cutting flesh and scraping blood. That dog thief. Seeing Hao Meng's unusual gaze, Jiaran knew exactly what he was thinking. So he quickly protested, Big brother, this is the lower 3rd district. How can I bring in so many moonstones? Besides, this is wealth, not liquid assets. For people like us, as soon as we have a bit of money, we hastily think of ways to convert it into strength. How can we possibly have a few coins left? Hao Meng chuckled. He didn't want to, nor could he leave the 3rd district so soon. At the very least, he needed to clarify one crucial matter first. The mystery of Qiao Yin's unexplained disappearance. Until he found some clues about this matter, Hao Meng would never be able to let it go. No matter where he went, it would feel like a thorn in his throat, making every step difficult. It was time to get started. Hao Meng cleared the food off the table, stuffed the trash into a bag, and while walking downstairs, he dialed a phone number. Mayor Li, hello, this is Hao Meng. I would like to ask you for a favor to reopen the investigation regarding my girlfriend Xiao Yin. On the other end of the line, Li Hao, who had firmly declared on the day of Hao Meng's awakening that this matter was just an illusion, fell silent for a moment before softly replying with 2 words. As you wish. Chapter 56. Crazy. Hao Meng hung up the phone. Li Hao, whose status was as high as that of city mayor, could only look up to Hao Meng now. By the time Hao Meng finished his first round of breathing exercises, their identities and statuses had already become completely different. Even from the perspective of cultivating a knife wielder, Li Hao was far from being able to reach that level, let alone being a candidate for the higher level pillar cultivation. This was a status so prominent that even Yang Ming, the minister of the highest strategic department of the 9th district, could only look up to him. Hao Meng understood this point himself. After his conversation with Zhuang, his mindset underwent a tremendous change. which is why he resolutely took action against the two at Masan and strived to make a breakthrough within the club. He had to demonstrate higher potential and more exaggerated talent to engage in equal dialogue with those in power, even compelling them to reconsider their thoughts or decisions. The facts prove that he succeeded. With 8,000, his first awakening of breathing was at the intermediate level of Dingray, dual hard eyes, and a higher level of. Now, every move he made and every word he spoke was no longer bound by the heavy constraints of the past. Did he commit a forbidden act? Yes. He used to kill one person in the lower 3rd district and attempted to kill Masan, but failed. This was a serious crime that could not escape the secular law or the rules of. But was he punished? No, nothing at all. Not even a trace of consequence or responsibility. Just as Masan and Xiangling disregarded secular rules with their wealth and power. Hao Meng influenced the thoughts and judgments of those above him with his exceptional potential and talent, similarly ignoring the rules of choices, which weighs heavier. Under the overwhelming wealth and pressure of power, no one could hold Masan and Xiangling accountable for their numerous atrocities because they held something heavier. Compared to that, rules became much lighter. And now, under Hao Meng's dazzling aura, his forbidden actions seemed trivial. No one would punish a human genius for such a minor infraction. Just like the former Huang Liang, he possessed unlimited glory and achievements. So at the beginning, those partial traces were quickly erased, even causing no ripples. This involves a tolerance level. People's tolerance, public tolerance, the tolerance of rules and laws. Xiangling and Masan could exercise various powers, create accidents, and even personally commit murder. Then settle these matters. But would they dare to do such things in public? Would they dare to act in front of the media or live broadcasts? That reflects the tolerance of various forces and people. Similarly, while Hao Meng could instantly kill Ma Shan's bodyguard in a fit of rage and take action against Ma Shan, could he storm into the 8th district, rush to the Shangzhou group, and kill Xiangling and Ma Shan in front of everyone? No. That would touch upon some people's lowest tolerance level. Because compared to glory, achievements, wealth, and potential, the consequences of their actions would be much more severe. The distinction between actions and consequences determines the handling result. Everything has its limits. How to grasp this limit is what people walking on the edge must pay the most attention to. What Hao Meng currently needs is to gradually elevate his identity and status, revealing greater potential so that he can gain more attention, speak for himself, and secure a place for himself. Wrong is wrong, and it will not change due to external factors. Therefore, when Hao Meng wants to reverse or even erase this mistake and touches upon the rules, he will no longer be bound by layers of constraints. Strengthening oneself is an eternal truth. Just like the historical development of Zhou over a century after the arrival of the Polar Night, gradually evolving in the development of international discourse power. 1999. Is there any problem we can discuss? 2020. You have no right to criticize me. 2040. Difficult? Then don't do it. Slams the table. 2060. My proposal is finished. Who agrees, who consents? 2080. Is it you called Xia Luo? Now in 2099, Zhou Xia stands before the various national powers within the country, saying, pick up your ears. Pick up your ears. Now, Hao Meng is also gradually walking through this process. At the moment of initial awakening, Hao Meng, your girlfriend, is just an illusion. When breaking the limitations of external forces, Hao Meng, you agreed to Tianxi's request to attend the meeting as a translator. You cannot assume things that did not happen. That is sophistry. After the conflict with Ma Shan on the bridge, you were just showing a one-sided understanding. After the awakening in the club, yes, sir. For the first time, the young man truly felt this special sensation, suddenly possessing the power to change after feeling powerless. And this feeling will drive him to continuously pursue this power to achieve his goals. Inside the Naiwan Palace, Hao Meng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the scene before him. 9 rotating stars displayed a wondrous distribution, subtly resembling some kind of pattern. What surprised Hao Meng was that the background of this image was not on Earth, as it depicted a continent of unknown location, with the perspective of the image constantly shifting, allowing a glimpse of a corner. It was vast and boundless, desolate and barren, a lifeless expanse stretching for miles. Such a place absolutely did not exist on Earth. This was a fragmentary visualization diagram provided by the chaos of the Nine Ruins chapter. Hao Meng's current star visualization diagram is not bad and is well within his acceptance range, but the Nine Ruins chaos is different. As soon as Hao Meng attempted to sketch it in his mind, a sharp pain surged through him, forcing him to stop. Clearly, this visualization diagram is of an unimaginable high rank. He decided to start from the smallest details and slowly copy bit by bit, changing his mindset. Since he couldn't directly start sketching the large stars and continents, he thought he could begin with the stones and ravines in the image. Unsurprisingly, the pain significantly decreased. Hao Meng focused and gradually copied, while the strange power within him was also extracted by Zhuang under his instruction for the purpose of spiritual power cultivation. It is better to specialize than to be greedy. First, he would enhance his spiritual power as his ultimate trump card, a killer move. Thus, after exhausting the strange power within him, he meditated and sat in silence, continuing to comprehend the Nine Ruins chaos once he recovered. This cycle continued, immersing himself wholeheartedly in this tedious training, and before he knew it, 2 days had passed. On the third day, at the Jinxing Translation Agency, Lao Sun entered the company with 2 dark circles under his eyes and noticed that many people who should have been there at this time were absent. The once bustling translation agency now had only a few scattered desks occupied. Lao Sun glanced at the editor-in-chief's office. Chu Xiaoxiao was sitting at her desk, looking distressed and troubled. He didn't even need to check on the general manager, as he had just heard Chu Jinxing's loud voice cursing outside, apparently upset because a client had backed out of a deal they had agreed upon the day before, making the already struggling translation agency's situation even worse. Lao Sun sat down at his desk and rubbed his face. Recently, he had been enjoying life with his big brother, not having to spend any money, but he felt a bit drained. Brother Jia was truly a good person, but unfortunately, he had no idea when he could repay him. Now, looking at his meager salary, he was at a loss as to how to support his family. He remembered when he first graduated from university and came to this city. He had lofty ambitions to become the best in the world, but now he felt weak and timid, unable to stand in the front row. A man born between heaven and earth still found himself stuck beneath others for too long. The burden and responsibility on his shoulders drove him to the brink, forcing him to struggle one last time. Life had already crushed his dreams. Merely surviving was exhausting. The woman from the editor-in-chief's office stepped outside to get water, glanced at the empty space, sighed, and her gaze landed on the weak man who looked dazed, then shifted to the fat man inside who was still shouting into the phone. The translation agency was already deep in trouble, precariously hanging on. The 3 of them had known each other since childhood. Chu Jinxing had always been the boisterous leader with a bad temper, while Chu Xiaoxiao was lively and tomboyish. Back then, Lao Sun was not the timid and quiet person he was now. His real name was Sun Sheng, and he loved that monkey, calling himself Sun Dasheng. But his peers jokingly referred to him as Sun Dasheng, meaning Sun Big Leftover. Lao Sun had always said he wanted to be a great hero, telling everyone he would cause a ruckus in heaven when he grew up, but as he matured, he realized he was so ordinary. The dream of conquering the world he once had now felt like a joke buried in his memories. Life was testing whether he was a dragon or a bug. Chu Jinxing seemed to be thriving, running a translation agency, but he knew the bitter struggles behind the scenes. At least Chu Xiaoxiao knew he was always worried about rent and salaries. The agency earned a lot, but expenses were equally high. Chu Jinxing, who had always valued loyalty, was also not a stingy person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought their classmate Ning Xiaoping to a city so readily. As for her, the trio from childhood had all lost their edges to life. Chu Xiaoxiao hesitated slightly and walked up behind Lao Sun, asking, "Have you seen Hao Meng in the past couple of days?" Lao Sun was startled by her sudden voice and replied quietly, "Not really. I heard from Brother Jia that he's been staying at home, doing something mysterious." Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes dimmed, and she didn't ask any further questions. She and Chu Jinxing had tried calling Hao Meng several times over the past few days, but he hadn't answered. They had considered visiting his residence. But after what happened with Ma Shan, they were already awakened. Hao Meng was no longer on the same level as them, and they didn't dare to disturb him recklessly. Their only hope now rested on what Hao Meng had said 3 days ago, those fantastical words. The task list was filled with urgent and difficult assignments that were glaringly overwhelming. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao's dim expression, Lao Sun sighed as well. The shouting in the office stopped, and a weary-looking fat man walked out. When he saw the two at their desks, Chu Xiaoxiao noticed his gaze and shook her head. She smiled bitterly, thinking that things weren't that simple, especially for Sun Dasheng. Did he still have the energy and motivation to rise again? Chu Jinxing fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth. I'm going to find Hao Meng. Chu Xiaoxiao grabbed his arm and said bitterly, forget it. It's not the same as before. If Hao Meng is willing to help us, that's kindness. If he doesn't want to, what else can we do to move him? Money? Do we have any money? Besides, would he care about that little money? He said himself that day. I believe he wouldn't go back on his word. The beautiful editor countered. You believe? Then did you believe he was someone who hid so deeply before? The fat man suddenly fell silent. Indeed, someone who could wrestle with Ma Shan and come out on top. They had no idea how Meng had concealed himself so well. To take it a step further, even if Hao Meng really wanted to help them, the things he said that day were simply too unbelievable. He said he would handle everything, all the obscure languages and difficult translations in the industry. Every hot potato that others avoided, he claimed he would take care of. Is that even possible? If he could really do that, wouldn't it mean that Hao Meng, through his own strength, would rise above the entire industry? That isn't just unbelievable, it's shocking. The fat man walked toward the door. Ding dong. The beautiful editor casually glanced at her phone, and in the next moment, her body suddenly stiffened. The unlocked screen displayed a message from Hao Meng. Chu Xiaoxiao immediately clicked on it. Sure enough, it was a document. Her slender fingers trembled as she shakily opened the document. Loading, loading, loading. Chu Xiaoxiao's breathing became exceptionally heavy. What did this mean? The document must be very lengthy. That's why it was loading so slowly. Finally, the interface opened. When Chu Xiaoxiao saw the document showing 970,000 words, she was stunned. Lao Sun watched as Chu Xiaoxiao stood there in a daze, and when her phone dropped to the ground with a thud, he was also bewildered. What happened? 1 minute later, when the frail man rushed down the stairs like a madman and breathlessly stopped the fat man who was about to exit the building, waving his arms. The fat man also went wild. Half an hour later, when the three of them, seemingly in a frenzied state, sorted out the document and sent it to their respective clients, all the clients went crazy. After a while, the news spread like a hurricane. Soon, everyone in the translation industry went insane. Chapter 57. Reaching the ends of heaven and the underworld. The entire translation industry faces a tremendous shock. The words revitalization translation agency swept through every corner of the industry at an unstoppable speed, causing countless people to tremble at the mention of it, amazed by its extraordinary capabilities. Instant fame followed. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That small translation agency, Revitalization, actually solved all the hot potatoes listed on the industry bulletin board? What a joke. Where did they get such incredible abilities? Go. Why are you still at the company? Go recruit people. Chu Jinxing must have found a massive amount of translation resources. We need to get them over here. My God, this is terrifying. A single individual appending the entire industry. The storm swept through, and everyone in the industry who understood the situation was stunned, filled with shock, while many clients also heard the news. Revitalization Translation Agency? I haven't heard much about it, but since they managed to translate the manuscripts we've had hanging for so long, it indicates they have some real skills. We should give them a try. Prepare the car. Let's head over to Revitalization Translation Agency to recruit a long-term translator, so we don't have to search for one like looking for a needle in a haystack every time we take on a job. In just half a day's time, Chu Jinxing's translation agency was packed with people. The top floor of the office building was filled to the brim with visitors, and the security guard downstairs stared in awe at the continuous flow of people. It had been a long time since this small office building had seen such a large crowd. Out of 10 people, 9 were asking where Revitalization Translation Agency was located. The remaining 1 headed straight for the top floor. The elevators were constantly going up and down, filled with people. Those who couldn't wait even started to climb the stairs, making the 26th floor rooftop seem trivial in their eager anticipation. Manager que. I'm for Da Hong Company. The We are very satisfied with the translation you just sent. Please help us out. We have some other translation documents on hand. Please. The price is negotiable. Buska. I want a live translator. Manajuka. Where are you? Revitalization. It's me. Old Lu. In the crowded manager's office. The stout Chu Zhenxing resembled a little chick, terrified and cowering in the corner, looking blankly at the surging crowd. The editor-in-chief next door, seeing the situation was bad, had already slipped away, pretending to be one of the visitors to escape the chaos. However, Old Sun, who was stuck in the office, was unfortunate and was mistaken for the editor-in-chief by the thronging crowd. Editor-in-chief, I'm begging you, please, big brother, we have a manuscript here. It's urgent. You name the price. Editor Chu? Huh. Whereas Editor Chu. Old Sun was forced to cover his head and flee, panicking immensely, but the passionate crowd was too crazy. He couldn't squeeze his way out, and even his clothes were being pulled apart, rags flying everywhere. Help, help! Drowning in the crowd. Old Sun let out a cry for help, but it was soon drowned out by the noise of the people. The phones in the two offices and at the reception kept ringing, but no one paid attention. Chu Xiao had already run downstairs. She looked at the endless crowd, still pouring in, and felt a wave of fear, her heart racing. She had already guessed there would be a large number of visitors, but she didn't expect it to be this crazy. Fortunately, she had escaped early. Otherwise, what would have happened? But then again, all the manuscripts they were translating this time were difficult and complex issues in the industry, many of which have been pending for 3 to 5 months, or even a year and a half, suddenly resolving them all at once. It's no wonder there was such an exaggerated reaction. The beautiful editor-in-chief adjusted her glasses, swallowed, and muttered, "This time we've really hit the jackpot." At this moment, the instigator of the event was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in his living room, energy surging within his dantian. The visualization of 9 ruins chaos was far more challenging than he had imagined. His progress had been extremely slow over the past 2 days, while the consumption of foreign energy was fast, and replenishing it took a long time. According to the calculations given by Zhuang, if energy was sufficient, he could stabilize his mental power at an intermediate level within about 2 months, reaching a high level in Ding in 5 months. If he purely cultivated elemental foreign energy, he could achieve it even faster, reaching a high level in Ding in no more than 6 months. But the premise was that the energy had to be sufficient. Hao Meng asked and was almost scared into silence. In a fully open state, at the Ding level, it requires 1.6 to 2 million moonstones per month. This means that if Hao Meng wants to reach the high level of Ding, he needs around 10 million moonstones. That's the storage capacity of a moonstone mine. However, to put it another way, if others knew that they could simply invest resources to raise their mental and elemental powers at this rate, without needing to cultivate themselves, countless people would be overjoyed. Unfortunately, Hao Meng is currently empty-handed and truly cannot afford it. The young man finished his cultivation and exited the meditative state. Time and again, the deficits were replenished, and the within his cells reinforced his body and expanded its limits. The nature and nirvana systems could be handled by Zhuang, but for the superhuman system, Hao Meng could only proceed steadily on his own. The body is his own. Zhuang cannot control his body. Li Hao said in a deep voice. Hao Meng, after a joint investigation by the organization and the Public Security Bureau, no abnormalities have been found. We also dispatched personnel to investigate the network of relationships of the Qiao-yin family one by one. So far, we have visited and checked 90 of the individuals related to them, without any discoveries. The remaining 10 should be completed today, but I don't have much hope. Hao Meng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Asking Li Hao for help would definitely be the fastest way. Coordinating with the organization and the Public Security Bureau would be much quicker than him going around to investigate and visit places alone. However, despite the thorough inspections, there were still no leads. If it weren't for the confirmation from Zhuang and Hao Meng's firm belief that Qiao-yin had truly existed, he might have doubted it himself. Thank you for your hard work, Mayor Li, Hao Meng said. If there are any updates or clues in the future, I hope you can contact me at any time. Okay, understood. The call ended. Hao Meng picked up the hot water on the table, took a small sip, and asked in his heart, Zhuang, what do you think? Hao Meng muttered to herself, yes, It's not difficult for a person to vanish from the world. The hard part is making everyone unaware that such a person ever existed. How could her life possibly be frozen at the age of 8? Hao Meng suddenly stood up. He didn't know that such a person existed. Frozen in the year he was 8. The young man's eyes widened more and more. Hao Meng immediately picked up his phone and redialed Li Hao's number. myriad, let's conduct another thorough investigation. This time, I only need the group of people from Xiao Yin's network whose lives have already been frozen, whether they are deceased, missing, or cannot be contacted for various reasons. Focus on their relatives and close friends first. Li Hao was puzzled, but still replied, yes, I will take care of it right away. Hao Meng then said in his heart, Zhuang, list out this type of people. Zhuang began to operate, and 3 minutes later, detailed data appeared in Hao Meng's mind. In Xiao Yin social network, there were a total of 89 such people. Hao Meng continued to filter, thinking, I need to narrow it down further. Since this inexplicable disappearance is targeted at me or related to me, I must have some impression or contact with these people. Xiao Yin's parents, her second uncle, the downstairs neighbor, elementary school classmates. Hao Meng's pupils contracted smaller and smaller. These 17 people. Hao Meng gritted her teeth. Her uncle, her parents' colleague engineer Li, her sister's classmate Gongsun Xian. She clearly had memories of these people. She even had contact with them in recent years. Why does this information show that they have long been dead or missing? Have the people I met over the years been ghosts? Zhuang immediately listed these 17 people, and all the detailed information appeared. Her uncle who died of cancer 14 years ago? Nonsense. He came to city 3 years ago. It was Xiao Yin who asked me to pick him up at the airport. Right. How could there be an airport in the 3rd district? How'd he get there? Engineer Li who died in a factory accident? 19 years ago. How old were Xiao Yin and I back then? But in my memory, this engineer Li took me and Xiao Yin fishing and catching shrimp when we were kids. Was he playing with 2 infants? Investigate. Finally, I found a clue. There is something wrong with all these people. Since my memory isn't wrong, then the facts must be inverted. I refuse to believe that so many people, so many traces, could be completely erased. There must be a flaw. The album that recorded every bit of their lives. It must truly exist. The girl in the group photo, linking arms with Hao Meng, smiled like a flower, breathtakingly beautiful. The young man silently gazed at the photo before him. The past once again surfaced before his eyes. The reason why humans are different from livestock and plants is merely due to emotions. In the 24 years of Hao Meng's life, one person occupied a full 20 years. Hao Meng gently stroked the girl in the photo. I don't know why you left. I don't know why you suddenly disappeared. And I really don't know how you did all of this. But Xiao Yin, my Xiao Yin, no matter what, even if it means going through the depths of the earth or the underworld. Chapter 58, Walking Between Yin and Yang. Hao Meng didn't know when he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. The young man wanted to put down the album in his hands, but in the next moment, he froze. His hand passed through the album. No, it was more than that. There were 4 hands. Hao Meng suddenly got up. On the stool, he still maintained his previous posture, holding the album in his hands, looking dazed. No, he wasn't asleep. Hao Meng experienced a tremor like never before. He had seen this situation, the dream of yellow millet, the soul leaving the body. Yellow millet was once like this, walking between yin and yang. In the next moment, the world twisted instantly. This bottomless giant pit was horrifyingly vast, and the darkness below was an utterly pure nightmare. Where is this? Suddenly, Hao Meng felt as if he were being crushed by boundless pressure. He struggled to lower his head, and beneath the endless abyss appeared a pair of crimson eyes. Too large, they seemed to contain all the negative emotions of the world. Fear, panic, distress, pain, nightmare. A wave of indescribable, excruciating pain surged through Hao Meng's mind, making him feel as if he were being torn apart inch by a fierce wind, his flesh and blood in disarray. Within the giant pit, a violent grinding sound echoed. Blood-red eyes rapidly approached. In the next moment, a colossal creature appeared in Hao Meng's line of sight. It was an incredibly terrifying black giant snake, its body strong and powerful, its head as large as a mountain, winding its way up along the edge of the pit. Its scales scraping against the walls, leaving behind spiral-shaped marks under the heavy pressure. On the giant snake's head, 2 horns grew. No, this is not a snake. Hao Meng was trembling with fear. A snake with 2 horns on its head? This is a dragon. A flood dragon. The head of the black, giant snake loomed not far from Hao Meng, its diamond-shaped vertical pupils measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, exuding an overwhelming aura of brutality. Like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushing towards him. Then, a wave of primal fear surged from deep within his heart. A pure and evil, sinister laughter erupted in Hao Meng's mind. He watched in horror as, on the other side, a monster slowly took shape in the rippling, distorted space. It had a completely crooked, twisted burlap face, with rusty iron fangs protruding from its mouth. Behind it was some kind of colossal creature. Its slender legs supported a sprawling body, and hundreds of lively blackbirds flapped and struggled in an old cage held in its hands. This extreme evil had transformed into a gaunt and rudimentary form, wielding a worn-out scythe, personally reaping fear. Hao Meng heard the sound of water droplets falling into the sea. He uncontrollably turned his head and looked behind him, where a large mass of shadow was writhing. This time it was an old friend. He had encountered it twice before. Its unpredictable shape, a faceless black shadow with a pair of cold eyes, and on both sides of its body were terrifyingly shaped blades. This real ghost, with its eyes burning with a cold light, had become a fierce reflection of primal fear. Immediately after, a captivating and charming laugh suddenly echoed, stirring the most primitive desires. From the darkness in the distance, something crawled out of the shadows, its dark and ethereal limbs gradually transforming into warm flesh. The demonic whips on its back vanished, revealing the form of a woman, her delicate curves irresistible to anyone. She approached gracefully, devoid of clothing, draped in a thin black mist. She was the pinnacle of desire in the world, the master of eternal downfall. They surrounded the young man in the center, brazenly scrutinizing this uninvited guest. This incredibly weak being, strange and sinister, these monsters and spirits resided in this giant pit, home to the greatest disaster in the world. Hao Meng couldn't even move. He could only watch as they got closer and closer. Every part of his body was filled with a chilling cold, so intense that it seemed to freeze his consciousness, stripping away his last bit of resistance. They were going to devour him, erase him. At the bottom of the abyss, a sharp sound of wind breaking the air echoed, and a huge gray tail shot up, instantly wrapping around Hao Meng's body. Then, with a burst of immense force, Hao Meng's entire body exploded, turning into countless specks of light. In that final moment, he looked down and faintly saw a slender figure standing in the deepest darkness. All the images abruptly came to a halt. Inside the room, Hao Meng, his shattered soul returned to his body. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The turmoil and anxiety in his heart gradually calmed down. It felt like a dream, yet it was incredibly real, making him doubt its authenticity. That sensation of being on the brink of death was too terrifying. No, it wasn't just being on the brink of death. It would be the ultimate torment that transcended death. The young man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up unsteadily. A feeling of exhaustion he had never experienced before nearly causing him to fall to the ground. It was real. Everything was real. Master, Zhuang's voice sounded somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? I didn't detect any injuries to your body, but your breath has become very weak. It's nothing. Hao Meng didn't say much and chose to sit on the bed to slowly regulate his breathing. After a while, with the pain alleviated significantly, Hao Meng opened his eyes. His body was still weak, but at least he could move freely. Hao Meng suppressed all his emotions and adjusted his state before pushing the door open and heading to the bathroom to wash up. Not long after, a man who had just woken up in only a pair of shorts walked in, yawning as he went to urinate. He glanced at the young man in the mirror and suspiciously asked, "Why do you look so pale?" Hao Meng shook his head, gulped down some water, and spat out the toothpaste foam from his mouth. "I'm going out in a couple of days," Hao Meng said while wiping his face. "Oh," Jiaoren replied casually. "I'm not your supervisor anymore, so you don't need to report to me about where you want to go." Hao Meng nodded and asked, "When are we leaving?" When it came to this, Jiaoren looked very troubled and said, "I don't want to leave. It's so happy here in Zone 3. I really want to stay for another year or half a year, but unfortunately, the strategic department has notified me that I have to withdraw this month. Hao Meng said, before you leave, let's have a proper meal together. Jiaran scratched his head, his eyes shining with mischief. No way. I have to think of a way to stay in the 3rd district. Ancestors. Ancestors. My benefactor. Hao Meng opened the door. A 200-pound man suddenly lunged at Hao Meng, crying with snot and tears, benefactor, our ancestor. You are the great benefactor of all of us at the Translation Society. Lao Sun and Chu Xiaoxiao follow behind. Speak nicely. Speak nicely. Hao Meng quickly broke free. Chu Jinxing hurried into the room, embellishing the already grand and outrageous scene from yesterday with even more exaggeration. Fortunately, everyone present was already used to it. After Chu Jinxing finished his excited speech, he gave Chu Xiaoxiao a knowing glance. She immediately stepped forward and said, Hao Meng, all the payments for your translation manuscript have been received, totaling 32 million, and it has been transferred to your card. Hao Meng frowned slightly, thinking that a 50-50 split was fair enough. Chu Jinxing immediately raised his voice and said, What? Master Hao, why do you look down on us like this? This draft was all translated by you. How can we still share it 50-50? Thanks to your work, our translation agency's reputation has skyrocketed, and we have an overwhelming number of orders. We're not worried about making money at all. The then quickly flattered, Master Hao, we hope you'll take care of us more in the future. Those difficult and tricky drafts still rely on your expertise. Hao Meng was no longer polite and simply said, Same as before, you guys take the assignments and I'll do the translations. The chubby guy clapped his fists together, his mouth stretching up to his neck. Great. No problem. With Grandpa Hao's strong support, our little translation agency will definitely rise to become a giant in the industry. The dream of reaching the peak of life and marrying a rich and beautiful woman is just around the corner. Chu Xiaoxiao was completely disappointed with this boss and didn't bother to say anything. Old Sun had once again shrunk into the corner of the room with Jiaran, whispering about something unknown. The beautiful chief editor hesitated slightly and said softly, Hao Meng, thank you so much this time. The young man waved his hand. If we're really counting, the changes in the translation agency have something to do with me too. Without me, you wouldn't be ostracized by the industry. Hao Meng glanced at his phone. Today was Friday. He temporarily set aside his work and headed to a city university. When he stopped at the school gate, Hao Meng silently watched the young men and women walking out, full of youthful energy. He couldn't help but fall into a trance. Just a year ago, he would come here every Friday to wait. After an unknown amount of time, a stunningly beautiful face appeared, opening the passenger door. Hao Meng woke up and looked at that face, Qiaoyin. The pure girl's dark eyes dimmed slightly. Hao Meng sighed and rubbed her forehead. They really looked too alike. Perhaps there was a 3-point difference in appearance, but whether it was their temperament or style, they seemed to have been carved from the same mold. Otherwise, Hao Meng wouldn't have been so lost on the day they first met. Hao Meng took out a card and handed it over. This is my supplementary card, with a limit of 50,000 each month. If you have any major expenses, feel free to find me anytime. Ning Qing quietly accepted it and tucked it into her pocket. The Cadillac slowly started and drove forward. In the distance, at the corner, an Audi A6 was parked inconspicuously among the traffic. The man driving silently watched the departing Cadillac. After a moment, he took out his phone and sent a message. Everyone gather at the Municipal Party members' residential complex. Chapter 59. Holding great power at the next table. There was a young couple. The young man kept stealing glances, obviously lingering on the beautiful Ning Qing. In comparison, the girl across from him seemed to pale in comparison. Ning Qing's naturally beautiful face, untouched by makeup, far surpassed the light makeup of his girlfriend, which made the meticulously dressed girl quite angry. But after glancing at Ning Qing and then back at herself, she knew they were not on the same level, so she could only glare fiercely at the boy across from her. The restaurant wasn't very crowded, but regardless of age or gender, most people's eyes occasionally turned to the young couple, as a beautiful girl was always the most eye-catching sight. Ning Qing had long been immune to such attention, and Hao Meng certainly didn't care. He took out a pack of Sunshine cigarettes from his pocket and tried to light one. The flame was blown out twice by the wind. Just as he was about to block it with his hand, Half of his coat shielded him from the evening breeze, revealing the upright curve beneath his t-shirt. The flame flickered slightly, and the cigarette quickly ignited. Hao Meng looked up at the girl who was caring to the point of being excessive, said nothing, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, letting the smoke fill the air. Ning Qing whispered, "I can try to become her, to turn into her." The young man slightly shook his head, his large hand grasping the girl's delicate little hand under the table, which she did not withdraw. With her fingers intertwined, Hao Meng stared into her clear, bright eyes and said, "You don't have to deliberately try to become her. You can't become her." Hao Meng touched her smooth hair and said, "You are Ning Qing. I can see her shadow in you, but that's all there is to it." The girl bit her lip and lowered her head in silence. Hao Meng gently stroked the back of her hand. Her hand felt like a piece of fine jade, smooth and soft. This pure and elegant white lotus was a rare gem in the mundane world. The dishes were quickly served, and Ning Qing only ate a few bites before stopping. Her appetite had always been small. Hao Meng was never picky about food and quickly devoured all the dishes. After settling the bill, Ning Qing suggested going to see the latest movie. Hao Meng thought for a moment and first took her to the largest Yingtai mall in City A, heading straight to the 4th floor. Surrounded by a dazzling array of luxury brand counters, Ning Qing was left in a daze. Feeling out of place in her simple t-shirt and faded jeans amidst the well-dressed crowd on the 4th floor, Hao Meng brought her 2 outfits. Ning Qing, who was used to ordinary clothes, was not quite accustomed to these comfortable and fitted fabrics, especially when the high prices spat out by the polite sales clerks made her heart skip a beat. Even the most comfortable fabric felt a bit prickly. One evening gown, one casual outfit, as the girl who was not good at dressing up was slightly styled by the experienced sales clerk. She instantly transformed from an ugly duckling into the most dazzling swan in the mall. Even the luxury brand staff, who were used to seeing all kinds of beauties, were momentarily stunned. The girl in the brand new black long dress felt a bit shy, blushing as she looked at Hao Meng, who simply smiled slightly. After paying, they moved on to several other counters. Hao Meng didn't quite understand jewelry. Although he used to have some spare money, he didn't come from a wealthy family, so he had never brought Xiao into such high-end places. Today, it was a way to make up for an alternative regret. Ning Qing, who disliked being ostentatious, couldn't refuse Hao Meng. With the recommendation of the store staff, she picked a simple platinum necklace and a plain green agate bracelet, while Hao Meng chose a watch from the existing selection. By the time they left the 4th floor, their spending had reached over 400,000. In this place frequented by top influencers, that amount could only be considered average, but to Ning Qing, who had suffered from poverty since childhood, it was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. She became somewhat silent and lost in thought, still staring blankly at the pile of colorful boxes and shopping bags at her feet after they left the mall and got into the car. A set of formal wear cost 70,000 to 80,000, and a necklace is over 100,000. These were numbers Ning Qing couldn't even dare to imagine. The scholarship she earned through her abilities when she was young was only a few thousand, and the articles she translated from the agency barely brought in close to 10,000 a month if she worked nonstop. With these earnings needing to supplement household expenses, they felt even more pitifully small. This luxurious lifestyle was undoubtedly a dream for Ning Qing. But for Hao Meng now, worldly money was merely a number. He had come to know a larger world, and the peaks of power and wealth pursued by ordinary people were nothing more than a frog in a well looking up at the sky. Hao Meng parked the car by the river. The great river was calm and dark at night, with countless lights flickering on the opposite shore. The young man leaned on the railing, gazing out, and suddenly smiled at the lost-in-thought girl. "I used to come here for walks with Xiaoyin. Every time I looked at those towering buildings across the river, which are worth their weight in gold, I would wonder how much a man has to give to reach the peak of this city and achieve true success." Hao Meng smiled and said, "Ning Qing, I told you, I can give you happiness. At least in the worldly sense, I can assure you that I can do it." The girl gazed at him dreamily. The two walked along the riverbank, sharing a quiet companionship without much conversation. Hao Meng was immersed in memories of the past, while Ning Qing enjoyed this rare tranquility, feeling at peace only when she was with Hao Meng. Some people aren't as good as imagined, but he appeared just in time. If it hadn't been Hao Meng that day, perhaps they would have never crossed paths again. Dingling. A ringtone suddenly broke the serene atmosphere. Ning Qing took out her phone and answered softly, "Mom, what's wrong?" On the other end of the line, there was a man's voice in conversation. It seemed they hadn't noticed the call, and Ning Xiaoping said nothing. Ning Qing's face turned pale in an instant, her lips trembling. In a panic, she looked at Hao Meng, her voice shaking. "It's Ma Shan." Hao Meng immediately said, "Let's go." The two ran towards the car, and soon, a deafening roar of the accelerator echoed on the road. A Cadillac sped down the street like a roaring beast in the dead of night. Ning Qing, anxious and frantic, tightly gripped the armrest, completely oblivious to the commotion outside. If she had calmed down, she would have noticed that on this city road, the Cadillac speedometer had already reached 180 kilometers h, like the Grim Reaper racing by, making countless people watch in fear as it zoomed past, with other vehicles hurriedly swerving to avoid it, afraid of being touched by it. Crazy. This is not a highway. This is a winding city road. The abnormal vehicle was quickly reported, but before the Public Security Bureau could act, a higher order from the city government arrived, and in an instant, various parties coordinated. Green lights were given, and traffic control was implemented along the route to ensure that the Cadillac could pass through smoothly. The journey from the municipal housing complex in the west of the city, which would normally take about 40 minutes, was completed in just 8 minutes under Hao Meng's driving. The barriers at the entrance of the complex had already been raised, and the guards stood to the side, while the arriving security personnel sealed off all exits as the vehicle entered. The tires screeched, leaving black marks on the ground, and the air was filled with the unpleasant smell of burning rubber. Ning Qing immediately got out of the car and ran upstairs, with Hao Meng following closely behind. As they ascended, he suddenly glanced at a brand new Mercedes-Benz E300 parked not far away, frowning slightly and slowing his pace. Ning Xiaoping and the old teacher were sitting awkwardly on the sofa on the third floor, with Ma Shan on a nearby stool and a guard standing behind them. Kneeling on the ground was a man with a face that was painfully familiar. Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke was kneeling in front of Ning Xiaoping, slapping himself on the face repeatedly, his cheeks red, filled with regret and apologies. Of course, how sincere was remained to be seen, especially with the ancestor sitting beside him whom he dared not offend. Seeing her daughter arrive, Ning Xiaoping quickly stood up. "Mom, what is going on?" Ning Qing was confused. In a low voice, Ning Xiaoping, who had not spoken on the phone, said, "I don't know either. This young master Ma suddenly brought Zhao Ke here and made him apologize to us, and..." Ning Xiaoping hesitated slightly and said, "And young master Ma also said that as long as we nod, he will make sure Zhao Ke never bothers us again." Ning Qing watched as the man on the stool slowly stood up and smiled and nodded at him. Then, a young man slowly walked up from upstairs and appeared at the door. Ma Shan's expression changed instantly, and he quickly stepped forward, bowing low and saying, "Mr. Hao, we've been waiting for you." Hao Meng glanced at Ma Shan's left ear, which was still wrapped in bandages. It was the one he had shot off. The two of them could be considered sworn enemies. Hao Meng replied nonchalantly and walked inside to sit down. Ma Shan quickly followed and kicked Zhao Ke, who was kneeling on the ground, glaring and shouting, "Get lost, hurry up, keep watch." Zhao Ke trembled and hid to the side. Ning Xiaoping had never seen Hao Meng before, but he had learned from Chu Jinxing about what happened that day, and immediately asked Ning Qing, "Is that the one?" Ning Qing nodded slightly. It was then that Ning Xiaoping noticed the luxurious clothes and jewelry her daughter was wearing today, and her expression became extremely complicated. Not to mention Ning Xiaoping and the old teacher, even Zhao Ke, who was familiar with Ma Shan, was now terrified to the core. He had never seen Ma Shan show such humility towards anyone. Who exactly was this young man? Zhao Ke had been forcibly brought here, and as soon as Ma Shan appeared, he stepped on his head, forcing him to slap himself for an hour in front of Ning Xiaoping and her daughter. Moreover, as a seasoned observer of people's emotions, he had sensed a genuine intent to kill in his master's eyes this time. Hao Meng glanced at the obsequious Ma Shan. He placed the car keys and a suitcase on the table. "Mr. Hao, this is the key to the Mercedes-Benz, a genuine factory model. The car is parked downstairs. Here is 2 million in cash. I sincerely apologize for what happened last time and hope you can overlook my previous mistake forgiving someone who failed to recognize greatness. Hao Meng squinted at Ma Shan, who quickly lowered his head humbly. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. How could the arrogant and domineering young master of the Ma family in District 9 have such a day? The young man thought faintly in his heart. Zhuang, use mind reading. Zhuang immediately activated the function. Given Hao Meng's current state, the energy consumption of using mind reading on these ordinary people was almost negligible. Ma Shan's heart was filled with panic. Oh no, it seems he still holds a lot of hostility towards me. Is my posture not low enough? Damn it, why did I come to City A? I should have just left quietly that day. This is not a local tyrant. This is a true dragon. How could there be an extraordinary person committing a crime? Killing someone on the spot, with even the law enforcement team arriving, yet still being released unscathed? What kind of celestial being stands behind this person to make him ignore the iron rule that those from the lower 3 districts die upon contact? Hao Meng directly stopped using the mind-reading technique. It was unnecessary. Ma Shan was already scared out of his wits. Ma Shan suddenly raised his head, his face filled with disbelief. The man immediately shook his head vigorously. No, no, no. Thank you, Mr. Hao, for your mercy. Thank you, Mr. Hao, for your leniency. Ma Shan will never set foot in City A again for the rest of his life. Ma Shan hurriedly got up and stumbled towards the door. Wait, Hao Meng spoke again. Ma Shan, who felt as if he had received a great pardon, stiffened his body. It really wasn't that simple. He turned his head with difficulty and forced out a smile. Mr. Hao, is there anything else you would like to command? Hao Meng frowned at Zhao Ke, who was curled up in the corner, and said, Take your people away. How to deal with it, you can decide for yourself. Yes, yes, yes. I understand. I understand. Ma Shan immediately dragged Zhao Ke and rushed out the door. Only Hao Meng and Ning Qing's family were left in the room. Hao Meng stood up and smiled at the old teacher and Ning Xiuping, saying, Uncle, Aunt. The 2 elders, as if in a dream, were still in a daze until Ning Qing tugged at their sleeves, and only then did they wake up from their stupor, opening their mouths but not knowing what to say. Ning Qing bit her lip and nodded. After Hao Meng left, the 2 elders exchanged glances, feeling as if they were dreaming, as the arrogant Ma Shan and the person they feared the most, Zhao Ke, had ended in such a way. Hao Meng walked to the entrance of the community, where rows of security personnel were guarding the entrance and exit. Those wanting to leave, like Ma Shan and others, were currently blocked at the door, unable to advance or retreat. Particularly the man standing beside them made Ma Shan feel apprehensive. The mayor of City A, Liu, even if his father came, he would have to show some respect to this person. Hao Meng Chao and Li Hao nodded slightly. The latter glanced at Ma Shan and said, I thought you would kill them. It seems I made a trip for nothing this time. Ma Shan felt goosebumps all over his body. Sure enough. Damn it, I never want to come to City A again in my life. Hao Meng said, Let them go. Li Hao nodded, and the security personnel made way. Thank you, Mr. Hao. Thank you, Mayor Li. Ma Shan hurriedly got into the car and left, having made up his mind to never have anything to do with this person again. Hao Meng took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over, smiling. Sorry to trouble you again. Thank you. Li Hao lit one for himself and said softly, It's what the minister instructed. It's my duty. Hao Meng smiled and said, So, being unrestrained is such a refreshing thing. Li Hao looked at this prodigy who had broken free from constraints and risen to the ranks of humanity's unparalleled geniuses. Under the halo of his brilliance, there were few things that could limit him. Wasn't this a kind of great power in hand? The man, filled with words, finally turned them into a faint sigh. Who could say otherwise? Chapter 60. Hujiwei, the security personnel and guards gradually left, and the municipal family community returned to normal. The 2 sat down on the curb nearby, smoking and watching the increasing flow of vehicles and people like the most ordinary individuals. Li Hao flicked the ashes from his cigarette and slowly said, Hao Meng, I found some clues regarding what you asked me to investigate. The relationship network of the Qiao family isn't too complicated and can be easily filtered. Most of it seems fine, but there are indeed some doubts. Hao Meng cast his gaze. Li Hao continued, Among these people, those who have died have exact records, but some who cannot be contacted or are missing can be traced within the organization's network. Some are trying to escape debts and have gone into hiding, while others have violated the law and changed their identities to avoid punishment. This group shouldn't pose too many problems upon a brief investigation, but there are a few that seem off. The one that strikes me as the most unusual is that Xiao-yin has a distant cousin named Hu Juwei. Do you remember her? Hao Meng searched her memory and nodded, saying, I have some recollection. Xiao-yin occasionally calls her cousin, although I haven't met her in person. I've seen her a few times on video calls. She should be in her early 20s and seems to live in J City. Zhuang quickly provided the information he found. Hao Meng processed all the information, realizing that Hu Jiwei was not included in last night's list. She was still alive and had a stable location, or rather, had been staying in the same place for over half a year. The 7th People's Hospital in J City, also known as the Mental Hospital. That's right, it's her. Li Hao nodded and said, there's one piece of information that caught my attention. She encountered an awakened beast in her apartment 2 weeks before your awakening. After the search team dispatched to deal with the beast, they unexpectedly discovered that she had survived under the rampaging beast. However, due to the shock, her mind was stimulated, and she became a bit insane, leading to her being transferred to the 7th People's Hospital. Hao Meng squinted and stroked his chin. The awakening of the exotic beasts. The lower 3rd district wasn't always peaceful. Hao Meng often saw various reports of incidents online. Although the authorities quickly moved to cover up the truth, many citizens remained skeptical. For instance, strange noises at midnight and bizarre murders, which, although ultimately had reasonable explanations, left those who had experienced them or were nearby with a sense of unease. As the polar night set in and energy revived, humans in the lower 3rd district occasionally awakened as exotic humans, and the plants and animals in the area also experienced similar phenomena. However, due to the protective barrier, the probability of biological mutations in the lower 3rd was pitifully low. Every awakened, exotic beast was swiftly dealt with by the Polar Night Organization, erasing all traces. The highest strategic department collaborated with local law enforcement and news agencies to conceal the truth from the public. When concealment was impossible, direct measures were taken. For example, in the incident involving Hu Juwei and the strange occurrences in her apartment, the awakened slaughtered an entire floor, killing 19 tenants. Such a large-scale massacre was difficult to explain to the public, so the subsequent search team set fire to half the building, attributing the deaths of these 19 individuals to a fire. Hu Juwei, who witnessed the incident but was fortunate to survive, was sent to a psychiatric hospital due to the psychological trauma she endured, and special personnel were assigned to guard her. Hao Meng frowned and asked, Mayor Li, what do you mean by strange? Xiao-yin had little contact with his cousin, and 2 weeks later, Xiao-yin disappeared. So Hao Meng had no way of knowing Hu Jiwei's situation. He only learned about it after Li Hao pointed it out. Li Hao said, the problem lies with the foreign object. It is a mutated beast that is a black cat, but according to Hu Jiwei's description, she said she saw a black fox, the size of tiger. Hao Meng was puzzled. She has been scared to the point of becoming mentally unstable. Isn't it normal for her to make a misjudgment and speak nonsense? Whether it's a cat or a fox, the appearance of animals after mutation will change dramatically. A larger body size is the most basic change, and their appearance will also be altered. Given that Hu Jiwei was in extreme fear, it is very normal for her to have made a misjudgment. Besides, if she's gone mad, can we take her words seriously? Maybe it's just her imagination? A glint flashed in Li Hao's eyes. The search team indeed hunted down a mutated black cat, and no one took a madman's words to heart. However, just yesterday, when you asked me to investigate the people around Xiao-yin, after I scanned Hu Jiwei's information, I suddenly found that her information was set to confidential access. After querying the organization, I learned that in the past 6 months, there have been reports of anomalies in J City. The young man was taken aback and then slowly widened his eyes, thinking it couldn't be that coincidental. Li Hao nodded and said, that's right. Someone has discovered traces of a black fox mutant, so the relevant information about Hu Jiwei has been elevated to confidential access. This matter has become very suspicious. If what Hu Jiwei saw that day was indeed a black fox, why did it appear there? When was it born? Or is it from outside the 3rd district? The organization currently leans towards the latter possibility because it is different from the recently born black cat mutant. It possesses intelligence. Hao Meng's body trembled. Possessing intelligence? It is very difficult for mutated beasts to develop intelligence. They have gained terrifying powers due to mutations, but this power has simultaneously destroyed their rationality. Each mutated beast only possesses instincts, such as eating and moving. Only some higher-level mutated beasts may exhibit primitive intelligence. But how could higher-level mutated beasts appear in Area 3, which is the stronghold of humanity? Why do you say that? How can you determine it has intelligence? Hao Meng retorted. The man glanced at him and slowly said, because the person who reported this news is someone you know, and that black fox escaped from his hands. Hao Meng's mind raced. He knows him too? Escaping from his hands could determine that this black fox possesses wisdom. That indicates his strength must be very formidable. Hao Meng had very few acquaintances among the unusual people. Half a year ago in J City, none of the people around Hao Meng had the qualifications to wander around. If I remember correctly, J City was still within the scope of the 7th District, and considering that, Qingwan and Jiarun could definitely be ruled out. Shengling? No, that's impossible. If someone could escape from a mid-level investigator like Shengling, that black fox would have to be extremely powerful. Yang Ming? Yang Ming's strength should be about the same as Shengling's, right? Even if there's a gap between them, it shouldn't be too obvious. So Yang Ming can also be ruled out. After going through these people, who else does Hao Meng know among in his currently limited circle of friends? What other targets can he look for? The young man let out a deep sigh, slowly closing his 5 fingers, muttering, Luo Yin? Chapter 61. 100,000 and 8,000 Thoughts. Li Hao glanced at Hao Meng again, clearly surprised that the latter confirmed the identity of the person he mentioned so quickly. Luo Yin, the immortal Luo Yin. Hao Meng's extraordinary life began with her as the starting point, and it has been more than half a year since then. During this time, apart from their first meeting, Hao Meng has not seen her again. However, from the snippets of conversation from Qingwan, Li Hao, and others, he knows that his every move is closely related to her, especially within this District 3. Why did Hao Meng need to be so cautious before? Because Luo Yin, who cannot die, is essentially a lurking bomb within the lower 3rd District. There are many people within the Eternal Night Organization and the Strategic Department who harbor hostility toward her, but they are frustrated by their inability to find any incriminating evidence against her. And at this moment, Hao Meng appeared. Luo Yin had Li Hao and Qing Wan keep Hao Meng in the lower 3rd District. Although this was against the rules, it was ultimately just a minor issue that wouldn't attract attention as long as Yang Ming nodded in agreement. After all, she was just an awakened individual. What does a mental awakened one matter? As the head of the Strategic Department in the 9th District, Yang Ming is the ultimate authority. If it had been Yang Ming who suggested keeping Hao Meng in the lower 3rd District, then anything Hao Meng did would go unquestioned. No one would care. Even if she directly killed Ma Shan that day, it wouldn't matter. Yang Ming had the power to suppress the issue. But since this request came from Luo Yin, it was a different story. Targeted. Intensely targeted. Qingwan, Li Hao, and others repeatedly intervened, while Shengling issued consecutive warnings. The organization even specifically dispatched a junior investigator from the war zone, Jiarun, to monitor her. They were waiting for an opportunity. Finally, they got it. When Hao Meng crossed the red line in the lower 3rd District, these individuals descended upon her like sharks smelling blood, as evidenced by the pre-written announcement from Hangzhou. Tracing back to the source, it had indeed been a long time since any awakened individual had violated the rules in the lower 3rd District. But isn't punishing the individual enough if it hasn't caused widespread impact or harm? Do they need to implement collective punishment? Remove Yang Ming from his position? Expel Luo Yin? The severity of such punishments is utterly ridiculous. Hao Meng had finally broken free from his restraint, and no one could use him as a breakthrough against Luo Yin anymore. Therefore, Hao Meng was very reluctant to deal with that woman. Getting involved with her was like jumping into a fire pit willingly. The young man extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and suddenly asked, Mayor Li, I've always had a question. There is a huge protective shield in the lower 3rd District, forming a scale of heaven and earth. Within this circle, the probability of mutations in plants and animals is much lower than outside. So, is it the same for humans? This sudden question caught Li Hao off guard, and he became unusually alert. What are you trying to say? Hao Meng smiled and said, It's nothing, just a casual question. Li Hao stared at him intently. He was genuinely afraid of this guy, Every unconventional thought in his mind was a taboo topic in this world. This reckless madman happened to be right. The protective shield not only suppressed the mutations of plants and animals, but humans were also included. Only those who had left the lower third zone would notice the difference. If the errant forces in the world were compared to oxygen, the lower third zone was like the highest plateau in the world, where the air was thin, while the outside world was a plain filled with abundant oxygen. Once outside the protective shield of the lower third zone, any organism exposed to the high concentration of pervasive errant forces would mutate in more than half of the cases. Li Hao had already guessed what Hao Meng wanted to say. Blasphemy. This was a fundamentally subversive idea about the lower third zone. Li Hao didn't even dare to linger on this thought in his mind for a second. The survival issues related to 300 million people were not something people like them could speculate about. If there are any updates from the follow-up investigation, I will report them immediately. Li Hao looked somewhat like he was fleeing in a panic. He truly couldn't bear to stay with this person any longer. Sitting on the curb, Hao Meng watched as Li Hao got in his car and left quickly. The young man looked up at the sky. The lingering haze was the unchanging backdrop of the lower third zone. After breaking through that layer of protective shield and disguise, the outside world was an eternal darkness. A long polar night. Humanity had not seen real sunlight for 100 years. In a daze, it was hard to extricate oneself. In an instant, a sudden lightness washed over him. Hao Meng stared blankly at his four arms, one set ethereal and the other real, experiencing another unexpected out-of-body experience. At this moment, Hao Meng's mental power seemed to extend infinitely, encompassing the distant places that were beyond sight, all captured within his heart. In an instant, Hao Meng saw that the Jinxing Translation Agency was overcrowded, with Chu Jinxing constantly signing various contracts and meeting the visitors crowding at the entrance. Old Sun was running errands, busy without rest, while the beautiful chief editor was methodically handling various affairs and arranging work. In the towering Shangzhou building, in a huge conference room, Shangzhou was pounding his fists against the projection on the wall, roaring and scolding the silent crowd below. Standing at the door, Shishan, who leaned against the heavy wooden door, playing with a small butterfly knife in his hand, guarding the place. In a small, remote building by the roadside, in an old room, a disheveled, beautiful woman was gulping down canned beer. Her makeup no longer refined, but her pretty face and alluring figure still made her stand out in this place. On the inner city road, an Audi A6 sped away, with Ma Shan driving as if being chased by a beast, desperately trying to escape the city. Tiao Kiskiviko, bound hand and foot, curled up in the back seat, filled with fear and panic. In the open space beside the heavily guarded mine, a blond man wore a troubled expression, gazing longingly at the enormous treasure that belonged to him, but feeling no sense of belonging. In the training hall, a girl was sweating profusely, executing fierce moves as she fought fiercely against a fully powered battle robot. The chaotic shifting of gazes suddenly lifted and encompassed the entire lower third of the area. Vehicles continued to move along the road, people hurriedly coming and going, busy for a few scraps of silver. Some wandered the world, some studied hard, some flattered others, and some had long become numb. Some despised the poor and loved the rich, some were profit-driven, some were thrifty, and some were indifferent. Some were wealthy yet cried out in despair, while others lived comfortably with no money. Some spent more than they earned and lost interest after half a cup of wine, while others changed their faces in an attempt to stand out. Some hid away, not wanting to attract attention, while others wore a fierce expression yet pretended to be well-dressed. Some were blindly in love, some had no insight, some gave their all, and some contributed nothing. Some sought happiness, while others were thankful for loneliness. Some banged their heads against walls, while others hesitated in place. Some jumped from tall buildings to their deaths, just to make those who owed them face a lawsuit, only realizing how many untold stories were left behind as they fell. Some greeted people with a smile during the day to follow the trends, only to express their ambitions with tears after drinking at night, waking up to continue grinding their teeth against life day after day, yet remaining unaware. Some regretted their past choices, while others found it rare to be confused. Some were full of emotions, saying that you and I are just a handful of dust. All kinds of lives exist. The soul returns in an instant. Hao Meng stood up, patted his butt, and his eyes were clear and deep. If you look closely, in Hao Meng's left eye, the enchanting stone princess with flowing sleeves was dancing with claws outstretched, while in his right eye, the dual pupils were rotating, revealing the silhouette of a man in a Zhongshan suit, standing with his hands behind his back. In the young man's Niwen palace, the light figure and the youth sat facing each other. Hao Meng looked up at the bright sun. The mundane world pursues wealth and power, which was once what he desired. But now, with his extraordinary power, he wants more and more, and it becomes increasingly extraordinary. Until now, in this short period, having witnessed countless lives, deaths, joys, and sorrows, and the myriad forms of existence, Hao Meng began to ponder, if one day, this third district, which exists without knowing its purpose, what will happen after the illusion shatters? The young man's heart suddenly tightened, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He felt a sudden sense of panic that struck his soul, because a thought flashed through his mind again. Just his current self, a D-level transcendent, after initially grasping power, already has such a complex array of thoughts. So what do those strong ones, those supreme beings, think about? 80 years ago, the man who stood at the pinnacle of humanity and the world, after witnessing all the creatures and things in this world, what kind of mindset would he have? In an instant, 10,000 thoughts tangled endlessly, trapped in a quagmire, difficult to extricate oneself. When virtue does not match position, disaster is sure to follow. When virtue is thin but position is high, wisdom is small but ambitions are great, and strength is weak but burdens are heavy, it is rarely a good outcome. What about the heart that cannot control power? The young man by the roadside murmured, "Is it already time to leave so soon?" Chapter 62. Farewell. After finishing a pack of cigarettes by the roadside, the young man intended to leave in his brand-new Mercedes E300. The girl in a black skirt came out from upstairs, and the two exchanged a glance. Hao Meng hesitated slightly, pointed his chin upward, and said, "Are they okay? Do I need to go up?" Hao Meng got into the car. He didn't mind going up to meet the two elders again, but after all, they were just ordinary people. From the day Zhao Ku arrived until now with the divine conflict, a series of events couldn't be easily digested. Since there was no longer a need for a monitor, there was naturally no reason to stay with Jiaran. The young man sat at the desk, silently gazing at the group photo in front of him. The two-bedroom apartment was not small, and fortunately, aside from the dust, there was nothing dirty. Ning Qing cleaned the place thoroughly, finally taking 2 bags of garbage downstairs. She looked around and walked towards the nearest convenience store to buy some daily necessities. "Hello, I'd like to check out." Ning Qing looked at the cap-wearing clerk behind the counter, who was reading a book. It was already midnight, and there were no customers in the store. The clerk slightly raised her head. An ordinary, unremarkable face, the kind you wouldn't notice even if you brushed past it. However, Ning Qing felt somewhat uneasy because she noticed that the cap-wearing clerk was frowning at her. "Miss, ready to check out?" Ning Qing placed her items on the counter. In an instant, it seemed as if her vision blurred, and the clerk's ordinary appearance suddenly transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful face. Among the people Ning Qing had seen, the only one who could barely compare was the mesmerizing Lady Tan from the Shangzhou group that she had seen that day. However, unlike the latter's enchanting beauty, the beauty in front of her was etched in the bones and reflected deep in the soul, making one wonder how such a stunning woman could exist in the world. This feeling, a temperament. Yes, it was an indescribable temperament, the sediment of time, the restraint of years, calm and serene, profound and leisurely, breathtakingly beautiful. Ning Qing's heart skipped a beat, but as she instinctively blinked, everything vanished into nothingness, and everything returned to normal. The young woman squinted at her. "You." Ning Qing thought it was just her illusion. "Are you all right? Could you please check me out?" The young woman pinched her left cheek, her brows furrowing even deeper. "Did you see?" Faced with this head-scratching question, Ning Qing's eyes slowly widened. "What do you mean? What did you see?" "Wait, was what I just saw not an illusion?" A hint of shock rose in Ning Qing's heart, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. Before she could say anything, the young woman lowered her head and began scanning the items. Soon, she completed the transaction and said, "That'll be 189 yuan. Moments latte." Ning Qing pushed the door open and placed the items she bought one by one. Then she glanced at the young man who was still sitting in a daze in the bedroom. Suddenly, the young man turned his head sharply. Ning Qing was startled and met his gaze, but she didn't see any emotion in his pupils. No, it wasn't herself he was looking at. The girl was taken aback and felt a bit flustered. Fortunately, the next second, the young man blinked and returned to his usual calm demeanor. He waved at the girl and gently said, "You've worked hard. If you're tired, go rest." Ning Qing nodded obediently, without hesitation, and walked towards the bathroom in the master bedroom to start the water. Hao Meng sat on the chair, slowly closing his eyes. When Ning Qing looked at him, that gaze also caught sight of him at the same time. At that same moment, Hao Meng's psychic power also reflected the source of the gaze. In the convenience store, a young woman with an indifferent expression held a book in one hand, gazing into the distance. When their gazes intersected, both parties actively broke off their focus. Hao Meng leaned on the armrest of the chair with his left elbow, propping his face with his fist, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. It's her again. She hasn't left, still at that convenience store, but why is she paying attention to Ning Qing? Is it because of her? But that doesn't make sense, does it? The young man couldn't help but glance towards the sound of water flowing from the bathroom not far away. Behind the mist-covered bathroom door was a blurred, alluring figure. Meanwhile, in the convenience store, the young woman also took out her phone, which displayed detailed information and data about Ning Qing. Everything meticulously noted. She murmured, "It's him again." What a coincidence. Luo Yin fell silent, and after a moment, she dialed a number starting with 9999. Where? A deep voice from a man came through. Unable to be reached. The young woman revealed an undisguised sneer. How dangerous could it be? Even Hong Shou isn't anxious. Why are you so concerned? Sheng Ling sighed and said helplessly, "Luo Yin, that gentleman is, after all, a pillar of humanity. Be cautious with your words." Luo Yin chuckled again, said nothing more, and hung up the phone. After thinking for a moment, she dialed another number. Minister Yang. Luo Yin got straight to the point, asking to borrow 2 people. Yang Ming, sitting cross-legged in his quiet room, asked in confusion, "Miss Luo, which 2? Is there something going on?" Luo Yin replied, "Qing Wan and Li Hao. I have some questions for them. Would it be convenient for them to come, or should I go find them?" Yang Ming fell silent. Luo Yin didn't mind, just held the phone and waited. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time ticked by, 5 minutes passed. Finally, the man's voice came through again, sounding somewhat weary. "Miss Luo, I have always admired your significant contributions to humanity, but this will be the last time I help you. From now on, we part ways, no more connections." Luo Yin said solemnly, "Thank you, Minister Yang." Yang Ming replied, "I will have them come over right now." The call ended. The young woman put down her phone, took off her cap, and simply tied her long hair with a rubber band. On her plain face, her clear eyes were now sharp and cold. Chapter 63. Meikai 2 hours later. A tall and a short person walked out of the convenience store, exchanging glances, then got into an inconspicuous Volvo parked by the roadside, leaving under the dim light of the night. Brotherly, the little girl in the passenger seat frowned, puzzled. Why did Sister Luo Yin specifically ask us about Hao Meng? Li Hao glanced at her, warning, "Have you forgotten what I told you before? Don't talk, don't ask. Don't get involved in today's matters, understand?" The little girl responded with an "oh," distractedly looking out at the scenery. After a while, she suddenly clapped her hands as if realizing something. "Brotherly, I understand. Does Sister Luo Yin want to recruit Hao Meng as her subordinate? Train him? But isn't that competing with Uncle Yang for people? That's not good, right?" Li Hao sighed, and to cut off her wild thoughts, he could only say, "This time, Minister Yang sent us here. He instructed us to provide Miss Luo with all information related to Hao Meng, to speak freely and thoroughly." Qing Wan's big black eyes were very confused. He had been awakened from his sleep by Yang Ming's call, then found Qing Wan and came to the convenience store together. He first handed over all the prepared electronic and paper materials, records, etc., related to Hao Meng to Luo Yin, who spent half an hour carefully reading through them before starting to question them. Every detail, from the very beginning of Hao Meng's awakening. Then going with Tan, she to translate, clashing with Shang Ling on the rooftop of the building, meeting with Jiarun, entering various foot massage and karaoke entertainment venues, participating in company team-building activities. His talent is astonishing, sweeping away obstacles. one incident after another, detailed even to the exact minutes. When he met which people and what he did, under the pressure of abnormal forces, Hao Meng was completely exposed to tight surveillance, almost as if they were going to install a real-time monitoring camera. After understanding all the information, Luo Yin sent them away. Qing wanted doubts, but didn't take it to heart. Li Hao was different. He sensed a strong aura of danger. Why does the immortal Luo Yin want Hao Meng's information? Such detailed information that even prompted Minister Yang to lend them both for questioning? Not to mention her prior connection with Qing Wan. If she just asked, wouldn't they have to obediently come over? She didn't do that, but went through Yang Ming. This indicates that her inquiry and understanding of Hao Meng's information, in the eyes of the organization or certain people, is an overstep. This is very telling. Li Hao unconsciously tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Things were getting more complicated and chaotic. Ever since he got involved with Hao Meng, everything felt like a thick fog, drawing more people and events into it. No matter how thick the fog is, there will be a day when it is dispelled by sunlight. When the fog completely clears, what will the scene inside be? Li Hao didn't dare to think. The car sped away. In the far distance behind them, inside the convenience store, the young woman, no longer holding a book, clasped her hands together, eyes closed as if in a light sleep, lost in thought. Her lips moved slightly, repeatedly whispering two words. Hao Meng. In the master bathroom, a girl with her whole body dripping wet stepped out slowly. She was wrapped in a white bath towel, her curves graceful. In her damp hair occasionally dripped water, exuding a purity that carried a unique allure capable of captivating any man. Ning Qing sat by the bed, quietly gazing at the young man who was still lost in thought. After a while, the young man finally lifted his head and glanced at the girl whose eyes were filled with him. In that instant, the two similar faces seemed to overlap. From his eyes, Ning Qing saw a tenderness she had never encountered before. Even though she knew he wasn't looking at her, Ning Qing felt that was enough. Hao Meng is not a saint, nor does he want to be one. After the girl let out a muffled groan full of pain, the master bedroom was filled with springtime warmth. Half an hour later, Hao Meng looked at the girl, who was innocent and inexperienced in the ways of the world, as she rested her head weakly on his chest, looking like a beauty just pulled from the water, her disheveled hair scattered everywhere. After a while, with a hint of glistening tears at the corners of her eyes, the girl tilted her head up. Her face was innocent and pure, her flushed cheeks still bearing the remnants of passion and joy. Hao Meng lowered his head to meet her gaze, slightly furrowing his brows, and reached out to grasp her restless little hand that was trying to burrow into the bedding. The girl bit her lip, looking pitiful. Hao Meng's voice was slightly hoarse. Ning Qing, you don't need to deliberately please me everywhere. Ning Qing smiled. Since I'm being kept, I naturally have to be aware of it. The young man reached out to gently stroke her beautiful hair, softly saying, I've said it before, I will give you happiness. The girl tightly embraced the young man's warm and strong body, murmuring, I've already received it. Thank you. Hao Meng certainly knows that she wants to repay her gratitude to herself because of the series of events related to Ma Shan. However, when she treats Ning Qing as her substitute, Hao Meng can't help but project a hint of feelings that don't belong to Ning Qing. This inevitably means that Ning Qing will become more than just the current relationship. She will grow increasingly important until one day, Hao Meng herself will suddenly awaken to the realization that someone has left such a deep mark in her heart. Humans are not like grass or wood, who can be without feelings. Hao Meng picked up a pack of black liqueur from the bedside table, lit one up, and said, Did you go to the convenience store at the entrance? At the mention of this, the girl brushed her bangs aside and nodded. Yes, but she didn't know how to start or what to say, and for a moment, she paused. Hao Meng then said, What happened? Tell me about it. Ning Qing's autumn water-like eyes looked at Hao Meng, and after a slight hesitation, she revealed all her thoughts. I encountered a very strange clerk. She kept staring at me while I was checking out. I urged her twice, but she didn't respond, and then it seemed like my eyes suddenly blurred, and I saw, in the depths of Hao Meng's eyes, an extremely bright light began to gather. I saw a very beautiful face, truly beautiful, so beautiful that it didn't even seem like a person from our era, but rather someone who had crossed over from a distant past. However, when I blinked again, it was gone. Perhaps this was just my illusion. Hao Meng helped the girl who was still puzzled. It should be that too many things have happened recently, and taking a break will be fine. Ning Qing felt more at ease and nodded gently. Hao Meng's expression remained calm, but he had a rough judgment and guess in his heart. He began to habitually analyze everything, reviewing the past and dissecting every possible detail of the connection between Ning Qing and Luo Yan. There must be a reason for everything. The face that Ning Qing saw could not be an illusion. It was very likely the true face of Luo Yan. But then the question arose, why could Ning Qing see it? Did Luo Yan show it to her on purpose? That shouldn't be the case. Why? If it wasn't intentional on Luo Yan's part, then why could Ning Qing see something that Hao Meng couldn't? What was special about her? Or perhaps, just as Hao Meng was gradually unraveling all his thoughts, he suddenly felt an indescribable surge of inspiration shooting from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. He was stunned and looked down, only to see that the charming face, which should have been on his chest, had somehow moved beneath the thin quilt. The movement was clumsy and inexperienced, yet enchanting and captivating, like a fallen fairy from the heavens, disregarding everything. Hao Meng was both shocked by the girl's boldness and pained by her constant humility and caution. However, since even this little girl had taken the initiative, what kind of person would he be if he kept refusing every time in such matters? Hao Meng made a decision. Soon, the flowers bloomed a second time. Chapter 64. Cautious words. When the first ray of sunlight streamed through the window in the morning, the young man in bed opened his eyes. There was no dazed emptiness typical of waking up. Instead, there was an extreme focus in his gaze, sharp like an eagle's eye. With his current physical condition, he could easily go 3 to 5 days without sleep. The snow-white figure curled up like a little cat beside him, slightly arching her back and hugging herself. Various marks of pleasure adorned her soft white skin, and her beautiful face, slightly frowning, shone brilliantly in the sunlight. This naturally gentle girl had forced herself to become the most proactive and bold seeker the night before, disregarding everything to please and repay the man beside her. Hao Meng gently pulled over a thin blanket to cover her, then slowly withdrew his arm and got up lightly. Ning Qing, exhausted from the night, was unaware of when she would wake up. Hao Meng dressed and walked to the living room. He sorted through his thoughts, first going downstairs and standing by the road to gaze at the convenience store in the distance. It should be shift change time, but there was no one in the store. After waiting for a while, a middle-aged man arrived on an electric bike, started cleaning, and only then did Hao Meng slowly leave. Unbeknownst to him, a slender figure on the rooftop of Building 1 in the community was quietly watching him. Half an hour later, a Mercedes-Benz stopped at the entrance of the Hongleman Club. The two of them linked arms, laughing and chatting as they walked out. As soon as they got in the car, Hao Meng caught a whiff of the strong perfume and a hint of a special scent on them. These two guys. One was Jiarun, a carefree man. When it came to their entertainment expenses, it went without saying that it was the lavish Jia who was treating them. After all, the bill was charged to Hao Meng's account, and Jia didn't have to spend a dime. Hao Meng casually asked, "Old son, don't you have to work today?" Son Dashing shook his head. "I took a day off today." The man slapped Son Dashing on the shoulder and smiled. "That's right. You should take it easy. Take a couple more days off." "I don't even want to say it. What kind of work do you have? You're busy every day, and you barely get any days off in a year. Not to mention making any money." Old Son said seriously, "What do you mean take it easy? I'm living by the principle that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, without desires. One is strong." The man gave a thumbs up. The speaking skills of someone who's been to university are really different. Son Dashang glanced at him sideways. "Why are you throwing shade at me? I'm complimenting you." Hao Meng knew that Officer Jia was quite a character, and now it seemed that Old Son was similar. Two characters like them together could put on a show. At that moment, a ringtone from a mobile phone rang out. Hao Meng thought it was his own and instinctively reached for his phone, but it was silent. Old Son behind him had already answered it. Old Son. A high decibel noise came from the phone's microphone, which was not on speaker. Fortunately, Old Son was used to it and held the phone a bit farther away. "Where are you? Have you gotten up? Hurry to the company. We're overwhelmed. People are going to die." Old Son scratched his neck, still hung over from a night of revelry. He could only muster the courage to weakly say, "Boss, I took leave the day before yesterday. Huh, huh, huh. With the increasingly loud and confused responses coming from the phone, Old Sun's stiff neck immediately softened again. I'll be there right away. The call ended. Jiarin looked at him with disdain. You agreed to come out for a week, but just went out to have fun for one night. And you look like this? Are you really going to work later? Old Sun ignored him, leaning slightly forward and asking Hao Yi, can I trouble you to take a detour to drop me off at the company? The man wanted to insist, but Jiarin simply punched Hao Meng's bicep. Hao Meng shot him a sideways glance before saying to the man behind him, it's fine, I'll talk to Chu Jinxing about it. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a row of shabby tube buildings. Hao Yi, Brother Jia, I'm leaving now. Old Sun opened the door and got out. The two of them intended to leave directly, but Jiarin suddenly called out to Hao Meng with excitement. He noticed that Old Sun, who was about to enter the building, had been called out by someone. Upon closer inspection, a woman carrying breakfast walked over and began to scold him. That woman must be Old Sun's girlfriend. What was her name again? Something like Fong Shuang Shuang? Jiaran was gleeful at the scene. Hao Meng Yuan took a distant glance at a striking young woman, whose appearance was decent but seemed mismatched with the honest and ordinary Sun Dashing. She was also holding a girl of about 5 or 6 years old, who looked delicately beautiful. Old Sun was scratching his head with a silly smile while picking up the girl from the ground, and then he walked into the building with the chattering young woman. Hao Meng parked the car by the roadside, and Jiaran quickly ordered a large spread of breakfast items. The two sat down at a small square table, and soon the table was filled with various breakfast dishes. Jiaran ate heartily, while Hao Meng seemed distracted. The man took a spoonful of rice porridge and mumbled, didn't you say you had something to ask me? Coming back to his senses, Hao Meng nodded and said, yes, I want to know about the assessment process. Don't all evolved beings need to undergo a rating assessment before they can truly become recognized as evolved beings and have their records filed? The man looked puzzled and replied, yeah, you could just ask Qing Wan and Li Hao directly for that information. Why come all the way to find me? Dievang post. And Hao Meng shrugged, saying lightly, I'm still considering whether or not to participate. It wouldn't be good to ask them rashly. The man no longer doubted, swallowed what was in his mouth, cleared his throat, and said, the rating assessment poses no pressure for you at all. Only those who have just evolved and whose strength is unstable might have a failure rate. You already have a medium-level D-grade physical quality. Not to mention you're also a psychic evolved being at the same level, so you could pass the assessment even with your eyes closed. The exam location is usually in the simulated battlefield in Area 3, which is specifically designed for newcomers to hone their skills and test their combat abilities. Assessments at the C grade and below are conducted there, while those above C grade require combat against evil spirits and monsters in Area 3 for a comprehensive evaluation. Hao Meng was deep in thought. In the realm of exotic beasts, apart from humans, the most abundant creatures are these beasts, which are mutated from the Earth's native animals. Each one is incredibly ferocious, strong, and numerous, occupying 90% of the Earth's land. Fortunately, they have low intelligence, posing limited threats. The main opponents of D-level abnormal humans are these exotic beasts. The strange and malevolent entities are only manageable by C-level and above abnormal humans. They are the greatest nightmare for humanity. The man spoke with implication, noting that some rules could be bent without severe consequences, but some red lines, once crossed, could lead to a cataclysmic situation. Jia Ren chewed on a youtiao, and the two remained silent for about a minute. Suddenly, the man coldly said, I'm leaving next Wednesday. Hao Meng raised his head and said solemnly, I'll treat you to a meal on Tuesday night, and after that, when we meet outside, it will be your turn to treat me. The man nodded. Jiaran couldn't help but glance at the rundown tube, building not far away, and suddenly laughed. Hao Meng, that kid just now is really not Sheng's. That woman is his middle school classmate. Our classmate Sunda, Sheng, has been pursuing her all along, but she never looked at the ordinary and mediocre Lao Sunday. Later, after entering society, she got a boyfriend from a good family, and they were already at the stage of discussing marriage. Unfortunately, not long after, her older sister encountered a scumbag, and after a series of ups and downs, she gave birth to a daughter but passed away due to certain circumstances. She promised her sister that she would raise the child, and because of this reason, her own boyfriend left her. It became very difficult for her to find a partner while dragging a child. Then at this time, the persistent Sheng finally gradually entered her life and won the beauty, but he also gained a stepdaughter. Hao Meng recalled the words of old son during the team-building event that day. It turned out to be a half-true, half-fake joke. Jiaran finished eating, lit a cigarette for himself, and slowly said, Sun Sheng, Sun Dasheng, an ordinary man like most people, once had lofty ambitions, wanting to be the best in the world. Little did he know how time had slipped away, and now he had nothing to gain in fame and fortune. How many truly happy and fulfilled lives are there in this world? Many have already given their all just to survive. In their youth, they set sail quickly, but by 30, they suddenly realize the road is long and difficult. Does Feng Shuang really love him? No, she just found someone who loves her. Can Dasheng's life really only be this chaotic? No, as long as he is willing. After following Chu Jinxing for so many years, he has a little savings, a stable job, and can live a mundane life that many would even envy. Every time I saw Sun Dasheng before, I would wonder what this humble and submissive man was striving so hard for. Later, I thought in the lower third district, apart from Shangling and Ma Shan, who are high and mighty, how many ordinary people like Sun Dasheng are there? Observe the heavens, observe all beings, observe the true self, observe oneself, observe freedom. The man raised his deep-set eyes and stared directly at the young man, who was stunned into silence. His tone as calm as a deep pool that had been undisturbed for millions of years. Hao Meng, what is the true meaning of the lower third district? The myriad lives here in stark contrast to the chaos and cruelty outside. What do those who stand at the pinnacle think when they observe these two completely different worlds? What kind of place is the lower third district, after all? Hao Meng, I really want to know, you who grew up living in the lower third district, when you one day step out and face the crazy and cruel world outside, what will your feelings be? Only with comparison is there disparity. Perhaps this is the meaning of the lower third district's existence. The young man and the man gazed at each other from afar. After a moment, the young man softly said, "Then it would be better if the lower third district didn't exist at all." In the distant sky, usually overcast, today suddenly erupted with thunder. Silver snakes danced, and large raindrops quickly fell like a torrential downpour. People by the roadside rushed to take shelter from the rain under the eaves. Stalls quickly packed up their things, but only one table with two people remained completely still, like a rain-drenched oil painting. The man slowly stood up, his lips moved slightly, and his voice dissipated in the wind and rain, but Hao Meng heard him clearly. He was saying, "Be cautious in your words." Chapter 65. The sixth style, the heavy rain poured down, and the two men at the breakfast stall stood up under the peculiar gazes of those around them and walked into a nearby Mercedes-Benz E300, soaked to the skin. The moment they entered the car, a strange force enveloped them, vanishing in an instant, and their wet clothes were instantly dried. Jiaran rested his hands behind his head and let out a soft hum. The car started and moved forward in the heavy rain. On the morning street, traffic flowed endlessly. People with umbrellas hurried to and fro. Passengers at the bus stop tried to lean back to avoid getting splashed by passing vehicles. And electric bikes clad in raincoats cautiously hugged the roadside. The rolling shutters of street shops opened one after another, while those with no work to go to still lay in bed, fast asleep. Hao Meng slowly pressed the brake and stopped in front of the red light. Hao Meng. Jiaran tilted his head to look at the various scenes outside the car window and casually asked, "Is everyone really equal, even in this lower third area?" Hao Mengping said calmly, "If everyone is equal, then what is the meaning of effort?" The man continued to ask, "Then what is the significance of the constant advocacy for equality and mutual respect?" The young man, resting his elbow on the car frame and cradling his face with one hand, replied smoothly, "There will always be those born into poverty and humility, and there are those born in Rome. Everyone's life is diverse and different. Some strive, some waste their time, some are mediocre, some are lucky. Adults teach children that everyone is equal, but can they truly practice that? If there is equality, where do classes come from? Without classes, where is the motivation? Why are they only able to ride electric bikes, braving the cold wind and icy rain to go to work, while we can sit comfortably in our cars? Why are the countless people on the streets toiling from dawn to dusk for mere scraps of silver, while others can revel in luxury every night with wealth beyond measure? In this lower district, to ensure a better life for ourselves and those around us, to hold our heads high in front of others, to become the envy of casual conversations, we strive to become better people. How can we talk about equality in such a context? If everyone were truly equal, who would still be willing to work hard? Jiaran slightly tilted his head, gazing at the young face. Then what does equality look like in your eyes? The young man, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, slowly responded, 90% of people are just ordinary individuals, and naturally, everyone is equal. The remaining 10%, however, hold power and wealth and are in remarkable positions. This 10% can be divided into three types. One type has truly experienced too much, their character refined, and they do not feel superior due to their power. The more confident they are, the more humble they become. The second type, while claiming that everyone is equal, does not truly believe it deep down. But why do they not dare to show it? Perhaps because the higher they climb, the more peaks and heights they see. They understand that there are many who are better than themselves, and they fear that the more arrogant they are, the more likely they are to hit a wall. The last type is like Ma Shan and Shang Ling, standing at the pinnacle of the secular world, with years of overwhelming power being excessively inflated, disregarding all rules. Of course, this type will eventually encounter a judge, such as myself. Jiaran gently wiped the fog off the window and smiled. So which type are you? In this lower district, you are already the freest, most at the top, and most unrestrained person. Hao Meng remained silent. As the car drove into the underground garage of the community, he watched the man who had opened the car door and was walking out. He softly said, "So I have already been considering leaving. As for what would make you break this self-imposed shackles, that is the most important. There are always some things that transcend rules and laws, cognition and emotion." The man turned and left. The young man sat alone in the car. It was silent and still. After a moment, the sun shone brightly, and the great demon stone princess in midair remained motionless. Inside the palace, the light person brought his 10 fingers together upwards, surrounded by wisps of white spiritual power, slowly refining like peeling silk from a cocoon. "Master." Zhuang sensed Hao Meng's arrival and stood up to pay his respects. Hao Meng sat down on the cushion beside him, waved his hand, and a series of data formed as white light flickered and intertwined before him. Zhuang asked in confusion, "Master, what is this?" Hao Meng said, "I have made up my mind. After resolving the issues in Area 3, I will go out to take a look. The dangers of the outside world are no less than those in Area 3, and I need to sort out my cards and strength properly." Guangren was taken aback, then swiped again, and more detailed and precise data and records emerged. "Master, you are already a Class D intermediate superhuman and a Class D beginner psychic. In terms of current cultivation, you only need to focus on the superhuman lineage. As long as the moonstone keeps up, I don't need to worry about the nature and psychic abilities. Visualizing the 9 ruins chaos is extremely difficult and cannot be forced within a short time. The secret techniques are urgent. You need to find suitable secret techniques and start cultivating as soon as possible. The practice room can be opened at any time. In the battle against Qing Wan, you have already acquired preliminary combat skills, but this is not enough. Mastery of combat instincts requires honing through blood and fire. I have already prepared a specific cultivation plan for the superhuman lineage for you, and since you have the intention, you can start trying out. The superhuman lineage strengthens the body with extraordinary abilities, storing them in the cells and possessing physical strength beyond that of ordinary people, hence the name superhuman. Currently, there are 2 main orthodox cultivation paths explored and passed down by humanity, one of which is the 6 forms, and the other is power generation. The movement technique used by Qing Wan was one of the 6 forms, called paper drawing. It releases all body strength and evades opponents' attacks by following the changes in airflow generated by their movements, allowing the body to become as light as paper, easily and freely controlling the body to dodge imminent attacks. A higher level of this is martial body, a necessary skill for high-level superhuman experts. The other 5 forms are pointing spear, iron block, mooncloth, shave, and gale foot. After mastering the basic abilities, various changes and even enhanced 6-form skills can be derived, such as flying pointing spear, steel block, explosive step, divine speed, martial body, flying gale, etc. In addition, power generation is also of utmost importance. Ordinary people can improve their power generation through techniques like twisting the waist, opening the hips, and opening the dragon spine, while superhumans can generate power by manipulating their muscles and controlling their bodies. The difference between each level for those above Class C is as vast as the sky and the earth, and this is precisely the reason. Hao Meng listened quietly to everything, and then softly asked, "How to cultivate?" The voice of the light person remained mechanical and cold. Kill. Fight. Kill. In the repeated life and death scenarios, the human body instinctively unleashes unimaginable, terrifying potential in times of crisis. This potential is what all strong individuals continuously pursue and strive to awaken. Only by mastering it can one possess superhuman abilities. The young man withdrew his mind from the mud pill palace. Blood and fire can forge a steel will and body. The young man sat in thought for a while when a quietly open gaze interrupted his contemplation. He turned his head to look, and a girl with flowing black hair had clear eyes and was already awake. Hao Meng glanced at his phone. It was only 8 in the morning. He stroked the girl's smooth hair and asked, "Isn't it still early? Why not sleep a bit more?" The girl shook her head and whispered, "The translation agency has been very busy lately. I promised Sister Chu that I would help today. Is that so?" Hao Meng didn't insist and said, "Then I'll take you there later." Ning Qing gently noted. Half an hour later, after finishing her morning routine, Ning Qing changed into a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt. She still preferred this simple outfit. Then she linked arms with Hao Meng and went downstairs to the car, and the two headed to the Zhenxing translation agency together. The translation agency was still crowded, but at least it wasn't as packed as it had been a couple of days ago. Hao Meng brought Ning Qing inside. Chu Xiao, with her sharp eyes, immediately kicked the chubby guy who was smoking and talking on the phone in his office chair. The latter blinked in confusion, and when he focused his gaze, he immediately tossed aside his phone. "Sir, Grandpa Hao, what brings you here?" The chubby guy ran out excitedly to greet him, and then habitually shouted, old son, you little bastard people." Just as Chu Zhenxing, who was about to find a target to start his rant, was about to speak, he immediately stopped and smiled. "Oh, then it's all good. Please, Grandpa Hao, come in." Hao Meng released Ning Qing's hand and said, "You all carry on. I have other matters to attend to. Just send the translation drafts to my email every day." All right. Chu Zhenxing replied eagerly with a nod. Hao Meng waved his hand to leave, while Chu Zhenxing was extremely enthusiastic and insisted on seeing him off to the bottom of the building. Hao Yi, take care." Hao Meng drove to the city government and took out his phone to call Li Hao. "Mayor Li, I would like to visit City J. Could you arrange it for me?" Li Hao hesitated for a moment and replied, "Understood. I'll arrange it right away." At the traffic light, the Mercedes turned left, while directly opposite, a black Panamera was coming straight towards it. The two cars passed each other, and the black car turned left into the building. A woman wearing a baseball cap walked into the lobby and headed straight for the top floor. In the office, Chu Zhenxing was whistling while scrolling through today's work updates on his phone. "Boss Chu," a young woman approached and said flatly, "I have some documents I would like you to translate." Chu Zhenxing looked the plainly dressed woman up and down and lazily replied, "Translation is no problem, but I'm a bit busy lately. You'll have to wait in line." The woman pinched a black card between her fingers, her expression unchanged. 1,000 characters, 10,000. The chubby man shook his foot, steadied himself, and immediately rubbed his hands together with a smile. "Sir, please take a seat." Then the chubby man shouted outside, "Old son." "Old, no. Juicy Aosia. Bring tea and fruits. Hurry." The woman ignored the overly attentive chubby man, her gaze fixed on the left white wall. Looking through it to the editorial office next door where a girl was sitting, her eyes deep and her fingers tapping together, like an old hunter waiting for prey. Chapter 66. In human language, a vehicle capable of such speed could only be a fighter jet. Half an hour later, at noon, Hao Meng arrived at the 7th People's Hospital in City J. Even on a sunny day, this hospital located in a remote suburb still exuded a hint of chill, not only because of its notorious reputation, but also because it indeed had some indescribable elements. In the eyes of someone like Hao Meng, who was different, the entire hospital was shrouded in a faint gray aura, a feeling that was particularly familiar to those with extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary power. Beneath the hospital lay a formation of extraordinary power. Ordinary psychiatric hospitals certainly wouldn't have such things. But a place that could detain individuals who had come into contact with extraordinary beasts couldn't possibly be ordinary. At the gate stood two soldiers in military uniforms. Hao Meng presented the identification Li Hao had given him, and then was led inside by one of them. The interior was winding with many small rooms, half of which were empty, while the others housed a variety of people, some waving their hands, some silent, some mad, and some behaving oddly. The two of them passed through several iron doors, walking through 4 of them until they reached the deepest part. A wave of cold air rushed towards them. Hao Meng looked around. The room was much larger, with only 4 rooms in total. 2 were empty, and the other 2 had names written on them. Hu Jiwei and Rayman. Hao Meng glanced at the person known as the Rayman, who was curled up in bed under the covers, indistinguishable as male or female, let alone their appearance. He then walked to Hu Jiwei's nameplate and looked inside through the glass on the door. The girl was sitting by the window, pen in hand, writing silently. The accompanying soldier called out Hu Jiwei's name twice, but she remained motionless. Hao Meng asked, "Can I go in and take a look?" The soldier thought for a moment, recalled the high-level identification carried by this person, and then nodded, opening the heavy door. Hao Meng entered the room, which was clean and tidy without any unpleasant odors. The furnishings were simple, and the girl remained indifferent to the intruder, continuing to write slowly on the paper, stroke by stroke. Hao Meng sat down on the stool next to her and called out, "Hu Jiwei, do you still remember me? I'm Hao Meng, Xiao Yin's boyfriend, your brother-in-law." The pretty girl had a blank look in her eyes and was just scribbling on the paper with a pen. At that moment, Hao Meng noticed her grip on the pen was extremely strange. It was not the normal way a human holds a pen, but rather her fingers were clenched around it like a child drawing randomly, and the content on the paper was a chaotic mess. Hu Jiwei seemed oblivious to the person beside her. Hao Meng tried hard to persuade her, but after talking for a long time, it was of no use. He could only turn to the soldier and ask, "Has she always been like this?" The soldier nodded and truthfully replied, "In the past year or so, she has only been doodling on paper or sleeping, and occasionally she would babble incoherently in a way that no one could understand." Hao Meng frowned. Were those shouts recorded on video? Also, I need all her sketchbooks. The soldier turned to take care of it, and about a quarter of an hour later, he returned holding a cardboard box. On top was a roll of tape, and below were dozens of sketchbooks densely packed together. The young man watched the video, but was at a loss. He then opened the sketchbook in front of him, which was filled with scribbles that were as chaotic and formless as ghostly symbols. Some were simply a horizontal line and a vertical line, while others were a messy tangle of circles, resembling the unconscious doodles of a child. Hao Meng patiently finished going through all the sketchbooks, feeling increasingly at a loss. The girl in this manic state was completely unable to communicate. Undeterred, he tried to talk to Hu Jiwei for several minutes, but eventually got up in despair. Having gained nothing here, since this place wasn't working, he decided to visit the apartment where she had previously encountered trouble. Hao Meng made a plan. Even though the building had been destroyed by a fire, he believed that as a D-level psychic, he could find some clues. Of course, this was merely his last attempt out of desperation. Zhuang, Hao Meng thought to himself, I should record this video in the doodle book. A faint light flickered on the watch in the young man's hand, an imperceptible glow that projected onto the videotape and sketchbook, quickly replicating the content. In just 3 seconds, Zhuang completed the recording. Hao Meng was about to get up and leave when Zhuang's cold voice suddenly sounded, "Master, do you need a translation?" The young man, with one foot out of the heavy iron door, suddenly froze, stunned like a statue. The private looked at the young man with a puzzled expression, seeing that he looked horrified as if he had seen or heard something terrifying. "You could translate?" Hao Meng couldn't believe it. Was this a form of language and writing? This seemingly random scrawl was actually text. Hu Jiwei's shouting and screaming was actually a language? But the artificial intelligence Zhuang showed no hint of human emotion and coldly replied, "Yes, master. My database contains such languages and can translate them." Hao Meng hurriedly asked, "What language is this?" The light being fell into an unusual silence, and after a few seconds, it replied, "Master, I don't know either. There is no mention of this language in the database. The only thing I know is that it is not a script or language used by humans." A chill instantly spread throughout Hao Meng's body. Not used by humans? Then what is it used by? The young man gritted his teeth and said, "Translate. Translate." In Hao Meng's sea of consciousness, all the images were lined up in the air, with a video playing at the top. Unlike before, this time the text and language on it were automatically converted into human language. Among the translated content, there were some names that he could understand and that were deeply engraved in his memory. Hao Meng, Xiaoyin, Hu Jiwei. Sure enough, Xiao Yin's inexplicable disappearance is related to this. At the same time, the girl's screams in the video were also translated. She was roaring, shouting madly. Xiao Bei, Hu Jiwei, Black Fox, Black Cat. 2 names, 2 animals. Because of her frenzied screams, her tone distorted. Even Hao Meng didn't realize that she was actually repeating the same nouns. He knows Hu Jiwei, but who is Xiao Bei? They share the same surname, but Hao Meng has never heard of this name. And there is no one by that name in Xiao Yin's network. A soldier stepped forward cautiously and asked, "Commander, are you all right?" Hao Meng withdrew from the Naiwan Palace, glanced at the soldier, and shook his head, saying it's fine. In the next moment, a surge of mental power expanded like lightning, causing all the surveillance and electronic devices around to malfunction. The soldier was also momentarily stunned, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. The watch flickered slightly. Hao Meng's voice automatically transformed into a difficult-to-understand deep tone. The girl sitting in the chair, with a foolish expression on her face, suddenly paused her pen. In Hu Jiwei's vacant eyes, a hint of clarity gradually emerged, becoming more focused and sharper. After a moment, she turned around, leaning back against the chair, crossing her arms. And her entire demeanor underwent a dramatic change. The same face, the same body, but it was as if another personality had been awakened. The hidden demon deep within was unleashed. The girl appeared like a queen ruling over the world. Although she was sitting, she looked down at Hao Meng with an air of arrogant superiority. Hu Jiwei's lips did not move, yet a voice that struck the soul clearly resonated in the room. "Who goes there?" The young man remained expressionless. After a moment, under the increasingly sharp gaze, he cupped his fists and bowed his head, slowly saying, "Xiao Bei, I have met the esteemed one." Chapter 67. Brief Confrontation. Hao Mengwen remained motionless, and the room was silent. He was gambling. He didn't know who Xiao Bei was. But at that moment, his intuition told him that using this name was the only option. Hu Jiwei's bright eyes at this moment resembled a pool of pitch-black ink, unfathomable. "You're not dead?" Hu Jiwei's voice held a hint of doubt. Hao Mengxin's heart trembled. He guessed right. Xiao Bei was the black cat beast that was hunted down by the organization. Hao Meng immediately said in a deep voice, relying on luck to fake death and escape. Hu Jiwei showed a strange smile. "No wonder you are from the Demon Cat clan. Where's your true body now?" Just like the thought body talisman used by Aimu's son, that can also be considered a false body, but the main body needs to be within a certain range. Hao Mengling suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "District A of Zone 9. Hu Jiwei, who seemed to be possessed by a strange personality, looked surprised and asked, "District A? Is the most dangerous place actually the safest place?" This little guy has guts. No wonder he was chosen by Xiao Yin as the contact person. The young man lowered his head, expressionless. "Found it. Finally found a trace." Hu Jiwei asked lightly, "Hasn't Xiao Yin already left Zone 3? What else do you want from me?" Hao Meng bent down and stepped back, quickly leaving after exiting the door. Inside the room, Hu Jiwei leaned back against the table, propping herself up with her hands, looking at the wide-open iron door with a half-smile. The young man continued walking until he reached the hospital entrance. He didn't rush to leave, but waited for a while. Before long, the private who was rubbing his head also came out. Seeing Hao Meng smoking at the door, he finally relaxed and thought it was strange. His mind had been a bit foggy lately, and he had been wondering where Hao Meng had gone, only to realize he had already come out. Hao Meng glanced at the hospital door that had just been closed again and followed the soldier all the way out. It wasn't until he reached the road outside that his tense body relaxed a bit. In this brief confrontation, he had a huge, indelible advantage: the ability to freely use a language that did not belong to humans. But at the same time, he had made a logical mistake. When he impersonated Xiao Bei, his true appearance was his own face, and Hu Jiwei was a distant cousin of Qiao-yin, so that unknown existence was very likely to recognize him. But if that were the case, hadn't he been exposed from the start? Or perhaps it was just a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, and Hao Meng inadvertently got through? Or was it? The young man's bones felt cold at that moment. Was that strange existence acting in a play with him? Regardless, Hao Meng successfully made it out and also obtained clues about Qiao-yin, giving the current investigation a new direction. Yang.I, that black cat that was killed by the organization. Hao Meng quickly made a hypothesis in his mind. If this strange existence is not just playing tricks on him, then it truly does not recognize him. Based on the information he has, if Qiao Bei is the black cat, then the so-called black fox must be it, right? If that's the case, one thing doesn't make sense. Hu Jiwei encountered these two entities over a year ago in the apartment, so before that, was Hu Jiwei just an ordinary person? Was Qiao Yin's connection to her merely for show in front of Hao Meng? Why choose a distant cousin with whom she rarely communicates? Or perhaps, before that, Qiao Yin and Hu Jiwei were both ordinary people. This leads to the most important point. What kind of state does this special existence share with Hu Jiwei? Is it another form of Hu Jiwei herself? Or is it something like a true and false body, or perhaps a possession? If this could be understood, could it be inferred that Qiao Yin is just a victim? She just happened to be entangled by these strange existences and fell into a quagmire? If that's the case, Hao Meng feels that leaving this area is a matter of urgency. But what if Hu Jiwei herself is that strange existence, and Qiao Yin has always been a mystery? Then everything becomes the most perplexing situation. Hao Meng did not stay in J City for long, nor was he foolish enough to directly ask Li Hao for help in retrieving the files and information about the deceased black cat. He was still uncertain whether there would be any repercussions regarding the psychiatric hospital incident. After all, the sudden failure of the surveillance was no small matter, and he needed to lay low for a while. The entire top floor had been taken over by Chu Jinxing, with workstations overflowing. Tempted by the doubled salaries, the workers willingly put in extra hours. Chu Jinxing and Chu Xiaoxiao were studying something on the computer, while Ning Qing was buried in translation work in the editor-in-chief's office. Not even noticing when Hao Meng approached her from behind. She was deep in thought, struggling with her translation, and, after waiting for a moment, Hao Meng provided the complete translation of the sentence from the side. It was getting late, and she was still busy. "Have you eaten?" Hao Meng asked as he sat down on the chair next to her. The lovely girl smiled and replied, "I have a seafood feast treated by the boss." Hao Meng glanced at the translation in her